Inside the Third Reich. Memoirs by Speer. Introduction. The unresolved questions of the period of National Socialism remain with us. The enormity of the crimes committed, the huge scale of victory and defeat are subjects of continuous exploration and analysis. How could one of the chief centers of the civilized world have become a torture chamber for millions of people, a country ruled by criminals so effectively that it conquered most of Europe, moving out toward other continents, planting its swastika standards from Norway to the Caucasus and Africa before it was brought down at the cost of some 30 million lives? What had happened to the nation of thinkers and poets, the good Germans that the 19th century knew? And how did intelligent, well-intentioned, educated, principled people like Speer become so caught up in the movement, so captivated by Hitler's magnetism that they could accept everything the secret police, the concentration camps, the nonsensical rhetoric of Aryan heroism and anti-Semitism, the slaughter of the Führer's wars, and devote all their resources to keeping this regime in power? In these memoirs of the man who was very likely the most gifted member of the government hierarchy, we have some of the answers to these riddles and as complete a view as we are ever likely to get of the inside of the Nazi state. When he joined the party in 1931, Speer had never given much thought to politics. He came from an upper-middle-class family, one of the most prominent in Mannheim, supported in high style by the father's flourishing architectural practice and involved mainly in the cultural and social life of the city. Speer's father did read the liberal Frankfurter Zeitung, an unusual paper for a conservative architect to have in his home, but he utterly rejected the Nazis because he believed them to be more socialist than nationalist. Family suffered financial reverses during the inflation in 1923, but always lived well in a burgeoning comfort enjoyed by very few people in post-World War I Germany. Speer was not one of the disoriented, rejected millions who were out of a job and a place in society. He joined the National Socialist Party because his faint interest in politics was roused more than it had ever been before when he heard Hitler give a speech in 1931. Most young men brought up like Speer did not care much for Hitler and his street fighters in 1931. Haider's strength went up and down with the numbers of unemployed. Left-wing Berlin, where Speer heard Hitler speak, gave Hitler only 22.5% of the vote in the last free election held in November 1932, and even after the Reich took fire, when almost 44.0% of the rest of Germany voted for Hitler, the National Socialists got only 31.3% of the Berlin vote. So Speer made his own decisions in his own way. Like a good many other people, he was looking for a new, powerful doctrine to clear up his own thinking. He had dabbled in philosophical ideas, had read Spengler and become depressed by him, had heard the prophecies of doom from the post-World War I intellectuals and seen them borne out in the confusion and hopelessness of the cities, and now he was rejecting much of what he had been brought up to believe in because none of it seemed to have any relevance to the chaos around him. The speech Speer heard was made for university and technical students and faculties. Like every skillful politician, Hitler pitched his style to his audience. He wore a sober blue suit instead of his Street Fighter's brand shirt and spoke earnestly, in a relatively low key, of a revitalized Germany. To Speer, his conviction seemed to be an antidote to Spengler's pessimism and at the same time fulfillment of his prophecy of the Imperator to come. These were the good tidings, it seemed, the complete answer to the threat of communism and the political futility of the Weimar governments. In a time when nothing in the democratic process seemed to work, Hitler's words sounded a loud call to many young men who by 1931 were convinced of the necessity for bold, new remedies for Germany's deep troubles. The succession of patched-up coalition governments that governed neither long nor well and could find no answers at all to Germany's economic depression, social unrest, and military powerlessness had to be replaced by a man and a party with new solutions, by a leader who knew the meaning of strength and law and order. The anti-Semitism of the Nazis could be condoned or ignored as merely a passing children's disease if one liked the rest of their program. As Machiavelli once wrote, political misjudgments and wrong turns are like tuberculosis, hard to detect and easy to cure in the beginning and easy to diagnose and very hard to cure at the end. But it was not the party as a political instrument that appealed to Speer. What drew him was the personality of the Führer, the scale of the blueprints for recovery, and later the wonderful opportunity to design buildings. It was through Hitler and the party that Speer could realize his youthful architectural ambitions and acquire new ones beyond anything he had imagined. He tried not to see any of the barbarities committed by the National Socialist Party or the state, although, as he tells us, the broken panes of the Jewish shops vandalized during the Kristallnacht lay shattered in front of him. But what he was able to accomplish in his profession and later in his key government posts so dazzled his vision that he could shut his eyes to almost everything, no matter how repulsive, that might disturb his purposes. What he wanted to do was to design and build and to work for a new order. He had the means were abundantly at hand if he did not look too closely at the price being paid for them. Speer has had a long time to ask himself questions about his role in the Third Reich. At Nuremberg he was sentenced to 20 years for crimes against humanity and for war crimes. He served this sentence to the last hour. Some of these years he used to write these memoirs. They were intended for his children, but perhaps even more for himself. They had to be written clandestinely, often on scraps of paper or sheets torn from rolls used by the prison painters, and hidden behind a book Speer pretended to be reading as he lay on his cot. They were smuggled out of Spandau by one of the prison staff, a Dutchman who had himself been a slave laborer. Speer, as the reader will discover, is not given to facile self-exculpation. When in defeat he finally came face to face with himself, with the bitter knowledge of what manner of man and what kind of state he had helped survive, he was as unrelenting toward himself as toward his collaborators. He told the court at Nuremberg, knowing that he risked his life when he said it, that as a member of Hitler's government he took full responsibility for the crimes committed, for the slave labor in the factories under his authority, for his collaboration with the SS when it provided concentration camp prisoners for his production lines, and his conspicuous role in a regime that killed, although with no direct help from him, 6 million Jews. He had been accused on all 4 counts of the Nuremberg indictment, of having plotted to wage aggressive war, of participating in it, and of committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. He fully accepted what lay behind the charges, the accusation that was mainly an echo of his own conscience that he had served all too well as Minister of Armaments and War Production in a criminal state. The court found him not guilty on the first 2 counts. With regard to the other charges, a majority of the Russians voted for death took note of extenuating circumstances on the evidence that Speer had tried to provide his workers with adequate food and housing to make their lot as endurable and their work as efficient as possible. The court also noted that he had openly opposed Hitler and indeed had planned to kill him when he saw that the Führer was ready to destroy Germany only to gain a little more time for himself, and, too, Speer had had the uncommon courage to protest Hitler's mistaken identification of his own fate with that of the country to a Führer who had many a man executed for uttering merely defeatist sentiments. The court, especially the Russians on it, knew from experience as well as from the evidence before them how much Speer had accomplished for the Reich. He had kept Germany armed against a world of enemies both inside and outside its boundaries. Far more than Göring, he had become the second man in the Reich. One English newspaper had even written, toward the end of the war, that he was more important to the German war effort than Hitler himself. There is truth in this statement. By the time of Stalingrad, Hitler's mystique was fading and his decisions becoming more and more bizarre. It was Speer who kept the war machine running in high gear and increasingly productive until 1945. Only when the cities lay in ruins and at Hitler's orders the last factories were to be blown up did Speer come to suspect what many of his compatriots like Goerdeler, Witzleben, and Rudolf Petrel had long known, that a Hitlerian victory would have worse consequences for Germany than any defeat. Imprisoned, Speer set himself the task of finding out why it had taken him so long to see the error in the way he had chosen. He put himself through a long and careful self-analysis, a process that prison was ideally suited to further. He could read almost any non-political books he chose, so he turned to psychology, philosophy, and metaphysics, the kind of books, he says, he never in the world would have read or thought he had had the time to read when he was in civil life. And he could look inward, ask himself questions as he went over the days of his life, questions that a man sometimes asks during or after major crises, but that seldom can be thoroughly investigated amid the intense preoccupations of making a career in the contemporary world. Speer was unhampered by the demands of such a life. He had gnawing problems, to be sure, the well-being of his family and the appalling state of the country he had helped to keep at war and thus had helped destroy, but his main preoccupation was to try to explain himself to himself. He could do this best by writing it all down. In what he said, he had nothing to lose. He was condemned and sentenced. He had acknowledged his guilt. Now it was his job to understand what he had done and why. So the reader of these memoirs is fortunate. He will be told, as far as the author is capable of telling him, precisely why Speer acted as he did. Thus this chronicle of National Socialist Germany seen from within also becomes a self-revealing account of one of the most able men who served it. Inwardness is especially unusual in a technician. A man like Speer, working with blueprints, ordering vast projects, is likely to exhaust himself in manipulation, in transforming the outer world, in carrying out production goals with all the means at hand. His was not introspective work, but in Spandau Speer had to turn not to others to carry out his planning, but only, day after day and night after night, to himself. It was a rare opportunity, and he took full advantage of it. He could do it the more readily because he was convinced the court had acted justly in his case. He had much the same interest as the prosecution in finding out what had happened. This subjectivity has stayed with him. One of the suggestions made to him in connection with the publication of this book in England was that he meet the former chief British prosecutor, Lord Shawcross, at the time of the trial, Sir Hartley Shawcross, on the BBC to discuss the Nuremberg case. Speer said he would be pleased to meet with the British or American or any other prosecutor. He bears no rancour against the people who helped put him in prison for 20 years. And he has no objection to meeting anyone who has a serious interest in the history in which he played such a conspicuous role. When he returned to Heidelberg after his 21-year absence, he did the simple, ordinary things a man might do who must start all over again. He went back to the summer house above the Neckar where he had lived as a child, and because when he was a boy he had had a Saint Bernard dog, he got himself another one to help him return to the beginnings again, to bridge the long exile. He planned to resume his architectural practice, although on a very small scale this time. Men take disaster in very different ways. Admiral Donitz, for example, will not discuss Spandau. He says he has put it away in a trunk and doesn't he want to talk about it. Speer, on the other hand, talks easily about his imprisonment, more than easily, with serenity. Of course, motives may remain unrevealed, whatever Speer's earnest attempts to seek them out. It is unlikely that any man, despite his good intentions, can rid himself entirely of the need to see himself in a better light than his critics see him. Hans Frank, a co-defendant of Speer, wrote his memoirs while awaiting execution. It was he who made the often-quoted remark, "1,000 years shall pass and this guilt of Germany will not have been erased." Although disgusted with himself, Frank could not avoid telling in his recollections how he had respected the law and had tried to get the Führer to respect it too. In this and other ways he salvaged what he could from a career he now deplored. Albert Speer may not be entirely immune from this human failing, but he has no intention of covering up or decorating anything. He put his life on the line in the Nuremberg courtroom, and he now meets his German and foreign critics with calm assurance, with sorrow for the irretrievable mistakes he made, but the conviction that he has paid for them as far as he could and as far as his judges thought he should. Some of his self-discoveries leave him still with ambivalent judgments. When he first met the Führer, Speer writes, it was at a time in his career when, like Faust, he would have gladly sold his soul to the devil in exchange for a patron who would make use of his architectural services. And something resembling the Faustian pact was made. All his energies and abilities Speer eagerly placed at Hitler's disposal, although he fought off everyone, including Hitler, who obstructed his single-minded drive to do his job. Speer's early admiration for the Führer slowly diminished as Hitler became increasingly capricious and unapproachable. When Hitler ordered everything blown up, Speer refused to obey him and was ready to kill him to prevent the orders from being carried out. Nevertheless, he made a flight to the bunker in Berlin under the guns of the Russian planes and troops a few days before Hitler's suicide in order to say goodbye. Speer has given us two versions of this flight. In an interview published in Der Spiegel just after he was released from Spandau, he said he went to Berlin to attempt to persuade one of his close collaborators, Friedrich Elschen, to leave the city. In these memoirs, however, the story is told somewhat differently. Speer writes that he did have Elschen's rescue in mind and also wanted to save Dr. Brandt, an old friend and Hitler's personal physician who had fallen into the hands of Himmler's SS. In the last stages of his trip to Berlin, Speer learned that Brandt was no longer in the city and he could not reach Elschen, but he nevertheless decided to continue his journey. He knows now that he had to go to Berlin to say farewell to the man whom he owed so much and for whom he felt such deeply mixed emotions. Speer always intends to be as ruthlessly honest in his self-portrait as he is in those he draws of others. He has written that even today he is glad that he said farewell to the wreck of a man who, when Speer departed, absent-mindedly gave him a limp hand to shake, without a word that spoke of their long association. What made him change his mind about the reasons for the flight? I suggest that the change is evidence of the continuing re-evaluation of his reasons for acting as he did. It seems likely that during the interview in Der Spiegel he told reporters what readily came to mind, and that only later, as he re-examined his present feelings in the context of these memoirs, did he see clearly why he had gone to Berlin and how even today he is not rid of the spell of the Führer he served for so many crowded years. Speer has no prettified self-image to protect. His fellow prisoner, von Schirach, who was released from Spandau at the same time as Speer, may defend what he takes to be his own services to Germany, but Speer bears the full burden of his past and attempts to carry out his self-imposed obligation to come to grips with whatever he has done, no matter what the cost to his self-esteem. So the true story emerges, as I think it has, as far as the author is able to remember and comprehend it throughout these pages. This careful self-scrutiny occurs too in connection with his part in the treatment of the Jews. Actually, Speer played no role whatever in the Jew baiting or in the exterminations. The exterminations were known to comparatively few people. Even those most concerned, the Jews in concentration camps, and incredibly, many of those within sight of the gas chambers, refused to believe the stories they heard. Two recent publications have dealt with this astonishing incomprehension. One, The Destruction of the Dutch Jews, was written by Jacob Presser, who was himself a concentration camp prisoner. The other is an article by Louis de Jong, director of the Dutch Institute of War Documentation. It is entitled Die Niederlande und Auschwitz and appeared in the January 1969 issue of the Wertgeschäft, published by the Institut für Zeitgeschichte in Munich. The mass killings were beyond imagination. They sounded like clumsy propaganda. Speer, however, was in a position to find out about them. He tells us that one of his friends, Gauleiter Hank, had visited Auschwitz and warned him in the summer of 1944 against making a similar visit. But the Minister of Armaments and War Production had no business that required him to be concerned with rumors of any death mills. His business was with prisoners who could man his factories, so he never pursued the matter, never looked behind the terrible curtain Hank had pointed out to him. He preferred not to know, to turn his face away, to concentrate on his own huge task. He believes this was a grievous failure, a sin of omission more inexcusable than any crime he may have committed. It is for this reason that Speer did not resist his long prison term as did, for example, Admiral Dönitz. Dönitz always felt himself unjustly convicted. He has a large volume of letters from British and American naval officers sharing his view, who wrote to him, on their own initiative, to protest the Nuremberg court's verdict and his sentence of 10 years. In Speer's case too, non-Germans, including the 3 Western governors of the prison, had taken the view that he had been given an excessive sentence and had recommended a commutation, but the Russians who had voted to hand Speer held him to his full term. Speer has no complaint to make against the Russians or anyone else. He came to know the Russian guards well at Spandau. They exchanged stories about their children and families, and no one ever mentioned the past. Speer was grateful for that. He knew his jailers had undoubtedly lost friends and relatives because he had kept the German war machine rolling, and that they had good reason to be hostile. But they were not hostile, nor was the former slave laborer who befriended Speer in prison, because he thought Speer had seen to it, in the days of his forced labor, that he be tolerably treated. It is Speer's spirit of contrition, this complete acknowledgement of so much that went wrong, of so much that he feels was lacking in him in his days of power, as well as the perceptiveness of his observations, that makes this book such an unusual document. It tells us much of how history was made, and something too of the moral dilemma of a civilized man who had been given an enormous administrative assignment that at first had seemed to him more a technological than a human problem. Much of what Speer tells us is related to an old story of hubris, of temptations of pride and position, and of the opportunity to create on a heroic scale. In the euphoria of history-making activity, unpleasant facts were ignored. They were no more than obstacles to the achievement of the grand design. But with the collapse of everything he had lived for and lived by, Speer came to judge himself more strictly than the Nuremberg court could judge him. It is in this long, painful struggle for self-enlightenment that we may see that whatever he lost when he made his pact with Adolf Hitler, it was not his soul. Eugene Davidson, May 1970. Every autobiography is a dubious enterprise, for the underlying assumption is that a chair exists in which a man can sit down to contemplate his own life, to compare its phases, to survey its development, and to penetrate its meanings. Every man can and surely ought to take stock of himself, but he cannot survey himself even in the present moment any more than in the whole of his past. Karl Bauer. Forward. I suppose you'll be writing your memoirs now, said one of the first Americans I met in Flensburg in May 1945. Since then 24 years have passed, of which I spent 21 in a prison cell. A long time. Now I am publishing my memoirs. I have tried to describe the past as I experienced it. Many will think it distorted, many will find my perspective wrong. That may or may not be so. I have set forth what I experienced and the way I regard it today. In doing so I have tried not to falsify the past. My aim has been not to gloss over either what was fascinating or what was horrible about those years. Other participants will criticize me, but that is unavoidable. I have tried to be honest. One of the purposes of these memoirs is to reveal some of the premises which almost inevitably led to the disasters in which that period culminated. I have sought to show what came of one man as holding unrestricted power in his hands, and also to clarify the nature of this man. In court at Nuremberg I said that if Hitler had had any friends, I would have been his friend. I owe to him the enthusiasms and the glory of my youth as well as belated horror and guilt. In the description of Hitler as he showed himself to me and to others, a good many likable traits will appear. He may seem to be a man capable and devoted in many respects. But the more I wrote, the more I felt that these were only superficial traits. For such impressions are counted by one unforgettable experience, the Nuremberg trial. I shall never forget the account of a Jewish family going to their deaths, the husband with his wife and children on the way to die are before my eyes to this day. In Nuremberg I was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. The military tribunal may have been faulty in summing up history, but it attempted to apportion guilt. The penalty, however poorly such penalties measure historical responsibility, ended my civil existence. But that scene had already laid waste to my life. It has outlasted the verdict of the court. January 11, 1969. Albert Speer. Part 1. 1. Origins and Youth. Some of my forefathers were Swabians, some came from poor peasants of the Westerwald, others from Silesia and Westphalia. They belonged to the great mass of those who live quiet, unnotable lives. There was one exception, hereditary Reich Marshal Count Friedrich Ferdinand zu Pappenheim 1702-93, who begot 8 sons with my unmarried ancestress Humlin. He does not, however, seem to have worried much about their welfare. 3 generations later my grandfather Hermann Hummel, son of a poor forester in the Black Forest, had become by the end of his life sole owner of one of the largest machine tool firms in Germany and of a precision instrument factory. In spite of his wealth he lived modestly and treated his subordinates well. Hard-working himself, he knew how to let others work without interfering. A typical Black Forest brooder, he could sit for hours on a bench in the woods without wasting a word. My other grandfather, Berthold Speer, became a prosperous architect in Dortmund about the same time. He designed many buildings in the neoclassical style of the period. Though he died young, he left enough to provide for the education of his 4 sons. The success of both my grandfathers was furthered by the rapid industrialization of Germany, which began in the second half of the 19th century. But then many persons who had started out from a better basis did not necessarily flourish. My father's mother, prematurely white-haired, inspired in me more respect than love in my boyhood. She was a serious woman, moored fast to simple notions about life and possessing an obstinate energy. She dominated everyone around her. I came into the world in Mannheim at noon on Sunday, March 19, 1905. The thunder of a spring storm drowned out the bells of nearby Christ Church, as my mother often used to tell me. In 1892, at the age of 29, my father had established his own architectural firm. He had since become one of the busiest architects in Mannheim, then a booming industrial town. He had acquired a considerable fortune by the time he married the daughter of a prosperous Mainz businessman in 1900. The upper middle class style of our apartment in one of his Mannheim houses was commensurate with my parents' status. It was an imposing house, built around a courtyard guarded by elaborate wrought iron gates. Automobiles would drive into this courtyard and stop in front of a flight of stairs which provided a suitable entrance to the richly furnished house. But the children, my 2 brothers, and I had to use the back stairs. These were dark, steep, and narrow and ended unimpressively in a rear corridor. Children had no business in the elegant, carpeted front hall. As children, our realm extended from our bedrooms in the rear wing to a vast kitchen. We had to pass through the kitchen to enter the elegant part of the 14-room apartment. From a vestibule with a sham fireplace faced with valuable Delft tiles, guests were conducted into a large room full of French furniture and Empire upholstery. The glittering crystal chandelier particularly is so impressed on my memory that I can see it to this day. So is the conservatory, whose appointments my father had bought at the Paris World Exhibition in 1900, richly carved Indian furniture, hand-embroidered curtains, and a tapestry-covered divan. Palms and other exotic plants suggested an exotic world. Here my parents had their breakfast, and here my father would make ham rolls for us children of the kind that were eaten in his native Westphalia. My recollection of the adjacent living room has faded, but the panelled, neo-Gothic dining room has kept its magic for me. The table could seat more than 20. There my baptism was celebrated. There our family festivals take place to this day. My mother took great pleasure and pride in seeing to it that we belonged socially to the leading families of Mannheim. There were surely no more but no less than 20 or 30 households in the city that enjoyed comparable luxuries. A large staff of servants helped meet the requirements of status. In addition to the cook, whom for obvious reasons we children were especially fond of, my parents employed a kitchen maid, a chambermaid, a butler frequently, and a chauffeur always, as well as a nanny to look after us. The maids wore white caps, black dresses, and white aprons, the butler, purple livery with gilt buttons. The chauffeur was dressed most magnificently of all. My parents did their best to provide a happy childhood for us. But wealth and status, social obligations, the large household, the nanny, and the servants stood in the way of their doing as they wished in this respect. To this day I can feel the artificiality and discomfort of that world. Moreover, I often had dizzy spells and sometimes fainted. The Heidelberg physician whom they consulted, a distinguished professor of medicine, diagnosed the cause as a weakness of the vascular nerves. This disability was a considerable psychological burden and early made me conscious of the pressure of external conditions. I suffered all the more because my playmates and my 2 brothers were more robust than I, so that I felt inferior to them. In their rough and tumble way, they often made it clear that this was how they thought of me, too. An inadequacy often calls forth compensating forces. In any case, these difficulties made me learn how to adjust better to the world of other boys. If I later showed some aptitude in dealing with difficult circumstances and troublesome people, I suspect that the gift can be traced back to my boyhood physical weakness. When we were taken out by our French governess, we had to be nattily dressed, in keeping with our social status. Naturally, we were forbidden to play in the city parks, let alone on the street. All we had for a playground was our courtyard, not much larger than a few of our rooms put together. It was surrounded by the backs of tall apartment houses. This yard contained 2 or 3 wretched plane trees, starved for air, and an ivy-covered wall. A mound of tufa rocks in one corner suggested a grotto. By early spring a thick layer of soot coated the greenery, and whatever we touched was bent on transforming us into dirty, disreputable big city children. My favorite playmate before my school days began was Friedel Mendinger, the concierge's daughter. The atmosphere of sparse simplicity and the close-knit quality of a family living in crowded quarters had a curious attraction for me. I attended the primary grades at a distinguished private school where the children of leading families were taught reading and writing. After this sheltered environment, my first months in the public Oberrealschule High School amid rowdy fellow pupils were especially hard for me. I had a friend named Quenzer, however, who soon introduced me to all sorts of fun and games. He also persuaded me to buy a soccer ball with my pocket money. This was a plebeian impulse which horrified my parents, all the more so since Quenzer came from a poor family. I think it was at this time that my bent for statistics first manifested itself. I recorded all the bad marks in the class book in my Phoenix calendar for schoolchildren, and every month counted up who had received the most demerits. No doubt I would not have bothered if I had not had some prospects of frequently heading the list. The office of my father's architectural firm was right next door to our apartment. That was where the large renderings for the builders were made. Drawings of all sorts were made on a bluish transparent paper whose smell is still part and parcel of my memories of that office. My father's buildings were influenced by the neo-Renaissance. They had bypassed Jugendstil. Later on, the quieter classicism of Ludwig Hoffmann, the influential city architect of Berlin, served him as a model. In that office I made my first work of art at the age of 12. A birthday present from my father, it was a drawing of a sort of allegorical life clock, in a highly ornamented case complete with Corinthian columns and intricate scrollwork. I used all the watercolors I could lay hands on. With the help of the office employees, I produced a reasonable facsimile of an object in late Empire style. Before 1914, my parents kept a touring car for summer use as well as a sedan for driving around the city in winter. These automobiles were the focus of my technological passions. At the beginning of the war, they had to be put upon blocks to spare the tires, but if the chauffeur were well disposed to us, we children were allowed to sit at the steering wheel in the garage. At such times I experienced the first sensations of technical intoxication in a world that was yet scarcely technical. In Spandau prison I had to live like a man of the 19th century without a radio, television set, telephone, or car, and was not even allowed to work the light switch myself. After 10 years of imprisonment I experienced a similar rapture when I was allowed to run an electric floor polisher. In 1915 I encountered another product of the technical revolution of those decades. One of the Zeppelins used in the air raids on London was stationed in Mannheim. The captain and his officers were soon frequent guests in our house. They invited my 2 brothers and me to tour their airship. 10 years old, I stood before that giant product of technology, clambered into the motor gondola, made my way through the mysterious corridors inside the hull, and went into the control gondola. When the airship started, toward evening, the captain had it perform a neat loop over our house, and the officers waved a sheet they had borrowed from our mother. Night afterward I was in terror that the airship would go up in flames, and all my friends would be killed. Asterisk in 1917 heavy losses made it necessary to call off the attacks. My imagination dwelt on the war, on the advances and retreats at the front, on the suffering of the soldiers. At night we sometimes heard a distant rumble from the great battle of attrition at Verdun. With the ardent sympathies of childhood, I would often sleep for several nights running on the hard floor beside my soft bed in order to be sharing the privations of the soldiers at the front. We did not escape the food shortages in the city and what was then called the turnip winter. We had wealth, but no relatives or acquaintances in the countryside. My mother was clever at devising endless new variations on turnip dishes, but I was often so hungry that in secret I grudgingly consumed a whole bag of stone-hard dog biscuits left over from peacetime. The air raids on Mannheim, which by present-day standards were quite innocuous, became more frequent. One small bomb struck a neighboring house. A new period of my boyhood began. Since 1905 we had owned a summer home in the vicinity of Heidelberg. It stood on the slope of a quarry that was said to have supplied the stone for the nearby Heidelberg Schloss. Back of the slope rose the hills of the Oderwald with hiking paths through the ancient woods. Strip clearings provided occasional glimpses of the Neckar Valley. Here everything was peaceful. We could have a fine garden and vegetables, and the neighbor owned a cow. We moved there in the summer of 1918. My health soon improved. Every day, even in snowstorms and rain, I tramped for 3/4 of an hour to and from school, often at a steady run. Bicycles were not available in the straitened early post-war period. My way to school led me past the clubhouse of a rowing association. In 19,191 became a member, and for 2 years was coxswain of the racing fours and eights. In spite of my still frail constitution, I soon became one of the most diligent oarsmen in the club. At the age of 16 I advanced to stroke in the school shells and took part in several races. For the first time I had been seized by ambition and was spurred to performances I would not have thought myself capable of. What excited me was more the chance to direct the crew by my own rhythm than the prospect of winning respect in the small world of oarsmen. Most of the time we were defeated, to be sure. But since a team performance was involved, each individual's flaws could not be weighed. On the contrary, a sense of common action arose. There was another benefit to such training, the requirement of self-discipline. At the time I despised those among my schoolmates who were finding their first pleasures in dancing, wine, and cigarettes. On my way to school, at the age of 17, I met the girl who was to become my wife. Falling in love made me more studious. For a year later we agreed that we would be married as soon as I completed my university studies. I had long been good at mathematics, but now my marks in other subjects also improved, and I became one of the best in the class. Our German teacher, an enthusiastic Democrat, often read aloud to us from the liberal Frankfurter Zeitung. But for this teacher I would have remained altogether non-political in school, for we were being educated in terms of a conservative bourgeois view of the world. In spite of the revolution which had brought in the Weimar Republic, it was still impressed upon us that the distribution of power in society and the traditional authorities were part of the God-given order of things. We remained largely untouched by the current stirring everywhere during the early 20s. In school, there could be no criticism of courses or subject matter, let alone of the ruling powers in the state. Unconditional faith in the authority of the school was required. It never even occurred to us to doubt the order of things, for as students we were subjected to the dictates of a virtually absolutist system. Moreover, there were no subjects such as sociology which might have sharpened our political judgments. Even in our senior year, German class assignments called solely for essays on literary subjects, which actually prevented us from giving any thought to the problems of society. Nor did all these restrictions in school impel us to take positions on political events during extracurricular activities or outside of school. One decisive point of difference from the present was our inability to travel abroad. Even if funds for foreign travel had been available, no organizations existed to help young people undertake such travel. It seems to me essential to point out these lacks, as a result of which our whole generation was without defenses when exposed to the new techniques for influencing opinion. At home, too, politics were not discussed. This was all the odder since my father had been a convinced liberal even before 1914. Every morning he waited impatiently for the Frankfurter Zeitung to arrive. Every week he read the critical magazine Simplicissimus and Jugend. He shared the ideas of Friedrich Naumann, who called for social reforms in a powerful Germany. After 1923 my father became a follower of Coudenhove-Kalergi and zealously advocated his pan-European ideas. Father would surely have been glad to talk about politics with me, but I tended to dodge such discussions and he did not insist. This political indifference was characteristic of the youth of the period, tired and disillusioned as they were by a lost war, revolution, and inflation, but it prevented me from forming political standards, from setting up categories on which political judgments could be based. I was much more inclined to detour on my way to school across the park of the Heidelberg Schloss and to linger on the terrace looking dreamily at the ruins of the castle and down at the old city. This partiality for tumble-down citadels and tangles of crooked old streets remained with me and later found expression in my passion for collecting landscape paintings, especially the works of the Heidelberg Romantics. On the way to the Schloss I sometimes met the poet Stephen George, who radiated dignity and pride in a kind of priestliness. The great religious preachers must have had such an effect upon people, for there was something magnetic about him. When my elder brother was in his senior year, he was admitted to the Master inner circle. Music meant a good deal to me. Up to 1922, I was able to hear the young Furtwängler Engler in Mannheim, and after him, Erich Kleber. At that time I found Verdi more impressive than Wagner and thought Puccini frightful. On the other hand, I was ravished by a symphony of Rimsky-Korsakov and judged Mahler's Fifth Symphony rather complicated, but I liked it. After a visit to the Playhouse, I observed that Georg Kaiser was the most important modern dramatist who in his works wrestles with the concept of the value and power of money. And upon seeing Ibsen's The Wild Duck, I decided that we could not find the characteristics of the leaders of society as other than ridiculous. These people were farcical, I wrote. Romain Holland's novel Jean Christophe heightened my enthusiasm for Beethoven too. It was, therefore, not only in a burst of youthful rebelliousness that I found the luxurious life at home not to my liking. There was a more basic opposition involved when I turned to what were then the advanced writers and looked for friends in a rowing club or in the huts of the Alpine Club. The custom in my circles was for a young man to seek his companions and his future wife in the sheltered class to which his parents belonged. But I was drawn to plain, solid artisan families for both. I even felt an instinctive sympathy for the extreme left, though this inclination never assumed any concrete form. At the time I was allergic to any political commitments. That continued to be so, even though I felt strong nationalistic feelings as, for example, at the time of the French occupation of the Ruhr in 1923. To my amazement, my Abita essay was judged the best in my class. Nevertheless, I thought, that is hardly likely for you, when the head of the school in his farewell address told the graduates that now the way to highest deeds and honours was open to us. Since I was the best mathematician in the school, I had intended to study that subject. But my father presented sound reasons against this choice, and I would not have been a mathematician familiar with the laws of logic if I had not yielded to his arguments. The profession of architecture, which I had been absorbing naturally since my boyhood, seemed the obvious choice. I therefore decided, to my father's delight, to become an architect like him and his father before him. During my first semester I studied at the Institute of Technology in nearby Karlsruhe. Financial reasons dictated this choice, for the inflation was growing wilder with each passing day. I had to draw my allowance weekly. By the end of the week the fabulous sum had melted away to nothing. From the Black Forest, where I was on a bicycle tour in the middle of September 1923, I wrote, very cheap here, lodgings 400,000 marks and supper 1,800,000 marks, milk 250,000 marks a pint. 6 weeks later, shortly before the end of the inflation, a restaurant dinner cost 10 to 20 billion marks, and even in the student dining hall over 1 billion. I had to pay between 3 and 400 million marks for a theatre ticket. The financial upheaval finally forced my family to sell my deceased grandfather's firm and factory to another company at a fraction of its value in return for $1 of treasury bills. Afterward, my monthly allowance amounted to $16, on which I was totally free of cares and could live splendidly. In the spring of 1924, with the inflation now over, I shifted to the Institute of Technology in Munich. Although I remained there until the summer of 1925 and Hitler, after his release from prison, was again making a stir in the spring of 1925, I took no notice of him. In my long letters to my fiancée I wrote only of how I was studying far into the night and of our common goal, getting married in 3 or 4 years. During the holidays my future wife and I with a few fellow students frequently went on tramps from shelter to shelter in the Austrian Alps. Hard climbs gave us the sense of real achievement. Sometimes, with characteristic obstinacy, I managed to convince my fellow hikers not to give up a tour we had started on, even in the worst weather in spite of storms, icy rains, and cold, although mists spoiled the view from the peak when we finally reached it. Often, from the mountain tops, we looked down upon a deep grey layer of cloud over the distant plain. Down there lived what to our minds were wretched people. We thought we stood high above them in every sense. Young and rather arrogant, we were convinced that only the finest people went into the mountains. When we returned from the peaks to the normal life of the lowlands, I was quite confused for a while by the bustle of the cities. We also sought a closeness with nature on trips with our folding boats. In those days the sport was still new, the streams were not filled with craft of all kinds as they are today. In perfect quiet we floated down the rivers, and in the evenings we could pitch our tent at the most beautiful spot we could find. This leisurely hiking and boating gave us some of that happiness that had been a matter of course to our forefathers. Even my father had taken a tour on foot and in horse carriages from Munich to Naples in 1885. Later, when he would drive through all of Europe in his car, he used to speak of that tour as the finest travel experience he had ever had. Many of our generation sought such contact with nature. This was not merely a romantic protest against the narrowness of middle-class life. We were also escaping from the demands of a world growing increasingly complicated. We felt that the world around us was out of balance. In nature, in the mountains and the river valleys, the harmony of creation could still be felt. The more virginal the mountains, the lonelier the river valleys, the more they drew us. I did not, however, belong to any youth movement, for the group quality of these movements would have negated the very isolation we were seeking. In the autumn of 1925, I began attending the Institute of Technology in Berlin-Charlottenburg, along with a group of Munich students of architecture. I wanted Professor Pulzig for my teacher, but he had set limits to the number of students in his drafting seminar. Since my talent for drawing was inadequate, I was not accepted. In any case, I was beginning to doubt that I would ever make a good architect and took this verdict without surprise. Next semester, Professor Heinrich Tessenow was appointed to the institute. He was a champion of the spirit of simple craftsmanship in architecture and believed in architectonic expressiveness by a severely delimited means. A minimum of pomp is the decisive factor. I promptly wrote to my fiancée. My new professor is the most remarkable, most clear-headed man I have ever met. I am wild about him and am working with great eagerness. He is not modern, but in a certain sense more modern than all the others. Outwardly, he seems unimaginative and sober, just like me, but his buildings have something about them that expresses a profound experience. His intelligence is frighteningly acute. I mean to try hard to be admitted to his master school in a year, and after another year will try to become his assistant. Of course, all this is wildly optimistic and is merely meant to trace what I'd like to do in the best of cases. Only half a year after completing my examination, I became his assistant. In Professor Tessenow I had found my first catalyst, and he remained that for me until 7 years later, when he was replaced by a more powerful one. I also had great respect for our teacher of the history of architecture, Professor Daniel Krinkler. An Alsatian by birth, he was a dedicated archaeologist and a highly emotional patriot as well. In the course of one lecture, he burst into tears while showing us pictures of Strasbourg Cathedral and had to suspend the lecture. For him I delivered a report on Albrecht Haupt's book on Germanic architecture, Die Baukunst der Germanen. About the same time I wrote to my fiancée. A little racial mixture is always good. And if today we are on the downward path, it is not because we are a mixed race. For we were already that in the Middle Ages, when we still had a vigorous germ in us and were expanding, when we drove the Slavs out of Prussia, or later transplanted European culture to America. We are going downhill because our energies have been consumed. It is the same thing that happened in the past to the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans. There is nothing to be done about that. The 20s in Berlin were the inspiring backdrop to my student years. Many theatrical performances made a deep impression upon me, among others Max Reinhardt's staging of A Midsummer Night's Dream, Elizabeth Bergner and Jo's St. John, Pallenberg and Piscator's version of Schweik. But Charles' lavishly mounted reviews also fascinated me. On the other hand, I took no pleasure in Cecil B. DeMille's bombastic pomp, and never suspecting that 10 years later I myself would be going his movie architecture one better. As a student I thought his films examples of American tastelessness. But overshadowing all such impressions was the poverty and unemployment all around me. Spengler's decline of the West had convinced me that we were living in a period of decay strongly similar to the late Roman Empire. Inflation, decline of morals, impotence of the German Reich. His essay Prunism and Socialism excited me especially because of the contempt for luxury and comfort it expressed. On this score, Spengler's and Tesno's doctrines coincided. But my teacher, in contrast to Spengler, saw hope for the future. He took an ironic turn toward the cult of heroes fashionable at the period. Perhaps there are really uncomprehended superheroes all around us who, because of their towering aims and abilities, may rightly smile at even the greatest of horrors, seeing them as merely incidental. Perhaps, before handicraft in the small town can flourish again, there must first come something like a rain of brimstone. Perhaps nations which have passed through infernos will then be ready for their next age of flowering. 3. In the summer of 1927, after 9 semesters, I passed the architect's license examination. The following spring, at 23, I became one of the youngest assistants at the institute. In the last year of the war, I had gone to a Fortunatella at a fair, and she had prophesied, "You will win early fame and retire early." Now I had reason to think of this prediction, for it seemed evident that if only I wanted to, I could someday teach at the Institute of Technology like my professor. This post as assistant made it possible for me to marry. We did not go to Italy for our honeymoon, but took felt boats and went through the solitary forested chain of lakes in Mecklenburg. We launched our boats in Spandau, a few hundred yards from the prison where I would be spending 20 years of my life. 2. Profession and vocation. I very nearly became an official court architect as early as 1928. Aman Allah, ruler of the Afghans, wanted to reform his country and was hiring young German technicians with that end in view. Joseph Brix, professor of urban architecture and road building, organized the group. It was proposed that I would serve as city planner and architect, and in addition as teacher of architecture to technical school which was to be founded in Kabul. My wife and I pored over all available books on remote Afghanistan. We considered how a style natural to the country could be developed out of the simple existing structures, and the pictures of wild mountains filled us with dreams of ski tours. Favorable contractual conditions were worked out. But no sooner was everything virtually settled, the king had just been received with great honors by President Hindenburg, than the Afghans overthrew their ruler in a coup d'etat. The prospect of continuing to work with Tessner consoled me. I had been having some misgivings anyhow, and I was glad that the fall of Aman Allah removed the need to make a decision. I had to look after my seminar only 3 days a week. In addition, there were 5 months of academic vacation. Nevertheless, I received 300 Reichsmark, about the equivalent in value of 800 Deutschmark as $200 today. Asterisk all figures in DM do not take into account the 1969 revaluation of the mark. The reader can easily reckon the amounts in US dollars by dividing DM figures by 4. Tessner delivered no lectures. He came to the large seminar room only to correct the papers of his 50-odd students. He was around for no more than 4 to 6 hours a week. The rest of the time the students were left in my care for instruction and correction. The first months in particular were very strenuous for me. The students assumed a highly critical attitude toward me and tried to trap me into a show of ignorance or weakness. It took a while before my initial nervousness subsided, but the commissions for buildings, which I had hoped to spend my ample free time on, did not come my way. Probably I struck people as too young. Moreover, the construction industry was very slow because of the economic depression. My exception was the commission to build a house in Heidelberg for my wife's parents. It proved to be a modest building which was followed by 2 others of no great consequence, 2 garage annexes for 1C villas, and the designing of the Berlin offices of the Academic Exchange Service. In 1930 we sailed our 2 felt boats from Donaueschingen, which is in Swabia, down the Danube to Vienna. By the time we returned, there had been a Reichstag election on September 14, which remains in my memory only because my father was greatly perturbed about it. The NSDAP, National Socialist Party, had won 107 seats and was suddenly the chief topic of political discussion. My father had the darkest forebodings, chiefly in view of the NSDAP's socialist tendencies. He was already disturbed enough by the strength of the Social Democrats and the Communists. Our Institute of Technology had in the meanwhile become a center of National Socialist endeavors. The small group of Communist architecture students gravitated to Professor Paul's guest seminar, while the National Socialists gathered around Tesno, even though he was and remained a forthright opponent of the Hitler movement, for there were parallels, unexpressed and unintended, between his doctrine and the ideology of the National Socialists. Tesno was not aware of these parallels. He would surely have been horrified by the thought of any kinship between his ideas and National Socialist views. Among other things, Tesno taught, style comes from the people. It is in our nature to love our native land. There can be no true culture that is international. True culture comes only from the maternal womb. Hitler, too, denounced the internationalization of art. The National Socialist creed held that the roots of renewal were to be found in it. Tesno decried the metropolis and extolled the peasant virtues. The metropolis is a dreadful thing. The metropolis is a confusion of old and new. The metropolis is conflict, brutal conflict. Everything good should be left outside of big cities, where urbanism meets the peasantry. The spirit of the peasantry is ruined. A pity that people can no longer think in peasant terms. In a similar vein, Hitler cried out against the erosion of morals in the big cities. He warned against the ill effects of civilization which, he said, damaged the biological substance of the people, and he emphasized the importance of a healthy peasantry as a mainstay for the state. Hitler was able to sense these and other currents which were in the air of the times, though many of them were still diffuse and intangible. He was able to articulate them and to exploit them for his own ends. In the process of my correcting the papers, the National Socialist students often involved me in political discussions. Naturally, Tesno's ideas were passionately debated. Well trained in dialectics, these students easily crushed the feeble objections I could make, borrowed as they were from my father's vocabulary. The students were chiefly turning to the extremists for their beliefs, and Hitler's party appealed directly to the idealism of this generation. And after all, was not a man like Tesno also fanning these flames? About 1931 he had declared, "Someone will have to come along who thinks very simply. Thinking today has become too complicated. An uncultured man, a peasant as it were, would solve everything much more easily merely because he was still being spoiled. He would also have the strength to carry out his simple ideas." To us this oracular remark seemed to herald Hitler. Hitler was delivering an address to the students of Berlin University and the Institute of Technology. My students urged me to attend. Not yet convinced, but already uncertain of my ground, I went along. The site of the meeting was a beer hall called the Hasenheide. Dirty walls, narrow stairs, and an ill-kept interior created a poverty-stricken atmosphere. This was a place where workmen ordinarily held beer parties. The room was overcrowded. It seemed as if nearly all the students in Berlin wanted to see and hear this man whom his adherents so much admired and his opponents so much detested. A large number of professors sat in favored places in the middle of a bare platform. Their presence gave the meeting an importance and a social acceptability that it would not otherwise have had. Our group had also secured good seats on the platform, not far from the lectern. Hitler entered and was tempestuously hailed by his numerous followers among the students. This enthusiasm in itself made a great impression upon me, but his appearance also surprised me. On posters and in caricatures I had seen him in military tunic, with shoulder straps, swastika armband, and hair flapping over his forehead. But here he was wearing a well-fitted blue suit and looking markedly respectable. Every tiling about him bore out the note of reasonable modesty. Later I learned that he had a great gift for adjusting consciously or intuitively to his surroundings. As the ovation went on for minutes he tried, as if slightly pained, to check it. Then, in a low voice, hesitantly and somewhat shyly, he began a kind of historical lecture rather than a speech. To me there was something engaging about it, all the more so since it ran counter to everything the propaganda of his opponents had led me to expect: a hysterical demagogue, a shrieking and gesticulating fanatic in uniform. He did not allow the bursts of applause to tempt him away from his sober tone. It seemed as if he were candidly presenting his anxieties about the future. His irony was softened by a somewhat self-conscious humor. His South German charm reminded me agreeably of my native region. A cool Prussian could never have captivated me that way. Hitler's initial shyness soon disappeared. At times now his pitch rose. He spoke urgently and with hypnotic persuasiveness. The mood he cast was much deeper than the speech itself, most of which I did not remember for long. Moreover, I was carried on the wave of the enthusiasm which, one could almost feel this physically, bore the speaker along from sentence to sentence. It swept away any skepticism, any reservations. Opponents were given no chance to speak. This furthered the illusion, at least momentarily, of unanimity. Finally, Hitler no longer seemed to be speaking to convince, rather, he seemed to feel that he was expressing what the audience, by now transformed into a single mass, expected of him. It was as if it were the most natural thing in the world to lead students and part of the faculty of the two greatest academies in Germany submissively by a leash. Yet that evening he was not yet the absolute ruler, immune from all criticism, but was still exposed to attacks from all directions. Others may afterward have discussed that stirring evening over a glass of beer. Certainly my students pressed me to do so, but I felt I had to straighten things out in my own mind to master my confusion. I needed to be alone. Shaken, I drove off into the night in my small car, stopped in a pine forest near the Havel, and went for a long walk. Here, it seemed to me, was hope. Here were new ideals, a new understanding, new tasks. Even Spengler's dark predictions seemed to me refuted, and his prophecy of the coming of a new Roman emperor simultaneously fulfilled. The peril of communism, which seemed inexorably on its way, could be checked. Hitler persuaded us, and instead of hopeless unemployment, Germany could move toward economic recovery. He had mentioned the Jewish problem only peripherally. But such remarks did not worry me, although I was not an anti-Semite. Rather, I had Jewish friends from my school days and university days, like virtually everyone else. A few weeks after this speech, which had been so important to me, friends took me to a demonstration at the Sportpalast. Goebbels, the Gauleiter of Berlin, spoke. How different my impression was. Much phrase-making, careful structure, and incisive formulations. A roaring crowd whom Goebbels whipped up to wilder and wilder frenzies of enthusiasm and hatred, a witch's cauldron of excitement such as I had hitherto witnessed only at six-day bike races. I felt repelled. The positive effect Hitler had had upon me was diminished, though not extinguished. Both Goebbels and Hitler had understood how to unleash mass instincts at their meetings, how to play on the passions that underlay the veneer of ordinary respectable life. Practiced demagogues, they succeeded in fusing the assembled workers, petits bourgeois, and students into a homogeneous mob whose opinions they could mold as they pleased. But as I see it today, these politicians in particular were in fact molded by the mob itself, guided by its yearnings and its daydreams. Of course Goebbels and Hitler knew how to penetrate through to the instincts of their audiences, but in a deeper sense they derived their whole existence from these audiences. Certainly the masses roared to the beat set by Hitler's and Goebbels' baton, yet they were not the true conductors. The mob determined the theme. To compensate for misery, insecurity, unemployment, and hopelessness, this anonymous assemblage wallowed for hours at a time in obsessions, savagery, license. This was no ardent nationalism. Rather, for a few short hours the personal unhappiness caused by the breakdown of the economy was replaced by a frenzy that demanded victims, and Hitler and Goebbels threw them the victims. While lashing out at their opponents and vilifying the Jews, they gave expression and direction to fierce primal passions. The Sportpalast emptied. The crowd moved calmly down Potsdamer Strasse. Their self-assurance fed by Goebbels' speech, they challengingly took up the whole width of the street, so that automobile traffic and the streetcars were blocked. At first the police took no action. Perhaps they did not want to provoke the crowd. But in the side streets mounted squads and trucks with special patrols were held in readiness. At last the mounted police rode into the crowd with raised truncheons to clear the street. Indignantly I watched the procedure. Until that moment I had never witnessed such use of force. At the same time I felt a sense of partisanship, compounded of sympathy for the crowd and opposition to authority, take possession of me. My feelings probably had nothing to do with political motives. Actually, nothing extraordinary had happened. There had not even been any injuries. The following day I applied for membership in the National Socialist Party and in January 1931 became member number 474,481. It was an utterly undramatic decision. Then and ever afterward I scarcely felt myself to be a member of a political party. I was not choosing the NSDAP, but becoming a follower of Hitler, whose magnetic force had reached out to me the first time I saw him and had not, thereafter, released me. His persuasiveness, the peculiar magic of his by no means pleasant voice, the oddity of his rather banal manner, the seductive simplicity with which he attacked the complexity of our problems, all that bewildered and fascinated me. I knew virtually nothing about his program. He had taken hold of me before I had grasped what was happening. I was not even thrown off by attending a meeting of the racist Kampfbund Deutsche Kultur League of Struggle for German Culture, although I heard many of the aims advocated by our teacher Tessenow roundly condemned. One of the speakers called for a return to old-fashioned forms and artistic principles. He attacked modernism and finally berated Der Ring, the Society of Architects to which Tessenow, Gropius, Mies van der Rohe, Sharon, Mendelssohn taught, Behrens, and Poles belonged. Thereupon one of our students sent a letter to Hitler in which he took exception to this speech and spoke with schoolboyish ardor of our admired master. Soon afterward he received a routine letter from party headquarters to the effect that National Socialists had the greatest respect for the work of Tessenow. We laid great weight on that. However, I did not tell Tessenow at the time about my membership in the party. After 1933 all the accusations made against Tessenow at this meeting, as well as his connection with the publisher Cassirer and his circle, were cited as incriminating. He became politically suspect and was barred from teaching. But thanks to my privileged position, I was able to persuade the Minister of Education to have him reinstated. He kept his chair at the Berlin Institute of Technology until the end of the war. After 1945 his reputation soared. He was elected one of the first rectors of Berlin's Technical University. After 1933 Speer soon became a total stranger to me. Tessenow wrote to my wife in 1950, but I have never thought of him as anything but the friendly, good-natured person I used to know. It must have been during these months that my mother saw an SA parade in the streets of Heidelberg. The sight of discipline in a time of chaos, the impression of energy in an atmosphere of universal hopelessness, seems to have won her over also. At any rate, without ever having heard a speech or read a pamphlet, she joined the party. Both of us seem to have felt this decision to be a breach with a liberal family tradition. In any case, we concealed it from one another and from my father. Only years later, long after I had become part of Hitler's inner circle, did my mother and I discover by chance that we shared early membership in the party. Quite often even the most important step in a man's life, his choice of vocation, is taken quite frivolously. He does not bother to find out enough about the basis and the various aspects of that vocation. Once he has chosen it, he is inclined to switch off his critical awareness and to fit himself wholly into the predetermined career. My decision to enter Hitler's party was no less frivolous. Why, for example, was I willing to abide by the almost hypnotic impression Hitler's speech had made upon me? Why did I not undertake a thorough, systematic investigation of, say, the value or worthlessness of the ideologies of all the parties? Why did I not read the various party programs, or at least Hitler's Mein Kampf and Rosenberg's Myth of the 20th century? As an intellectual, I might have been expected to collect documentation with the same thoroughness and to examine various points of view with the same lack of bias that I had learned to apply to my preliminary architectural studies. This failure was rooted in my inadequate political schooling. As a result, I remained uncritical, unable to deal with the arguments of my student friends who were predominantly indoctrinated with the National Socialist ideology. For had I only wanted to, I could have found out even then that Hitler was proclaiming expansion of the Reich to the east, that he was a rank anti-Semite, that he was committed to a system of authoritarian rule, that after attaining power he intended to eliminate democratic procedures and would thereafter yield only to force. Not to have worked that out for myself, not, given my education, to have read books, magazines, and newspapers of various viewpoints, Not to have tried to see through the whole apparatus of mystification was already criminal. At this initial stage my guilt was as grave as, at the end, my work for Hitler. For being in a position to know and nevertheless shunning knowledge creates direct responsibility for the consequences from the very beginning. I did see quite a number of rough spots in the party doctrines, but I assumed that they would be polished in time, as has often happened in the history of other revolutions. The crucial fact appeared to me to be that I personally had to choose between a future communist Germany or a future National Socialist Germany, since the political centre between these antipodes had melted away. Moreover, in 1931, I had some reason to feel that Hitler was moving in a moderate direction. I did not realize that there were opportunistic reasons for this. Hitler was trying to appear respectable in order to seem qualified to enter the government. The party at that time was confining itself, as far as I can recall today, to denouncing what it called the excessive influence of the Jews upon various spheres of cultural and economic life. It was demanding that their participation in these various areas be reduced to a level consonant with their percentage of the population. Moreover, Hitler's alliance with the old-style nationalists of the Habsburg front led me to think that a contradiction could be detected between his statements at public meetings and his political views. I regarded this contradiction as highly promising. In actuality, Hitler only wanted to thrust his way to power by whatever means he could. Even after joining the party, I continued to associate with Jewish acquaintances, who for their part did not break relations with me, although they knew or suspected that I belonged to this anti-Semitic organization. At that time I was no more an anti-Semite than I became in the following years. In none of my speeches, letters, or actions is there any trace of anti-Semitic feelings or phraseology. Had Hitler announced, before 1933, that a few years later he would burn down Jewish synagogues, involve Germany in a war, and kill Jews and his political opponents, he would at one blow have lost me and probably most of the adherents he won after 1930. Goebbels had realized that, for November 2, 1931, he wrote an editorial in the Angriff entitled Septemberlings concerning the host of new members who joined the party after the September election of 1930. In this editorial he warned the party against the infiltration of more bourgeois intellectuals who came from the propertied and educated classes and were not as trustworthy as the old fighters. In character and principles, he maintained, they stood abysmally far below the good old party comrades, but they were far ahead in intellectual skills. They are of the opinion that the movement has been brought to greatness by the talk of mere demagogues and are now prepared to take it over themselves and provide it with leadership and expertise. That's what they think. In making this decision to join the accursed party, I had for the first time denied my own past, my upper middle class origins, and my previous environment. Far more than I suspected, the time of decision was already past for me. I felt, in Martin Buber's phrase, anchored in responsibility in a party. My inclination to be relieved of having to think, particularly about unpleasant facts, helped sway the balance. In this I did not differ from millions of others. Such mental slackness above all facilitated, established, and finally assured the success of the National Socialist system. And I thought that by paying my party dues of a few marks a month I had settled with my political obligations. How incalculable the consequences were. The superficiality of my attitude made the fundamental error all the worse. By entering Hitler's party I had already, in essence, assumed a responsibility that led directly to the brutalities of forced labor, to the destruction of war, and to the deaths of those millions of so-called undesirable stock, to the crushing of justice and the elevation of every evil. In 1931 I had no idea that 14 years later I would have to answer for a host of crimes to which I subscribed beforehand by entering the party. I did not yet know that I would atone with 21 years of my life for frivolity and thoughtlessness and breaking with tradition. Still, I will never be rid of that sin. 3. Junction. I would be giving a more accurate picture of those years if I were to speak chiefly of my professional life, my family, and my inclinations. For my new political interests played a subsidiary part in my thinking. I was above all an architect. As owner of a car I became a member of the newly founded Motorist Association of the National Socialist Party NSKK, and since it was a new organization I promptly started as head of the Wannsee section. Wannsee was the Berlin suburb where we lived. For the time being, any serious political activity for the party was far from my thoughts. I was, incidentally, the only member in Wannsee, and therefore in my section, who had a car. The other members only expected to have one after the revolution they dreamed of took place. By way of preparation, they were finding out where in that rich suburb the right cars were available for X-Day. This party office sometimes led to my calling at Kreisleitung West District headquarters of the West End, which was headed by an uncomplicated but intelligent and highly energetic young journeyman miller named Karl Hank. He had just leased a villa in elegant Grunwald as the future quarters for his district organization. For after its success in the elections of September 14, 1930, the party was trying hard to establish its respectability. He offered me the job of redecorating the villa naturally without fee. We conferred on wallpapers, draperies, and paints. The young district leader chose Bohas wallpapers at my suggestion, although I had hinted that these were communistic wallpapers. He waved that warning aside with a grand gesture. We will take the best of everything, even from the communists. In saying this, he was expressing what Hitler and his staff had already been doing for years, picking up anything that promised success without regard for ideology, in fact, determining even ideological questions by their effect upon the voters. I had the vestibule painted bright red and the offices a strong yellow, further sparked by scarlet window hangings. For me, this work was the fulfillment of a long, unrealized urge to try my hand at practical architecture, and no doubt I wanted to express a revolutionary spirit. But my decor met with a divided reception. Early in 1932, the salaries of professors' assistants were reduced to a small gesture toward balancing the strained budget of the state of Prussia. Sizable building projects were nowhere in sight. The economic situation was hopeless. 3 years of working as an assistant were enough for us. My wife and I decided that I would give up my post with Tesno and we would move to Mannheim. I would manage the buildings owned by my family, and that would give us financial security and allow me to start seriously on my career as an architect, which so far had been distinctly inglorious. In Mannheim, I sent innumerable letters to the companies in the vicinity and to my father's business friends offering my services as an independent architect. But of course I waited in vain for a builder who was willing to engage a 26-year-old architect. Even well-established architects in Mannheim were not getting any commissions in those times. By entering price competitions, I tried to attract some attention to myself. But I did no better than win third prizes and have a few of my plans purchased. Rebuilding a store in one of my parents' buildings was my sole architectural activity in this dreary period. The party here was marked by the easygoing atmosphere typical of Baden. After the exciting party affairs in Berlin, into which I had gradually been drawn, I felt in Mannheim as if I were a member of a bowling club. There was no motorist association, so Berlin assigned me to the motorized SS. At the time I thought that meant I was a member, but apparently I was only a guest, for in 1942, when I wanted to renew my membership, it turned out that I had not belonged to the motorized SS at all. When the preparations for the election of July 31, 1932 started, my wife and I went to Berlin in order to feel a little of the exciting election atmosphere and, if possible, to help somewhat. For the persistent stagnation of my professional life had greatly intensified my interest, or what I thought was that, in politics. I wanted to do my bit to contribute to Hitler's electoral victory. This stay in Berlin was meant to be merely a few days' break, for from there we planned to go on to make a long-planned boat tour of the East Prussian lakes. I reported along with my car to my NSKK chief of the Berlin Kreisleitung West, Nagel, who used me for courier duty to a wide variety of local party headquarters. When I had to drive into the parts of the city dominated by the Reds, I often felt distinctly uncomfortable. In those areas, Nazi bands were quartered in cellar apartments that rather resembled holes in the ground and were subject to a good deal of harassment. The communist outposts in the areas dominated by the Nazis were in a similar situation. I cannot forget the careworn and anxious face of a troop leader in the heart of Moabit, one of the most dangerous areas at the time. These people were risking their lives and sacrificing their health for an idea, never imagining that they were being exploited in behalf of the fantastic notions of a power-hungry man. On July 27, 1932, Hitler was to arrive at the Berlin-Stocken airport from a morning meeting in Eberswalde. I was assigned to drive a courier from Stocken to the site of the next meeting, the Brandenburg Stadium. The three-motored plane rolled to a stop. Hitler and several of his associates and adjutants got out. Aside from myself and the courier, there was scarcely anyone at the airport. I kept at a respectful distance, but I saw Hitler reproving one of his companions because the cars had not yet arrived. He paced back and forth angrily, slashing at the tops of his high boots with a dog whip and giving the general impression of a cross, uncontrolled man who treats his associates contemptuously. This Hitler was very different from the man of calm and civilized manner who had so impressed me at the student meeting. Although I did not give much thought to it, what I was seeing was an example of Hitler's remarkable duplicity. Indeed, multiplicity would be a better word. With enormous histrionic intuition, he could shape his behavior to changing situations in public while letting himself go with his intimates, servants, or adjutants. The cars came. I took my passenger into my rattling roadster and drove at top speed a few minutes ahead of Hitler's motorcade. In Brandenburg, the sidewalks close to the stadium were occupied by Social Democrats and Communists. With my passenger wearing the party uniform, the temper of the crowd grew ugly. When Hitler, with his entourage, arrived a few minutes later, the demonstrators overflowed into the street. Hitler's car had to force its way through at a snail's pace. Hitler stood erect beside the driver. At that time I felt respect for his courage, and still do. The negative impression that his behavior at the airport had made upon me was wiped out by this scene. I waited outside the stadium with my car. Consequently, I did not hear the speech, only the storms of applause that interrupted Hitler for minutes at a time. When the party anthem indicated the end, we started out again. For that day Hitler was speaking at still a third meeting in the Berlin Stadium. Here, too, the stands were jammed. Thousands who had not been able to obtain admission stood outside in the streets. For hours the crowd waited patiently. Once more Hitler was very late. My report to Hank that Hitler was on his way was promptly announced over the loudspeaker. A roar of applause burst out, incidentally the first and only applause that I myself was ever the cause of. The following day decided my future. The fault boats were already at the railroad station and our tickets to East Prussia purchased. We were planning to take the evening train, but at noon I received a telephone call. An SKK chief Nagel informed me that Hank, who had now risen to organization leader of the Berlin district, wanted to see me. Hank received me joyfully. "I've been looking everywhere for you. Would you like to rebuild our new district headquarters?" he asked as soon as I entered. "I'll propose it to the Dr. Asterisk today. We're in a great hurry." Asterisk, this was how Goebbels was always referred to in party circles. The party simply did not have many doctors of philosophy among its members in those days. A few hours later I would have been sitting in the train, and on the lonely East Prussian lakes would have been out of reach for weeks. The district would have had to find another architect. For years I regarded this coincidence as the luckiest turning point in my life. I had reached the junction. 2 decades later, in Spandau, I read in Sir James Jeans, "The course of a railway train is uniquely prescribed for it at most points of its journey by the rails on which it runs. Here and there, however, it comes to a junction at which alternative courses are open to it, and it may be turned onto one or the other by the quite negligible expenditure of energy involved in moving the points." The new district headquarters was situated on imposing Vossstrasse, cheek by jowl with the legations of the German states. From the rear windows I could see 85-year-old President von Hindenburg strolling in the adjacent park, often in the company of politicians or military men. As Hank said to me, even in visual terms, the party wanted to advance to the immediate vicinity of political power and thus make a political impression. My assignment was not so impressive. Once again it came down to repainting the walls and making minor alterations. The furnishing of a conference room and the Gauleiter's office likewise turned out to be a fairly plain affair, partly for lack of funds, partly because I was still under Tesseno's influence. But this modesty was offset by the ornate carved woods and moulded plaster of the GR Endersite, the boom period of the early 1870s. I worked day and night because the district was anxious to have the place ready as soon as possible. I seldom saw Gauleiter Goebbels. The campaign for the forthcoming elections of November 6, 1932, was taking up all his time. Harried and hoarse, he deigned to be shown the room several times, but without evincing much interest. The renovations were finished, the estimate of costs far exceeded, and the election was lost. Membership shrank, the treasurer wrung his hands over the unpaid bills. To the workmen he could show only his empty cash box. As party members they had to consent to wait for their pay in order not to bankrupt the party. A few days after the dedication, Hitler also inspected the district headquarters, which was named after him. I heard that he liked what he saw, which filled me with pride, although I was not sure whether he had praised the architectural simplicity I had striven for or the ornateness of the original Wilhelmine structure. Soon afterward I returned to my Mannheim office. Nothing had changed, the economic situation and therefore the prospect of commissions had grown worse, if anything. Political conditions were becoming even more confused. One crisis followed on the heels of another, and we paid no attention. For us, things went on as before. On January 30, 1933, I read of Hitler's appointment as Chancellor, but for the time being that did not affect me. Shortly afterward I attended a membership meeting of the Mannheim local party group. I was struck by the low personal and intellectual level of the members. A country cannot be governed by such people, I briefly thought. My concern was needless. The old bureaucratic apparatus continued to run the affairs of state smoothly under Hitler, too. Asterisk, particularly in the early years, Hitler achieved his successes largely by using the existing organizations that he had taken over. In the administrative bureaucracy, the old civil servants carried on as before. Hitler found his military leaders among the elite of the old imperial army and the Reich, where practical matters concerning labor were still partially in the hands of the old union officials. And later, of course, after I introduced the principle of industrial self-responsibility, the directors who helped to achieve the extraordinary increase in armaments production from 1942 on were ones who had already made names for themselves before 1933. Significantly, great successes resulted from combining these old, proven organizations and carefully selected officials from them with Hitler's new system. But undoubtedly this harmonious phase would have been only transitional. After a generation at most, the old leadership would have been replaced by a new one trained in Adolf Hitler schools and Ordensbridge and Audit castles, special training schools for Nazi leaders according to the new educational principles. Even in party circles, the products of such schools were occasionally regarded as too ruthless and arrogant. Then came the election of March 5, 1933, and a week later I received a telephone call from district organization leader Hank in Berlin. "Would you come to Berlin? There is certainly work for you here. When can you come?" he asked. I had the oil changed in our small BMW sports car, packed a suitcase, and we drove all night to Berlin. On little sleep, I called on Hank at headquarters in the morning. He agreed to drive over with the doctor right away. He wants to have a look at his new ministry. The result was that I made a ceremonial entrance along with Goebbels into the handsome building on Wilhelmsplatz, the work of the well-known 19th century architect Carl Friedrich Schinkel. A few hundred people who were waiting there for something, perhaps for Hitler, waved to the new Minister of Propaganda. I felt not only here that new life had been infused into Berlin. After the long crisis, people seemed more vigorous and hopeful. Everyone knew that this time more than another of the usual cabinet shifts was involved. Everyone seemed to sense that an hour of decision had arrived. Groups of people stood around in the streets. Strangers exchanged commonplaces, laughed with one another, or expressed approval of the political events, while somewhere, unnoticed, the party machinery was relentlessly settling accounts with the opponents of years of political struggles, and hundreds of thousands of people were trembling because of their dissent, their religion, or their convictions. After inspecting the ministry, Goebbels commissioned me to rebuild it and to furnish various important rooms, such as his office and the meeting halls. He gave me a formal assignment to begin at once, without waiting for an estimate of costs and without troubling to find out whether funds were available. That was, as subsequently developed, rather autocratic, for no appropriations had yet been made for the newly created propaganda ministry, let alone for these renovations. I tried to carry out my assignment with due deference for Skinkle's interior, but Goebbels thought what I had done insufficiently impressive. After some months he commissioned the very neat Works T10 United Workshops in Munich to redo the rooms in ocean liner style. Hank had secured the influential post of Minister Secretary in the ministry and ruled over the new ministers and teams with great skill. I happened to see a sketch on his desk of the decorations for the night rally that was to be held at Tempelhof Field on May 1. The designs outraged both my revolutionary and my architectural feelings. "Those look like the decorations for a rifle club meet," I exclaimed. Hank replied, "If you can do better, go to it." That same night I sketched a large platform and behind it 3 mighty banners, each of them taller than a 10-story building, stretched between wooden struts. 2 of the banners would be black, white, red with the swastika banner between them. A rather risky idea, for in a strong wind those banners would act like sails. They were to be illuminated by powerful searchlights. The sketch was accepted immediately, and once more I had moved a step ahead. Full of pride, I showed my drawings to Tessino, but he remained fixed in his ideal of solid craftsmanship. "Do you think you have created something, Edeshoi? That's all." But Hitler, as Hank told me, was enthusiastic about the arrangement, although Goebbels claimed the idea for himself. A few weeks later Goebbels moved into the official residence of the Minister of Nutrition. He took possession of it more or less by force, for Hugenberg insisted that it ought to remain at his disposal, the portfolio of Minister of Nutrition being then assigned to his German Nationalist Party. But this dispute soon ended, for Hugenberg left the cabinet on June 26. I was given the assignment to redo the minister's house and also to add a large hall. Somewhat recklessly, I promised to have house and annex ready within 2 months. Hitler did not believe it would be possible to keep this deadline, and Goebbels, in order to spur me on, told me of his doubts. Day and night I kept 3 shifts at work. I took care that various aspects of the construction were synchronized down to the smallest detail, and in the last few days I set a large drying apparatus to work. The building was finally handed over, furnished punctually on the promised date. To decorate the Goebbels house I borrowed a few watercolors by Nold from Eberhard Hanstingel, the director of the Berlin National Gallery. Goebbels and his wife were delighted with the paintings until Hitler came to inspect and expressed his severe disapproval. Then the minister summoned me immediately. "The pictures have to go at once. They're simply impossible." During those early months after the taking of power, a few, at least, of the schools of modern painting, which in 1937 were to be branded as degenerate along with the rest, still had a fighting chance. For Hans Weidemann, an old party member from Essen who wore the gold party badge, headed the art section in the propaganda ministry. Knowing nothing about this episode with Nold's watercolors, he assembled an exhibition of pictures more or less of the Noldmunch school and recommended them to the minister as samples of revolutionary nationalist art. Goebbels, having learned better, had the compromising paintings removed at once. When Weidemann refused to go along with this total repudiation of modernity, he was reassigned to some lesser job within the ministry. At the time, this conjunction of power and servility on Goebbels' part struck me as weird. There was something fantastic about the absolute authority Hitler could assert over his closest associates of many years, even in matters of taste. Goebbels had simply grovelled before Hitler. We were all in the same boat. I too, though altogether at home in modern art, tacitly accepted Hitler's pronouncement. No sooner had I finished the assignment for Goebbels than I was summoned to Nuremberg. That was in July 1933. Preparations were being made there for the first party rally of what was now the government party. The victorious spirit of the party was to be expressed even in the architecture of the background, but the local architect had been unable to come up with satisfactory suggestions. I was taken to Nuremberg by plane and there made my sketches. They were not exactly overflowing with fresh ideas, for in fact they resembled the design for May 1. Instead of my great banners, I provided a gigantic eagle, over 100 feet in wingspread, to crown the Zeppelin field. I spiked it to a timber framework like a butterfly in a collection. The Nuremberg organization leader did not dare to decide on this matter by himself, and therefore sent me to headquarters in Munich. I had a letter of introduction with me, since I was still completely unknown outside of Berlin. It seemed that headquarters took architecture, or rather festival decor, with extraordinary seriousness. A few minutes after my arrival I stood in Rudolf Hess's luxuriously appointed office, my folder of drawings in my hand. He did not give me a chance to speak. Only the Führer himself can decide this sort of thing. He made a brief telephone call and then said, "The Führer is in his apartment. Have you driven over there?" For the first time I had an intimation of what the magic word of architecture meant under Hitler. We stopped at an apartment house in the vicinity of the Prinzregenten Theatre. 2 flights up I was admitted to an anteroom containing mementos or presents of low quality. The furniture, too, testified to poor taste. An adjutant came in, opened a door, said casually, "Go in," and I stood before Hitler, the mighty Chancellor of the Reich. On a table in front of him lay a pistol that had been taken apart. He seemed to have been cleaning it. "Put the drawings here," he said curtly. Without looking at me, he pushed the parts of the pistol aside and examined my sketches with interest but without a word. Agreed. No more. Since he turned to his pistol again, I left the room in some confusion. There was astonishment in Nuremberg when I reported that I had received the approval from Hitler in person. Had the organizers then known how spellbound Hitler was by any drawing, a large delegation would have gone to Munich and I would at best have been allowed to stand at the very back of the group. But in those days few people were acquainted with Hitler's hobby. In the autumn of 1933 Hitler commissioned his Munich architect Paul Ludwig Troost, who had designed the fittings for the ocean liner Europa and rebuilt the Brown House, to completely redo and refurnish the Chancellor's residence in Berlin. The job was to be completed as quickly as possible. Troost's building supervisor came from Munich and was thus not familiar with Berlin construction firms and practices. Hitler then recollected that a young architect had finished an annex for Goebbels in a remarkably brief time. He assigned me as an aide to the Munich supervisor. I was to choose the firms, to guide him through the mazes of the Berlin construction market, and to intervene wherever needed in the interests of speed. This collaboration began with a careful inspection of the Chancellor's residence by Hitler, his building supervisor, and myself. In the spring of 1939, 6 years later, in an article on the previous condition of the place, Hitler wrote, "After the 1918 revolution, the building gradually began to decay. Large parts of the roof timbers were rotted and the attics completely dilapidated. Since my predecessors, in general, could count upon a term of office of only 3 to 5 months, they saw no reason to remove the filth of those who had occupied the house before them, nor to see to that those who came after would have better conditions than they themselves. They had no prestige to maintain toward foreign countries, since these in any case took little notice of them. As a result, the building was in a state of utter neglect. Ceilings and floors were mouldy, wallpaper and floors rotting, the whole place filled with an almost unbearable smell, one that was certainly exaggerated. Still, the condition of this residence was almost incredible. The kitchen had little light and was equipped with long outmoded stoves. There was only one bathroom for all the inhabitants, and its fixtures dated from the turn of the century. There were also innumerable examples of bad taste, doors painted to imitate natural wood and marble urns for flowers which were actually only marble-used cheap metal basins. Hitler exclaimed triumphantly, "Here you see the whole corruption of the old republic. One can even show the Chancellor's residence to a foreigner. I would be embarrassed to receive even a single visitor here." During this thorough tour, which lasted perhaps 3 hours, we also went into the attic. The janitor explained, "And this is the door that leads to the next building." "What do you mean?" "There is a passage running through the attics of all the ministries as far as the Hotel Adlon." "Why?" "During the riots at the beginning of the Weimar Republic, it turned out that the rioters could besiege the residence and cut the Chancellor off from the outside world. The passage was created so that in an emergency he could clear out. Hitler had the door opened, and sure enough, we could walk into the adjacent Foreign Office. 'Have the door walled up,' he said. We don't need anything like that." After the repairs had begun, Hitler came to the site at noon almost every day, followed by an adjutant. He studied the progress that had been made and took pleasure in the rooms as they came into being. Soon the band of construction workers were greeting him in a friendly and easy way. In spite of the two SS men in civilian dress who stood unobtrusively in the background, these scenes had an idyllic air. You could see from Hitler's behavior that he felt at home amid construction. Yet he avoided any cheap popularity chasing. The supervisor and I accompanied him on these tours. In a terse but not unfriendly manner, he addressed his questions to us. When is this room to be plastered? When are the windows coming? Have the detailed drawings arrived from Munich? Not yet. I'll ask the professor. That was the way he usually referred to Troost about them myself. Another room was inspected. All this has already been plastered. That hadn't he been done yesterday? Why, the ceiling moulding is very handsome. The professor does that sort of thing wonderfully. When do you think you'll be finished? I am in a great hurry. All I have now is the small state secretary's apartment on the top floor. I can't invite anyone there. It's ridiculous how penny-pinching the Republic was. Have you seen the entrance and the elevator? Any department store has a better one. The elevator in fact would get stuck from time to time and was rated for only 3 persons. That was the tone Hitler took. It is easy to imagine how this naturalness of his impressed me. After all, he was not only the Chancellor but also the man who was beginning to revive everything in Germany, who was providing work for the unemployed and launching vast economic programs. Only much later, and on the basis of tiny clues, did I begin to perceive that a good measure of propagandist calculation underlay all this simplicity. I had already accompanied him some 20 or 30 times when he suddenly invited me in the course of a tour. Will you come to dinner with me today? Naturally, this unexpected gesture made me happy, all the more so since I had never expected it because of his impersonal manner. I was used to clambering around building sites, but that particular day I unluckily had a hod of plaster fall on me from a scaffolding. I must have looked at my Sen jacket with a rueful expression, for Hitler commented, "Just come along, we'll fix that upstairs." In his apartment the guests were already waiting, among them Goebbels, who looked quite surprised to see me appear in this circle. Hitler took me into his private rooms. His valet was sent off for Hitler's own dark blue jacket. There, wear that for the while. And so I entered the dining room behind Hitler and sat at his side, favoured above all the other guests. Evidently he had taken a liking to me. Goebbels noticed something that had entirely escaped me in my excitement. "Why, you re-wearing the Führer's badge?" Asterisk. Hitler was the only party member to wear a gold badge of sovereignty, an eagle with a swastika in its talons. Everyone else wore the round party badge. But Hitler's jacket did not differ from ordinary civilian jackets. "That isn't your jacket, then?" Hitler spared me the reply. "No, it is mine." On this occasion Hitler for the first time addressed a few personal questions to me. Only now did he discover that I had designed the May 1 decorations. "I see, and you did the ones in Nuremberg too. There was an architect who came to see me with the plans, right? That was you. I never would have thought you could have got Goebbels' building finished by the deadline." He did not ask about my membership in the party. In the case of artists, it seemed to me he did not care one way or the other. Instead of political questions, he wanted to find out as much as possible about my origins, my career as an architect, and my father's and grandfather's buildings. Years later Hitler referred to this invitation. "You attracted my notice during our rounds. I was looking for an architect to whom I could entrust my building plans. I wanted someone young, for as you know these plans extend far into the future. I need someone who will be able to continue after my death with the authority I have conferred on him. I saw you as that man. After years of frustrated efforts I was wild to accomplish things and 28 years old. For the commission to do a great building, I would have sold my soul like Faust. Now I had found my Mephistopheles. He seemed no less engaging than Goethe. For my catalyst. I was by nature hard-working, but I always needed a special impulse to develop new talents and rally fresh energy. Now I had found my catalyst, I could not have encountered a more effective one. At an ever-quickening pace and with ever greater urgency, all my powers were summoned forth. In responding to this challenge, I gave up the real center of my life, my family. Completely under the sway of Hitler, I was henceforth possessed by my work. Nothing else mattered. Hitler knew how to drive his associates to the greatest efforts. The higher he aims, the more a man grows, he would say. During the 20 years I spent in Spandau prison, I often asked myself what I would have done if I had recognized Hitler's real face and the true nature of the regime he had established. The answer was banal and dispiriting. My position as Hitler's architect had soon become indispensable to me. Not yet 30, I saw before me the most exciting prospects an architect can dream of. Moreover, the intensity with which I went at my work repressed problems that I ought to have faced. A good many perplexities were smothered by the daily rush. In writing these memoirs, I became increasingly astonished to realize that before 1944 I so rarely, in fact almost never, found the time to reflect about myself or my own activities, that I never gave my own existence a thought. Today, in retrospect, I often have the feeling that something swooped me up off the ground at the time, wrenched me from all my roots, and beamed a host of alien forces upon me. In retrospect, what perhaps troubles me most is that my occasional spells of uneasiness during this period were concerned mainly with the direction I was taking as an architect, with my growing estrangement from Tesno's doctrines. On the other hand, I must have had the feeling that it was no affair of mine when I heard the people around me declaring an open season on Jews, Freemasons, Social Democrats, or Jehovah's Witnesses. I thought I was not implicated if I myself did not take part. The ordinary party member was being taught that grand policy was much too complex for him to judge it. Consequently, one felt one was being represented, never called upon to take personal responsibility. The whole structure of the system was aimed at preventing conflicts of conscience from even arising. The result was the total sterility of all conversations and discussions among these like-minded persons. It was boring for people to confirm one another in their uniform opinions. Worse still was the restriction of responsibility to one's own field. That was explicitly demanded. Everyone kept to his own group of architects, physicians, jurists, technicians, soldiers, or farmers. The professional organizations to which everyone had to belong were called chambers: physicians' chamber, art chamber, and this term aptly described the way people were immured in isolated, closed-off areas of life. The longer Hitler's system lasted, the more people's minds moved within such isolated chambers. If this arrangement had gone on for a number of generations, it alone would have caused the whole system to wither, I think, for we would have arrived at a kind of caste society. The disparity between this and the Volksgemeinschaft community of the people proclaimed in 1933 always astonished me, for this had the effect of stamping out the promised integration, or at any rate of greatly hindering it. What eventually developed was a society of totally isolated individuals. For although it may sound strange today, for us it was no empty slogan that the fewer proposes and disposes for all. We had been rendered susceptible to such ideas from our youth on. We had derived our principles from the the authoritarian though not totalitarian state of Imperial Germany. Moreover, we had learned those principles in wartime, when the state's authoritarian character had been further intensified. Perhaps the background had prepared us like soldiers for the kind of thinking we encountered once again in Hitler's system. Tight public order was in our blood. The liberalism of the Weimar Republic seemed to us by comparison lax, dubious, and in no way desirable. In order to be available to my client at any time, I had rented a painter's studio on Behrenstrasse, a few hundred yards from the Chancellery, for my office. My assistants, all of them young, worked from morning until late at night without regard for their private lives. For lunch we generally had a few sandwiches. It would be nearly 10 o'clock at night before we would quit and, exhausted, end our working day with a bite at the nearby PFL Weinstube, where we would once more discuss the day's labors. Major assignments did not come our way at once. I continued to receive a few occasional rush jobs from Hitler, who apparently thought that what I was chiefly good for was the speedy completion of commissions. The previous Chancellor's office on the second floor of the office building had 3 windows overlooking Wilhelmsplatz. During those early months of 1933 a crowd almost invariably gathered there and chanted their demand to see the Führer. As a result, it had become impossible for Hitler to work in the room, and he did not like it anyhow. Much too small, 650 square feet it might do for one of my assistants. Where would I sit with a state visitor in this little kammer here? And this desk is just about the right size for my office manager. Hitler had me refurbish a hall overlooking the garden as his new private office. For 5 years he contented himself with this room, although he considered it only temporary. But even after he moved into his office in the new chancellery built in 1938, he soon came to feel that this too was unsatisfactory. By 1950, according to his instructions and my plans, a final new chancellery was to be built. It was to include a palatial office for Hitler and his successors in coming centuries, which would measure 10,000 square feet, 16 times larger than the original Chancellor's office. But after talking the matter over with Hitler, I tucked in a private office to supplement this vast hall. It again measured about 600 square feet. As things worked out, the old office was not to be used, for Hitler wanted to be able to show himself to the crowd, and therefore had me build a new historic balcony in great haste. The window was really too inconvenient, Hitler remarked to me with satisfaction. I could not be seen from all sides. After all, I could not very well lean out. But the architect of the first reconstruction of the Chancellery, Professor Eduard Jobst Seidler of the Berlin Institute of Technology, made a fuss about our doing violence to his work, and Lammers, chief of the Reich Chancellery, agreed that our addition would constitute an infringement on an artist's copyright. Hitler scornfully dismissed these objections. Seidler has spoiled the whole of Wilhelmsplatz. Why? That building looks like the headquarters of a soap company, not the center of the Reich. What does he think? That I'll let him build the balcony too? But he propitiated the professor with another commission. A few months later I was told to build a barracks camp for the workmen of the Autobahn, construction of which had just begun. Hitler was displeased with the kind of quarters hitherto provided and instructed me to develop a model which could be used for all such camps, with decent kitchens, washrooms, and showers, with a lounge and cabins containing only 2 beds each. These quarters were indeed a great improvement over the building site barracks commonly used up to that time. Hitler took an interest in these model buildings and asked me to give him a report on their effect on the workers. This was just the attitude I had imagined the National Socialist leader would have. Until the remodeling of his Chancellor's residence was done, Hitler stayed in the apartment of State Secretary Lammers on the top floor of the office building. Here I frequently had lunch or dinner with him. Evenings he usually had some trusty companions about: Reich, his chauffeur of many years, Sepp Dietrich, the commander of his SS bodyguard, Dr. Otto Dietrich, the press chief, Bruckner and Shaw, his 2 adjutants, and Heinrich Hoffmann, his official photographer. Since the table held no more than 10 persons, this group almost completely filled it. For the midday meal, on the other hand, Hitler's old Munich comrades foregathered, such as Armin Schwarz and Esser or Galater Wagner. Frequently, Wellen was present also. He was head of the Munich branch of Daimler-Benz and supplier of Hitler's personal cars. Cabinet ministers seen seldom present. I also saw very little of Himmler, Rohem, or Streyer at these meals, but Goebbels and Göring were often there. Even then all regular officials of the Chancellery were excluded. Thus it was noticeable that even Lammers, although the apartment was his, was never invited, undoubtedly with good reason. For in this circle Hitler often spoke his mind on the day's developments. He used these sociable hours to work off the nervous strain of his office. He liked to describe the way he had broken the grip of the bureaucracy, which threatened to strangle him in his capacity as Reich Chancellor. In the first few weeks every petty matter was brought to me for decision. Every day I found heaps of files on my desk, and however much I worked there were always as many again. Finally, I put an end to that nonsense. If I had gone on that way, I would never have accomplished anything, simply because that stuff left me no time for thinking. When I refused to see the files, they told me that important decisions would be held up. But I decided that I had to clear the deck so I could give my mind to the important things. That way I governed the course of development instead of being governed by the officials. Sometimes he talked about his drivers. Schreck was the best driver you can imagine, and our supercharger is good for over 100. We always drove very fast, but in recent years, I've told Shrek not to drive over 50. How terrible if something had happened to me. What fun we had teasing the big American cars. We kept right behind them until they tried to lose us. Those Americans are junk compared to a Mercedes. Their motor couldn't take it. After a while it would overheat, and they'd have to pull over to the side of the road, looking glum. Served them right. Every evening a crude movie projector was set up to show the newsreel and 1 or 2 movies. In the early days the servants were extremely inept at handling the apparatus. Frequently the picture was upside down or the film strip broke. In those days Hitler took such accidents with more good humour than his adjutants, who were fond of using the power they derived from their chief to bawl out underlings. The choice of films was a matter Hitler discussed with Goebbels. Usually they were the same ones being shown in the Berlin movie houses at the time. Hitler preferred light entertainment, love, and society films. All the films with Emil Jannings and Heinz R. H. Mann, with Henny Porten, Lil Dagover, Olga Tishetshauer, Sarah Leander, or Jenny Jugo had to be procured as quickly as possible. Reviews with lots of like display were sure to please him. Frequently we saw foreign films, including those that were withheld from the German public. Sports and mountaineering films were shown very rarely, animal and landscape movies and travelogues never. Hitler also had no feeling for the comedies of the kind I loved at the time, those featuring Buster Keaton or Charlie Chaplin. German movie production was not nearly sufficient to fill the quota of 2 new movies every day. Many were therefore shown twice or even more often, interestingly enough, never those with tragic plots. The ones we saw more than once were frequently spectaculars or movies with his favourite actors. His preferences, and the habit of seeing 1 or 2 films every evening continued until the beginning of the war. At one of these dinners, in the winter of 1933, I happened to be seated beside Göring. "Is Speer doing your residence, my Führer? Is he your architect?" I wasn't he, but Hitler said I was. "Then permit me to have him remodel my house too." Hitler gave his consent, and Göring, scarcely inquiring what I thought of the proposal, put me into his big open limousine after the meal was over and dragged me off to his residence like a piece of booty. He had picked out for himself the former official residence of the Prussian Minister of Commerce, a palace that the Prussian state had built with great lavishness before 1914. It was situated in one of the gardens behind Leipziger Platz. Only a few months before, this residence had been expensively redone according to Göring's own instructions, with Prussian state funds. Hitler had come to see it and commented deprecatingly, "Dark. How can anyone live in such darkness? Compare this with my Professor S. work. Everything bright, clear, and simple." I did in fact find the place a romantically tangled warren of small rooms, gloomy with stained glass windows and heavy velvet hangings, cluttered with massive Renaissance furniture. There was a kind of chapel presided over by the swastika, and the new symbol had also been reiterated on ceilings, walls, and floors throughout the house. There was the feeling that something terribly solemn and tragic would always be going on in this place. It was characteristic of the system and probably of all authoritarian forms of society that Hitler's criticism on example produced an instant change in Göring. For he immediately repudiated the decorative scheme he had just completed, although he probably felt fairly comfortable in it, since it rather corresponded to his disposition. "Don't look at this," he said to me. "I can stand it myself. Do it any way you like. I am giving you a free hand, only it must turn out like the Führer's place." That was a fine assignment. Money, as was always the case with Göring, was no object, and so walls were ripped out in order to turn the many rooms on the ground floor into 4 large rooms. The largest of these, his study, measured almost 1,500 square feet, thus approaching the size of Hitler's. An annex was added, mostly of glass framed in bronze. Bronze was in short supply. It was treated as a scarce metal and there were high penalties for using it for non-essential purposes, but that did not bother Göring in the least. He was rapturous every time he made an inspection. He beamed like a child on its birthday, rubbed his hands, and laughed. Göring's furniture suited his bulk. An old Renaissance desk was of enormous proportions, as was the desk chair whose back rose far above his head. It had probably been a prince's throne. On the desk he had 2 silver candelabra with enormous parchment shades to illuminate an oversized photograph of Hitler. The original, which Hitler had given him, had not seemed impressive enough. He had had it tremendously enlarged, and every visitor wondered at this special honor that Hitler had seemingly conferred on him, since it was well known in party and government circles that Hitler presented his portrait to his paladins always in the same size, inside a silver frame specially designed for it by Frau Troost. There was an immense painting in the hall which could be drawn up to the ceiling in order to expose openings to a projection room behind the wall. The painting struck me as familiar. In fact, as I subsequently learned, Göring had in his unabashed fashion simply ordered his director of the Kaiser Friedrich Museum to deliver the famous Rubens' Diana at the Stag Hunt, considered one of the museum's prized possessions, to his residence. During the reconstruction, Göring lived in the mansion of the president of the Reichstag, opposite the Reichstag itself, an early 20th century building with strong elements of Nouveau Riche Rococo. Here our discussions about his future residence took place. Frequently present at these talks was one of the directors of the Vereinigte Works T10, Herr Pieck, a grey-haired elderly gentleman full of best intentions to please Göring, but cowed by the brusque manner Göring used with subordinates. One day we were sitting with Göring in a room whose walls were done in the Wilhelmine Rococo style, adorned from top to bottom with roses in bas-relief quintessential atrociousness. Even Göring knew that when he asked, "How do you like this decoration, Herr Director? Not bad, is it?" Instead of saying, "It is ghastly," the old gentleman became unsure of himself. He did not want to disagree with his prominent employer and customer and answered evasively. Göring immediately scented an opportunity for a joke and winked at me. "But, Herr Director, don't you think it is beautiful? I mean to have you decorate all my rooms this way." We were talking about just that. "Weren't we, Herr Speer?" "Yes, of course. The drawings are already being made. There you are, Herr Director. You see, this is the style we're going to follow. I am sure you like it." The director writhed. His artistic conscience brought beads of sweat to his forehead, and his goatee quivered with distress. Göring had taken it into his head to make the old man forswear himself. "Now look at this wall carefully. See how wonderfully those roses twine their way up, like being in a rose arbor out in the open. And you mean to say you can feel enthusiastic about this sort of thing?" "Oh yes, yes," the desperate man concurred. "But you should be enthusiastic about such a work of art, a well-known connoisseur like you. Tell me, don't you think it is beautiful?" The game went on for a long time until the director gave in and voiced the praise Göring demanded. "They all like that," Göring afterward said contemptuously. And it was true enough. They were all like that, Göring included. For at meals he now never tired of telling Hitler how bright and expansive his home was now, just like yours, my Führer. If Hitler had had roses climbing the walls of his room, Göring would have insisted on roses. By the winter of 1933, only a few months after that decisive invitation to dinner, I had been taken into the circle of Hitler's intimates. There were very few persons besides myself who had been so favored. Hitler had undoubtedly taken a special liking to me, although I was by nature reticent and not very talkative. I have often asked myself whether he was projecting upon me his unfulfilled youthful dream of being a great architect. But given the fact that Hitler so often acted in a purely intuitive way, why he took to me so warmly remains a mystery. I was still a long way from my later neoclassical manner. By chance some plans which I drew up in the autumn of 1933 have been preserved. They were for a prize competition for a party school in Munich Grunwald. All German architects were invited to participate. My design already relied heavily on melodrama and a dominant axis, but I was still using the austere vocabulary I had learned from Tessiner. Hitler, along with Troost and myself, looked at the entries before the judging. The sketches were unsigned, as is mandatory in such competitions. Of course I did not win. After the verdict, when the incognitos were lifted, Troost in a studio conversation praised my sketch. And to my astonishment Hitler remembered it in detail, although he had looked at my plans for only a few seconds among 100 others. He silently ignored Trust's praise. Probably in the course of it he realized that I was still far from being an architect after his own heart. Hitler went to Munich every 2 or 3 weeks. More and more often he took me along on these trips. In the train he would usually talk animatedly about which drawings the professor would probably have ready. I imagine he has redone the ground floor plan of the House of Art. There were some improvements needed there. I wonder whether the details for the dining room have been drafted yet, and then perhaps we'll be able to see the sketches for Wackel's sculptures. On arrival, he usually went directly from the railroad station to Professor Trust's studio. It was situated in a battered backyard off the Seenstrasse, fairly near the Institute of Technology. We would go up 2 flights of a dreary stairway that had not been painted for years. Trust, conscious of his standing, never came to meet Hitler on the stairs, nor ever accompanied him downstairs when he left. In the anteroom, Hitler would greet him, "I can wait, Herr Professor. Is there anything new? Let us see it." And we would plunge right in. Hitler and I would stand in the studio itself while Trust, composed and quiet as always, spread out his plans and the sketches of his ideas. But Hitler, as foremost architect, had no better luck than I later did. Hitler seldom showed his enthusiasm. Afterward, Trust's wife, Frau Professor, would show samples of the textiles and wool colors to be used for the Munich Führer building. These were subtle and restrained, actually too understated for Hitler's taste, which inclined toward the gaudy. But he liked what he saw. The balanced bourgeois atmosphere which was then the fashion in wealthy society had about it a muted luxury that obviously appealed to him. 2 or more hours would pass, then Hitler would take his leave, tersely but very cordially, to go to his own Munich apartment. He would throw a few quick words to me, but come for lunch in the Osteria. At the usual time, around 2:30, I went to the Osteria Bavaria, a small artist's restaurant which rose to unexpected fame when it became Hitler's regular restaurant. In a place like this, one could more easily imagine a table of artists gathered around Landbeauftragte with long hair and huge beards, than Hitler with his neatly dressed or uniformed retinue. But he felt at ease in the Osteria. As a frustrated artist, he obviously liked the atmosphere he had once sought to attain to, and now had finally both lost and surpassed. Quite often the select group of guests had to wait for hours for Hitler. There would be an adjutant, also Bavarian Gauleiter Wagner if by this time he had slept off last night's drinking bout, and of course Hitler's constant companion and court photographer, Hoffmann, who by this time was quite often slightly tipsy. Very often the likable Miss Unity Mitford was present, and sometimes, though rarely, a painter or a sculptor. Then there would be Dr. Dietrich, the Reich press chief, and invariably Martin Bormann, Rudolf Hess' secretary, who seemed utterly inconspicuous. On the street several hundred people would be waiting, for our presence was indication enough that he would be coming. Shouts of rejoicing outside. Hitler headed toward our regular kammer, which was shielded on one side by a low partition. In good weather we sat in the small courtyard where there was a hint of an arbor. Hitler gave the owner and the 2 waitresses a jovial greeting. "What's good today? Ravioli. If only you didn't make it so delicious. It's too tempting." Hitler snapped his fingers. "Everything would be perfect in your place, Herr Jutelmoser, if I did not have to think of my waistline. You forget that the Führer cannot eat whatever he would like to." Then he would study the menu for a long time and order ravioli. Everyone ordered whatever he liked: cutlets, goulash, Hungarian wine from the cask. In spite of Hitler's occasional jokes about carrion eaters and wine drinkers, everyone ate and drank with zest. In this circle there was a sense of privacy. One tacit agreement prevailed: no one must mention politics. The sole exception was Lady Mitford, who even in the later years of international tension persistently spoke up for her country and often actually pleaded with Hitler to make a deal with England. In spite of Hitler's discouraging reserve, she did not abandon her efforts through all those years. Then, in September 1939, on the day of England's declaration of war, she tried to shoot herself with a small pistol in Munich's Englischer Garten. Hitler had the best specialists in Munich care for her, and as soon as she could travel sent her home to England by a special railroad car through Switzerland. The principal topic during these meals was, regularly, the morning visit to Professor Trust. Hitler would be full of praise for what he had seen. He effortlessly remembered all the details. His relationship to Troost was somewhat that of a pupil to his teacher. It reminded me of my own uncritical admiration of Tessiner. I found this trait very engaging. I was amazed to see that this man, although worshipped by the people around him, was still capable of a kind of reverence. Hitler, who felt himself to be an architect, respected the superiority of the professional in this field. He would never have done that in politics. He talked frankly about how the Bruckmanns, a highly cultivated publishing family of Munich, had introduced him to Troost. It was, he said, as if scales fell from my eyes when he saw Troost's work. I could no longer bear the things I had drawn up to then. What a piece of good luck that I met this man. One could only assent. It is ghastly to think what his architectural taste would have been like without Troost's influence. He once showed me his sketchbook of the early 20s. I saw attempts at public buildings in the neo-Baroque style of Vienna's Ringstrasse products of the 1890s. Curiously enough, such architectural sketches often showed the page with sketches of weapons and warships. In comparison to that sort of thing, Troost's architecture was actually Speer. Consequently, his influence upon Hitler remained marginal. Up to the end, Hitler lauded the architects and the buildings which had served him as models for his early sketches. Among these was the Paris Opera built 1861–74 by Charles Gamier. The stairwell is the most beautiful in the world. When the ladies strolled down in their costly gowns and uniformed men form lanes, Herr Speer, we must build something like that too. He raved about the Vienna Opera, the most magnificent opera house in the world, with marvelous acoustics. When as a young man I sat up there in the fourth gallery, Hitler had this story to tell about Van der Noll, one of the two architects of this building. He thought the opera house was a failure. You know, he was in such despair that on the day before the opening he put a bullet through his head, that the dedication it turned out to be his greatest success. Everyone praised the architect. Such remarks quite often led him to observations about difficult situations in which he himself had been involved and in which some fortunate turn of events had again and again saved him. The lesson was, you must never give up. He was especially fond of the numerous theatres built by Hermann Helmer 1849–1919 and Ferdinand Fellner 1847–1916, who had provided both Austria-Hungary and Germany at the end of the 19th century with many late Baroque theatres, all in the same pattern. He knew where all their buildings were and later had the neglected theatre in Augsburg renovated. But he also appreciated the stricter architects of the 19th century such as Gottfried Semper 1803–79, who built the Opera House and the Picture Gallery in Dresden and the Hofburg and the Court Museums in Vienna, as well as Theophil Hansen 1803–83, who had designed several impressive classical buildings in Athens and Vienna. As soon as the German troops took Brussels in 1940, I was dispatched there to look at the huge Palace of Justice by Pollard 1817–79, which Hitler raved about, although he knew it only from its plans, which was also true of the Paris Opera. After my return, he had me give him a detailed description of the building. Such were Hitler's architectural passions. But ultimately, he was always drawn back to inflated neo-Baroque such as Kaiser Wilhelm Roman II had also fostered through his court architect Ein. Fundamentally, it was decadent Baroque, comparable to the style that accompanied the decline of the Roman Empire. Thus, in the realm of architecture, as in painting and sculpture, Hitler really remained arrested in the world of his youth, the world of 1880–1910, which stamped its imprint on his artistic taste as on his political and ideological conceptions. Contradictory impulses were typical of Hitler. Thus he would sing the praises of the Viennese examples that had impressed him in his youth, and in the same breath would declare, "I first learned what architecture is from Troost. When I had some money, I bought one piece of furniture after the other from him. I looked at his buildings, at the appointments of the Europa, and always gave thanks to fate for appearing to me in the guise of Frau Bruckmann and leading this master to me. When the party had greater means, I commissioned him to remodel and furnish the Brown House. You've seen it. What trouble I had on account of it. Those Philistines in the party thought it was a waste of money. And how much I learned from the professor in the course of that remodeling. Paul Ludwig Troost was a Westphalian, extremely tall and spare, with a close-shaven head. Restrained in conversation, eschewing gestures, he belonged to a group of architects such as Peter Behrens, Joseph M. Albrecht, Brunner Paul, and Walter Gropius, who before 1914 led a reaction against the highly ornamented Jugendstil and advocated a lean approach, almost devoid of ornament, and a Spartan traditionalism with which they combined elements of modernity. Troost had occasionally won prizes in competitions, but before 1933 he was never able to advance into the leading group of German architects. There was no Führer style, for all that the party press expatiated on this subject. What was branded as the official architecture of the Reich was only the neoclassicism transmitted by Troost. It was multiplied, altered, exaggerated, and sometimes distorted to the point of ludicrousness. Hitler appreciated the permanent qualities of the classical style all the more because he thought he had found certain points of relationship between the Dorians and his own Germanic world. Nevertheless, it would be a mistake to try to look within Hitler's mentality for some ideologically based architectural style. That would not have been in keeping with his pragmatic way of thinking. Undoubtedly Hitler had something in mind when he regularly took me along on those architectural consultations in Munich. He must have wanted me in my turn to become a disciple of Troost. I was eager to learn and actually did learn a good deal from Troost. The elaborate but restrained architecture of my second teacher decisively influenced me. The prolonged table talk in the Osteria was brought to an end. The professor told me that the stairwell in the Führer house is being panelled today. I can hardly wait to see it. Bruckner, send for the car, we'll drive right over. And to me, you'll come along? He would hurry straight from the car to the stairwell in the Führer house, inspect it from downstairs, from the gallery, from the stairs, then go upstairs again, full of enthusiasm. Finally he would look over the entire building. He would once again demonstrate his familiarity with every detail of the plans and sufficiently astonish everyone concerned with the building. Satisfied with the progress, satisfied with himself because he was the cause and prime mover of these buildings, he went to his next destination, the home of his photographer in Munich, Bogenhausen. In good weather coffee would be served in the Hofmann's little garden. Surrounded by the gardens of other villas, it was hardly more than 2,000 feet square. Hitler tried to resist the cake, but finally consented, with many compliments to Frau Hoffmann, to have some put on his plate. If the sun were shining brightly, the Führer and Reich Chancellor might even take off his coat and lie down on the grass in shirt sleeves. At the Hoffmanns he felt at home. Once he sent for a volume of Ludwig Thoma and read a passage aloud. Hitler particularly looked forward to the paintings which the photographer had brought to his house for the Führer to choose from. At first I was stunned at what Hoffmann showed Hitler and what met with his approval. Later I grew accustomed to Hitler's taste in art, though I myself still went on collecting early romantic landscapes by such painters as Rotman, Fries, or Kobel. One of Hitler's, as well as Hoffmann's favourite painters was Eduard Tiziano, whose pictures of tipsy monks and inebriated butlers seemed hardly the right sort of thing for a teetotaler like Hitler. But Hitler regarded these paintings solely from their artistic aspect. That one is priced at only 5,000 marks. The painting's market value could not have been more than 2,000 marks. Do you know, Hoffmann, that as a steel, look at these details. Tiziano is greatly underrated. The next work by this painter cost him considerably more. It is simply that he hasn't been discovered yet. Rembrandt also counted for nothing for many decades after his death. His pictures were practically given away. Believe me, this Tiziano will someday be worth as much as a Rembrandt. Rembrandt himself couldn't he have painted that better? For all departments of art, Hitler regarded the late 19th century as one of the greatest cultural epochs in human history. That it was not yet recognized as such, he said, was only because we were too close to it in time. But his appreciation stopped at Impressionism, whereas the naturalism of a label or a Thoma suited his activistic approach to art. Mackart ranked highest. He also thought highly of Spitzwerg. In this case I could understand his feeling, although what he admired was not so much the bold and often impressionistic brushwork as the staunch middle-class humor quality, the affable humour with which Spitzwerg gently mocked the small-town Munich of his period. Later, to the consternation of the photographer, it turned out that a forger had exploited this fondness for Spitzweg. Hitler began to be uneasy about which of his Spitzwegs were genuine, but quickly repressed these doubts and commented maliciously, "You know, some of the Spitzwegs that Hoffmann has hanging are fake, I can tell at a glance, but let us not take away his pleasure in them." He said that last with the Bavarian intonation he liked to fall into while in Munich. He frequently visited Carlton's Terrain, a bogus luxurious place with reproduction furniture and fake crystal chandeliers. He liked it because the people there left him undisturbed, did not bother him with applause or requests for autographs, as was generally the case elsewhere in Munich. Frequently, I would receive a telephone call late at night from Hitler's apartment, the Führer's driving over to the Café Heck and has asked that you come too. I would have to get out of bed and had no prospect of returning before 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Occasionally Hitler would apologize. I formed the habit of staying up late during our days of struggle. After rallies I would have to sit down with the old fighters, and besides my speeches usually stirred me up so much that I would not have been able to sleep before early morning. The Café Heck, in contrast to Carlton's Terrain, was furnished with plain wooden chairs and iron tables. It was the old party café where Hitler used to meet his comrades. But any such meetings stopped after 1933. The Munich group had shown him such devotion over so many years that I had expected him to have a group of close Munich friends, but there was nothing of the sort. On the contrary, Hitler tended to become sulky when one of the old comrades wanted to speak to him and almost always managed to refuse or delay such requests on all sorts of pretexts. No doubt the old party comrades did not always assume the tone of respectful distance that Hitler, for all the geniality he outwardly displayed, now thought proper. Frequently, they adopted an air of unseemly familiarity. What they supposed was their well-earned right to such intimacy no longer comported with the historical role Hitler by now attributed to himself. On extremely rare occasions he might still pay a visit to one or another of them. They had meanwhile acquired lordly mansions, most of them held important offices. Their one annual meeting was the anniversary of the Putsch of November 9, 1923, which was celebrated in the Biergerberkeller. Surprisingly, Hitler did not at all look forward to these reunions. It was clear that he found it distasteful to have to be present. After 1933 there quickly formed various rival factions that held divergent views, spied on each other, and held each other in contempt. A mixture of scorn and dislike became the prevailing mood within the party. Each new dignitary rapidly gathered a circle of intimates around him. Thus Himmler associated almost exclusively with his SS following, from whom he could count on unqualified respect. Göring also had his band of uncritical admirers, consisting partly of members of his family, partly of his closest associates and adjutants. Goebbels felt at ease in the company of literary and movie people. Hess occupied himself with problems of homeopathic medicine, loved chamber music, and had screwy but interesting acquaintances. As an intellectual, Goebbels looked down on the crude Philistines of the leading group in Munich, who for their part made fun of the conceited academic's literary ambitions. Göring considered neither the Munich Philistines nor Goebbels sufficiently aristocratic for him, and therefore avoided all social relations with them, whereas Himmler, filled with the elitist missionary zeal of the SS, which for a time expressed itself in a bias for the sons of princes and counts, felt far superior to all the others. Hitler, too, had his retinue, which went everywhere with him. Its membership, consisting of chauffeurs, the photographer, his pilot, and secretaries, remained always the same. Hitler held these divergent circles together politically. But after a year in power, neither Himmler nor Göring nor Hess appeared frequently enough at his dinner table or movie showings for there to be any semblance of a society of the new regime. When they did come, their interest was so completely concentrated upon wooing Hitler's favor that no cross-connections to the other groups sprang up. To be sure, Hitler did not foster any social ties among the leaders. In fact, as his situation grew increasingly critical in later years, he watched any efforts at rapprochement with keen suspicion. Not until it was all over did the still surviving heads of these isolated miniature worlds meet all together in a Luxembourg hotel, and then only because they had no choice in the matter, for they were all prisoners. During these stays in Munich, Hitler paid little attention to government or party business, even less than in Berlin or at Obersalzberg. Usually only an hour or two a day remained available for conferences. Most of his time he spent marching about building sites, relaxing in studios, cafes, and restaurants, or hurling long monologues at his associates who were already amply familiar with the unchanging themes and painfully tried to conceal their boredom. After 2 or 3 days in Munich, Hitler usually ordered preparations for the drive to the mountain Obersalzberg. We rode over dusty highways in several open cars. The Autobahn to Salzburg did not exist in those days, although it was being built on a priority basis. Usually the motorcade stopped for coffee in a village inn at Lamba am Chiemsee, which served delicious pastries that Hitler could scarcely ever resist. Then the passengers in the following cars once more swallowed dust for 2 hours, for the column rode in close file. After Berchtesgaden came the steep mountain road full of potholes, until we arrived at Hitler's small, pleasant wooden house on Obersalzberg. It had a wide overhanging roof and modest interior, a dining room, a small living room, and 3 bedrooms. The furniture was bogus old German peasant style and gave the house a comfortable petit bourgeois look. A brass canary cage, a cactus, and a rubber plant intensified this impression. There were swastikas on knickknacks and pillows embroidered by admiring women, combined with, say, a rising sun or a vow of eternal loyalty. Hitler commented to me with some embarrassment, "I know these are not beautiful things, but many of them are presents. I shouldn't like to part with them." Soon he emerged from his bedroom, having changed out of his jacket into Bavarian sports coat of light blue linen, which he wore with a yellow tie. Usually he fell to talking about his building plans. A few hours later, a small Mercedes sedan would drive up with his 2 secretaries, Fräulein Wolf and Fräulein Schroeder. A simple Munich girl would usually be with them. She was pleasant and fresh-faced rather than beautiful, and had a modest air. There was nothing about her to suggest that she was a ruler as Mistress Eva Braun. This sedan was never allowed to drive in the official motorcade, for no one was to connect it with Hitler. The secretaries also served the function of disguising the mistress's presence. I could only wonder at the way Hitler and Eva Braun avoided anything that might suggest an intimate relationship, only to go upstairs to the bedrooms together late at night. It has always remained incomprehensible to me why this needless, forced practice of keeping the distance was continued even in this inner circle whose members could not help being aware of the truth. Eva Braun kept her distance from every one of Hitler's intimates. She was the same toward me too, that changed only in the course of years. When we became more familiar with one another, I realized that her reserved manner, which impressed many people as haughty, was merely embarrassment. She was well aware of her dubious position in Hitler's court. During those early years of our acquaintanceship, Hitler, Eva Braun, an adjutant, and a servant were the only persons who stayed in the small house. We guess 5 or 6 of us, including Martin Bormann and press chief Dietrich, as well as the 2 secretaries, were put up in a nearby pension. Hitler's decision to settle on Obersalzberg seemed to point to a love of nature, but I was mistaken about that. He did frequently admire a beautiful view, but as a rule he was more affected by the awesomeness of the abysses than by the harmony of a landscape. It may be that he felt more than he allowed himself to express. I noticed that he took little pleasure in flowers and considered them entirely as decorations. Sometime around 1934, when a delegation of Berlin women's organizations was planning to welcome Hitler at Anhalter station and hand him flowers, the head of the organization called Hank, then the propaganda minister, as secretary, to ask what Hitler's favorite flower was. Hank said to me, "I've telephoned around, asked the adjutants, but there is no answer. He hasn't any." He reflected for a while. "What do you think, Speer? Shouldn't we say Edelweiss?" "I think Edelweiss sounds right. First of all, it is rare, and then it also comes from the Bavarian mountains. Let us simply say Edelweiss." From then on, the Edelweiss was officially the Führer's flower. The incident shows how much liberty party propaganda sometimes took in shaping Hitler's image. Hitler often talked about mountain tours he had undertaken in the past. From a mountain climber's point of view, however, they did not amount to much. He rejected mountain climbing or alpine skiing. What pleasure can there be in prolonging the horrible winter artificially by staying in the mountains? His dislike for snow burst out repeatedly long before the catastrophic winter campaign of 1941–42. If I had my way, I'd forbid these sports, with all the accidents people have doing them, but of course the mountain troops draw their recruits from such fools. Between 1934 and 1936 Hitler still took tramps on the public forest paths accompanied by his guests and 3 or 4 plainclothes detectives belonging to his SS bodyguard. At such times Eva Braun was permitted to accompany him, but only trailing along with the 2 secretaries at the end of the file. It was considered a sign of favor when he called someone up to the front, although conversation with him flowed rather thinly. After perhaps half an hour Hitler would change partners, send the press chief to me, and the companion of the moment would be demoted back to the rear. Hitler set a fast pace. Frequently other walkers met us. They would pause at the side of the path, offering reverent greetings. Some would take up their courage, usually women or girls, and address Hitler, whereupon he would respond with a few friendly words. The destination was often the Hochlandser, a small mountain inn on the Schartzgale, about an hour's walk, where we sat outside at plain wooden tables and had a glass of milk or beer. On rare occasions there would be a longer tour. I remember one with General von Blomberg, the commander-in-chief of the army. We had the impression that weighty military problems were being discussed, since everyone had to stay far enough behind to be out of hearing. Even when we rested for a while in a clearing in the woods, Hitler had his servant spread his blankets at a considerable distance from the rest of us, and he stretched out on them with the general a peaceful and innocent seeming sight. Another time we drove by car to the Königssee and from there by motorboat to the Bartholom Peninsula, or else we took a 3-hour hike over the Schartzgale to the Königssee. On the last part of this walk we had to thread our way through numerous strollers who had been lured out by the lovely weather. Interestingly enough, these many people did not immediately recognize Hitler in his rustic Bavarian clothes, since scarcely anyone imagined that he would be among the hikers. But shortly before we reached our destination, the Skiffmeister restaurant, a band of enthusiasts began excitedly following our group. They had belatedly realized whom they had encountered. Hitler in the lead, almost running. We barely reached the door before we were overtaken by the swelling crowd. We sat over coffee and cake while the big square outside filled. Hitler waited until police reinforcements had been brought up before he entered the open car which had been driven there to meet us. The front seat was folded back, and he stood beside the driver, left hand resting on the windshield so that even those standing at a distance could see him. 2 men of the escort squad walked in front of the car, 3 more on either side, while the car moved at a snail-like pace through the throng. I sat, as usual, in the jump seat close behind Hitler, and shall never forget that surge of rejoicing, the ecstasy reflected in so many faces. Wherever Hitler went during those first years of his rule, wherever his car stopped for a short time, such scenes were repeated. The mass exultation was not called forth by rhetoric or suggestion, but solely by the effect of Hitler's presence. Whereas individuals in the crowd were subject to this influence only for a few seconds at a time, Hitler himself was eternally exposed to the worship of the masses. At the time I admired him for nevertheless retaining his informal habits in private. Perhaps it is understandable that I was carried along by these tempests of homage. But it was even more overwhelming for me to speak with the idol of a nation a few minutes or a few hours later, to discuss building plans with him, sit beside him in the theatre, or eat ravioli with him in the osteria. It was this contrast that overcame me. Only a few months before I had been carried away by the prospect of drafting and executing buildings. Now I was completely under Hitler's spell, unreservedly and unthinkingly held by him. I was ready to follow him anywhere. Yet his ostensible interest in me was only to launch me on a glorious career as an architect. Years later, in Spandau, I read Ernst Cassirer's comment on the men who of their own accord threw away man's highest privilege to be an autonomous person. Asterisk. Now I was one of them. Asterisk in the Myth of the State, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1946, p. 286. Ernst Cassirer writes, "But here are men of education and intelligence, honest and upright men who suddenly give up the highest human privilege. They have ceased to be free and personal agents." And earlier, man no longer questions his environment, he accepts it as a matter of course. Two deaths in 1934 delimited the private and the political realms. After some weeks of severe illness, Hitler's architect Truss died on January 21, and on August 2, Reich President von Hindenburg passed away. His death left the way clear for Hitler to assume total power. On October 15, 1933, Hitler had solemnly laid the cornerstone for the House of German Art in Munich. He delivered the ceremonial hammer blows with a fine silver hammer Truss had designed especially for this day. But the hammer broke. Now, 4 months later, Hitler remarked to us, "When that hammer shattered, I knew at once it was an evil omen. Something is going to happen," I thought. Now we know why the hammer broke. The architect was destined to die. I have witnessed quite a few examples of Hitler's superstitiousness. But for me, Truss's death meant a grave loss. A close relationship had just become established between us, and I counted on profiting, both humanly and artistically, from it. Funk, then State Secretary in Goebbels' propaganda ministry, took a different view. On the day of Truss's death I met him in Goebbels' Interium, a long cigar in his round face. "Congratulations, now you read the first," he said to me. I was 28 years old. 5. Architectural megalomania. For a while it looked as if Hitler himself intended to take over Truss's office. He worried lest the plans be carried out without the necessary sympathy with the deceased architect's vision. "I'd best take that in hand myself," he remarked. This notion, after all, was no stranger than his later assuming supreme command of the army. No doubt he had several weeks' enjoyment out of imagining himself as the head of a smoothly functioning studio. On the trip to Munich he sometimes prepared himself for the role by discussing designs or making sketches, and a few hours later he would be sitting at the bureau manager's drawing board correcting plans. But bureau manager Gall, a simple, straightforward Bavarian, defended Truss's work with unexpected tenacity. He did not accept the highly detailed suggestions Hitler drafted and showed that he could do better. Hitler acquired confidence in him and soon tacitly dropped his plan. He acknowledged the man's ability. After some time he made Gall chief of the studio and gave him additional assignments. Hitler also remained close to the deceased architect's widow, with whom he had been friendly for a long time. She was a woman of taste and character who defended her frequently idiosyncratic views more obstinately than a good many men in high office. She came to the defense of her husband's work with a determination and sometimes a heatedness that made her much feared. Thus she lashed out at Bonatz when he was so imprudent as to object to Truss's design for Königsplatz in Munich. She violently attacked the modern architects Vorholzer and Abel. In all these cases her views were the same as Hitler's. In addition, she introduced her favorite Munich architects to him, made deprecatory or favorable remarks about artists and artistic events, and because Hitler frequently listened to her, became a kind of arbiter of art in Munich. But unfortunately not on questions of painting, for Hitler had given his photographer Hoffmann the job of first sifting through the paintings submitted for the annual Grand Art Show. Frau Truss frequently protested against the one-sided selection, but in this field Hitler would not give way to her, so that she soon stopped going to the shows. If I myself wanted to give paintings to associates, I chose them from among the excluded pictures stored in the cellars of the House of German Art. Nowadays, when I see these paintings here and there in the homes of acquaintances, I am struck by the fact that they can scarcely be distinguished from the pictures that were actually shown at the time. The differences, once the subject of such violent controversies, have melted away in the interval. I was in Berlin during the Rome Putsch. ****, the Blood Purge of June 30, 1934. The official version was that Ernst Röhm, leader of the SA, was planning a putsch, hence the name. Translator's note. Tension hung over the city. Soldiers in battle array were encamped in the Tiergarten. Trucks full of police holding rifles cruised the streets. There was clearly an air of something cooking, similar to that of July 20, 1944, which I would likewise experience in Berlin. The next day Göring was presented as the savior of the situation in Berlin. Late on the morning of July 1, Hitler returned after making a series of arrests in Munich, and I received a telephone call from his adjutant. "Have you any new designs? If so, bring them here." that suggested that Hitler's entourage was trying to distract him by turning his mind to his architectural interests. Hitler was extremely excited and, as I believe to this day, inwardly convinced that he had come through a great danger. Again and again he described how he had forced his way into the Hotel Hansemeer in Weisse, not forgetting, in the telling, to make a show of his courage. We were unarmed, imagine, and didn't he know whether or not those swine might have armed guards to use against us. The homosexual atmosphere had disgusted him. In one room we found 2 naked boys. Evidently he believed that his personal action had averted a disaster at the last minute. I alone was able to solve this problem, no one else. His entourage tried to deepen his distaste for the executed SA leaders by assiduously reporting as many details as possible about the intimate life of Röhm and his following. Bruckner assured Hitler the menus of banquets held by the Röhm clique, which had purportedly been found in the Berlin SA headquarters. The menus listed a fantastic variety of courses, including foreign delicacies such as frogs' legs, birds' tongues, shark fins, seagulls' eggs, along with vintage French wines and the best champagnes. Hitler commented sarcastically, "So, here we have those revolutionaries, and our revolution was too tame for them." After paying a call on the president, he returned overjoyed. Hindenburg had approved his operation, he said, saying something like, "When circumstances require it, one must not shrink from the most extreme action, one must be able to spill blood also." The newspapers concurrently reported that President von Hindenburg had officially praised Chancellor Hitler and Prussian Prime Minister Hermann Göring for their action. While in prison I learned from Funk that Hindenburg had made a similar remark to him. The inside story of Hindenburg's congratulatory telegram remains an unfathomable mystery. The leadership became frenziedly busy justifying the operation. A day of great activity ended with a speech by Hitler to a special session of the Reichstag. His feelings of guilt were audible in his protestations of innocence. A Hitler defending himself was something we would not encounter again in the future, not even in 1939, at the beginning of the war. Even Minister of Justice Gert Ner was dragged into the proceedings. Since he was nonpartisan and consequently did not appear to be dependent on Hitler, his support carried special weight with all doubters. The fact that the army silently accepted General Schleicher's death seemed highly significant. But what most impressed me, as well as many of my own political acquaintances, was the attitude of Hindenburg. The Field Marshal of the First World War was held in reverence by people of middle-class origins. Even in my school days he epitomized the strong, steadfast hero of modern history, and as such seemed to belong to a somewhat legendary realm. During the last year of the war, we children were allowed to take part in the nationwide ceremony of driving nails into huge statues of Hindenburg, each nail representing a contribution of a mark. Thus, for as long as I could remember, he had been for me the symbol of authority. That Hitler's action was approved by the Supreme Judge was highly reassuring. It was no accident that after the Röhm Putsch, the right, represented by the President, the Minister of Justice, and the generals, lined up behind Hitler. These men were free of radical anti-Semitism of the sort Hitler advocated. They in fact despised that eruption of plebeian hatreds. Their conservatism had nothing in common with racist delusions. Their open display of sympathy for Hitler's intervention sprang from quite different causes. In the blood purge of June 30, 1934, the strong left wing of the party, represented chiefly by the SA, was eliminated. That wing had felt cheated of the fruits of the revolution, and not without reason, for the majority of the members of the SA, raised in the spirit of revolution before 1933, had taken Hitler's supposedly socialist program seriously. During my brief period of activity in Wannsee, I had been able to observe, on the lowest plane, how the ordinary SA man sacrificed himself for the movement, giving up time and personal safety in the expectation that he would someday receive tangible compensation. When nothing came of that, anger and discontent built up. It could easily have reached the explosive point. Possibly Hitler's action did indeed avert that second revolution Rome was supposed to have been plotting. With such arguments we soothed our consciences. I myself and many others snatched avidly at excuses, the things that would have offended us 2 years before we now accepted as the standard of our new environment. Any troublesome doubts were repressed. At a distance of decades, I am staggered by our thoughtlessness in those years. 1. These events led the very next day to a new commission for me. You must rebuild the Borsig Palace as quickly as possible. I want to transfer the top SA leadership from Munich to Berlin so that I can have them nearby in the future. Go over there and start at once. To my objection that the offices of the Vice-Chancellor were in the Borsig Palace, Hitler merely replied, "Tell them to clear out right away. Don't you give that a second thought." With these orders, I promptly went over to Papen's office. The office manager, of course, knew nothing about the plan. He proposed that I wait for a few months until new quarters had been found and prepared. When I returned to Hitler, he flew into a rage. He again ordered that the building be immediately evacuated and told me to begin on my project without consideration for the presence of the officials. Papen remained invisible. His officials wavered, but promised to arrange their files and transfer them to a provisional home in a week or 2. I thereupon ordered the workmen to move into the building without further ado and encouraged them to knock the heavy plaster decorations from the walls and ceilings in halls and anterooms, creating the maximum noise and dust. The dust wafted through the cracks of the doors into the offices, and the racket made all work impossible. Hitler was delighted. Along with his expressions of approval, he made jokes about the dusty bureaucrats. 24 hours later they moved out. In one of the rooms I saw a large pool of dried blood on the floor. There, on June 30, Herbert von Bose, one of Papen's assistants, had been shot. I looked away and from then on avoided the room. But the incident did not affect me any more deeply than that. On August 2, Hindenburg died. That same day, Hitler personally commissioned me to take care of the background for the funeral ceremonies at the Tannenberg Monument in East Prussia. I had a high wooden stand built in the inner courtyard. Decorations were limited to banners of black crepe hung from the high towers that framed the inner courtyard. Himmler turned up for a few hours with his staff of SS leaders and had his men explain the security measures to me. He retained his aloofness while I set forth my sketch. He gave me the impression of cold impersonality. He did not seem to deal with people, but rather to manipulate them. The benches of fresh, light-colored wood disturbed the intended impression. The weather was good, and so I had the structure painted black, but unfortunately toward evening it began to rain. The rain continued for the next few days and the paint remained wet. We had bales of black tuff flown by special plane from Berlin and covered the benches with it. Nevertheless, the wet paint soaked through, and a good many of the funeral guests must have ruined their clothes. On the eve of the funeral, the coffin was brought on a gun carriage from Neudeck, Hindenburg's East Prussian estate, to one of the towers of the monument. Torchbearers and the traditional flags of German regiments of the First World War accompanied it. Not a single word was spoken, not a command given. This reverential silence was more impressive than the organized ceremonial of the following days. In the morning, Hindenburg's coffin was placed on a bier in the center of the court of honor. The Speaker's lectern was set up right beside it, rather than at a discreet distance. Hitler stepped forward. Schopp took the manuscript of his funeral oration from a briefcase and laid it on the lectern. Hitler began to speak, hesitated, and shook his head angrily in a manner quite out of keeping with the solemnity of the occasion. The adjutant had given him the wrong manuscript. After the mistake was corrected, Hitler read a surprisingly cool, formal memorial address. Hindenburg had long much too long for Hitler's impatience made difficulties for him. The old man had been rigid and thick-headed on many matters. Hitler had often had to resort to cunning, cleverness, or intrigue to win him over. One of Hitler's shrewd moves had been to send Funk, then still Goebbels, as state secretary and an East Prussian by birth, to the president's morning press briefing. As a fellow countryman, Funk was often able to take the sting out of a bit of news that Hindenburg found objectionable, or to present the matter so that the president did not take offense. Hindenburg and many of his political allies had expected the new regime to reinstate the monarchy. Any such step, however, was far from Hitler's mind. He was apt to make such remarks as, "I've permitted the Social Democratic ministers like Severing to continue receiving their pensions. Think whatever you like about them. You have to grant there is one thing to their credit: they did away with the monarchy. That was a great step forward. To that extent they prepared the way for us. And now we supposed to bring back this monarchy? Am I to divide my power? Look at Italy. Do they think I am that dumb? Kings have always been ungrateful to their foremost associates. We need only remember Bismarck. No, I am not falling for that. Even though the Hohenzollerns are being so friendly right now. Early in 1934, Hitler surprised me with my first major commission. The temporary bleachers on the Zeppelin field in Nuremberg were to be replaced by a permanent stone installation. I struggled over those first sketches until, in an inspired moment, the idea came to me, a mighty flight of stairs topped and enclosed by a long colonnade, flanked on both ends by stone abutments. Undoubtedly it was influenced by the Pergamum altar. The indispensable platform for honoured guests presented problems. I tried to place it as unobtrusively as possible midway in the flight of stairs. With some trepidation I asked Hitler to look at the model. I was worried because the design went far beyond the scope of my assignment. The structure had a length of 1,300 feet and a height of 80 feet. It was almost twice the length of the Baths of Caracalla in Rome. Hitler took his time looking at the plaster model from all sides, professionally assuming the proper eye level, silently studying the drawings, and remaining totally impassive through it all. I was beginning to think he would reject my work. Then, just as he had done that time at our first meeting, he tersely said, agreed, and took his leave. To this day I am not sure why, given as he was to long-winded comments, he remained so terse about such decisions. Where other architects were concerned, Hitler usually rejected the first draft. He liked an assignment to be worked over several times and even during construction would insist on changes in detail. But after this first test of my ability, he let me go on without interference. Henceforth he respected my ideas and treated me, as an architect, as if I were his equal. Hitler liked to say that the purpose of his building was to transmit his time and its spirit to posterity. Ultimately, all that remained to remind men of the great epochs of history was their monumental architecture, he would philosophize. What had remained of the emperors of Rome? What would still bear witness to them today, if their buildings had not survived? Periods of weakness are bound to occur in the history of nations, he argued, but at their lowest ebb, their architecture will speak to them of former power. Naturally, a new national consciousness could not be awakened by architecture alone. But when after a long spell of inertia a sense of national grandeur was born anew, the monuments of men's ancestors were the most impressive exhortations. Today, for example, Mussolini could point to the buildings of the Roman Empire as symbolizing the heroic spirit of Rome. Thus he could fire his nation with the idea of a modern empire. Our architectural work should also speak to the conscience of a future Germany centuries from now. In advancing this argument, Hitler also stressed the value of a permanent type of construction. The building on the Zeppelin field was begun at once, in order to have at least the platform ready for the coming party rally. To clear ground for it, the Nuremberg streetcar depot had to be removed. I passed by its remains after it had been blown up. The iron reinforcements protruded from concrete debris and had already begun to rust. One could easily visualize their further decay. This dreary sight led me to some thoughts which I later propounded to Hitler under the pretentious heading of a theory of ruin value. The idea was that buildings of modern construction were poorly suited to form that bridge of tradition to future generations which Hitler was calling for. It was hard to imagine that rusting heaps of rubble could communicate these heroic inspirations which Hitler admired in the monuments of the past. My theory was intended to deal with this dilemma. By using special materials and by applying certain principles of statics, we should be able to build structures which, even in a state of decay, after hundreds or such were our reckonings thousands of years, would more or less resemble Roman models too. To illustrate my ideas, I had a romantic drawing prepared. It showed what the reviewing stand on the Zeppelin field would look like after generations of neglect, overgrown with ivy, its columns fallen, the walls crumbling here and there, but the outline still clearly recognizable. In Hitler's entourage this drawing was regarded as blasphemous. That I could even conceive of a period of decline for the newly founded Reich destined to last 1,000 years seemed outrageous to many of Hitler's closest followers. But he himself accepted my ideas as logical and illuminating. He gave orders that in the future the important buildings of his Reich were to be erected in keeping with the principles of this law of ruins. In the course of an inspection of the party rally area, Hitler turned to Bormann and in a few good-natured words said that I must henceforth appear in party uniform. Those who were with him constantly, his doctor, the photographer, even the director of Daimler-Benz, had already received the uniform. The sight of a single civilian therefore struck a jarring note. But this little gesture also meant that Hitler now counted me as a member of his intimate circle. He had never said a word of reproof when one of his acquaintances in the Chancellery or at the Berghof appeared in civilian dress, for Hitler himself preferred such dress whenever possible. But on his journeys and inspections he was appearing in an official capacity, and to his mind such occasions called for a uniform. Thus, at the beginning of 1934, I was appointed Abteilungsleiter Department Chief on the staff of his deputy, Rudolf Hess. A few months later Goebbels conferred the same rank upon me within his staff for my contribution toward the party rally, the Harvest Festival, and the May 1 celebration. After January 30, 1934, at the suggestion of Robert Ley, head of the Labour Front, a leisure time organization was created. I was supposed to take over the section called Beauty of Labour. The name had provoked a good deal of mockery, as had the tide's strength through joy itself. A short while before, on a trip through the Dutch province of Limburg, Ley had seen a number of mines conspicuous for their neatness and cleanliness and surrounded by beautifully tended gardens. By temperament, Ley always tended to generalize, and he now wanted to have all of German industry follow this example. The project turned out to be an extremely gratifying one, at least for me personally. First, we persuaded factory owners to modernize their offices and to have some flowers about. But we did not stop there. Lawn was to take the place of asphalt. What had been wasteland was to be turned into little parks where the workers could sit during breaks. We urged that window areas within factories be enlarged and workers' canteens set up. What was more, we designed the necessary artifacts for these reforms, from simple, well-shaped flatware to sturdy furniture, all of which we had manufactured in large quantities. We provided educational movies and a counseling service to help businessmen on questions of illumination and ventilation. We were able to draw former union leaders and some members of the dissolved Arts and Crafts Society into this campaign. One and all devoted themselves to the cause of making some improvements in the workers' living conditions and moving closer to the ideal of a classless, peopleless community. However, it was somewhat dismaying to discover that Hitler took hardly any interest in these ideas. He who could lose himself in the details of an architectural project proved remarkably indifferent when I came to him with reports of my progress in this social area. The British ambassador in Berlin, at any rate, thought better of it than Hitler. Asterisk. Sir Neville Henderson, Failure of a Mission, New York, 1940 p. 15. There are, in fact, many things in the Nazi organization and social institutions, as distinct from its rabid nationalism and ideology, which we might study and adapt to our own use with great profit both to the health and happiness of our own nation and old democracy. It was due to my new party rank that in the spring of 1934 I received my first invitation to an official evening reception that Hitler gave as party chief, one to which wives were also invited. We were seated in groups of 6 to 8 persons around tables in the large dining hall of the Chancellor's residence. Hitler went from table to table, said a few friendly words, and made the acquaintance of the ladies. When he came up to us I introduced my wife, whom I had hitherto not mentioned to him. "Why have you deprived us of your wife for so long?" he commented privately a few days later, obviously much taken with her. In fact, one reason I had avoided introducing her earlier was my dislike for the way Hitler treated his mistress. Moreover, it seemed to me that it should have been the business of the adjutants to invite my wife or to call Hitler's attention to her existence. But you could not expect any sense of etiquette from them. In the final analysis, Hitler's own petit bourgeois origins were reflected in the behavior of the adjutants. That first evening they met, Hitler said to my wife with a certain solemnity, "Your husband is going to erect buildings for me such as have not been created for 4,000 years." Every year a rally was held at the Zeppelin field for the assemblage of middle and minor party functionaries, the so-called Amtswalter, who were in charge of the various organizations affiliated with the NSDAP, while the SA, the Labour Front, and, of course, the army tried to make a good showing at its mass meetings and impress Hitler and visitors by their bearing and discipline. It proved a rather difficult task to present the Amtswälte in a favourable fashion. For the most part they had converted their small prebends into sizable paunches. They simply could not be expected to line up in orderly ranks. There were conferences about this problem in the organization section for party rallies, for the appearance of the Amtswälte had already provoked some sarcastic comments on Hitler's part. The saving idea came to me: let us have them march up in darkness. I explained my plan to the organization leaders of the party rally. Thousands of flags belonging to all the local groups in Germany were to be held in readiness behind the high fences surrounding the field. The flag bearers were to divide into 10 columns, forming lanes in which the Amtswälte would march up. Since all this was to take place at evening, bright spotlights would be cast on these banners, and the great eagle crowning them all. That alone would have a dramatic effect. But even this did not seem sufficient to me. I had occasionally seen our new anti-aircraft searchlights blazing miles into the sky. I asked Hitler to let me have 130 of these. Öring made a fuss of first, since these 130 searchlights represented the greater part of the strategic reserve. But Hitler won him over. If we use them in such large numbers for a thing like this, other countries will think we're swimming in searchlights. The actual effect far surpassed anything I had imagined. The 130 sharply defined beams placed round the field at intervals of 40 feet were visible to a height of 20 to 25,000 feet, after which they merged into a general glow. The feeling was of a vast room, with the beams serving as mighty pillars of infinitely high outer walls. Now and then a cloud moved through this wreath of lights, bringing an element of surrealistic surprise to the mirage. I imagine that this cathedral of light was the first luminescent architecture of this type, and for me it remains not only my most beautiful architectural concept, but, after its fashion, the only one which has survived the passage of time. The effect, which was both solemn and beautiful, was like being in a cathedral of ice. British Ambassador Henderson wrote, 3. When it came to cornerstone layings, there seemed no way to blot out the dignitaries, ministers, Reisleiters, and Gauleiters, although these two were a less than impressive bunch. The parade marshals had all they could do to teach them to line up properly. When Hitler appeared, they stiffened to attention and raised their arms in salute. At the cornerstone laying of the Nuremberg Kongresssaal, Hitler saw me standing in the second rank. He interrupted the solemn ceremonial to extend his hand to me. I was so overwhelmed by this unusual sign of favour that I let my own hand, raised in salute, fall with a loud smack on the bald head of Julius Speer, the Gauleiter of Franconia, who stood just front of me. During the Nuremberg party rallies, Hitler remained out of sight most of the time, as far as his intimates were concerned. He withdrew either to prepare his speeches or to attend one of the numerous functions. He took special satisfaction in the foreign visitors and delegations who came each year in growing numbers, especially when these were from the democratic West. During his hasty lunches he asked to have their names read and was obviously pleased at the interest shown by the world at large in National Socialist Germany. I too had a strenuous time of it in Nuremberg, having been made responsible for all the buildings in which Hitler would appear in the course of the rally. As chief decorator, I had to check on the arrangement shortly before the beginning of the function, then rush along to see to the next. At that time I dearly loved flags and used them wherever I could. They were a way of introducing a play of colour into summer architecture. I found it a boon that the swastika flag Hitler had designed proved more amenable to these uses than a flag divided into 3 stripes of colour. Of course, it was not altogether consonant with the flag's dignity to use it mostly for decorative effect, for accenting the pleasing harmonies of certain fardets or covering ugly 19th century buildings from eaves to sidewalks. Quite often I added gold ribbons to the flag to intensify the effect of the red. But it was always scenic drama I was after. I ranged for veritable orgies of flags in the narrow streets of Goslar and Nuremberg, with banners stretched from house to house, so that the sky was almost blotted out. With all this to attend to, I missed most of Hitler's rallies except for his cultural speeches, as he himself called these major oratorical flights. He used to draft these while he was at Obersalzberg. At the time I admired the speeches not so much, I thought, for their rhetorical brilliance as for what I felt to be their incisive content, their intellectual level. In Spandau I decided I would reread them once my prison term was over, on the theory that I would find in them one element in my former world which would not repel me. But my expectations were disappointed. In the context of that time they had said a great deal to me, now they seemed empty, without tension, shallow and useless. What was more, in them Hitler openly aired his intention to pervert the very meaning of the concept of culture by mobilizing it for his own power goals. I found it incomprehensible that these tirades should once have impressed me so profoundly. What had done it? I also never missed the first event of the party rally, a performance of Die Meistersinger with the ensemble of the Berlin State Opera under Furtwängler Engler. One might have expected that such a gala night, which could be matched only by the performances in Bayreuth, would have been jammed. Over 1,000 leaders of the party received invitations and tickets, but they apparently preferred to investigate the quality of Nuremberg beer or Franconia wine. Each of them probably assumed that the others would do the duty for the party and sit out the opera. Indeed, legend has it that the top leadership of the party was interested in music. But in fact the leading men in the party were on the whole diamonds in the rough who had as little bent for classical music as for art and literature in general. Even the few representatives of the intelligentsia in Hitler's leadership, such as Goebbels, did not bother with such functions as the regular concerts of the Berlin Philharmonic under Furtwängler Engler. Of all the prominent personalities of the Third Reich, only Minister of the Interior Frick could be met at these concerts. Hitler, too, who seemed partial to music, went to the Berlin Philharmonic concerts only on rare official occasions after 1933. Given this background, it is understandable that the Nuremberg Opera House was almost empty in 1933 when Hitler entered the central box to hear Die Meistersinger. He reacted with intense vexation. Nothing, he said, was so insulting and so difficult for an artist as playing to an empty house. He ordered patrols sent out to bring the high party functionaries from their quarters, beer halls, and cafes to the opera house, but even so the seats could not be filled. The following day many jokes were told about where and how the missing leaders had been picked up. Next year Hitler explicitly ordered the party chiefs to attend the festival performance. They showed their boredom. Many were visibly overpowered by sleep. Moreover, to Hitler's mind the sparse applause did not do justice to the brilliant performance. From 1935 on, therefore, the indifferent party audience was replaced by members of the public who had to buy their tickets for hard cash. Only then was the atmosphere as encouraging and the applause as hearty as Hitler required. Late at night I would return from my rounds to the Hotel Deutscher Hof, which had been reserved for Hitler's staff and for the Gauleiters and Reichsleiters. In the hotel restaurant I usually found a group of old Gauleiters waxing boisterous over their beer as they denounced the party's betrayal of the principles of the revolution and betrayal of the workers. Here was a sign that the ideas of Gregor Strasser, who had once led the anti-capitalist wing within the NSDAP, was still alive, though reduced to mere bombast. Only in alcohol could these fellows resurrect their old revolutionary elan. In 1934 some military exercises were performed for the first time at the party rally in Hitler's presence. That same evening Hitler officially visited the soldiers' bivouac. As a former corporal, he seemed to run back into a world that was familiar to him. He mingled with the soldiers at the campfires, was surrounded by them, tossed jokes back and forth with them. He returned from this episode in a relaxed mood, and during a late snack, described it all with a good many telling details. The high command of the army, however, was by no means overjoyed. Army Adjutant Hospos spoke of the soldiers' breaches of discipline. He insisted that such familiarities must be prevented in the future, since they infringed upon the dignity of the chief of state. Hitler privately expressed annoyance with this criticism, but was ready to comply. I was astonished at his almost timid attitude in the face of these demands. But he must have felt he had to be careful of the army and have been still shaky in his role as chief of state. During the preparations for the party rallies I met a woman who had impressed me even in my student days, Leni Riefenstahl, who has starred in or had directed well-known mountain and skiing movies. Hitler appointed her to make films of the rallies. As the only woman officially involved in the proceedings, she had frequent conflicts with the party organization, which was soon up in arms against her. The Nazis were by tradition anti-feminist and could hardly brook this self-assured woman, the more so since she knew how to bend this men's world to her purposes. Intrigues were launched and slanderous stories carried to Hesse in order to have her ousted. But after the first party rally film, which convinced even the doubters of her skill as a director, these attacks ceased. When I was first introduced to her, she took a yellowed newspaper clipping from a little chest. 3 years ago, when you reconstructed the Gau headquarters, I dipped your picture from the newspaper, she said. Why in the world had she done that? I asked in astonishment. I thought at the time that with your head you might well play a part in one of my movies, of course. I recall, incidentally, that the footage taken during one of the solemn sessions of the 1935 Party Congress was spoiled. At Leni Riefenstahl's suggestion, Hitler gave orders for the shots to be refilmed in the studio. I was called in to do a backdrop simulating a section of the Kongresssaal, as well as a realistic model of the platform and lectern. I had spotlights aimed at it. The production staff scurried around while Speer, Rosenberg, and Frank could be seen walking up and down with their manuscripts, determinedly memorizing their parts. Hesse arrived and was asked to pose for the first shot. Exactly as he had done before an audience of 30,000 at the Party Congress, he solemnly raised his hand. With his special brand of ardor, he turned precisely to the spot where Hitler would have been sitting, snapped to attention, and cried, "My leader, I welcome you in the name of the Party Congress. The Congress will now continue. The Führer speaks." He did it all so convincingly that from that point on I was no longer so sure of the genuineness of his feelings. The 3 others also gave excellent performances in the emptiness of the studio, proving themselves gifted actors. I was rather disturbed. Frau Riefenstahl, on the other hand, thought the acted scenes better than the original presentation. By this time I thoroughly admired the art with which Hitler would feel his way during his rallies until he had found the point to unleash the first great storm of applause. I was by no means unaware of the demagogic element. Indeed, I contributed to it myself by my scenic arrangements. Nevertheless, up to this time I had believed that the feelings of the speakers were genuine. It was therefore an upsetting discovery that day in the studio, when I saw that all this emotion could be represented authentically, even without an audience. For the buildings in Nuremberg I had in mind a synthesis between truest classicism and techno-esque simplicity. I did not call it neoclassicist, but neoclassical, for I thought I had derived it from the Dorian style. I was deluding myself, deliberately forgetting that these buildings had to provide a monumental backdrop such as had already been attempted on the Champs de Mars in Paris during the French Revolution, although the resources at that time were more modest. Terms like classical and simple were scarcely consonant with the gigantic proportions I employed in Nuremberg. Yet, to this day, I still like my Nuremberg sketches best of all, rather than many others that I later prepared for Hitler and that turned out considerably more practical. Because of my fondness for the Doric, when I went on my first trip abroad in May 1935, I did not go to Italy to see the Renaissance palaces and the colossal buildings of Rome, although these might have served me better as prototypes for what was wanted. Instead, I turned to Greece, a sign of where I considered my architectural allegiance to lie. My wife and I sought out chiefly examples of Doric buildings. I shall never forget how overwhelmed we were by the reconstructed Stadium of Athens. 2 years later, when I myself had to design a stadium, I borrowed its basic horseshoe form. In Delphi I thought I discerned how the purity of Greek artistic creativeness was speedily contaminated by the wealth won in the Ionian colonies in Asia. Didn't he thus prove how sensitive a high artistic consciousness was and how little it took to distort the ideal conception to the point of unrecognizability? I happily played with such theories. It never occurred to me that my own works might be subject to these same laws. When we came back in June 1935, my own house in Berlin-Schlachtensee was completed. It was of modest dimensions, 1345 square feet of living space comprising 1 dining room, 1 living room, and minimal bedrooms, in deliberate contrast to the recent habit among the leaders of the Reich, who were moving into huge villas or acquiring palaces. We wanted to avoid all that, for we had observed that in surrounding themselves with pomp and stiff officialism, these people were condemning themselves to a slow process of petrifaction which involved their private lives as well. In any case, I could not have built on any greater scale, since I lacked the means. My house cost 70,000 marks. In order to swing it, I had to ask my father to take a mortgage of 30,000 marks. Although I was acting as a freelance architect for the party and the state, my income remained low. For in an idealistic spirit which seemed to accord with the temper of the time, I had renounced any architect's fees for all my official buildings. This attitude, however, caused some amazement in party circles. One day in Berlin, Göring said to me in high good humor, "Well, Herr Speer, you have a great deal to do now, of course, you must be earning plenty." When I said that was not the case, he stared incredulously at me. "What is that, an architect as busy as you? I figured you for a couple of 100,000 a year. That is all nonsense. This idealistic business, you must make money." Thereafter I accepted the architect's fee, except for my Nuremberg buildings, for which I received 1,000 marks a month. But it was not only on financial grounds that I clung to my professional independence and fended off an official post. Hitler had, I knew, much greater confidence in unofficial architects. His prejudice against bureaucrats colored his views in everything. At the end of my career as an architect, my fortune had increased to about 1.5 million marks, and the Reich owed me another million that I did not collect. My family lived happily in this house. I wish I could write that I had a share in this familial happiness, as my wife and I had once dreamed. But by the time I arrived home, it would be late in the evening and the children would have long since been put to bed. I would sit with my wife for a while, silent from exhaustion. This land of rigidity became more and more the norm, and when I consider the matter in retrospect, what was happening to me was no different from what was happening to the party bigwigs, who ruined their family life by their ostentatious style of living. They froze into poses of officialism. My own rigidity sprang from excessive work. In the autumn of 1934, Otto Meissner, State Secretary in the Chancellery, who had served under Ebert and Hindenburg and now was working for his third Chief of State, telephoned me. I was to come to Weimar the next day in order to accompany Hitler to Nuremberg. I sat up until the wee hours sketching out ideas that had been exciting me for some time. More major construction for the party rallies was wanted. A field for military exercises, a large stadium, a hall for Hitler's cultural addresses and for concerts as well. Why not concentrate all that, together with what already existed, into a great centre? I thought. Until then I had not ventured to take the initiative on such questions, for Hitler kept this sort of decision for himself. I therefore went about drafting this plan with some hesitation. In Weimar, Hitler showed me a sketch for a party forum by Professor Paul Schultz in Naumburg. "It looks like an oversized marketplace for a provincial town," he commented. "There's nothing distinctive about it, nothing that sets it off from former times. If we are going to build a party forum, we want people centuries hence to be able to see that our times had a certain building style, like Königsplatz in Munich, for example." Schultz in Naumburg, a pillar of the League of Struggle for German Culture, was given no chance to defend his proposal. He was not even called into Hitler's presence. With total disregard for the man's reputation, Hitler threw away the plans and ordered a new competition among various architects of his choice. We went on to Nietzsche's house, where his sister, Frau F.R. Nietzsche, was expecting Hitler. This solitary, eccentric woman obviously could not get anywhere with Hitler. An oddly shallow conversation across purposes ensued. The principal purpose of the meeting, however, was settled to the satisfaction of all parties. Hitler undertook to finance an annex to the old Nietzsche house, and Frau F.R. Nietzsche was willing to have Schultz in Naumburg design it. "He is better at that sort of thing, doing something in keeping with the old house," Hitler remarked. He was plainly pleased to be able to offer the architect some small sop. Next morning we drove by car to Nuremberg, although Hitler preferred the railroad at that period, for reasons that I was to learn that very day. As always, he sat beside his driver in the dark blue open 7-liter supercharged Mercedes. I was behind him on one jump seat, on the other his servant, who on request produced from a pouch automobile maps, crusty rolls, pills, or eyeglasses. In the rear sat his adjutant Bruckner and press chief Dietrich. In an accompanying car of the same size and color were 5 strong men of his bodyguard squad and Hitler's personal physician, Dr. Brandt. As soon as we had traversed the Thuringian forest and come into more thickly settled areas, the difficulties began. Riding through a village, we were recognized, but before the people could recover from their astonishment, we had passed them. "Now watch," Hitler said. "In the next village it won't be so easy. The local party group will certainly have telephoned ahead by now." Sure enough, when we arrived, the streets were full of cheering people. The village policeman was doing his best, but the car could advance no faster than a walk. Even after we had worked our way out, a few enthusiasts on the open highway let down the railroad barrier in order to keep Hitler among them a while longer. In this way we made slow progress. When it was time for lunch, we stopped at a small inn in Hilbergschossen where years before Hitler had had himself appointed police commissioner in order to acquire German citizenship. But no one mentioned this. The innkeeper and his wife were beside themselves with excitement. After some difficulty, the adjutant managed to elicit from them what they could serve: spaghetti with spinach. We waited for a long time. Finally the adjutant went to take a look in the kitchen. The women are in such a state that they can tell whether the spaghetti is done. Meanwhile, thousands of people were gathering outside chanting calls for Hitler. "If only we were out of this," he commented when we emerged from the inn. Slowly, under a rain of flowers, we reached the medieval gate. Juveniles closed it before our eyes. Children climbed on the running boards of the car. Hitler had to give autographs. Only then would they open the gate. They laughed, and Hitler laughed with them. Everywhere in the countryside farmers left their implements, women waved. It was a triumphal procession. As the car rolled along, Hitler leaned back to me and exclaimed, "Heretofore only one German has been hailed like this, Luther." When he rode through the country, people gathered from far and wide to cheer him, as they do for me today. This enormous popularity was only too easy to understand. The public credited Hitler and no one else with the achievements in economics and foreign policy of the period. They more and more regarded him as the leader who had made a reality of their deeply rooted longings for a powerful, proud, united Germany. Very few were mistrustful at this time, and those who occasionally felt doubts rising reassured themselves with thoughts of the regime's accomplishments and the esteem it enjoyed even in critical foreign countries. During these stormy scenes of homage by the populace, which certainly affected me as well, there was one person in our car who refused to be carried away, Hitler's chauffeur of many years, Reich. I heard some of his mutterings. "Folks are dissatisfied because of party people swell-headed, proud, forget where they come from." After his early death, an oil painting of Reich hung in Hitler's private office at Ober Salzburg side by side with one of Hitler's mother, for there was none of his father. Shortly before we reached Bayreuth, Hitler shifted over to a small Mercedes sedan which was driven by his photographer Hoffmann and rode to Villa Womfried, where Frau Winifred Wagner was expecting him. We others went on to Bernick, the nearby spa where Hitler regularly spent the night on the drive from Munich to Berlin. In 8 hours we had covered only 130 miles. When I learned that Hitler would be staying at Womfried until quite late, I was in some embarrassment, for next morning we were to drive on to Nuremberg, where Hitler might very possibly agree to the building program proposed by the municipal administration, which had its own axes to grind. If so, there was little prospect that my design would even be considered, for Hitler never liked to rescind a decision. Under the circumstances, I turned to Reich. I explained my plan for the party rally area. He promised to tell Hitler about it during the drive and to show him the sketch if he reacted favorably. Next morning, shortly before we set out, I was called to Hitler's suite. "I agree to your plan. We'll discuss it today with Mayor Liebel." 2 years later, Hitler would have come directly to the point in dealing with the mayor. "Here is the plan for the party rally area. This is how we're going to do it." But at the time, in 1935, he did not yet feel so completely in command, and so spent almost an hour in prefatory explanations before he finally placed my sketch on the table. Naturally, the mayor found the design excellent, for as an old party man he had been trained to concur. After my plan had been properly praised, Hitler again began feeling his way. The design called for moving the Nuremberg Zoo. Can we ask the people of Nuremberg to accept that? They're very attached to it. I know. Of course we'll pay for a new and even more beautiful zoo. The mayor, who was equally alert to protect the interests of his city, suggested we would have to call a stockholders' meeting, perhaps try to buy their shares. Hitler proved amenable to everything. Outside, Liebel, rubbing his hands, said to one of his aides, I wonder why the Führer spent so much time persuading us. Of course he can have the old zoo, and we'll get a new one. The old one was no good anyhow. We'll have the finest in the world. They're repaying for it, after all. Thus the people of Nuremberg at least got the new zoo, the only thing in the plan which was ever carried to completion. That same day we took the train to Munich. That evening Adjutant Bruckner telephoned me. Your new goddamn plans, couldn't they keep? The Führer didn't he close an eye last night? He was so excited. Next time have the goodness to ask me first. To build this giant complex, an association for the Nuremberg Party rally site was created. The finance minister of the Reich reluctantly assumed the duty of funding the project. Out of some whimsical impulse, Hitler appointed Minister of Churches Kerry to take charge of the association, and as the latter's deputy, Martin Bormann, who thus received his first important assignment outside the party secretariat. The plan called for an expenditure of between 700 and 800 million marks on building, which today would cost 3 billion marks, $750 million. 8 years later I would be spending such a sum every 4 days on armaments. 5. Including the camping grounds for participants, the tract embraced an area of 16.5 square kilometers, about 6.5 square miles. Under Kaiser Wilhelm Roman II, incidentally, there had been plans for a center for German national festivals with an area 6,600 by. 2 years after Hitler had approved it, my design was exhibited as a model at the Paris World's Fair of 1937 and won the Grand Prix. At the southern end of the complex was the March Field. The name was intended not only as a reference to the war god Mars, but also to the month in which Hitler introduced conscription. Asterisk, it probably also referred to the National Assembly of the Franks, which was likewise called the March Field. Within this enormous tract, an area of 3,400 by 2,300 feet was set aside where the army could practice minor maneuvers. By contrast, the grandiose area of the Palace of Kings Darius I Xerxes in Persepolis 5th century BC had embraced only 1,500 by 900 feet. Stands 48 feet high were to surround the entire area, providing seats for 160,000 spectators. 24 towers over 130 feet in height were to punctuate these stands. In the middle was a platform for guests of honor which was to be crowned by a sculpture of a woman. An A.D. 64 Nero erected on the Capitol a colossal figure 119 feet high. The Statue of Liberty in New York is 151 feet high. Our statue was to be 46 feet higher. To the north, in the direction of the old Nuremberg castle of the Hohenzollerns, which could be seen in the distance, the March Field opened out into a processional avenue 1.25 miles long and 264 feet wide. The army was to march down this avenue in ranks 165 feet wide. This avenue was finished before the war and paved with heavy granite slabs, strong enough to bear the weight of tanks. The surface was roughened to provide a secure footing for the goose-stepping soldiers. On the right rose a flight of stairs from which Hitler, flanked by his generals, would review such parades. Opposite was a colonnade where the flags of the regiments would be displayed. This colonnade, with its height of only 60 feet, was to serve as a foil for the great stadium towering up behind it. Hitler had stipulated that the stadium was to hold 400,000 spectators. History's largest precedent was the Circus Maximus in Rome, built for between 150 and 200,000 persons. Modern stadiums in those days contained about 100,000 seats. The Pyramid of Cheops, with a base of 756 feet and a height of 481 feet, measured 3,277,300 cubic yards. The Nuremberg Stadium would have been 1815 feet long and 1518 wide and could have enclosed a volume of over 11,100,000 cubic yards, some 3 times more than the Pyramid of Cheops. 6. The stadium was to be by far the largest structure on the tract and one of the hugest in history. Calculations showed that in order to hold the required number of spectators, the stands would have to be over 300 feet high. An oval would really have been out of the question. The resultant bowl would not only have intensified the heat, but produced psychological discomfort. I therefore turned my thoughts to the Athenian horseshoe shape. We took a hillside of approximately the same shape and smoothed out its irregularities by temporary wooden structures. The question was whether sporting events would be visible from the upper rows. The results of our study were more positive than I had expected. Our rough estimate of the costs of the Nuremberg Stadium came to between 200 and 250 million marks, approximately a billion marks, $250 million at present-day construction costs. Hitler took this calmly. That is less than 2 battleships of the Bismarck class. How quickly a warship can be destroyed, and if not, it is scrap iron anyhow in 10 years, but this building will stand for centuries. When the finance minister asks what it will cost, don't give him any answer. Say that nobody has any experience with building projects of such size. Granite to the value of several million marks was ordered, pink for the exteriors, white for the stands. At the site a gigantic pit for the foundation was dug. During the war it became a picturesque lake, which suggested the proportions of the structure. Farther to the north of the stadium, the processional avenue crossed an expanse of water in which the buildings would be reflected. Then, concluding the complex, came a square, bounded on the right by the Kongresshalle, which still stands, and on the left by a Kulturhalle, meant specifically for Hitler's speeches on cultural matters. Hitler had appointed me the architect for all these buildings except the Kongresshalle, which had been designed in 1933 by Ludwig Roth. He gave me a free hand with plans and execution and participated every year in a ceremonial cornerstone laying. However, these cornerstones were subsequently moved to the municipal buildings and grounds yard to wait until the building had made further progress and they could be incorporated in the wall. At the laying of the cornerstone for the stadium on September 9, 1937, Hitler solemnly shook hands with me before the assembled party bigwigs. "This is the greatest day of your life." Perhaps I was something of a skeptic even then, for I replied, "No, not today, my Führer, but only when the building is finished." Early in 1939, Hitler, in a speech to construction workers, undertook to justify the dimensions of his style. "Why always the biggest? I do this to restore to each individual German his self-respect. In 100 areas I want to say to the individual, we are not inferior. On the contrary, we are the complete equals of every other nation. Servin." This love for vast proportions was not only tied up with the totalitarian cast of Hitler's regime. Such tendencies, and the urge to demonstrate one's strength on all occasions, are characteristic of quickly acquired wealth. Thus we find the largest buildings in Greek antiquity in Sicily and Asia Minor. It is an interesting corollary that those cities were generally ruled by despots. But even empirically in Athens the statue of Athena Parthenos by Phidias was 40 feet high. Moreover, most of the 7 wonders of the world won their repute by their excessive size: the Temple of Diana at Ephesus, the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, the Colossus of Rhodes, and the Olympian Zeus of Phidias. Hitler's demand for huge dimensions, however, involved more than he was willing to admit to the workers. He wanted the biggest of everything to glorify his works and magnify his pride. These monuments were an assertion of his claim to world dominion long before he dared to voice any such intention even to his closest associates. I, too, was intoxicated by the idea of using drawings, money, and construction firms to create stone witnesses to history, and thus affirm our claim that our works would survive for 1,000 years. But I found Hitler's excitement rising whenever I could show him that at least in size we had beaten the other great buildings of history. To be sure, he never gave vent to these heady feelings. He was sparing in his use of high-sounding words to me. Possibly at such moments he actually felt a certain awe, but it was directed toward himself and toward his own greatness, which he himself had willed and projected into eternity. At the same party rally of 1937 at which Hitler laid the cornerstone of the stadium, his last speech ended with the ringing words, "The German nation has after all acquired its Germanic Reich." At dinner afterward, Hitler's adjutant, Speer, reported that at these words Field Marshal von Blomberg had burst into tears from sheer emotion. Hitler took this as evidence of the army's assent to what was being promised in the slogan. At the time, there was a great deal of talk to the effect that this mysterious dictum would be ushering in a new era in foreign policy, that it would bear much fruit. I had an idea of what it meant, for shortly before the speech was given, Hitler one day abruptly stopped me on the stairs to his apartment, let his entourage go on ahead, and said, "We will create a great empire. All the Germanic peoples will be included in it. It will begin in Norway and extend to northern Italy. I myself must carry this out. If only I keep my health." That was still a relatively restrained formulation. In the spring of 1937, Hitler visited me at my Berlin showrooms. We stood alone in front of the nearly 7-foot-high model of the stadium for 400,000 people. It had been set up precisely at eye level. Every detail had been rendered, and powerful spotlights illuminated it, so that with only a little imagination we could conceive the effect of this structure. Alongside the model were the plans pinned up on boards. Hitler turned to these. We talked about the Olympic Games, and I pointed out, as I had done several times before, that my athletic field did not have the prescribed Olympic proportions. Without any change of tone, as if it were a matter settled beyond the possibility of discussion, Hitler observed, "No matter, in 1940 the Olympic Games will take place in Tokyo, but thereafter they will take place in Germany for all time to come, in this stadium, and then we will determine the measurements of the athletic field." According to our carefully worked out schedule, this stadium was supposed to be completed in time for the party rally of 1945. 6. The greatest assignment. Hitler was pacing back and forth in the garden at Obersalzberg. "I really don't know what I should do. It is a terribly difficult decision. I would by far prefer to join the English, but how often in history the English have proved perfidious. If I go with them, then everything is over for good between Italy and us. Afterward the English will drop me, and we'll all sit between two stools." In the autumn of 1935 he made frequent remarks of this sort to his intimate circle, which as always had accompanied him to Obersalzberg. At this point Mussolini had begun his invasion of Abyssinia, accompanied by massive air raids. The Negus had fled and a new Roman Empire proclaimed. Ever since Hitler had made his unfortunate visit to Italy in June 1934, he distrusted the Italians and Italian policy, though not Mussolini. Now that he saw his doubts reinforced, Hitler recalled an item in Hindenburg's political testament to the effect that Germany should never again ally herself with Italy. Under England's leadership, the League of Nations imposed economic sanctions on Italy. This was the moment, Hitler remarked, when he had to decide whether he should ally himself with the English or the Italians. The decision must be taken in terms of the long view, he said. He spoke of his readiness to guarantee England's empire in return for a global arrangement, a favourite idea of his, which he was to voice often. But circumstances left him no choice. They forced him to decide in favour of Mussolini. In spite of the ideological relationship and the developing personal tie, that was no easy decision. For days afterward Hitler would remark in sombre tones that the situation had forced him to take this step. He was all the more gratified when it turned out a few weeks later that the sanctions as ultimately voted were relatively mild. From this Hitler concluded that both England and France were loath to take any risks and anxious to avoid any danger. Actions of his which later seemed reckless followed directly from such observations. The Western governments had, as he commented at the time, proved themselves weak and indecisive. He found this view confirmed when the German troops marched into the demilitarized Rhineland on March 7, 1936. This was an open breach of the Treaty of Locarno and might have provoked military countermeasures on the part of the Allies. Nervously, Hitler waited for the first reactions. The special train in which we rode to Munich on the evening of that day was charged, compartment after compartment, with the tense atmosphere that emanated from the Führer's section. At one station a message was handed into the car. Hitler sighed with relief. At last, the King of England will not intervene. He is keeping his promise. That means it can all go well. He seemed not to be aware of the meagre influence the British Crown has upon Parliament and the government. Nevertheless, military intervention would have probably required the King's approval, and perhaps this was what Hitler meant to imply. In any case, he was intensely anxious, and even later, when he was waging war against almost the entire world, he always termed the remilitarization of the Rhineland the most daring of all his undertakings. We had no army worth mentioning at that time. It would not even have had the fighting strength to maintain itself against the Poles. If the French had taken any action, we would have been easily defeated. Our resistance would have been over in a few days, and what air force we had then was ridiculous. A few Junkers 52s from Lufthansa, and not even enough bombs for them. After the abdication of King Edward Roman VIII, later the Duke of Windsor, Hitler frequently referred to his apparent friendliness toward National Socialist Germany. I am certain that through him permanent friendly relations with England could have been achieved. If he had stayed, everything would have been different. This abdication was a severe loss for us. Whereupon he would launch into remarks about sinister anti-German forces who were deciding the course of British policy. His regret at not having made an ally out of England ran like a red thread through all the years of his rule. It increased when the Duke of Windsor and his wife visited Hitler at Obersalzberg on October 22, 1937, and allegedly had good words to say about the achievements of the Third Reich. A few months after the uncontested remilitarization of the Rhineland, Hitler exulted over the harmonious atmosphere that prevailed during the Olympic Games. International animosity toward National Socialist Germany was plainly a thing of the past, he thought. He gave orders that everything should be done to convey the impression of a peace-minded Germany to the many prominent foreign guests. He himself followed the athletic contests with great excitement. Each of the German victories, and there were a surprising number of these, made him happy, but he was highly annoyed by the series of triumphs by the marvelous colored American runner, Jesse Owens. People whose antecedents came from the jungle were primitive, Hitler said with a shrug. Their physiques were stronger than those of civilized whites. They represented unfair competition and hence must be excluded from future gains. Hitler was also jolted by the jubilation of the Berliners when the French team filed solemnly into the Olympic Stadium. They had marched past Hitler with raised arms and thereby sent the crowd into transports of enthusiasm. But in the prolonged applause Hitler sensed a popular mood, a longing for peace and reconciliation with Germany's western neighbor. If I am correctly interpreting Hitler's expression at the time, he was more disturbed than pleased by the Berliners' cheers. In the spring of 1936 Hitler took me with him to inspect a stretch of the Autobahn. In conversation he dropped the remark, "I have one more building assignment to give out, the greatest of all." There was only this one hint. He did not explain. Occasionally, it was true, he outlined a few of his ideas for the rebuilding of Berlin, but it was not until June that Hitler showed me a plan for the center of the city. I patiently explained to the mayor why this new avenue must be 130 yards wide, and now he presents me with one only 100 yards wide. A few weeks later Mayor Lippert, an old party member and editor-in-chief of the Berlin Angriff, was summoned again. But nothing had changed. The avenue was still 100 yards in width. Lippert could not work up any enthusiasm for Hitler's architectural ideas. At first Hitler was merely annoyed, remarking that Lippert was petty, incapable of governing a metropolis, and even more incapable of understanding the historical importance he planned to give it. As time wore on, these remarks mounted in intensity. Lippert is an incompetent, an idiot, a failure, a zero. What was astonishing, however, was that Hitler never showed his dissatisfaction in the mayor's presence and never tried to win him over to his views. Even in this early period, he sometimes shied away from the wearisome business of explaining reasons. After 4 years of this sort of thing, and right after a walk from the Brockhoff to the tea-house, during which he once more brooded over Lippert's stupidity, he telephoned Goebbels and categorically ordered him to replace his mayor. Until the summer of 1936, Hitler had evidently meant to have his plans for Berlin carried out by the municipal government. Now he sent for me and tersely gave me the assignment. There is nothing to be done with the Berlin city government. From now on you make the plans, take the straw along. When you have something ready, show it to me. As you know, I always have time for such things. As Hitler told me, his conception of an enormously wide avenue went back to the early 20s, when he began to study the various plans for Berlin, found them all inadequate, and was impelled to develop his own ideas. Asterisk. He was probably referring to the plans by Martin M. Klo, which were shown in 1927 at a major art exhibit in Berlin. As a matter of fact, these bear a striking resemblance to Hitler's ideas. I did not become acquainted with them until I read Alfred Skinzer's book Berlin, Stadtschicksal und die Braunschweig, 1964. Even then, he said, he had decided to shift the Anhalter and Potsdam railroad stations to the south of Tempelhof Field. This would release broad strips of trackage in the center of the city, so that with only a little further clearing, starting from the Siegsallee, a magnificent avenue lined with impressive buildings could be built, 3 miles long. To be sure, all the architectural proportions of Berlin would be shattered by 2 buildings that Hitler envisaged on this new avenue. On the northern side, near the Reichstag, he wanted a huge meeting hall, a domed structure into which St. Peter's Cathedral in Rome would have fitted several times over. The diameter of the dome was to be 825 feet. Beneath it, in an area of approximately 410,000 square feet, there would be room for more than 150,000 persons to assemble standing. During these first discussions, when our general views on the city plan were still fluid, Hitler thought it necessary to explain to me that the size of meeting halls should be governed by medieval conceptions. The Cathedral of Ulm, for example, had 30,000 square feet of area, but when the building was begun in the 14th century, only 15,000 people lived in Ulm, including children and the aged. Therefore, they could never fill the space. Compared to that, a hall for 150,000 persons could be called small for a city of millions like Berlin. To balance the structure, Hitler wanted an Arch of Triumph 400 feet high. At least that will be a worthy monument to our dead of the World War. The names of our dead, all 1,800,000 of them, will be chiseled in the granite. What a paltry fare the Berlin monument put up by the Republic is, how wretched and undignified for a great nation. He handed me 2 sketches drawn on small cards. I made these drawings 10 years ago. I've always saved them, because I never doubted that someday I would build these 2 edifices, and this is how we will carry it out now. The proportions of the drawings showed, Hitler explained, that even then he had intended a diameter of more than 650 feet for the dome and a height of more than 330 feet for the Arch of Triumph. What is startling is less the grandiosity of the project than the obsessiveness with which he had been planning triumphant monumental buildings when there was not a shred of hope that they could ever be built. And today it strikes me as rather sinister that, in the midst of peacetime, while continually proclaiming his desire for international reconciliation, he was planning buildings expressive of an imperial glory which could be won only by war. Berlin is a big city, but not a real metropolis. Look at Paris, the most beautiful city in the world, or even Vienna. Those are cities with grand style. Berlin is nothing but an unregulated accumulation of buildings. We must surpass Paris and Vienna. These were some of the points he made during the series of discussions that now began. Most of the time we conferred in his apartment in the Chancellery. As a rule, he would have all other guests leave so we could talk seriously. At an earlier stage in his life he had carefully studied the plans of Vienna and Paris, and he revealed an amazing memory for these. In Vienna he admired the architectural complex of Ringstrasse with its great buildings, the Rathaus, the Parliament, the Concert Hall, or the Hofburg and the twin museums. He could draw this part of the city in correct proportions and had absorbed the lesson that impressive public buildings, like monuments, must be planned to be freely visible from all sides. He admired these buildings even if they did not directly coincide with his views, like the neo-Gothic Rathaus. Here Vienna is worthily represented. By contrast, consider the Berlin Rathaus. We will give Berlin a more beautiful one than Vienna is. No doubt about that. He was even more impressed by the vast rebuilding project and the new boulevards that Georges Haussmann had built in Paris between 1853 and 1870 at an expenditure of 2.5 million gold francs. He regarded Haussmann as the greatest city planner in history, but hoped that I would surpass him. The struggles that Haussmann had waged for years led him to expect that the plans for Berlin would also encounter opposition. Only his authority, he believed, would successfully put the work across. Initially, however, he found a cunning way to bring the municipal administration around. for the city was less than eager to accept Hitler's plans when it became evident that the considerable expense of clearing ground and building the avenues, the public gardens, and the rapid transit railways would fall to the city. We let them think we're considering building our new capital on the Emritzi in Mecklenburg. See how the Berliners come to life at the threat that the federal government may move out, he remarked. And in fact a few hints of this sort sufficed. The city fathers soon proved ready to foot the costs of the architectural planning. Nevertheless, for a few months Hitler was rather taken with this plan for a German Washington, and liked to talk about creating an ideal city out of nothingness. In the end, however, he rejected the idea. Artificially created capitals always remain lifeless. Think of Washington or Canberra. In our own Karlsruhe, too, no life springs up because the dull bureaucrats are left to themselves there. In connection with this episode, I am not certain to this day whether Hitler was playing as well, or whether for a while he was not somewhat converted to this idea of a new city. His plans for Berlin were inspired by the Champs-Élysées with its Arc de Triomphe, 160 feet high, begun by Napoleon in 1805. This was the model for his great arch and for the width of his avenue as well. The Champs-Élysées is 330 feet wide. In any case, we'll make our avenue 70-odd feet wider. When the far-sighted great elector laid out into Den Linden in the 17th century with a width of 200 feet, he could no more have foreseen present-day traffic than Haussmann when he designed the Champs-Élysées. To carry out this project, Hitler had State Secretary Lammers issue an ordinance giving me extensive powers, then making me his direct subordinate. Neither the Minister of the Interior, nor the Mayor of Berlin, nor the Gauleiter of Berlin, Goebbels, had any authority over me. In fact, Hitler explicitly exempted me from having to inform the city government or the party of my plans. When I told Hitler that I preferred to carry out this commission also as a freelance architect, he immediately consented. State Secretary Lammers invented a legal device which took account of my distaste for a bureaucratic position. My office was not treated as a part of the government, but as a large, independent research institute. On January 30, 1937, I was officially commissioned to carry out Hitler's greatest architectural task. For a long time he searched for a resounding enough title for me. Finally found it on a good one, Inspector General of Buildings for the renovation of the federal capital. In presenting me with the certification of my appointment, Hitler manifested a kind of shyness which sometimes came over him. After lunch he pressed the document into my hand. Do a good job. By a generous interpretation of my contract, I thereafter held the formal rank of a State Secretary of the Reich government. At the age of 32 I could sit beside Dr. Todt in the third row of the government benches, was entitled to a place at the lower end of the table at official state dinners, and automatically received from every foreign state visitor a decoration of fixed rank. I also received a monthly salary of 1,500 marks, an insignificant sum compared to my architect's fees. In February, moreover, Hitler bluntly ordered the Minister of Education to clear out the venerable Academy of Arts on Paraziplatz, so that my office is called GBI for Inspector General of Buildings could be installed there. He chose this building because he could reach it through the intervening ministerial gardens without being seen by the public. Soon he made ample use of this convenience. Hitler's city plan had one major fault: it had not been thought through to the end. He had become so set on the notion of a Berlin Champs-Élysées 2.5 times the length of the original in Paris that he entirely lost sight of the structure of existing Berlin, a city of 4 million people. For a city plan as such, an avenue could only have a meaning and function as the core of a general reorganization of the city. For Hitler, however, it was a display piece and an end in itself. Moreover, it did not solve the Berlin Railroad problem. The huge wedge of tracks which divided the city into two parts would merely be shifted a few miles to the south. Ministerial Director Leibrand of the Rhine Traffic Ministry, the chief planner for the German railroads, saw in Hitler's plans an opportunity for a large-scale reorganization of the entire railroad network in the capital. Together, we found an almost ideal solution. The capacity of the Berlin Suburban Railroad, the Rheinbahn, would be expanded by 2 tracks so that long-distance traffic could also be funneled into it. We could thus have a central station in the north and another in the south, which would do away with the need for the various Berlin terminals. The cost of the new arrangement was estimated at between 1 and 2 billion marks too. This would give us the old tracks to the south for a prolongation of our avenue and a large open area in the heart of the city for new housing for 400,000 persons. We could do the same to the north as well, and by eliminating the latest station open up new residential districts. The only trouble with this plan was that neither Hitler nor I wanted to give up the domed hall, which was to form the terminus of the magnificent avenue. The vast square in front of the hall was to remain free of traffic. So the plan, which would also have been a boon to traffic, was sacrificed on the altar of ostentation, and the flow of north-south traffic considerably hampered by a detour. It was an obvious idea to continue the existing 200-foot wide thoroughfare to the west Heerstrasse with the same width in an easterly direction, a project that was partly realized after 1945 by the extension of the former Frankfurter Allee. This axis, like the north-south axis, would be continued to its natural terminus, the ring formed by the Autobahn, so that new urban areas could also be opened up in the eastern part of Berlin. In this way, even though we were raising the heart of the city, we would be able to provide room for almost double the city's population, for both axes were to be lined by tall office buildings which would be scaled down at either end, passing by degrees into lower and lower buildings until an area was reached of private homes surrounded by considerable greenery. By this system I hoped to avoid the usual strangulation of the city centre. This plan, which arose necessarily out of my axial structure, led the areas of greenery along the radii deep into the heart of the city. Beyond the Autobahn, at the four terminal points of the two great spokes, land was reserved for airports. In addition, the Rangsdorfer Lake was expected to serve as landing field for a water airport, for in those days a greater future was envisaged for the seaplane. Tempelhof Airfield, situated much too close to the prospective new centre of the city, would be turned into an amusement park in the style of Copenhagen's Tivoli. In years to come, we considered the intersecting axes would be supplemented by 5 rings and 17 radial thoroughfares, each of which was to be 200 feet wide. For the present, however, we limited ourselves to determining where the new rows of buildings were to go. To connect the midpoint of the axis and part of the rings and to relieve traffic in the streets, rapid transit subways were planned. In the west, bordering on the Olympic Stadium, we planned a new university quarter, for most of the buildings of the old Friedrich Wilhelm University on Unter den Linden were antiquated and in deplorable condition. To the north of the new university district, a new medical quarter was to be established, with hospitals, laboratories, and medical schools. The banks of the Speer between the Museum Island and the Reich, a neglected area full of junkyards and small factories, were also to be reconstructed and additions and new buildings for the Berlin museums undertaken. The land beyond the ring formed by the Autobahn was to be set aside for recreation purposes. The typical Brandenburg pine forest of the area had been given into the charge of a high official in the Forestry Bureau who took his orders from me. Instead of pines, a woodland of deciduous trees was to be established here. After the model of the Bois de Boulogne, Grunwald was to be provided with hiking paths, rest areas, restaurants, and athletic fields for the capital's millions. The work had already begun. I had tens of thousands of deciduous trees planted in order to restore the old mixed forest which Frederick the Great had cut for lumber to finance the Silesian War. Of the whole vast project for the reshaping of Berlin, these deciduous trees are all that have remained. In the course of the work, a new urban concept emerged from Hitler's initially pointless plan for a grand avenue. In the light of all this, his original idea seemed relatively insignificant. At least where urban renewal was concerned, I had gone far beyond Hitler's megalomaniacal notions. I imagined that this had rarely happened to him in the course of his life. He went along with all these expansions of the original idea and gave me a free hand, but he could not really work up much enthusiasm for this part of the project. He would look at the plans, but really only glance at them, and after a few minutes would ask with palpable boredom, "Where do you have the plans for the Grand Avenue?" Then he would revel in visions of ministries, office buildings and showrooms for major German corporations, a new opera house, luxury hotels, and amusement palaces, and I gladly joined in these visions. Nevertheless, I considered these official buildings as subsidiary to the total plan. Hitler did not. His passion for building for eternity left him without a spark of interest in traffic arrangements, residential areas, and parks. He was indifferent to the social dimension. Hess, on the other hand, was interested only in the residential structures and scarcely took notice of the representational aspect of our plans. At the end of one of his visits he chided me for putting too much emphasis on the latter. I promised him that for every brick used for these ostentatious buildings, I would use one for a residential structure. Hitler was rather annoyed when he heard of this bargain. He spoke of the urgency of his requirements, but did not cancel our arrangement. It has been generally assumed that I was Hitler's chief architect, to whom all others were subordinate. This was not so. The architects for the replanning of Munich and Linz had similar powers bestowed upon them. In the course of time Hitler consulted an ever-growing number of architects for special tasks. Before the war began, there must have been 10 or 12. When buildings were in question, Hitler repeatedly displayed his ability to grasp a sketch quickly and to combine the floor plan and renderings into a three-dimensional conception. Despite all his government business, and although he was often dealing with anywhere from 10 to 15 large buildings in different cities, whenever the drawings were presented to him again, often after an interval of months, he immediately found his bearings and could remember what changes he had asked for. Those who assumed that a request or a suggestion had long since been forgotten quickly learned otherwise. In these conferences he usually behaved with restraint and civility. He asked for changes amiably and without any note of insult, entirely in contrast to the domineering tone he took toward his political associates. Convinced that the architect should be responsible for his building, he encouraged the architect to do the talking, not the Gauleiter or Reichsleiter who accompanied him, for he did not want any non-professional higher authority snarling up the explanations. If the architect's ideas ran counter to his own, Hitler was not stubborn. Yes, you rewrite that is better. The result was that I too was left with the feeling of creative independence. I frequently had differences of opinion with Hitler, but I cannot recall a single case in which he forced me as the architect to adopt his view. This comparatively equal relationship is the reason why later on, as Minister of Armaments, I assumed greater initiative than the majority of ministers and field marshals. Hitler reacted obstinately and ungraciously only when he sensed a mute opposition based on antagonistic principles. Thus Professor Bonatz, the teacher of a whole generation of architects, received no more commissions after he had criticized Trust's new buildings on Munich's Königsplatz. Bonatz was in such disfavor that even Todt did not dare consult him for the building of a few bridges on the Autobahn. Only my intervening with Frau Trust brought Bonatz back into currency. Why shouldn't he build bridges, as she remarked to Hitler? He is very good on technical structures. Her word was weighty enough, and thereafter Bonatz built Autobahn bridges. Hitler declared again and again, how I wish I had been an architect. And when I responded, but then I would have no client, he would say, oh, you would have made your way in any case. I sometimes ask myself whether Hitler would have forsaken his political career if in the early 20s he had met a wealthy client willing to employ him as architect. But at bottom, I think his sense of political mission and his passion for architecture were always inseparable. It seems to me that this theory is borne out by the two sketches he made around 1925, when at the age of 36 his political career had been virtually wrecked, for certainly it must then have seemed a wild absurdity that he would ever be a political leader who could crown his success with a triumphal arch and a domed hall. The German Olympic Committee was thrown into a quandary when State Secretary Fundner of the Ministry of the Interior showed Hitler its first plans for the rebuilding of the Olympic Stadium. Otto March, the architect, had designed a concrete structure with glass partition walls similar to the Vienna Stadium. Hitler went to inspect the site and came back in a state of anger and agitation. Having been summoned to discuss some plans with him, I was present when he curtly informed State Secretary Fundner to cancel the Olympic Games. They could not take place without his presence, he said, since the Chief of State must open them. But he would never set foot inside a modern glass box like that. Overnight I made a sketch showing how the steel skeleton already built could be clad in natural stone and have more massive cornices added. The glass partitions were eliminated. and Hitler was content. He saw to the financing of the increased costs. Professor March agreed to the changes, and the Olympic Games were held in Berlin after all, although I was never sure whether Hitler would actually have carried out his threat or whether it was merely a flash of pique, which he often used to get his way. Hitler also abruptly threatened to withdraw from the Paris World Fair of 1937, although the invitation had already been accepted and the site for the German pavilion fixed. He strongly disliked all the sketches he was shown. The Ministry of Economics thereupon asked me for a design. The Soviet, Russian, and German pavilions were to be placed directly opposite one another on the fairgrounds. The French directors of the fair had deliberately arranged this confrontation. While looking over the site in Paris, I by chance stumbled into a room containing the secret sketch of the Soviet pavilion. A sculptured pair of figures 33 feet tall, on a high platform, was striding triumphantly toward the German pavilion. I therefore designed a cubic mass, also elevated on stout pillars, which seemed to be checking this onslaught, while from the cornice of my tower an eagle with the swastika in its claws looked down on the Russian sculptures. I received a gold medal for the building. So did my Soviet colleague. At the dedication dinner for our pavilion I met the French ambassador to Berlin, Anne de France-Oisponset. He proposed that I exhibit my works in Paris in exchange for a show of modern French painting in Berlin. French architecture was lagging, he commented, but in painting you can learn from us. At the next opportunity I told Hitler of this proposal, which might open the way for me to win an international reputation. Hitler passed over the ambassador's unwelcome comment in silence, but for the moment said neither yes nor no. The upshot was that I could never bring up the subject again. During those days in Paris I saw the Palais de Chaillot and the Palais des Musées d'Art Moderne, as well as the Musée des Travaux Publics, then still being built, which had been designed by the famous avant-gardist Auguste Perret. It surprised me that France also favoured neoclassicism for her public buildings. It has often been asserted that this style is characteristic of the architecture of totalitarian states. That is not at all true. Rather, it was characteristic of the era and left its impress upon Washington, London, and Paris, as well as Rome, Moscow, and our plans for Berlin. 5. We had obtained some extra French currency. My wife and I drove by car through France with some friends. Slowly, we toured southward, stopping at castles and cathedrals on the way. We reached Carcassonne and found it highly stirring and romantic, although it was merely one of the most utilitarian fortifications of the Middle Ages, as typical of its time as an atomic shelter is of ours. In the Citadel Hotel we enjoyed an old French red wine and decided to linger in the region for a few days more. In the evening I was called to the telephone. I had thought myself safe in this remote corner of France from Hitler's adjutants, all the more so since nobody knew our destination. For reasons of security and control, however, the French police had checked our movements. At any rate, in response to an inquiry from Obersalzberg, they were able to say at once where we were. Adjutant Bruckner was on the phone. You were to come to the Führer by tomorrow noon. I objected that it would take me 2.5 days to drive back. A conference has been set for tomorrow afternoon, Bruckner replied, and the Führer insists on your presence. I tried one more feeble protest. Just a moment. Yes, the Führer knows where you are, but you must be here tomorrow. I was wretched, angry, and perplexed. Lengthy telephone calls with Hitler's pilot produced the news that the Führer's private plane could not land in France, but a place would be obtained for me on a German cargo plane that was due for a stopover in Marseille on a flight from Africa at 6 o'clock in the morning. Hitler's special plane would then take me from Stuttgart to Ene Airport near Berchtesgaden. That same night we set out on the drive to Marseille. For a few minutes we looked at the Roman buildings in Arles, which had been the actual goal of our journey, by moonlight. At 2 o'clock in the morning we reached a hotel in Marseille. 3 hours later I was off to the airport, and in the afternoon I presented myself, as ordered, to Hitler in Obersalzberg. Oh yes, I am sorry, Herr Speer, I've postponed the conference. I wanted to have your opinion on a suspension bridge for Hamburg. Dr. Tott had been supposed to show him the design for a mammoth bridge that would surpass San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge. Since construction was not due to begin until the 1940s, Hitler might easily have let me have another week's vacation. Another time I had fled to the Zugspitze with my wife when the usual telephone call from the adjutant reached me, Yuri to come to the Führer dinner tomorrow afternoon in the Osteria. He cut off my objections. No, it is urgent. In the Osteria, Hitler greeted me with, "Why, how nice that you've come to dine with us. What, you were sent for? I merely asked yesterday. I wonder where Speer is, but you know, it serves you right. What is this about going skiing with all you have to do?" Von Neurath displayed more backbone. Once when Hitler told his adjutant late one evening, "I'd like to talk to the foreign minister," he received the reply, "The foreign minister has already gone to bed. To tell them he is to be waked when I want to talk to him." Another telephone call. The adjutant returned discomfited. "The foreign minister says he will be available in the morning. He is tired now and wants to sleep." Faced with such resolution, Hitler could only give up, but he was in bad humor for the rest of the evening. Moreover, he could never forget such defiance and took revenge at the first opportunity. 7. Obersalzberg. There is a special trap for every holder of power, whether the director of a company, the head of a state, or the ruler of a dictatorship. His favor is so desirable to his subordinates that they will sue for it by every means possible. Civility becomes endemic among his entourage, who compete among themselves in their show of devotion. This in turn exercises a sway upon the ruler, who becomes corrupted in his turn. The key to the quality of the man in power is how he reacts to this situation. I have observed a number of industrialists and military men who knew how to fend off this danger. Where power has been exercised over generations, a kind of hereditary incorruptibility grows up. Only a few individuals among those around Hitler, such as Fritz Todt, withstood the temptation to sycophancy. Hitler himself put up no visible resistance to the evolution of a court. The special conditions of his style of rule led Hitler, especially after 1937, into increasing isolation. Added to that was his inability to make human contacts. Among his intimates we sometimes spoke of the change which was more and more marked in him. Heinrich Hoffmann had just put out a new edition of his book, Hitler, Why Ein Keiner Kennt the Hitler Nobody Knows. The old edition had to be withdrawn because of a picture showing Hitler amicably together with Röhm, whom he was shortly afterward to kill. Hitler himself selected the new photos. They showed a casual, good-natured private individual in leather shorts, in a rowboat, stretched out on meadows hiking, surrounded by enthusiastic young people, or in artists' studios. He was always seen relaxed, friendly, and accessible. The book proved to be Hoffmann's greatest success, but it was already out of date by the time it was published. For the genial, relaxed Hitler whom I too had known in the early 30s had become, even to his intimate entourage, a forbidding despot with few human relationships. In the Ostertal, a remote mountain valley in the Bavarian Alps, I had located a small hunting lodge, big enough to set up drawing boards, which with a bit of crowding could accommodate my family and a few associates. There, in the spring of 1935, we worked away at my plans for Berlin. That was a happy period for my work and for the family. But one day I made a crucial error. I told Hitler about this idyll. His response was, "Why, you can have all that and more near me." I elope at the Bechstein house asterisk of villa near Hitler's residence at Obersalzberg, formerly owned by his friends, the Bechsteins. At your disposal. There is ample room for your office there in the conservatory. At the end of May 1937 we moved from the Bechstein house into a studio building which Hitler had Bormann built from my design. Thus I became the fourth Obersalzberger, along with Hitler, Göring, and Bormann. Naturally, I was happy to be granted so obvious a distinction and be admitted to the most intimate circle. But I soon came to realize that the change had not been exactly advantageous. From the solitary mountain valley we passed into an area guarded by a high barbed wire fence which could be entered only after identity checks at 2 gates. It was reminiscent of an open-air enclosure for wild animals. Curiosity seekers were always trying to catch a glimpse of some of the prominent inhabitants of the mountain. Bormann was the real master of Obersalzberg. He forcibly bought up centuries-old farms and had the buildings torn down. The same was done to the numerous votive chapels, despite the objections of the parishes. He also confiscated state forests until the private area reached from the top of the mountain, which was some 6,400 feet high, to the valley at an altitude of 2,000 feet and embraced an area of 2.7 square miles. The fence around the inner area was almost 2 miles long, around the outer area 9 miles long. With total insensitivity to the natural surroundings, Bormann laid out a network of roads through this magnificent landscape. He turned forest paths hitherto carpeted by pine needles and penetrated by roots into paved promenades. A barracks, a vast garage building, a hotel for Hitler's guests, a new manor house, a complex for the constantly growing number of employees sprang up as rapidly as in the suddenly fashionable resort. Dormitory barracks for hundreds of construction workers clung to the slopes, trucks loaded with building materials rumbled along the roads. At night the various building sites glowed with light, for work went on in 2 shifts, and occasionally detonations thundered through the valley. On the top of Hitler's private mountain, Bormann erected a house that was luxuriously furnished in a somewhat rusticated ocean liner style. You reached it by a precipitous road that ended in an elevator blasted into the rock. Bormann squandered between 20 and 30 million marks merely on the access route to this area, which Hitler visited only a few times. Cynics in Hitler's entourage remarked, Bormann has created a gold rush town atmosphere, only he doesn't find any, he spends it. Hitler regretted the hubbub but commented, "It's Bormann's doing, I don't want to interfere." Another time he said, "When it has all finished I'll look for a quiet valley and build another small wooden house that like the first." It never was finished. Bormann conceived a never-ending succession of new roads and buildings, and when the war finally broke out he began building underground quarters for Hitler and his entourage. The gigantic installations on the mountain were, in spite of Hitler's occasional sarcasms about the tremendous effort and expenditure, characteristic of the change in Führer's style of life and also indicative of his tendency to withdraw more and more from the wider world around him. Fear of assassination cannot explain it, for almost daily he allowed thousands of people to enter the protected area to pay homage to him. His entourage considered such behavior more dangerous than spontaneous strolls on public forest paths. In the summer of 1935, Hitler had decided to enlarge his modest country house into one more suitable for his public duties, to be known as the Berghof. He paid for the project out of his own money, but that was nothing but a gesture, since Bormann drew upon other sources for the subsidiary buildings sums disproportionately greater than the amount Hitler himself provided. Hitler did not just sketch the plans for the Berghof. He borrowed drawing board, T-square, and other implements from me to draw the ground plan, renderings, and cross-sections of his building to scale, refusing any help with the matter. There were only 2 other designs on which Hitler expended the personal care that he applied to his Obersalzberg house, that of the new Reich war flag and his own standard as chief of state. Most architects will put a wide variety of ideas down on paper and see which lends itself best to further development. It was characteristic of Hitler that he regarded his first inspiration as intuitively right and drew it with little hesitation. Afterward, he introduced only small retouchings to eliminate glaring defects. The old house was preserved within the new one, whose living room joined the old through a large opening. The resultant ground plan was most impractical for the reception of official visitors. Their staffs had to be content with an unprepossessing entry hall, which also led to the toilets, stairwell, and the large dining room. During official conferences, Hitler's private guests were banished to the upper floor. But since the stairs led down to the entry hall, private visitors had to be cleared by a guard before being allowed to go through the room and leave the house for a walk. A huge picture window in the living room, famous for its size and the fact that it could be lowered, was Hitler's pride. It offered a view of the Untersberg, Berchtesgaden, and Salzburg. However, Hitler had been inspired to situate his garage underneath this window. When the wind was unfavorable, a strong smell of gasoline penetrated into the living room. All in all, this was a ground plan that would have been graded D by any professor at an institute of technology. On the other hand, these very clumsinesses gave the Berghof a strongly personal note. The place was still geared to the simple activities of a former weekend cottage, merely expanded to vast proportions. All the cost estimates were exceeded by far, and Hitler was somewhat embarrassed. I've completely used up the income from my book, although Ammon has given me a further advance of several 100,000. Even so, there is not enough money, so Bormann has told me today. The publishers are after me to release my second book, the 1928 one, for publication. Asterisk. Hitler's so-called second book was not published until 1961. But I am certainly glad this volume hasn't been published. What political complications it would make for me at the moment. On the other hand, it would relieve me of all financial pressures at one stroke. Ammon promised me $1 million just as an advance, and beyond that it would bring in millions. Perhaps later, when I am further along. Now it's impossible. There he sat, a voluntary prisoner with his view of the Untersberg where, legend has it, the Emperor Charlemagne still sleeps, but will one day arise to restore the past glory of the German Empire. Hitler naturally appropriated this legend for himself. You see the Untersberg over there. It is no accident that I have my residence opposite it. Bormann was linked to Hitler not only by his vast building projects on the Obersalzberg. He contrived at the same time to take over administration of Hitler's personal finances. Not only were Hitler's adjutants tied to the purse strings that Bormann controlled, but even Hitler's mistress was dependent upon him, as she candidly confessed to me. Hitler left it to Bormann to attend to her modest needs. Hitler praised Bormann's financial skill. Once I heard him relate how Bormann had performed a significant service for the party during the difficult year of 1932 by introducing compulsory accident insurance for all party members. The income from this insurance fund considerably exceeded the expenditures, Hitler said, and the party was able to use the surplus for other purposes. Bormann also did his bit to eliminate Hitler's financial anxieties permanently after 1933. He found two sources of ample funds. Together with Hitler's personal photographer Hoffmann and Hoffmann's friend Ernest Lodge, the Minister of Posts, he decided that Hitler had rights to the reproduction of his picture on postage stamps and was therefore entitled to payments. The percentage royalty was infinitesimal, but since the Führers had appeared on all stamps, millions flowed into the privy purse administered by Bormann. Bormann developed another source by founding the Adolf Hitler Endowment Fund of German Industry. Entrepreneurs who were profiting by the economic boom were bluntly requested to show their appreciation by voluntary contributions to the Führer. Since other party bigwigs had had the same notion, Bormann obtained a decree assuring him a monopoly on such contributions. But he was clever enough to return a part of the donations to various party leaders in behalf of the Führer. Almost all of the top party functionaries received gifts from this fund. This power to set the living standards of the Gauleiters and Reisleiters did not attract attention, but fundamentally it conferred on Bormann more power than many other positions within the hierarchy. With his typical perseverance, from 1934 on, Bormann followed the simple principle of always remaining in closest proximity to the source of all grace and favour. He accompanied Hitler to the Berghof and on trips, and in the Chancellery never left his side until Hitler went to bed in the early morning hours. In this way Bormann became Hitler's hard-working, reliable, and ultimately indispensable secretary. He pretended to be obliging to everyone, and almost everyone availed himself of Bormann's services, all the more so since he obviously served Hitler with utter selflessness. Even his immediate superior, Rudolf Hess, found it convenient to have Bormann close to Hitler at all times. The powerful men under Hitler were already jealously watching one another like so many pretenders to the throne. Quite early there were struggles for position among Goebbels, Göring, Rosenberg, Ley, Himmler, Ribbentrop, and Hess. Only Rohm had been left by the wayside, and before long Hess was to lose all his influence. But none of them recognized a threat in the shape of trusty Bormann. He had succeeded in representing himself as insignificant while imperceptibly building up his bastions. Even among so many ruthless men, he stood out by his brutality and coarseness. He had no culture, which might have put some restraints on him, and in every case he carried out whatever Hitler had ordered or what he himself had gathered from Hitler's hints. A subordinate by nature, he treated his own subordinates as if he were dealing with cows and oxen. He was a peasant. I avoided Bormann from the beginning. We could not abide each other. We treated each other with formal correctness, as the private atmosphere at Obersalzberg required. With the exception of my own studio, I never designed a building for him to execute. Hitler's stays on the mountain provided him, as he often stressed, with the income and assurance for his surprising decisions. He also composed his most important speeches there, and it is worth noting how he wrote them. Thus, before the Nuremberg Party rally, he regularly retreated to Obersalzberg for several weeks in order to work out his long speeches on basic principles. As the deadline drew nearer, his adjutants kept urging him to begin the dictation and kept everyone and everything away from him, even architectural plans and visitors, so that he would not be distracted from the work. But Hitler postponed the task from week to week, then from day to day, and would reluctantly set to work on it only under extreme time pressure. By then it was usually too late to finish all the speeches, and during the rally Hitler usually had to stay up nights to make up for the time he had squandered at Obersalzberg. I had the impression that he needed this pressure in order to be able to work, that in the bohemian manner of the artist he despised discipline and could not or would not force himself to work regularly. He let the content of his speeches or his thoughts ripen during these weeks of apparent idling until all that had accumulated poured out like a stream bursting its bounds upon followers or negotiators. Our move from our secluded valley to the bustle of Obersalzberg was ruinous to my work. The very sameness of the day's routine was tiring. The unchanging group around Hitler, the same coterie who regularly met in Munich and in Berlin, was boring. The only difference from Berlin and Munich was that wives were present on the mountain, and also 2 or 3 women's secretaries and Eva Braun. Hitler usually appeared in the lower rooms late in the morning, around 11 o'clock. He then went through the press summaries, received several reports from Bormann, and made his first decisions. The day actually began with a prolonged afternoon dinner. The guests assembled in the interior. Hitler chose the lady he would take in to dinner, while Bormann, from about 1938 on, had the privilege of escorting Eva Braun to the table. She usually sat on Hitler's left. That in itself was proof of Bormann's dominant position in the court. The dining room was a mixture of artistic rusticity and urban elegance of a sort which was often characteristic of country houses of the wealthy. The walls and ceilings were panelled in pale larchwood, the chairs covered with bright red Morocco leather. The china was a simple white, the silver bore Hitler's monogram and was the same as that used in Berlin. Hitler always took pleasure in its restrained floral decoration. The food was simple and substantial, soup, a meat-course, dessert, with either fetching or mineral water or wine. The waiters, in white vests and black trousers, were members of the SS bodyguard. Some 20 persons sat at the long table, but because of its length no general conversation could arise. Hitler sat in the middle, facing the window. He talked with the person opposite him, who was different every day, or with the ladies to either side of him. Shortly after dinner the walk to the tea-house began. The width of the path left room for only 2 abreast, so that the file resembled a procession. 2 security men walked at the head. Then came Hitler, with one other person, with whom he conversed, followed in any order by the dinner company, with more guards bringing up the rear. Hitler's 2 police dogs roamed about the area and ignored his commands, the only oppositionist at his court. To Bormann's vexation, Hitler was addicted to this particular walk, which took about half an hour, and disdained using the mile-long paved forest roads. The tea-house had been built at one of Hitler's favourite lookout points above the Berchtesgaden valley. The company always marvelled at the panorama in the same phrases. Hitler always agreed in much the same language. The tea-house itself consisted of a round room about 25 feet in diameter, pleasing in its proportions, with a row of small paned windows and a fireplace along the interior wall. The company sat in easy chairs around the round table, with Eva Braun and one of the other ladies again at Hitler's side. Those who did not find seats went into a small adjoining room. According to taste, one had tea, coffee, or chocolate, and various types of cake and cookies, followed by liqueurs. Here, at the coffee table, Hitler was particularly fond of drifting into endless monologues. The subjects were mostly familiar to the company, who therefore listened absently, though pretending attention. Occasionally Hitler himself fell asleep over one of his monologues. The company then continued chatting in whispers, hoping that he would awaken in time for the evening meal. It was all very familial. After about 2 hours, the tea time ended, generally around 6. Hitler stood up, and the procession moved on to the parking area about 20 minutes' walk, where a column of cars waited. After returning to the Berghof, Hitler usually withdrew to the upper rooms, while the retinue scattered. Bormann frequently disappeared into the room of one of the younger stenographers, which elicited spiteful remarks from Eva Braun. 2 hours later the company met again for supper, with repetition of the afternoon ritual. Afterward, Hitler went into the salon, again followed by the still unchanged company. The Truth studio had furnished the salon sparsely, but with oversized furniture, a sideboard over 10 feet high and 18 feet long which housed phonograph records along with various certificates of honorary citizenship awarded to Hitler, a monumental classicist china closet, a massive clock crowned by a fierce bronze eagle. In front of the large picture window stood a table 20 feet long, which Hitler used for signing documents or, later, for studying military maps. There were 2 sitting areas, one a sunken nook at the back of the room, with the red upholstered chairs grouped around a fireplace, the other, near the window, dominated by a round table whose fine veneer was protected by a glass top. Beyond this sitting area was the movie projection cabinet, its openings concealed by a tapestry. Along the opposite wall stood a massive chest containing built-in speakers, and adorned by a large bronze bust of Richard Wagner by Amo Brecker. Above this hung another tapestry which concealed the movie screen. Large oil paintings covered the walls, a lady with exposed bosom ascribed to Bourdon, a pupil of Titian, a picturesque reclining nude said to be by Titian himself, Feuerbach's Nonna in a very handsome frame, an early landscape by Spitzweg, a landscape with Roman ruins by Panini, and, surprisingly, a kind of altar painting by Adolf von Steinel, one of the Nazarene group, representing King Henry, founder of cities. But there was no Grtzener. Hitler occasionally let it be known that he had paid for these paintings out of his own income. We found places on the sofas or in one of the easy chairs in either of the sitting areas. The 2 tapestries were raised, and the second part of the evening began with a movie, as was also the custom when Hitler was in Berlin. Afterward the company gathered around the huge fireplace, some 6 or 8 persons lined up in a row on the excessively long and uncomfortably low sofa, while Hitler, once more flanked by Eva Braun and one of the ladies, ensconced himself in one of the soft chairs. Because of the inept arrangement of the furniture, the company was so scattered that no common conversation could arise. Everyone talked in low voices with his neighbor. Hitler murmured trivialities with the 2 women at his side, or whispered with Eva Braun. Sometimes he held her hand, but often he fell silent or stared broodingly into the fire. Then the guests fell silent also, in order not to disturb him in important thoughts. Occasionally the movies were discussed, Hitler commenting mainly on the female actors and Eva Braun on the males. No one took the trouble to raise the conversation above the level of trivialities by, for example, remarking on any of the new trends in directing. Of course the choice of films scarcely allowed for any other approach, for they were all standard products of the entertainment industry. Such experiments of the period as Kurt Ortela's Michelangelo film were never shown, at least not when I was there. Sometimes Bormann used the occasion to take some swipes at Goebbels, who was responsible for German film production. Thus he would remark that Goebbels had made all lands of trouble for the movie based on Clestis the Broken Jug because he thought Emil Jannings' portrayal of the lame village magistrate, Adam, was a caricature of himself. Hitler gleefully watched the film, which had been withdrawn from circulation, and gave orders that it be shown again in the largest Berlin movie theatre. But this is typical of Hitler's sometimes amazing lack of authority. For a long time this simply was not done. Bormann, however, kept bringing up the matter until Hitler showed serious irritation and let Goebbels know that his orders had better be obeyed. Later, during the war, Hitler gave up the evening showings, saying that he wanted to renounce his favorite entertainment out of sympathy for the privations of the soldiers. Instead, records were played. But although the record collection was excellent, Hitler always preferred the same music. Neither Baroque nor classical music, neither chamber music nor symphonies, interested him. Before long the order of the records became virtually fixed. First he wanted a few bravura selections from Wagnerian operas to be followed promptly with operettas. That remained the pattern. Hitler made a point of trying to guess the names of the sopranos and was pleased when he guessed right, as he frequently did. To animate these rather barren evenings, sparkling wine was handed around and, after the occupation of France, confiscated champagne of a cheap brand. Goering and his air marshals had appropriated the best brands. From 1 o'clock on, some members of the company, in spite of all their efforts to control themselves, could no longer repress their yawns. But the social occasion dragged on in monotonous, wearing emptiness for another hour or more, until at last Eva Braun had a few words with Hitler and was permitted to go upstairs. Hitler would stand up about a quarter of an hour later to bid his company good night. Those who remained, liberated, often followed those numbing hours with a gay party over champagne and cognac. In the early hours of the morning we went home dead tired, exhausted from doing nothing. After a few days of this I was seized by what I called, at the time, the mountain disease. That is, I felt exhausted and vacant from the constant waste of time. Only when Hitler's idleness was interrupted by conferences was I free to put myself and my associates to work on designs. As a favoured permanent guest and inhabitant of Obersalzberg, I could not withdraw from these evenings, agonizing as they were, without appearing impolite. Dr. Otto Dietrich, the press chief, ventured to slip away to performances at the Salzburg Festival a few times, but in doing so he incurred Hitler's anger. During Hitler's longer stays at Obersalzberg, the only way to save oneself was to flee to Berlin. Sometimes familiars of Hitler's old Munich or Berlin circles, such as Goebbels, Franz Schwarz, the party treasurer, or Hermann Hesse, state secretary for tourism in the Ministry of Propaganda, put in an appearance. But this happened rarely, and then only for a day or two. Even Hesse, who should have had every reason to check the activities of his deputy, Bormann, turned up only 2 or 3 times, at least while I was there. These close associates, who could frequently be met at afternoon dinners in the Chancellery, obviously avoided Obersalzberg. Their absence was particularly noticeable because Hitler showed considerable pleasure when they turned up and frequently asked them to come often and stay longer. But they had meanwhile become the centres of their own circles, and it was therefore rather uncomfortable for them to submit to Hitler's altogether different routine and to his manner, which in spite of all his charm was painfully self-assertive. Eva Braun was allowed to be present during visits from old party associates. She was banished as soon as other dignitaries of the Reich, such as cabinet ministers, appeared at table. Even when Göring and his wife came, Eva Braun had to stay in her room. Hitler obviously regarded her as socially acceptable only within strict limits. Sometimes I kept her company in her exile, or room next to Hitler's bedroom. She was so intimidated that she did not dare leave the house for a walk. I might meet the Görings in the hall. In general, Hitler showed little consideration for her feelings. He would enlarge on his attitude toward women as though she were not present. A highly intelligent man should take a primitive and stupid woman. Imagine if on top of everything else I had a woman who interfered with my work. In my leisure time I want to have peace. I could never marry. Think of the problems if I had children. In the end they would try to make my son my successor. Besides, the chances are slim for someone like me to have a capable son. That is almost always how it goes in such cases. Consider Goethe's son a completely worthless person. Lots of women are attracted to me because I am unmarried. That was especially useful during our days of struggle. It is the same as with a movie actor. When he marries, he loses a certain something for the women who adore him. Then he is no longer their idol as he was before. Hitler believed that he had a powerful sexual appeal to women. But he was also extremely wary about this. He never knew, he used to say, whether a woman preferred him as the Chancellor or as Adolf Hitler, and as he often remarked ungallantly, he certainly did not want witty and intelligent women about him. In making such remarks, he was apparently not aware of how offensive they must have been to the ladies present. On the other hand, Hitler could sometimes behave like a good head of a family. Once, when Eva Braun was skiing and came to tea rather late, he looked uneasy, kept glancing nervously at the clock, and was plainly worried that she might have had an accident. Eva Braun came of a family of modest circumstances. Her father was a schoolteacher. I never met her parents, they never appeared and continued to live as befitted their station until the end. Eva Braun, too, remained simple. She dressed quietly and wore the inexpensive jewelry **N. E. Gunn S. Eva Braun, Hitler as Mistress Meredith, 1968 gives a list of valuable jewelry. So far as I remember, she did not wear anything of the sort, nor does any appear in the many photographs of her. Perhaps the list refers to the objects of value which Hitler saw to that she received through Bormann during the war. That Hitler gave her for Christmas or her birthdays, usually some precious stones worth a few hundred marks at most and actually insulting in their modesty. Bormann would present a selection, and Hitler would choose these trinkets with what seemed to me petit bourgeois taste. Eva Braun had no interest in politics. She scarcely ever attempted to influence Hitler. With a good eye for the facts of everyday life, however, she did sometimes make remarks about minor abuses and conditions in Munich. Bormann did not like that, since in such cases he was instantly called to account. She was sports-loving, a good skier with plenty of endurance, with whom my wife and I frequently undertook mountain tours outside the enclosed area. Once Hitler actually gave her a week's vacation when he himself was not at Obersalzberg, of course. She went to see RS with us for a few days. There, unrecognized, she danced with great passion into the wee hours of the morning with young army officers. She was very far from being a modern Madame Pompadour. For the historian, she is interesting only insofar as she set off some of Hitler's traits. Out of sympathy for her predicament, I soon began to feel a liking for this unhappy woman who was so deeply attached to Hitler. In addition, we were linked by our common dislike for Bormann, although at that time what we resented most was the coarseness with which he was raping the beauty of nature at Obersalzberg and betraying his wife. When I heard at the Nuremberg trial that Hitler had married Eva Braun in the last day and a half of his life, I felt glad for her, even though I could sense even in this act the cynicism with which Hitler had treated her and probably women in general. I have often wondered whether Hitler felt anything like affection for children. He certainly made an effort when he met them, whether they were the children of acquaintances or unknown to him. He even tried to deal with them in a paternally friendly fashion, but never managed to be very convincing about it. He never found the proper easy manner of treating them. After a few benign words he would soon turn to others. On the whole, he regarded children as representatives of the next generation and therefore took more pleasure in their appearance blonde, blue-eyed, their stature strong, healthy, or their intelligence brisk, aggressive than in their nature as children. His personality had no effect whatsoever upon my own children. What remains in my memory of social life at Obersalzberg is a curious vacuity. Fortunately, during my first years of imprisonment, while my recollections were still fresh, I noted down a few scraps of conversations which I can now regard as reasonably authentic. In those hundreds of tea-time questions of fashion, of raising dogs, of the theatre and movies, of operettas and their stars were discussed, along with endless trivialities about the family lives of others. Hitler scarcely ever said anything about the Jews, about his domestic opponents, let alone about the necessity for setting up concentration camps. Perhaps such topics were omitted less out of deliberate intention than because they would have been out of place amidst the prevailing banality. On the other hand, Hitler made fun of his closest associates with striking frequency. It is no accident that these particular remarks have remained in my mind, for after all they involved persons who were officially immune from all criticism. Hitler's private circle was not held to these rules, and in any case Hitler considered it pointless to attempt to keep women from gossiping. Was it self-aggrandizement when he spoke disparagingly of everything and everyone? Or did such talk spring from his general contempt for all persons and events? Thus Hitler had little sympathy with Himmler in his mythologizing of the SS. What nonsense! Here we have at last reached an age that has left all mysticism behind it, and now he wants to start that all over again. We might just as well have stayed with the Church. At least it had tradition. To think that I may someday be turned into an SS saint. Can you imagine it? I would turn over in my grave. Himmler has made another speech calling Charlemagne the butcher of the Saxons. Killing all those Saxons was not a historical crime, as Himmler thinks. Charlemagne did a good thing in subjugating Widgekind and killing the Saxons out of hand. He thereby made possible the empire of the Franks and the entry of Western culture into what is now Germany. Himmler had scientists undertake excavations of prehistoric sites. Hitler commented, "Why do we call the whole world's attention to the fact that we have no past? It isn't enough that the Romans were erecting great buildings when our forefathers were still living in mud huts. Now Himmler is starting to dig up these villages of mud huts and enthusing over every potsherd and stone axe he finds. All we prove by this is that we were still throwing stone hatchets and crouching around open fires when Greece and Rome had already reached the highest stage of culture. We really should do our best to keep quiet about this past." Instead, Himmler makes a great fuss about it all. The present-day Romans must be having a laugh at these revelations. Amid his political associates in Berlin, Hitler made harsh pronouncements against the church, but in the presence of the women he adopted a milder tone, one of the instances where he adapted his remarks to his surroundings. "The church is certainly necessary for the people. It is a strong and conservative element, you might say at one time or another in this private circle." However, he conceived of the church as an instrument that could be useful to him. If only Reich, by this was his nickname for Reich, Bishop Ludwig Müller had some kind of stature, but why do they appoint a nobody of an army chaplain? I'd be glad to give him my full support. Think of all he could do with that. Through me the evangelical Protestant church could become the established church, as in England. Even after 1942, Hitler went on maintaining that he regarded the church as indispensable in political life. He would be happy, he said in one of those tea-time talks at Ober-Salzburg, if someday a prominent churchman turned up who was suited to lead one of the churches, or if possible both the Catholic and Protestant churches reunited. He still regretted that Reich Bishop Müller was not the right man to carry out his far-reaching plans. But he sharply condemned the campaign against the church, calling it a crime against the future of the nation. For it was impossible, he said, to replace the church by any party ideology. Undoubtedly, he continued, the church would learn to adapt to the political goals of National Socialism in the long run, as it had always adapted in the course of history. A new party religion would only bring about a relapse into the mysticism of the Middle Ages. The growing SS myth showed that clearly enough, as did Rosenberg's readable myth of the 20th century. If in the course of such a monologue Hitler had pronounced a more negative judgment upon the church, Bormann would undoubtedly have taken from his jacket pocket one of the white cards he always carried with him. For he noted down all Hitler's remarks that seemed to him important, and there was hardly anything he wrote down more eagerly than deprecating comments on the church. At the time I assumed that he was gathering material for a biography of Hitler. Around 1937, when Hitler heard that at the instigation of the party and the SS vast numbers of his followers had left the church because it was obstinately opposing his plans, he nevertheless ordered his chief associates, above all Göring and Goebbels, to remain members of the church. He too would remain a member of the Catholic Church, he said, although he had no real attachment to it. And in fact he remained in the church until his suicide. Hitler had been much impressed by a scrap of history he had learned from a delegation of distinguished Arabs. When the Mohammedans attempted to penetrate beyond France into Central Europe during the 8th century, his visitors had told him they had been driven back at the Battle of Tours. Had the Arabs won this battle, the world would be Mohammedan today. For theirs was a religion that believed in spreading the faith by the sword and subjugating all nations to that faith. The Germanic peoples would have become heirs to that religion. Such a creed was perfectly suited to the Germanic temperament. Hitler said that the conquering Arabs, because of their racial inferiority, would in the long run have been unable to contend with the harsher climate and conditions of the country. They could not have kept down the more vigorous natives, so that ultimately not Arabs but Islamized Germans could have stood at the head of this Mohammedan empire. Hitler usually concluded this historical speculation by remarking, "You see, it has been our misfortune to have the wrong religion. Why didn't we have the religion of the Japanese, who regard sacrifice for the fatherland as the highest good? The Mohammedan religion too would have been much more compatible to us than Christianity. Why did it have to be Christianity with its meekness and flabbiness?" It is remarkable that even before the war he sometimes went on, "Today the Siberians, the White Russians, and the people of the steppes live extremely healthy lives. For that reason they are better equipped for development and in the long run biologically superior to the Germans." This was an idea he was destined to repeat in far more drastic terms during the last months of the war. Rosenberg sold his 700-page Myth of the 20th Century in editions of hundreds of thousands. The public regarded the book as the standard text for party ideology, but Hitler in those tea-time conversations bluntly called it stuff nobody can understand, written by a narrow-minded Baltic German who thinks in horribly complicated terms. He expressed wonderment that such a book could ever have attained such sales, a relapse into medieval notions. I wondered if such private remarks were carried back to Rosenberg. Hitler believed that the culture of the Greeks had reached the peak of perfection in every field. Their view of life, he said, as expressed in their architecture, had been fresh and healthy. One day a photograph of a beautiful woman swimmer stirred him to enthusiastic reflections. "What splendid bodies you can see today. It is only in our century that young people have once again approached Hellenistic ideals through sports. How the body was neglected in earlier centuries. In this respect our times differ from all previous cultural epochs since antiquity." He personally, however, was averse to any kind of sports. Moreover, he never mentioned having practiced any sport at all as a young man. By the Greeks he meant the Dorians. Naturally, his view was affected by the theory, fostered by the scientists of his period, that the Dorian tribe which migrated into Greece from the north had been of Germanic origin and that, therefore, its culture had not belonged to the Mediterranean world. Goering's passion for hunting was one of his favorite topics. How can a person be excited about such a thing? Killing animals, if it must be done, is the butcher's business, but to spend a great deal of money on it in addition. I understand, of course, that there must be professional hunters to shoot sick animals. If only there were still some danger connected with hunting, as in the days when men used spears for killing game. But today, when anybody with a fat belly can safely shoot the animal down from a distance, hunting and horse racing are the last remnants of a dead feudal world. Hitler also took delight in having Ambassador Huell, Ribbentrop's liaison man, transmit the content of telephone conversations with a foreign minister. He would even coach Huell in ways to disconcert or confuse his superior. Sometimes he stood right beside Huell, who would hold his hand over the mouthpiece of the telephone and repeat what Ribbentrop was saying, while Hitler whispered what to answer. Usually these were sarcastic remarks intended to fan the nervous foreign minister's suspicions that unauthorized persons might be influencing Hitler on questions of foreign policy, thus infringing on his domain. After dramatic negotiations, Hitler was apt to deride his opposites. Once he described Schuschnigg's visit to Obersalzberg on February 12, 1938. By a pretended fit of passion he had made the Austrian Chancellor realize the gravity of the situation, he said, and finally forced him to yield. Many of those hysterical scenes that have been reported were probably carefully staged. In general, self-control was one of Hitler's most striking characteristics. In those early days he lost control of himself only a very few times, at least in my presence. Some time around 1936 Schacht had come to the salon of the Berghof to report. We guests were seated on the adjacent terrace and the large window of the salon was wide open. Hitler was shouting at his finance minister, evidently in extreme excitement. We heard Schacht replying firmly in a loud voice. The dialogue grew increasingly heated on both sides and then ceased abruptly. Furious, Hitler came out on the terrace and ranted on about this disobliging, limited minister who was holding up the rearmament program. He had another such fit of rage at Pastor Niemöller in 1937. Niemöller had once again delivered a rebellious sermon in Dollum. At the same time, transcripts of his tapped telephone conversations were presented to Hitler. In a bellow, Hitler ordered Niemöller to be put in a concentration camp and, since he had proved himself incorrigible, kept there for life. Another incident refers back to his early youth. On a trip from Budweis to Krems in 1942, I noticed a large plaque on a house in the village of Spittel close to the Czech border. In this house, according to the plaque, the Führer lived in his youth. It was a handsome house in a prosperous village. I mentioned this to Hitler. He instantly flew into a rage and shouted for Bormann, who hurried in much alarmed. Hitler snarled at him. How many times had he said that this village must never be mentioned? But that idiot of a Gauleiter had gone and put up a plaque there. It must be removed at once. At the time I could not explain his excitement, since he was usually pleased when Bormann told him about the refurbishing of other sites connected with his youth around Linz and Brunner. Apparently he had some motive for erasing this part of his youth. Today, of course, these chapters of family history lost in the midst of this Austrian forest region are well known. Asterisk. Asterisk. The reference is to the illegitimacy of Hitler's father, Alois Gickelgruber. Sometimes Hitler sketched one of the towers of the historic fortifications of Linz. Here was my favorite playground. I was a poor pupil in school, but I was the leader of our pranks. Someday I am going to have this tower made into a large youth hostel, in memory of those days. He would also frequently speak of the first important political impressions of his youth. Almost all of his fellow pupils in Linz, he said, had distinctly felt that the immigration of the Czechs into German Austria should be stopped. This had made him conscious of the problem of nationalities for the first time. But then, in Vienna, he said the danger of Judaism had abruptly dawned on him. Many of the workers with whom he was thrown together had been intensely anti-Semitic. In one respect, however, he had not agreed with the construction workers. I rejected their social democratic views. Moreover, I never joined a union. This attitude brought me into my first political difficulties. Perhaps this was one of the reasons he did not have good memories of Vienna altogether, in contrast to his time in Munich before the war. For he would go on and on in praise of Munich, and with surprising frequency in praise of the good sausages to be had in its butcher shops. He spoke with unqualified respect about the Bishop of Linz in his early days, who in the face of many obstacles insisted on the unusual proportions of the cathedral he was building in Linz. The bishop had had difficulties with the Austrian government, Hitler said, because he wanted to surpass St. Stephen's Cathedral and the government did not wish to see Vienna outstripped. Such remarks were usually followed by comments on the way the Austrian central government had crushed all independent cultural impulses on the part of cities like Graz, Linz, or Innsbruck. Hitler could say these things apparently without being aware that he was imposing the same kind of forcible regimentation upon whole countries. Now that he was giving the orders, he said, he would help his native city win its proper place. His program for the transformation of Linz into a metropolis envisioned a number of impressive public buildings on both sides of the Danube. A suspension bridge was to connect the two banks. The apex of his plan was a large Gauhaus district headquarters for the National Socialist Party, with a huge meeting hall and a bell tower. There would be a crypt in this tower for his own burial place. Other impressive monuments along the shore were to be a town hall, a large theatre, a military headquarters, a stadium, a picture gallery, a library, a museum of armaments, and an exhibition building, as well as a monument celebrating the liberation of Austria in 1938 and another glorifying Anton Bruckner. Asterisk. Hitler himself had done sketches for all these structures. The design for the picture gallery and the stadium was to be assigned to me. The stadium would be situated on a hill overlooking the city. Hitler's residence for his old age would be located nearby, also on a height. Hitler sometimes went into raptures over the shorelines in Budapest which had grown up on both sides of the Danube in the course of centuries. It was his ambition to transform Linz into a German Budapest. Vienna was oriented all wrong, he would comment in this connection, since it merely turned its back to the Danube. The planners had neglected to incorporate the river in their design. Thanks to what he would be doing with the river in Linz, the city might someday rival Vienna. No doubt he was not altogether serious in making such remarks. He would be tempted into them by his dislike for Vienna, which would spontaneously break out from time to time. But there were many other times when he would exclaim over the brilliant stroke of city planning accomplished in Vienna by the use of the former fortifications. Before the war, Hitler was already talking about the time when, his political goals accomplished, he would withdraw from the affairs of state and finish out his life in Linz. When this time came, he would say he would no longer play any political part at all, for only if he withdrew completely could his successor gain authority. He would not interfere in any way. People would turn to his successor quickly enough once it became evident that power was now in those hands. Then he himself would be soon forgotten. Everyone would forsake him. Playing with this idea, with a good measure of self-pity, he continued, "Perhaps one of my former associates will visit me occasionally, but I don't count on it. Aside from Fräulein Braun, I'll take no one with me, Fräulein Braun and my dog. I'll be lonely, for why should anyone voluntarily stay with me for any length of time? Nobody will take notice of me anymore. They'll all go running after my successor. Perhaps once a year they'll all show up for my birthday." Naturally, everyone at the table protested and assured him that they would remain faithful and always stay by him. Whatever Hitler's motives may have been for these allusions to an early retirement from politics, he at any rate seemed to assume at such times that the source of his authority was not the magnetism of his personality but his position of power. The nimbus that surrounded Hitler for those of his collaborators who did not have any intimate association with him was incomparably greater than for his immediate entourage. Members of the retinue did not speak respectfully of the Führer, but of the chief. They were sparing in their use of Heil Hitler and greeted one another with an ordinary Guten Tag. They even openly made fun of Hitler, without his taking offense. Thus, his standard phrase, "There are two possibilities," would be used by one of his secretaries, Fräulein Schroeder, in his presence, often in the most banal of contexts. She would say, "There are two possibilities, either it is going to rain or it is not going to rain." Eva Braun, in the presence of his table companions, might pertly call Hitler's attention to the fact that his tie did not go with his suit, and occasionally she gaily referred to herself as Mother of the Country. Once, when we were seated at the round table in the tea-house, Hitler began staring at me. Instead of dropping my eyes, I took it as a challenge. Who knows what primitive instincts are involved in such daring duels? I had had others, and always used to win them, but this time I had to muster almost inhuman strength, seemingly forever, not to yield to the ever-mounting urge to look away until Hitler suddenly closed his eyes and shortly afterward turned to the woman at his side. Sometimes I asked myself, why can't I call Hitler my friend? What is missing? I spent endless time with him, was almost at home in his private circle and, moreover, his foremost associate in his favorite field, architecture. Everything was missing. Never in my life have I met a person who so seldom revealed his feelings, and if he did so, instantly locked them away again. During my time in Spandau, I talked with Hess about this peculiarity of Hitler's. Both of us agreed that there had been moments when we felt we had come close to him, but we were invariably disillusioned. If either of us ventured a slightly more personal tone, Hitler promptly put up an unbreakable wall. Hess did think there had been one person with whom Hitler had had a closer bond, Dietrich Eckart. But as we talked about it, we decided that the relationship had been, on Hitler's side, more a matter of admiration for the older man, who was regarded chiefly in anti-Semitic circles as a leading writer, than a friendship. When Eckart died in 1923, there remained four men with whom Hitler used the due of close friendship: Hermann Esser, Christian Weber, Julius Streyer, and Ernst Röhm. Hermann Esser was one of the very first party members and later became the state secretary for tourism. Christian Weber, also one of the earliest party members, was reduced to a rather limited role after 1933. Among other things, he was in charge of the horse races at Rheims. Ernst Röhm was head of the SA and was murdered by Hitler in 1934. Julius Streyer was Germany's foremost anti-Semite, editor of Des and Armer and Gauleiter of Franconia. In Esser's case, he found a pretext after 1933 to reintroduce the formal sigh. Weber he avoided, Streyer he treated impersonally, and Röhm he had killed. Even toward Eva Braun he was never completely relaxed and human. The gulf between the leader of the nation and the simple girl was always maintained. Now and then, and it always struck a faintly jarring note, he would call her T-Chapel, a Bavarian peasant pet name with a slightly contemptuous flavor. Hitler must already have realized the immense drama that his life was, the high stakes he was playing for, by the time he had a long conversation with Cardinal Vollhaber at Obersalzberg in November 1936. Afterward Hitler sat alone with me in the bay window of the dining room, while the twilight fell. For a long time he looked out of the window in silence. Then he said pensively, "There are two possibilities for me: to win through with all my plans, or to fail. If I win, I shall be one of the greatest men in history. If I fail, I shall be condemned, despised, and damned." 8. The new chancellery. To provide the proper background for his rise to the rank of one of the greatest men in history, Hitler now demanded an architectural stage set of imperial majesty. He described the chancellery into which he had moved on January 30, 1933, as fit for a soap company. It would not do for the headquarters of a now powerful Reich, he said. At the end of January 1938, Hitler called me to his office. "I have an urgent assignment for you," he said solemnly, standing in the middle of the room. "I shall be holding extremely important conferences in the near future. For these, I need grand halls and salons which will make an impression on people, especially on the smaller dignitaries. For the site I am placing the whole of Vossstrasse at your disposal. The cost is immaterial, but it must be done very quickly and be of solid construction. How long do you need for plans, blueprints, everything? Even a year and a half or 2 years would be too long for me. Can you be done by January 10, 1939? I want to hold the next diplomatic reception in the new chancellery." I was dismissed. Hitler later described the rest of that day in his speech for the raising of the ridgepole of the building. "My Inspector General of Buildings asked for a few hours' time for reflection, and in the evening he came to me with a list of deadlines and told me, on such and such a date in March the old buildings will be gone. On August 1 we will celebrate the raising of the ridgepole, and on January 9, my leader, I shall report completion to you. I myself have been in the business, in building, and know what such a schedule means. This has never happened before. It is a unique achievement. Actually, it was the most thoughtless promise of my life." But Hitler seemed satisfied. I had the raising of the houses on Vossstrasse begun at once in order to clear the site. Simultaneously, I plunged ahead with plans for the exterior of the building. The underground air raid shelter had in fact to be started from crude sketches. But even at a later stage of the work, I had to order many components before the architectural data had been definitely settled. For example, the longest delivery times were required for the enormous hand-knotted rugs which were to be used in several large salons. I decided their colors and size before I knew what the rooms they were meant for would look like. In fact, the rooms were more or less designed around these rugs. I decided to forego any complicated organizational plan and schedule, since these would only have revealed that the project could not possibly be carried out within the time limit. In many respects, this improvised approach resembled the methods I was to apply 4 years later in directing the German war economy. The oblong site was an invitation to string a succession of rooms on a long axis. I showed Hitler my design from Wilhelmsplatz, and arriving diplomat drove through great gates into a court of honor. By way of an outside staircase, he first entered a medium-sized reception room from which double doors almost 17 feet high opened into a large hall clad in mosaic. He then ascended several steps, passed through a round room with domed ceiling, and saw before him a gallery 480 feet long. Hitler was particularly impressed by my gallery because it was twice as long as the hall of mirrors at Versailles. Deep window niches were to filter the light, creating that pleasant effect I had seen in the salle de bal at the Palace of Fontainebleau. As a whole, then, it was to be a series of rooms done in a rich variety of materials and color combinations, in all some 725 feet long. Only then came Hitler's reception hall. To be sure, it was architecture that reveled in ostentation and aimed at startling effects, but that sort of thing existed in the Baroque period, too. It has always existed. Hitler was delighted. On the long walk from the entrance to the reception hall, they allowed get a taste of the power and grandeur of the German Reich. During the next several months he asked to see the plans again and again, but interfered remarkably little in this building, even though it was destined for him personally. He let me work freely. The haste with which Hitler was urging the building of the new chancellery had a deeper cause in his anxiety about his health. He seriously feared that he did not have much longer to live. Since 1935 his imagination had dwelt increasingly on a stomach ailment which he tried to cure by a self-imposed regimen. He thought he knew what foods harmed him, and in the course of time was prescribing a starvation diet for himself. A little soup, salad, small quantities of the lightest food. He no longer ate anything substantial. He sounded desperate when he pointed to his plate. A man is supposed to keep alive on that. Look at it. It is easy for the doctors to say that people ought to eat what they have an appetite for, too. Hardly anything is good for me nowadays. After every meal the pain begins. Leave out still more. Then how am I going to exist? He often interrupted a conference because of his gastric pains and withdrew for half an hour or more, or did not return at all. He also suffered, so he said, from excessive formation of gas, cardiac pains, and insomnia. Eva Braun once confided that he had said to her this before he was 50, "I'll soon have to give you your freedom. Why should you be tied to an old man?" His physician, Dr. Brandt, was a young surgeon who tried to persuade Hitler to undergo a thorough examination by a first-class specialist in internal medicine. All of us supported this proposal. The names of celebrated doctors were mentioned, and plans made for carrying out an examination without creating any stir, for instance at a military hospital, since secrecy could be most easily maintained there. But in the end, again and again, Hitler repulsed all such suggestions. He simply could not afford to be regarded as sick, he said. It would weaken his political position, especially abroad. He even refused to have a specialist come to his home for a preliminary examination. To my knowledge, he was never seriously examined at the time, but experimented with treating his symptoms by his own theories, which accorded, incidentally, with his inveterate bent for amateurish activities. On the other hand, when he suffered from increasing hoarseness, he consulted the famous Berlin throat specialist Professor von Eichen. He underwent a thorough examination in his apartment in the Chancellery and was relieved when no cancer was detected. For months he had been referring to the fate of Emperor Frederick Roman III, who died of cancer of the throat. The surgeon removed a harmless node. This minor operation also took place in Hitler's apartment. In 1935, Heinrich Hoffmann fell critically ill. Dr. Theodor Moll, an old acquaintance, tended him and cured him with sulfanilamide stew which he obtained from Hungary. Hoffmann was forever telling Hitler about the wonderful doctor who had saved his life. Undoubtedly Hoffmann meant well, though one of Moll's talents was his ability to exaggerate moderately any illness he cured, in order to cast his skill in the proper light. Dr. Moll alleged that he had studied under the famous bacteriologist Lemechek of 1845–1916, Nobel Prize winner and professor at the Pasteur Institute for. Metchnikov, he claimed, had taught him the art of combating bacterial diseases. Later, Moll had taken long voyages on passenger liners as a ship's doctor. Undoubtedly he was not an out-and-out quack, rather a bit of a screwball obsessed with making money. Hitler was persuaded to undergo an examination by Moll. The result surprised us all, for Hitler for the first time became convinced of a doctor's importance. Nobody has ever before told me so clearly and precisely what is wrong with me. His method of cure is so logical that I have the greatest confidence in him. I shall follow his prescriptions to the letter. The chief finding, so Hitler said, was that he suffered from complete exhaustion of the intestinal flora, which Moll attributed to the overburdening of his nervous system. If that were cured, all the other complaints would fade away. Moll, however, wished to accelerate the restorative process by injections of vitamins, hormones, phosphorus, and dextrose. The cure would take a year. Only partial results could be expected in any shorter period. The most discussed medicine Hitler received henceforth consisted of capsules of intestinal bacteria, called multiflora, which were, Moll assured him, raised from the best stock of a Bulgarian peasant. The other injections and drugs he gave to Hitler were not generally known, they were only hinted at. We never felt entirely easy about these methods. Dr. Brandt asked around among his specialist friends, and they all pronounced Moll's methods risky and improved enforced the dangers of addiction. And in fact, the injections had to be given more and more frequently, and biologicals obtained from the testicles and intestines of animals, as well as from chemical and plant sources, were poured into Hitler's bloodstream. One day Göring deeply offended Moll by addressing him as Herr Reich Injection Master. Soon after the beginning of the treatment, however, a foot rash vanished that had long caused Hitler much concern. After a few weeks Hitler's stomach also improved. He ate considerably more and heavier dishes, felt better, and fervently declared, "What luck that I met Moll. He has saved my life. Wonderful, the way he has helped me." If Hitler had the faculty for placing others under his spell, in this case the reverse relationship developed. Hitler was completely convinced of his personal physician's genius and soon forbade any criticism of the man. From then on, Moll belonged to the intimate circle and became, when Hitler was not present, the butt of humor, since he could talk of nothing but strepto and other cocci, of bull's testicles and the newest vitamins. Hitler kept urging all his associates to consult Moll if they had the slightest ailments. In 1936, when my circulation and stomach rebelled against an irrational working rhythm and adjustment to Hitler's abnormal habits, I called at Moll's private office. The sign at the entrance read, "Dr. Theodor Moll, Skin and Venereal Diseases." Moll's office and home was situated in the smartest part of Kurfürstendamm, near the Judge-CHD-Niskirch. The walls were hung with inscribed photographs of well-known actors and film stars. The time I was there, I shared the waiting room with the Crown Prince. After a superficial examination, Moll prescribed for me his intestinal bacteria, dextrose, vitamin, and hormone tablets. For safety's sake, I afterward had a thorough examination by Professor von Bergmann, the specialist in internal medicine of Berlin University. I was not suffering from any organic trouble, he concluded, but only nervous symptoms caused by overwork. I slowed down my pace as best I could, and the symptoms abated. To avoid offending Hitler, I pretended that I was carefully following Moll's instructions, and since my health improved I became for a time Moll's showpiece. Hitler also had him examine Eva Braun. Afterwards she told me that he was disgustingly dirty and vowed that she would not let Moll treat her again. Hitler's health improved only temporarily, but he would no longer part with his personal physician. On the contrary, Moll's country house on Schwanenwalder Island near Berlin became the goal of Hitler's teatime visits more and more frequently. It was the only place outside the Chancery that continued to attract him. He visited Dr. Goebbels very rarely and came to my place at Schlachtensee only once to see the house I had built for myself. From the end of 1937 on, when Moll's treatments began to fail, Hitler resumed his old laments. Even as he gave assignments and discussed plans, he would occasionally add, "I don't know how long I'm going to live. Perhaps most of these buildings will be finished only after I am no longer here." 5. The date for the completion of many of the major buildings had been fixed between 1945 and 1950. Evidently Hitler was counting on only a few more years of life. Another example: once I leave here, I shall not have much more time. 6. In private, one of his standard remarks became, "I shall not live much longer. I always counted on having time to realize my plans. I must carry them out myself. None of my successors will have the force to. I must carry out my aims as long as I can hold up, for my health is growing worse all the time." On May 2, 1938, Hitler drew up his personal will. He had already outlined his political testament on November 5, 1937, in the presence of the foreign minister and the military heads of the Reich. In that speech, he referred to his extensive plans for conquest as a testamentary bequest in case of my decease. 7. With his intimate entourage, who night after night had to watch trivial operetta movies and listen to endless tirades on the Catholic Church, diet recipes, Greek temples, and police dogs, he did not reveal how literally he took his dream of world dominion. Many of Hitler's former associates have since attempted to establish the theory that Hitler changed in 1938. They attribute the change to his deteriorated health resulting from Moll's treatment. It seems to me, on the contrary, that Hitler's plans and aims never changed. Sickness and the fear of death merely made him advance his deadlines. His aims could only have been thwarted by superior counterforces, and in 1938 no such forces were visible. Quite the opposite, the successes of that year encouraged him to go on forcing the already accelerated pace. The feverish haste with which Hitler pushed out building work seemed also connected with this inner unrest. At the Chancery Ridgepole celebration he said to the workmen, "This is no longer the American tempo, It has become the German temper. I like to think that I also accomplish more than other statesmen accomplish in the so-called democracies. I think we are following a different temper politically, and if it is possible to annex the country to the Reich in 3 or 4 days, why, it must be possible to erect a building in 1 or 2 years. Sometimes, however, I wonder whether his excessive passion for building did not also serve the purpose of camouflaging his plans and deceiving the public by means of building schedules and cornerstone layings. I remember one occasion in 1938 when we were sitting in the Deutsche Hof in Nuremberg. Hitler spoke of the need to keep to oneself things not meant for the ears of the public. Among those present was Reichsleiter Philipp Bachler and his young wife. She objected that such restrictions surely did not apply to this group, since all of us knew how to keep any secret he confided to us. Hitler laughed and answered, "Nobody here knows how to keep his mouth shut except for one person." And he indicated me. But there were things that happened in the next several months of which he breathed no word to me. On February 2, 1938, I saw the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Erich Rieder, crossing the main salon of the apartment, coming from a conference with Hitler. He looked utterly distraught. He was pale, staggering, like someone on the verge of a heart attack. On the day after next, I learned from the newspapers that Foreign Minister von Neurath had been replaced by Ribbentrop and Army Commander-in-Chief von Fritsch by von Brauchitsch. Hitler personally had assumed the post of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, replacing Field Marshal von Blomberg, and had made General Wilhelm Keitel his Chief of Staff. I was acquainted with Colonel General von Blomberg from Obersalzberg. He was a pleasant, aristocratic-looking man who enjoyed Hitler's esteem and had been treated with unusual amiability until his dismissal. In the autumn of 1937, at Hitler's suggestion, he had called at my office on Pariser Platz and looked over the plans and models for the rebuilding of Berlin. He listened calmly and with interest for about an hour. At the time, he was accompanied by a general who seconded his chief's every word by an approving nod of his head. This was Wilhelm Keitel, who had now become Hitler's closest military assistant in the high command of the armed forces. Ignorant of military hierarchy, I had taken him for Blomberg's adjutant. About the same time, Colonel General von Fritsch, whom I had not met up to then, asked me to call at his office on Bendelstrasse. It was not curiosity alone that prompted him to ask to see the plans for Berlin. I spread them out on a large map table. Coolly and aloofly, with a military curtness that verged on unfriendliness, he listened to my explanations. From his questions, it appeared he was considering whether Hitler's vast building projects, extending over long periods of time, betokened any interest in preserving peace. But perhaps I was mistaken. I also did not know the foreign minister, Baron von Neurath. One day in 1937, Hitler decided that Neurath's villa was not adequate for the foreign minister's official duties and sent me to Frau von Neurath to offer to have the house significantly enlarged at government expense. She showed me through, but stated in a tone of finality that in her opinion and that of the foreign minister it fully served its purpose. Would I tell the Chancellor? No, thank you. Hitler was annoyed and did not repeat the offer. Here for once a member of the old nobility was demonstrating confident modesty and deliberately abstaining from the craving for ostentation on the part of the new masters. The same was certainly not true of Ribbentrop, who in the summer of 1936 had me come to London, where he wanted the German embassy enlarged and modernized. He wished to have it finished in time for the coronation of George VI in the spring of 1937. There would no doubt be many parties given then, and he meant to impress London society by the sumptuousness of the embassy. Ribbentrop left the details to his wife, who indulged herself in such splendours with an interior decorator from Munich's United Workshops that I felt my services were superfluous. Toward me Ribbentrop took a conciliatory tone, but in those days in London he was always in a bad temper upon receiving cabled instructions from the foreign minister. This he regarded as pure meddling and would irritably and loudly declare that he cleared his actions with Hitler personally. The Führer had directly assigned him to London. Even this early, many of Hitler's political associates who hoped for good relations with England were beginning to think Ribbentrop was not the man for the job. In the autumn of 1937, Dr. Topp made an inspection trip of the various building sites for the Autobahn, taking Lord Walton along as guest. Afterward, it appeared that Lord Walton expressed the wish, unofficially, to have Tut himself sent as ambassador to London in Ribbentrop's place. So long as Ribbentrop remained, relations would never improve, Lord Walton said. We took care that Hitler heard of these remarks. He did not react. Soon after Ribbentrop's appointment as foreign minister, Hitler suggested that the old foreign minister's villa be torn down entirely and the former palace of the Reich president be renovated for his official residence. Ribbentrop accepted the offer. I was in the salon of Hitler's Berlin apartment when the second event of this year, and one which testified to the acceleration in Hitler's political plans, began to unfold. The day was March 9, 1938. Hitler's adjutant Schaub sat at the radio listening to the Innsbruck speech of Dr. Schaschek, the Austrian Chancellor. Hitler had withdrawn to his private study on the second floor. Apparently Schaub was waiting for something in particular. He was taking notes. Schaschek spoke more and more plainly, finally presenting his plan for a plebiscite in Austria. The Austrian people themselves would decide for or against independence. And then Schaschek sounded the watchword to his fellow countrymen. The time had come for Schaub too. He rushed upstairs to Hitler. A short while later, Goebbels in full dress and Göring in gala uniform hustled in. They were coming from some party, for the Berlin season for balls was in full swing, and vanished upstairs for some mysterious conference. Once more enlightenment came to me several days later and via the newspapers. On March 13, German troops marched into Austria. Some 3 weeks later I too drove to Vienna by car to prepare the whole of the Northwest Railroad station for a grand rally. Everywhere in towns and villages German cars were cheered. At the Hotel Imperial in Vienna I encountered the sordid hidden side of the rejoicing over the Anschluss. Many bigwigs from the Reich, such as Berlin Police Commissioner Count Helldorf, had hurried there, lured by the well-stocked shops. They still have good underclothing. Wool blankets, as many as you liked. I've discovered a place for foreign liqueurs. Scraps of the conversations in the hotel lobby. I felt repelled and limited myself to buying a Borsellino. Did any of this concern me? Shortly after the annexation of Austria, Hitler sent for a map of Central Europe and showed his reverently listening entourage how Czechoslovakia was now caught at pinces. For years to come, he would recall how magnanimously Mussolini had given his consent to the invasion of Austria. He would remain eternally grateful to the Deuce for that, Hitler said. For Austria had been an invaluable buffer zone for Italy. To have German troops standing at the Brenner Pass would in the long run cause a certain strain. Hitler's Italian journey of 1938 was partly intended as an assurance of friendship, but he was also eager to see the monuments and art treasures of Rome and Florence. Resplendent uniforms were designed for the entourage and shown to Hitler. He loved such pomp, that his own dress was modest was a matter of careful strategy. My surroundings must look magnificent, then my simplicity makes a striking effect. About a year later Hitler turned to the stage designer Benno von Arendt, known for his sets for opera and operettas, and had him design new uniforms for diplomats. He was pleased by the frock coats laden with gold braid, but Witt remarked, "They look like a scene from Die Fledermaus." Arendt also designed medals for Hitler. Those two would have looked great on the stage. Thereafter I used to call Arendt Tinsmith of the Third Reich. Back from Italy, Hitler summed up his impressions. "How glad I am that we have no monarchy, and that I have never listened to those who have tried to talk me into one, those court flunkies, and that etiquette, that is awful, and the deuce always in the background. The best places at all the dinners and on the platforms are taken by the royal family. The deuce was always kept at a remove, and yet he is the one who really runs the government." By diplomatic protocol Hitler, as chief of state, was treated as of equal rank with the king, Mussolini only as prime minister. Even after the visit, Hitler felt obliged to do something special to honor Mussolini. He decided that Berlin's Adolf Hitler Platz would bear Mussolini's name after it had been incorporated into the major urban renewal project for Berlin 8. Privately, he thought the square appalling, disfigured as it was by modern buildings of the Weimar Republic. But, if we rename it Mussolini Platz, I am rid of it, and besides it seems like an exceptional honor to cede my own square to the Jews. I already have designed a Mussolini monument for it. Nothing came of the project, since the rebuilding plans were never carried out. The dramatic year 1938 led finally to Hitler's wresting the consent of the Western powers for the partition of Czechoslovakia. A few weeks before, Hitler had put on an exceptionally effective performance at the Nuremberg Party rally, playing the enraged leader of his nation, and supported by the frenzied applause of his followers, he tried to convince the contingent of foreign observers that he would not shrink from war. That was, judged with benefit of hindsight, intimidation on a grand scale. He had already tested this technique in his conference with Schuschnigg. On the other hand, he loved to sharpen his metal by such audacities, going so far that he could no longer retreat without risking his prestige. This time, he wanted even his closest associates to believe in his feint. He explained the various considerations to them and stressed the inevitability of a military showdown, whereas his usual behavior was to veil his basic intentions. What he said about his resolve for war impressed even Bruckner, his chief adjutant of many years. In September 1938, during the party rally, I was sitting with Bruckner on a wall of Nuremberg Castle. Wreathed in smoke, the old city lay before us in the mild September sunshine. Downcast, Bruckner remarked, "We may be seeing this peaceful scene for the last time. Probably we shall soon be at war." The war Bruckner was predicting was averted again more because of the compliance of the Western powers than because of any reasonableness on Hitler's part. The surrender of the Sudetenland to Germany took place before the eyes of a frightened world and of Hitler's followers, now completely convinced of their leader's invincibility. The Czech border fortifications caused general astonishment. To the surprise of experts, a test bombardment showed that our weapons would not have prevailed against them. Hitler himself went to the former frontier to inspect the arrangements and returned impressed. The fortifications were amazingly massive, he said, laid out with extraordinary skill and echeloned, making prime use of the terrain. Given a resolute defense, taking them would have been very difficult and would have cost us a great many lives. Now we have obtained them without loss of blood. One thing is certain, I shall never again permit the Czechs to build a new defense line. What a marvelous starting position we have now. We are over the mountains and already in the valleys of Bohemia. On November 10, driving to the office, I passed by the still smouldering ruins of the Berlin synagogues. That was the fourth momentous event that established the character of this last of the pre-war years. Today, this memory is one of the most doleful of my life, chiefly because what really disturbed me at the time was the aspect of disorder that I saw on Faszinenstrasse, char beams, collapsed fades, burned out walls, anticipations of a scene that during the war would dominate much of Europe. Most of all, I was troubled by the political revival of the gutter. The smashed panes of shop windows offended my sense of middle-class order. I did not see that more was being smashed than glass, that on that night Hitler had crossed a Rubicon for the fourth time in his life, had taken a step that irrevocably sealed the fate of his country. Did I sense, at least for a moment, that something was beginning which would end with the annihilation of one whole group of our nation? Did I sense that this outburst of hoodlumism was changing my moral substance? I do not know. I accepted what had happened rather indifferently. Some phrases of Hitler's, to the effect that he had not wanted these excesses, contributed to this attitude. Later, in private, Goebbels hinted that he had been the impresario for this sad and terrible night, and I think it very possible that he confronted a hesitant Hitler with a fait accompli in order to force him to take the initiative. It has repeatedly surprised me, in later years, that scarcely any anti-Semitic remarks of Hitler's have remained in my memory. Out of the scraps that remain, I can reconstruct what crossed my mind at the time: dismay over the deviation from the image I wanted to have of Hitler, anxiety over the increasing deterioration of his health, hope for some let-up of the struggle against the churches, a certain puzzlement at his partiality for utopian-sounding remote goals, all sorts of odd feelings, but Hitler's hatred for the Jew seemed to me so much a matter of course that I gave it no serious thought. I felt myself to be Hitler's architect. Political events did not concern me. My job was merely to provide impressive backdrops for such events. And this view was reinforced daily, for Hitler consulted me almost exclusively on architectural questions. Moreover, it would have been regarded as self-importance on the part of a man who was pretty much of a latecomer in the party had I attempted to participate in the political discussions. I felt that there was no need for me to take any political positions at all. Nazi education, furthermore, aimed at separatist thinking. I was expected to confine myself to the job of building. The grotesque extent to which I dung to this illusion is indicated by a memorandum of mine to Hitler as late as 1944. The task I have to fulfill is an unpolitical one. I have felt at ease in my work only so long as my person and my work were evaluated solely by the standard of practical accomplishments 9. But fundamentally the distinction was inconsequential. Today it seems to me that I was trying to compartmentalize my mind. On the one hand, there was the vulgar business of carrying out a policy proclaimed in the anti-Semitic slogans printed on streamers over the entrances to towns. On the other hand, there was my idealized picture of Hitler. I wanted to keep these two apart. Actually, it did not matter, of course, who mobilized the rabble of the gutter to attack synagogues and Jewish businesses. It did not matter whether this happened at Hitler's direct instigation or merely with his approval. During the years after my release from Spandau, I have been repeatedly asked what thoughts I had on this subject during my 2 decades alone in the cell with myself, what I actually knew of the persecution, the deportation, and the annihilation of the Jews, what I should have known and what conclusions I ought to have drawn. I no longer give the answer with which I tried for so long to soothe the questioners, but chiefly myself, that in Hitler's system, as in every totalitarian regime, when a man's position rises, his isolation increases, and he is therefore more sheltered from harsh reality, that with the application of technology to the process of murder, the number of murderers is reduced, and therefore the possibility of ignorance grows, that the craze for secrecy built into the system creates degrees of awareness, so it is easy to escape observing inhuman cruelties. I no longer give any of these answers, for they are efforts at legalistic exculpation. It is true that as a favorite and later as one of Hitler's most influential ministers I was isolated. It is also true that the habit of thinking within the limits of my own field provided me, both as architect and as armaments minister, with many opportunities for evasion. It is true that I did not know what was really beginning on November 9, 1938, and what ended in Auschwitz and Majdanek. But in the final analysis I myself determine the degree of my isolation, the extremity of my evasions, and the extent of my ignorance. I therefore know today that my agonized self-examinations posed the question as wrongly as did the questioners whom I have met since my release. Whether I knew or did not know, or how much or how little I knew, is totally unimportant when I consider what horrors I ought to have known about and what conclusions would have been the natural ones to draw from the little I did know. Those who ask me are fundamentally expecting me to offer justifications, but I have none. No apologies are possible. The new chancellery was supposed to be finished on January 9. On January 7, Hitler came to Berlin from Munich. He came in a mood of great suspense and obviously expecting to find teams of workmen and cleaning squads rushing about. Everyone knows the frantic atmosphere at a building site shortly before the building is to be handed over to the occupant, scaffoldings being dismantled, dust and rubbish being removed, carpets being unrolled, and pictures hung. But his expectations were deceived. From the start we had given ourselves a few days' reserve. We did not need them and therefore were finished 48 hours before the official handing over of the building. Hitler could have sat down at his desk right then and there and begun working on the affairs of government. The building greatly impressed him. He highly praised the genius of the architect and, quite contrary to his habit, said so to me. But the fact that I had managed to finish the task 2 days early earned me the reputation of being a great organizer. Hitler especially liked the long tramp that state guests and diplomats would now have to take before they reached the reception hall. Unlike me, he was not worried about the polished marble floor, which I was reluctant to cover with a runner. That's exactly right. Diplomats should have practiced in moving on a slippery surface. The reception hall struck him as too small. He wanted it tripled in size. The plans for this were ready at the beginning of the war. His study, on the other hand, met with his undivided approval. He was particularly pleased by an inlay on his desk representing a sword half drawn from its sheath. Good. When the diplomats sitting in front of me at this desk see that, they all learn to shiver and shake. From the gilded panels I had installed over the 4 doors of his study, 4 virtues looked down on him: wisdom, prudence, fortitude, and justice. I don't know what suggested this idea to me. I had put two sculptures by Amobrecker in the round salon, flanking the portal to the great gallery. One of them represented daring, the other carrying 10. This rather pathetic hint on the part of my friend Brecker that audacity should be tempered with responsibility, as well as my own allegorical reminder that bravery was a virtue but that the other virtues should not be forgotten, showed how novelly we overestimated the influence of art. But it also betrayed a certain uneasiness on our part over the course things were taking. A large marble-topped table stood by the window, useless for the time being. From 1944 on, military conferences were held at it. Here outspread strategic maps showed the rapid advance of the western and eastern enemies into the territory of the German Reich. This was Hitler's penultimate military headquarters. The ultimate one was located 500 feet away, under many feet of concrete. The hall for cabinet meetings, completely panelled in wood for acoustic reasons, found favour with Hitler, but he never used it for the intended purpose. Every so often a cabinet minister asked me whether I could arrange for him at least to see his room. Hitler gave permission, and so now and then a minister would stand for a few minutes at the place he had never taken, where a large blue leather desk pad, with his name embossed in gold letters, lay on the conference table. 4,500 workers had laboured in 2 shifts to meet the deadline. There were several thousand more scattered over the country who had produced components. The whole workforce, masons, carpenters, plumbers, and so on, were invited to inspect the building and filed awestruck through the finished rooms. Hitler addressed them in the Sportpalast. I stand here as representative of the German people, and whenever I receive anyone in the Chancellery, it is not the private individual Adolf Hitler who receives him, but the leader of the German nation, and therefore it is not I who receive him, but Germany through me. For that reason I want these rooms to be in keeping with their high mission. Every individual has contributed to a structure that will outlast the centuries and will speak to posterity of our times. This is the first architectural creation of the new, great German Reich. After meals he frequently asked which of his guests had not yet seen the Chancellery, and he was delighted whenever he could show one of them through. On such occasions he liked to show off his ability to store up data. Thus, he would begin by asking me, "How large is this room? How high?" I would shrug my shoulders in embarrassment, and he would give the measurements. They were exactly right. Gradually this developed into a prearranged game, since I too became adept at rattling off the figures. But since it obviously gave him pleasure, I played along. Hitler's honours to me increased. He arranged a dinner in his residence for my closest associates. He wrote an essay for a book on the Chancellery, conferred the Golden Party badge on me, and with a few shy words gave me one of the watercolours he had done in his youth. A Gothic church done in 1909, it is executed in an extremely precise, patient, and pedantic style. No personal impulses can be felt in it, not a stroke has any verve. But it is not only the brush strokes that lack all character. By its choice of subject, the flat colours, the conventional perspective, the picture seems a candid witness to this early period of Hitler. All his watercolours from the same time have this quality, and even the watercolours done while he was an orderly in the First World War lack distinctiveness. The transformation in Hitler's personality, the growth of self-assurance, came later. It is evident in the 2 pen sketches for the Great Hall in Berlin and for the Triumphal Arch, which he drew about 1925. 10 years later he would often sketch with a vigorous hand, using red and blue pencil, sometimes going over and over his drawing until he had forced his way through to the conception he had dimly in mind. Nevertheless, he still thought well enough of the modest watercolours of his youth to give them away occasionally as a special distinction. For decades a marble bust of Bismarck by Reinhold Begas had stood in the Chancellery. A few days before the dedication of the new building, while workmen were moving the bust to the new headquarters, it dropped and broke off at the neck. I felt this as an evil omen. And since I had heard Hitler's story that right at the beginning of the First World War the Reich Eagle had toppled from the post office building, I kept the accident a secret and had Amobrecker make an exact copy. We gave it some patina by steeping it in tea. In the aforementioned speech Hitler made the following pronouncement: "This is a special and wonderful property of architecture. When the work has been done, a monument remained that endures. It is something different from a pair of boots, which also can be made, but which the wearer wears out in a year or two and then throws away. This remains, and through the centuries will bear witness to all those who helped to create it. On January 10, 1939, the new building destined to last for centuries was dedicated. Hitler received the diplomats accredited to Berlin in the Grand Salon and delivered his New Year address to them. 65 days after the dedication, on March 15, 1939, the president of Czechoslovakia was ushered into Hitler's new study. This room was the scene of the tragedy which ended at night with Hatcher's submission and early in the morning with the occupation of his country. At last, Hitler reported later, I had so blubbered the old man that his nerves gave way completely, and he was on the point of signing. Then he had a heart attack. In the adjoining room, Dr. Moll gave him an injection, but in this case it was too effective. Hatcher regained too much of his strength, revived, and was no longer prepared to sign, until I finally wore him down again. On July 16, 1945, 78 months after the dedication, Winston Churchill was shown through the Chancellery. In front of the Chancellery there was a considerable crowd. When I got out of the car and walked among them, except for one old man who shook his head disapprovingly, they all began to cheer. My hate had died with their surrender, and I was much moved by their demonstrations. Then the party walked for a good while through the shattered corridors and halls of the Chancellery. Soon afterward the remains of the building were removed. The stone and marble supplied the materials for the Russian Wall monument in Berlin-Treptow. 9. A day in the Chancellery. Between 40 and 50 persons had access to Hitler's afternoon dinner table in the Chancellery. They needed only to telephone his adjutant and say they would be coming. Usually they were the Gauleiters and Reich of the party, a few cabinet ministers, the members of the inner circle, but no army officers except for Hitler's Wehrmacht adjutant. More than once this adjutant, Colonel Schmand, urged Hitler to allow the leading military men to dine with him, but Hitler would not have it. Perhaps he realized that the quality of his regular associates was such that the officers' corps would soon be looking down on them. I too had free admission to Hitler's residence and often availed myself of it. The policeman at the entrance to the front garden knew my car and opened the gate without making inquiries. I would park my car in the yard and enter the apartment that Rust had rebuilt. It extended along the right side of the new Chancellery and was connected with it by a hall. The SS member of Hitler's escort squad greeted me familiarly. I would hand him my roll of drawings and then, unaccompanied, like someone who belonged to the household, step into the spacious entrance hall, a room with two groups of comfortable seats, the white walls adorned with tapestries, the dark red marble floor richly covered with rugs. There would usually be several guests there conversing, while others might be making private telephone calls. In general, this room was favored because it was the only one where smoking was permitted. It was not at all customary to use the otherwise mandatory Heil Hitler in greeting. A Guten Tag was far more common. The party lapel badge was also little flaunted in the circle, and uniforms were relatively seldom seen. Those who had penetrated as far as this privileged group could allow themselves a certain informality. Through a square reception salon, which thanks to its uncomfortable furniture remained unused, you reached the actual living room, where the guests would be chatting, usually standing. This room, about 1,000 square feet in area, was the only one in the entire apartment furnished with a measure of Gem-Telichkeit. Out of respect for its postmarking past, it had been preserved during the major reconstruction of 1933–34 and had a beamed ceiling, wood wainscoting, and a fireplace adorned by a Florentine Renaissance coat of arms which Chancellor von Bülow had once brought back from Italy. This was the only fireplace on the lower floor. Around it were grouped a sofa and chairs upholstered in dark leather. Behind the sofa stood a largish table with a marble top on which several newspapers usually lay. A tapestry and two paintings by Skinkle hung on the walls. They had been lent by the National Gallery for the Chancellor's apartment. Hitler was royally unreliable about the time of his appearance. The dinner was usually set for about 2 o'clock. But it was apt to be 3 or later before Hitler arrived, sometimes from the upper private rooms of the apartment, often from a conference in the Chancellery. His entrance was as informal as that of any private individual. He greeted his guests by shaking hands. Everyone gathered in a circle around him. He would express his opinion on one or another problem of the day. With a few favored guests he inquired, usually in a conventional tone, about the well-being of your spouse. Then he took the news excerpts from his press chief, sat down off to one side, and began to read. Sometimes he would pass an excerpt on to one of the guests because the news seemed especially interesting to him, and would throw out a few casual remarks about it. The guests would continue to stand around for another 15 or 20 minutes, until the curtain was drawn away from a glass door that led to the dining room. The house steward, a man with the encouraging bulk of a restaurateur, would inform Hitler quietly, in a tone in keeping with the whole unpublic atmosphere, that dinner was ready. The Führer would lead the way, the others followed him into the dining room without. Of all the rooms in the Chancellor's apartment, Professor Troost had redecorated. This large square dining room 40 by 40 feet was the most harmonious. A wall with 3 glass doors led out to the garden. Opposite was a large buffet of palisander wood. Above it hung a painting by Kolbo which had a certain charm because it was unfinished. At any rate, it was without some of the embarrassing aspects of that eclectic painter. Each of the 2 other walls was marked by a shallow recess in which, on pedestals of marble, stood nude studies by the Munich sculptor Joseph Wackel. To either side of the recesses were more glass doors which led to the pantry, to a large salon, and into the living room from which we had come. Smoothly plastered walls, painted ivory, and equally light-coloured curtains produced a feeling of openness and brightness. Slight jogs in the walls carried out the clean, austere rhythm. A moulding held it all together. The furnishing was restrained and restful, a large round table for about 15 persons, ringed by simple chairs with dark red leather seats. The chairs were all alike, the hostess no more elaborate than the rest. At the corners of the room stood 4 more small tables, each with from 4 to 6 similar chairs. The tableware consisted of light, plain china and simple glasses. Both had been selected by Professor Troost before his death. A few flowers in a bowl formed the centerpiece. Such was the Merry Chancellor's restaurant, as Hitler often called it in speaking to his guests. He had his seat on the window side of the room, and before entering would select which of the guests would be seated at his side. All the rest sat down around the table wherever they found a place. If many guests came, the adjutants and persons of lesser importance, among whom I belonged, took seats at the side tables an advantage, I always thought, since there we could talk with less constraint. The food was emphatically simple. A soup, no appetizer, meat with vegetables and potatoes, a sweet. For beverage we had a choice between mineral water, ordinary Berlin bottled beer, or cheap wine. Hitler was served his vegetarian food, drank Fatchinger mineral water, and those of his guests who wished could imitate him. But few did. It was Hitler himself who insisted on this simplicity. He could count on its being talked about in Germany. Once, when the Helgoland fishermen presented him with a gigantic lobster, this delicacy was served at table, much to the satisfaction of the guests, but Hitler made disapproving remarks about the human error of consuming such ugly monstrosities. Moreover, he wanted to have such luxuries forbidden, he declared. Goering seldom came to these meals. Once, when I left him to go to dinner at the Chancellery, he remarked, "To tell the truth, the food there is too rotten for my taste," and then, "These party dullards from Munich unbearable." Hess came to table about once every 2 weeks. He would be followed by his adjutant in a rather weird get-up, carrying a tin vessel containing a specially prepared meal which was to be warmed in the kitchen. For a long time it was hidden from Hitler that Hess had his own special vegetarian meal served to himself. When someone finally gave the secret away, Hitler turned irritably to Hess in the presence of the assembled company and blustered, "I have a first-class diet cook here. If your doctor has prescribed something special for you, she will be glad to prepare it, but you cannot bring your food with you." Hess, even then inclining to obstinate contrariness, began explaining that the components of his meals had to be of special biodynamic origin, whereupon Hitler bluntly informed him that in that case he should take his meals at home. Thereafter Hess scarcely ever came to the dinners. When, at the instance of the party, word was sent out that all households in Germany should eat a one-dish meal on Sundays, thereby promoting guns instead of butter, only a tureen of soup was served at Hitler's table too. The number of Sunday guests thereafter shrank to 2 or 3, which provoked some sarcastic remarks from Hitler about the spirit of sacrifice among his associates. For there would also be a list passed around the table, with every guest pledging his donation to the war effort. Every one dish meal cost me 50 or 100 marks. Goebbels was the most prominent guest at table. Himmler seldom came. Bormann of course never missed a meal, but like me he belonged to the inner group of courtiers and could not be considered a guest. Here, too, Hitler's conversation at table did not go beyond the very narrow range of subjects and a limited point of view that made the Obersalzberg talk so wearisome. In Berlin he tended to phrase his opinions more harshly, but the repertory remained the same. He neither extended nor deepened it, scarcely ever enriched it by new approaches and insights. He did not even try to cover up the frequent repetitions which were so embarrassing to his listeners. I cannot say that I found his remarks impressive, even though I was still captivated by his personality. What he said rather sobered me, for I had expected opinions and judgments of higher quality. In these monologues he frequently asserted that his political, artistic, and military ideas formed a unity which he had developed in detail between the ages of 20 and 30. That had been intellectually his most fertile period, he said. The things he was now planning and doing were only the execution of the ideas of that period. In the table talk much weight was given to experiences in the First World War. Most of the guests had served during the war. For a time Hitler had been in the trenches opposite the British forces, whose bravery and determination had won his respect, although he also often made fun of their idiosyncrasies. Thus he liked to relate with heavy irony that they were in the habit of stopping their artillery fire exactly at tea time, so that he as a courier was always able to carry out his errands safely at that hour. In 1938 he expressed no ideas of revenge upon the French. He did not want a rerun of the War of 1914. It was not worth waging another war, he said, over the insignificant strip of territory constituting Alsace-Lorraine. Besides, he would add, the Alsatians had become so characterless due to the constant shifting of their nationality that it would be a gain to neither side to have them. They ought to be left where they were. In saying this, of course, Hitler was assuming that Germany could expand to the east. The bravery of the French soldiers had impressed him in the First World War, only the officer corps was morally enfeebled. With German officers the French would be a splendid army. He did not exactly repudiate the alliance with Japan from the racist point of view, a dubious affair, but he took a tone of reserve toward it as far as the more distant future was concerned. Whenever he touched on this theme, he implied that he was somewhat sorry about having made an alliance with the so-called yellow race. But then he would remind himself that England, too, had mobilized Japan against the Central Powers in the World War. Hitler considered Japan an ally that ranked as a world power, whereas he was not convinced that Italy was in the same class. The Americans had not played a very prominent part in the War of 1914-18, he thought, and moreover had not made any great sacrifices of blood. They would certainly not withstand a great trial by fire, for their fighting qualities were low. In general, no such thing as an American people existed as a unit. They were nothing but a mass of immigrants from many nations and races. Fritz Wiedemann, who had once been regimental adjutant and superior to Hitler in his days as a courier, and whom Hitler had now with signal lack of taste made his own adjutant, thought otherwise and kept urging Hitler to have talks with the Americans. Vexed by this offense against the unwritten law of the Round Table, Hitler finally sent him to San Francisco as German consul general. Let him be cured of his notions there. Those who took part in these table conversations were almost to a man without cosmopolitan experience. Most had never been outside Germany. If one of them had taken a pleasure trip to Italy, the matter was discussed at Hitler's table as if it were an event, and the person in question was considered a foreign affairs expert. Hitler, too, had seen nothing of the world, and had acquired neither knowledge nor understanding of it. Moreover, the average party politician lacked higher education. Of the 50 Reichsleiters and Gauleiters, the elite of the leadership, only 10 had completed a university education, a few had attended university classes for a while, and the majority had never gone beyond secondary school. Virtually none of them had distinguished himself by any notable achievement in any field whatsoever. Almost all displayed an astonishing intellectual dullness. Their educational standards certainly did not correspond to what might be expected of the top leadership of a nation with a traditionally high intellectual level. Basically, Hitler preferred to have people of the same origins as himself in his immediate entourage. No doubt he felt most at ease among them. In general, he was pleased if his associate showed some flaw in the weave, as we called it at the time. As Hank commented one day, "It is all to the good if associates have faults and know that the superior is aware of them. That is why the Führer so seldom changes his assistants, for he finds them easiest to work with. Almost every one of them has his defect. That helps keep them in line." Immoral conduct, remote Jewish ancestors, or recent membership in the party were counted as flaws in the weave. Hitler would often theorize to the effect that it was a mistake to export ideas such as National Socialism. To do so would only lead to a strengthening of nationalism in other countries, he said, and thus to a weakening of his own position. He was glad to see that the Nazi parties of other countries produced no leader of his own caliber. He considered the Dutch Nazi leader Mossad and Sir Oswald Mosley, chief of the British Nazi Party, mere copyists who had no original or new ideas. "They only imitated us and our methods slavishly," he commented, "and would never amount to anything. In every country you had to start from different premises and change your methods accordingly," he argued. He had a better opinion of de Grelle, but did not expect much of him either. Politics for Hitler was purely pragmatic. He did not accept his own book of confessions and professions, Mein Kampf, from this general rule. Large parts of it were no longer valid, he said. He should not have let himself be pinned down to definite statements so early. After hearing that remark, I gave up my fruitless efforts to read the book. When ideology receded into the background after the seizure of power, efforts were made to tame down the party and make it more respectable. Goebbels and Bormann were the chief opponents of that tendency. They were always trying to radicalize Hitler ideologically. To judge by his speeches, Ley must also have belonged to the group of tough ideologists, but lacked the stature to gain any significant influence. Himmler, on the other hand, obviously was going his own absurd way, which was compounded of beliefs about an original Germanic race, a brand of elitism, and an assortment of health food notions. The whole thing was beginning to assume far-fetched pseudo-religious forms. Goebbels, with Hitler, took the lead in ridiculing these dreams of Himmler-esque, with Himmler himself adding to the comedy by his vanity and obsessiveness. When, for example, the Japanese presented him with a samurai sword, he at once discovered kinships between Japanese and Teutonic cults and called upon scientists to help him trace these similarities to a racial common denominator. Hitler was particularly concerned with the question of how he could assure his Reich a new generation of followers committed to his ideas. The general outlines of a plan were drafted by Ley, to whom Hitler had also entrusted the organization of the educational system. Adolf Hitler schools were established for the elementary grades and Ordensbürgen order castles for higher education. These were meant to turn out a technically and ideologically trained elite. To be sure, all this elite would have been good for was positions in a bureaucratic party administration, since thanks to their isolated and specialized education the young people knew nothing about practical life, while on the other hand their arrogance and conceit about their own abilities were boundless. It was significant that the high party functionaries did not send their own children into these schools. Even so, a fanatical party member as Goleta Sokol refrained from launching a single one of his many boys on such a course. Conversely, Bormann sent one of his sons to an Adolf Hitler school as punishment. In Bormann's mind, the Kirchenkampf, the campaign against the churches, was useful for reactivating party ideology which had been lying dormant. He was the driving force behind this campaign, as was time and again made plain to our round table. Hitler was hesitant, but only because he would rather postpone this problem to a more favorable time. Here in Berlin, surrounded by male cohorts, he spoke more coarsely and bluntly than he ever did in the midst of his Obersalzberg entourage. "Once I have settled my other problems," he occasionally declared, "I'll have my reckoning with the church. I'll have it reeling on the ropes." But Bormann did not want this reckoning postponed. Brutally direct himself, he could ill tolerate Hitler's prudent pragmatism. He therefore took every opportunity to push his own projects. Even at meals he broke the unspoken rule that no subjects were to be raised which might spoil Hitler's humour. Bormann had developed a special technique for such thrusts. He would draw one of the members of the entourage into telling him about seditious speeches a pastor or bishop had delivered, until Hitler finally became attentive and demanded details. Bormann would reply that something unpleasant had happened and did not want to bother Hitler with it during the meal. At this Hitler would probe further, while Bormann pretended that he was reluctantly letting the story be dragged from him. Neither the angry looks from his fellow guests nor Hitler's gradually flushing face deterred him from going on. At some point he would take a document from his pocket and begin reading passages from a defiant sermon or a pastoral letter. Frequently Hitler became so worked up that he began to snap his fingers, a sure sign of his anger, pushed away his food and vowed to punish the offending clergyman eventually. He could much more easily put up with foreign indignation and criticism than opposition at home. That he could not immediately retaliate raised him to a white heat, though he usually managed to control himself quite well. Hitler had no humour. He left joking to others, although he could laugh loudly, abandonedly, sometimes literally writhing with laughter. Often he would wipe tears from his eyes during such spasms. He liked laughing, but it was always laughter at the expense of others. Goebbels was skilled at entertaining Hitler with jokes while at the same time demolishing any rivals in the internal struggle for power. You know, he once related, the Hitler Youth asked us to issue a press release for the 25th birthday of its staff chief, Lauterbach, so I sent along a draft of the text to the effect that he had celebrated this birthday enjoying full physical and mental vigor. We heard no more from him. Hitler doubled up with laughter, and Goebbels had achieved his end of cutting the conceited youth leader down to size. To the dinner guests in Berlin, Hitler repeatedly talked about his youth, emphasizing the strictness of his upbringing. My father often dealt me hard blows, moreover, I think that was necessary and helped me. Wilhelm Frick, the Minister of the Interior, interjected in his bleating voice, as we can see today, it certainly did you good. Mein Vater, and now horrified silence around the table. Frick tried to save the situation. I mean, Mein Vater, that is why you have come so far. Goebbels, who considered Frick a hopeless fool, commented sarcastically, I would guess you never received a beating in your youth, Frick. Walter Funk, who was both Minister of Economics and President of the Reichsbank, told stories about the outlandish pranks that his Vice President, Brinkmann, had gone on performing for months, until it was finally realized that he was mentally ill. In telling such stories, Funk not only wanted to amuse Hitler, but to inform him in this casual way of events which would sooner or later reach his ears. Brinkmann, it seemed, had invited the cleaning women and messenger boys of the Reichsbank to a grand dinner in the ballroom of the Hotel Bristol, one of the best hotels in Berlin, where he played the violin for them. This sort of thing rather fitted in with the regime's propaganda of all Germans forming one folk community. But as everyone at table laughed, Funk continued, recently he stood in front of the Ministry of Economics on Unter den Linden, took a large package of newly printed banknotes from his briefcase, as you know. The notes bear my signature, and gave them out to passers-by, saying, who wants some of the new funks? Asterisk upon in German, Funken Sparks. Translator's note. Shortly afterward, Funk continued, the poor man's insanity had become plain for all to see. He called together all the employees of the Reichsbank, everyone older than 50 to the left side, the younger employees to the right. Then, to one man on the right side, how old are you? 49, sir. You go to the left too. Well now, all on the left side are dismissed at once, and what is more, with a double pension. Hitler's eyes filled with tears of laughter. When he had recovered, he launched into a monologue on how hard it sometimes is to recognize a madman. In this roundabout way, Funk was also accomplishing another end. Hitler did not yet know that the Reichsbank vice president in his irresponsible state had given Göring a check for several million marks. Göring cashed the check without a qualm. Later on, of course, Göring vehemently objected to the thesis that Brinkmann did not know what he was doing. Funk could expect him to present this point of view to Hitler. Experience had shown that the person who first managed to suggest a particular version of an affair to Hitler had virtually won his point, for Hitler never liked to alter a view he had once expressed. Even so, Funk had difficulties recovering those millions of marks from Goering. A favorite target of Goebbels' jokes and the subject of innumerable anecdotes was Rosenberg, whom Goebbels liked to call the Reich philosopher. On this subject, Goebbels could be sure that Hitler agreed with him. He therefore took up the theme so frequently that the stories resembled carefully rehearsed theatrical performances in which the various actors were only waiting for the cues. Hitler was almost certain to interject at some point, "The Weltliche Beobachter is just as boring as its editor, Rosenberg, you know. We have a so-called humor sheet in the party, Die Brennnessel, the dreariest shrug imaginable, and on the other hand the VB is nothing but a humor sheet." Goebbels also made game of the printer Müller, who was doing his best both to keep the party and not to lose his old customers who came from strictly Catholic circles in Upper Bavaria. His printing program was certainly versatile, ranging from pious calendars to Rosenberg's anti-church writings. But Müller was allowed considerable leeway. In the 20s he had gone on printing the Weltliche Beobachter no matter how large the bill grew. Many jokes were carefully prepared, tied up as they were with actual events, so that Hitler was kept abreast of inter-party developments under the guise of foolery. Again, Goebbels was far better at this than all the others, and Hitler gave him further encouragement by showing that he was very much amused. An old party member, Eugen Hadamowski, had obtained a key position as Reichsendelegator head of broadcasting for the Reich, but now he was longing to be promoted to later des Reichsrundfunks head of the Reich radio system. The propaganda minister, who had another candidate, was afraid that Hitler might back Hadamowski because he had skillfully organized the public address systems for the election campaigns before 1933. He had Hank, state secretary in the propaganda ministry, send for the man and officially informed him that Hitler had just appointed him Reichsintendant General Director for radio. At the table, Hitler was given an account of how Hadamowski had gone wild with joy at this news. The description was, no doubt, highly colored and exaggerated, so that Hitler took the whole affair as a great joke. Next day, Goebbels had a few copies of a newspaper printed reporting on the sham appointment and praising the new appointee in excessive terms. He outlined the article for Hitler, with all its ridiculous phrases, and acted out Hadamowski's rapture upon reading these things about himself. Once more Hitler, and the whole table with him, was convulsed. That same day Hank asked the newly appointed Reichsintendant to make a speech into a dead microphone, and once again there was endless merriment at Hitler's table when the story was told. After this, Goebbels no longer had to worry that Hitler would intervene in favor of Hadamowski. It was a diabolic game. The ridiculed man did not have the slightest opportunity to defend himself and probably never realized that the practical joke was carefully plotted to make him unacceptable to Hitler. No one could even know whether what Goebbels was describing was true or whether he was giving his imagination free rein. From one point of view, Hitler was the real dupe of these intrigues. As far as I could observe, Hitler was in fact no match for Goebbels in such matters. With his more direct temperament, he did not understand this sort of cunning. But it certainly should have given one pause that Hitler allowed this nasty game to go on, and even encouraged it. One word of displeasure would certainly have stopped this sort of thing for a long while to come. I often asked myself whether Hitler was open to influence. He surely could be swayed by those who knew how to manage him. Hitler was mistrustful, to be sure. But he was so in a cruder sense, it often seemed to me, for he did not see through clever chess moves or subtle manipulation of his opinions. He had apparently no sense for methodical deceit. Among the masters of that art were Göring, Goebbels, Bormann, and, within limits, Himmler. Since those who spoke out in candid terms on the important questions usually could not make Hitler change his mind, the cunning men naturally gained more and more power. Let me conclude my account of afternoon dinners in the Chancellery by relating another joke of this perfidious type. This time the target was the foreign press chief, Putzi Hans Dingel, whose close personal ties with Hitler were a source of uneasiness to Goebbels. Goebbels began casting aspersions on Hans Dingel's character, representing him as miserly, money-grubbing, and of dubious honesty. He once brought in a phonograph record of an English song and attempted to prove that Hans Dingel had stolen its melody for a popular march he had composed. The foreign press chief was already under a cloud when Goebbels, at the time of the Spanish Civil War, told the table company that Hans Stengel had made adverse remarks about the fighting spirit of the German soldiers in combat there. Hitler was furious. This cowardly fellow who had no right to judge the courage of others must be given a lesson, he declared. A few days later Hans Stengel was informed that he must make a plane trip. He was given sealed orders from Hitler which were not to be opened until after the plane had taken off. Once in the air, Hans Stengel read, horrified, that he was to be put down in a red Spanish territory where he was to work as an agent for Franco. At the table Goebbels told Hitler every detail, how Hans Stengel pleaded with the pilot to turn back. It must all be a misunderstanding, he insisted. But the plane, Goebbels related, continued circling for hours over German territory in the clouds. The passenger was given false location reports so that he believed he was approaching closer and closer to Spanish territory. Finally, the pilot announced that he had to make an emergency landing and set the plane down safely at Leipzig airport. Hans Stengel, who only then realized that he had been the victim of a bad joke, began asserting that there was a plot against his life and soon afterward vanished without a trace. All the chapters in this story elicited great merriment at Hitler's table, all the more so since in this case Hitler had plotted the joke together with Goebbels. But when word came a few days later that the missing press chief had sought asylum abroad, Hitler became afraid that Hans Stengel would collaborate with the foreign press and profit by his intimate knowledge of the Third Reich. But for all his reputation for money grubbing, Hans Stengel did nothing of the sort. I too found myself going along with this streak in Hitler, who seemed to enjoy destroying the reputation and self-respect of even his close associates and faithful comrades in the struggle for power. But although I was still under Hitler's spell, my feeling had evolved considerably from what it had been during the early years of our association. Seeing him daily as I did, I acquired some perspective and occasionally a capacity for critical observation. My close relation with him, moreover, centered increasingly around architecture. To be able to serve him with all my ability and to translate his architectural ideas into reality still filled me with enthusiasm. In addition, the larger and more important my building assignments became, the more respect others paid me. I was on the way, I thought at the time, to creating a body of work that would place me among the most famous architects of history. My sense of this also made me feel that I was not just the recipient of Hitler's favor. Rather, I was offering him a return of equal value for having established me as an architect. What is more, Hitler treated me like a colleague and often made it clear that I stood above him where architecture was concerned. Dining with Hitler regularly meant a considerable loss of time, for we sat at table until 4:30 in the afternoon. Naturally, hardly anyone could afford to squander so much time every day. I too went to the meals no more than once or twice a week, for otherwise I would have had to neglect my work. Yet it was important for one's prestige to attend these dinners. Moreover, it was important to most of the guests to be kept abreast of Hitler's daily opinions. The round table was useful to Hitler himself as well, for in this way he could casually and effortlessly hand down a political line or slogan. On the other hand, Hitler was apt to speak little about his own work, say about the outcome of an important conference. Whenever he did allude to such matters, it was usually for the purpose of commenting critically upon an interlocutor. Some of the guests would throw out their bait during the meal itself, in hopes of being granted a special interview with Hitler. They would mention that they had brought along photographs of the latest stage of a building project. Other favorite baits were photographs of the sets for some newly staged work, preferably a Wagner opera or an operetta. But the infallible attraction was always, "Mein Vater, I have brought you new building plans." The guest who said that could be fairly certain that Hitler would reply, "Oh, good, show them to me right after dinner." To be sure, the other diners frowned on such direct approaches, but otherwise one might wait for months before receiving an official appointment to see Hitler. When the meal was over, Hitler rose, the guests said brief goodbyes, and the favored guest was led into the adjacent salon, which for some inexplicable reason was called the conservatory. On such occasions Hitler would often say to me, "Wait a moment, there is something I'd like to discuss with you." The moment often turned into an hour or more. Then Hitler would have me called in. Now he behaved quite informally, sat opposite me in one of the comfortable chairs and inquired about the progress of my buildings. By this time it was often 6 o'clock. Hitler went to his rooms on the upper floor, while I drove to my office, frequently for only a short time. The adjutant might telephone to say that Hitler had asked me to come to supper, which meant I had to return to the Chancellor's apartment 2 hours later. But often, when I had plans to show, I went unasked. From 6 to 8 persons would assemble on those evenings: his adjutants, his doctor, the photographer Hoffmann, 1 or 2 Munich acquaintances, quite often Hitler's Pilotbauer along with his radio man and onboard mechanic, and the inevitable Bormann. This was the most private circle in Berlin, for political associates such as Goebbels were usually not wanted in the evenings. The level of the conversations was a distinct stage lower than at the afternoon affairs. The talk wandered off into trivialities. Hitler liked to hear about the theatre. Scandals also interested him. The pilot talked about flying, Hoffmann contributed anecdotes about Munich artistic circles and reported on his art collecting. But usually Hitler would tell stories about his life and development. The meal again consisted of simple dishes. Kannenberg, the house steward, did try a few times to serve better food for these rather private meals. For a few weeks Hitler actually ate caviar by the spoonful with gusto, and praised the taste, which was new to him. But then he asked Kannenberg about the price, was horrified, and gave strict orders against having that again. Thereupon the cheaper red caviar was served him, but that too he rejected as an extravagance. To be sure, these expenses were insignificant in comparison with the total outlay for the Chancellor's household, but the idea of a caviar-eating leader was incompatible with Hitler's conception of himself. After supper the company moved into the salon, which was otherwise reserved for official occasions. Everyone settled into easy chairs. Hitler unbuttoned his jacket and stretched out his legs. The light slowly dimmed while household employees, including some of the women and members of Hitler's bodyguard, were admitted through a rear door. The first movie began. There we sat, as at Obersalzberg, mute for some 3 or 4 hours, and when these films came to an end at about 1 in the morning, we stood up stiff and dazed. Hitler alone seemed sprightly. He discoursed on the actors' performances, spoke appreciatively of the art of one of his favorite actors, then went on to other subjects. The conversation was continued at a sluggish pace in the small drawing room. Beer, wine, and sandwiches were handed around, until Hitler at last said good night at about 2 o'clock in the morning. I frequently reflected that this mediocre group was assembling at the same spot where Bismarck used to talk brilliantly with friends and political associates. A few times I suggested inviting a famous pianist or a scientist in order to introduce a new element into the monotony of these evenings, but Hitler always fended off anything of the sort. The artists would not be so eager to come as they say. In fact, many of them would have regarded such an invitation as a distinction. Probably Hitler did not want to have the sluggish, banal conclusion of his daily routine disturbed. He was fond of it. Moreover, I often observed that Hitler felt a certain shyness toward people of high standing in some professional field. He did receive them occasionally, but in the reserved atmosphere of an official audience. Perhaps that was one of the reasons he had picked out so very young an architect as myself. He did not feel such an inferiority complex toward me. During the early years after 1933, the adjutants were permitted to invite ladies, some of them screen stars selected by Goebbels. But as a rule only married women were admitted, usually with their husbands. Hitler followed this rule in order to forestall rumors which might harm the image shaped by Goebbels of a leader whose style of life was absolutely respectable. Toward these women Hitler behaved rather like the graduate of a dance class at the final dance. He displayed a shy eagerness to do nothing wrong, to offer a sufficient number of compliments, and to welcome them and bid them goodbye with the Austrian kissing of the hand. When the party was over, he usually sat around for a while with his private circle to rave a bit about the women. He spoke more about their figures than their charm or cleverness, and always there was something in his tone of the schoolboy who was convinced that his wishes are unattainable. Hitler loved tall, full-figured women. Eva Braun, who was rather small and delicate of build, was actually not at all his type. Abruptly, sometime in 1935, as I recall, this practice ceased from one day to the next. I never learned the reason for this, perhaps it was due to some gossip. Whatever the reason, Hitler suddenly announced that henceforth the invitations to women were to stop. From then on he contented himself with the stars in the nightly movies. Around 1939 Eva Braun was assigned a bedroom in the Berlin residence. It adjoined his. The windows looked out on a narrow courtyard. Here, even more than in Obersalzberg, she led a completely isolated life, stealing into the building through a side entrance and going up a rear staircase, never descending into the lower rooms, even when there were only old acquaintances in the apartment, and she was overjoyed whenever I kept her company during her long hours of waiting. In Berlin, Hitler very seldom went to the theatre except to see operettas. He would never miss a new production of the by now classical operettas such as Die Fledermaus and The Merry Widow. I am certain that I saw Die Fledermaus with him at least 5 or 6 times in cities all over Germany. He customarily contributed considerable sums from Bormann's privy purse to have the operetta put on in lavish style. In addition, he liked reviews. He went to the Wintergarten several times to attend a Berlin variety show, and would certainly have gone more frequently but for the fact that he was embarrassed to be seen there. Sometimes he sent his house steward in his place, and then late in the evening would look over the programme and ask for an account of what had gone on. Several times he also went to the Metropole Theatre, which put on insipid musicals with plenty of scantily clad girls. During the Bayreuth Festival every year he attended every single performance of the first cycle. It seemed to a musical layman like myself that in his conversations with Frau Winifred Wagner he displayed knowledge about musical matters in detail, but he was even more concerned about the directing. Aside from Bayreuth, however, he very seldom attended performances of operas, and his initially rather keen interest in theatre also dwindled. Even his enthusiasm for Bruckner never seemed very marked and imposed no obligations on others. Although a movement from a Bruckner symphony was played before each of his cultural speeches at the Nuremberg party rallies, for the rest he merely took care that Bruckner's works continued to be fostered at St. Florian. He saw to it, however, that his public image of a man passionately devoted to art was cultivated. I never found out whether and to what extent Hitler had an interest in literature. Mostly he talked about books on military science, naval matters and architecture, which he would pore over with great interest during the night hours. On other books he made no comment. I myself threw all my strength into my work and was baffled at first by the way Hitler squandered his working time. I could understand that he might wish his day to trail off in boredom and pastimes, but to my notion this phase of the day, averaging some 6 hours, proved rather long, whereas the actual working session was by comparison relatively short. When I would often ask myself, did he really work? Little was left of the day. He rose late in the morning and conducted 1 or 2 official conferences, but from the subsequent dinner on he more or less wasted time until the early hours of the evening. 1. His rare appointments in the late afternoon were imperiled by his passion for looking at building plans. The adjutants often asked me, "Please don't show any plans today." Then the drawings I had brought with me would be left by the telephone switchboard at the entrance, and I would reply evasively to Hitler's inquiries. Sometimes he saw through the scheme and would himself go to look in the anteroom or the cloakroom for my roll of plans. In the eyes of the people Hitler was the leader who watched over the nation day and night. This was hardly so. But Hitler's lax scheduling could be regarded as a lifestyle characteristic of the artistic temperament. According to my observations, he often allowed the problem to mature during the weeks when he seemed entirely taken up with trivial matters. Then, after the sudden insight came, he would spend a few days of intensive work giving final shape to his solution. No doubt he also used his dinner and supper guests as sounding boards, trying out new ideas, approaching these ideas in a succession of different ways, tinkering with them before an uncritical audience, and thus perfecting them. Once he had come to a decision, he relapsed again into his idleness. 10. Our Empire style. Went to Hitler's evenings once or twice a week. Around midnight, after the last movie had been run, he sometimes asked to see my roll of drawings and studied every detail until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. The other guests withdrew for a glass of wine, or went home, aware that there would be little chance to have a word with Hitler once he was caught up in his ruling passion. Hitler's favorite project was our model city, which was set up in the former exhibition rooms of the Berlin Academy of Arts. In order to reach it understood, he had doors installed in the walls between the Chancellery and our building and a communicating path laid out. Sometimes he invited the supper guests to our studio. We would set out armed with flashlights and keys. In the empty hall, spotlights illuminated the models. There was no need for me to do the talking, for Hitler, with flashing eyes, explained every single detail to his companions. There was keen excitement when a new model was set up and illuminated by brilliant spots from the direction in which the sun would fall on the actual buildings. Most of these models were made on a scale of 1/50. Carbine makers reproduced every small detail, and the wood was painted to simulate the materials that would actually be used. In this way, whole sections of the grand new avenue were gradually put together, and we could have a three-dimensional impression of the building intended to be a reality in a decade. This model street went on for about 100 feet through the former exhibition rooms of the Academy of Arts. Hitler was particularly excited over a large model of the Grand Boulevard on a scale of 1/1000. He loved to enter his avenue at various points and take measure of the future effect. For example, he assumed the point of view of a traveller emerging from the sub-station or admired the great hall as it looked from the heart of the avenue. To do so, he bent down, almost kneeling, his eye an inch or so above the level of the model, in order to have the right perspective, and while looking he spoke with unusual vivacity. These were the rare times when he relinquished his usual stiffness. In no other situation did I see him so lively, so spontaneous, so relaxed, whereas I myself, often tired, and even after years never free of a trace of respectful constraint, usually remained taciturn. One of my close associates summed up the character of this remarkable relationship. Do you know what you are? You are Hitler's unrequited love. These rooms were kept under careful guard, and no one was allowed to inspect the grand plan for the rebuilding of Berlin without Hitler's express permission. Once, when Goering had examined the model of the Grand Boulevard, he had his escort walk on ahead, then said in a deeply moved tone, "A few days ago the Führer spoke to me about my mission after his death. He leaves me free to handle everything as I think best, but he made me promise one thing, that I would never replace you by anyone else after his death, that I would not tamper with your plans, but let you take complete charge, and that I must place the money for the buildings at your disposal, all the money you ask for." Goering made an emotional pause. I solemnly took the Führer's hand and promised him that, and I now make the same promise to you. Whereupon he gave me a long and sentimental handshake. My father, too, came to see the work of his now famous son. He only shrugged his shoulders at the array of models. You've all gone completely crazy. The evening of his visit we went to the theatre and saw a comedy in which Heinz R.H. Mann was appearing. By chance Hitler was at the same performance. During the intermission he sent one of his adjutants to ask whether the old gentleman sitting beside me was my father. Then he asked us both to his box. When my father, still erect and self-controlled in spite of his 75 years, was introduced to Hitler, he was overcome by a violent quivering such as I had never seen him exhibit before, nor ever did again. He turned pale, did not respond to Hitler's lavish praise of his son, and then took his leave in silence. Later, my father never mentioned this meeting, and I too avoided asking him about the fit of nerves that the sight of Hitler had produced in him. You've all gone completely crazy. Nowadays, when I leaf through the numerous photos of models of our one-time Grand Boulevard, I see that it would have turned out not only crazy, but also boring. We had, of course, recognized that lining the new avenue solely with public buildings would lead to a certain lifelessness, and had therefore reserved 2/3 of the length of the street for private buildings. With Hitler's support, we fended off efforts by various government agencies to displace these business buildings. We had no wish for an avenue consisting solely of ministries, a luxurious movie house for premieres, another cinema for the masses accommodating 2,000 persons, a new opera house, 3 theatres, a new concert hall, a building for congresses, the so-called House of the Nations, a hotel of 21 stories, variety theatres, mass and luxury restaurants, and even an indoor swimming pool, built in Roman style and as large as the baths of Imperial Rome, were deliberately included in the plans with the idea of bringing urban life into the new avenue. 1. There were to be quiet interior courtyards with colonnades and small luxury shops set apart from the noise of the street and inviting strollers. Electric signs were to be employed profusely. The whole avenue was also conceived by Hitler and me as a continuous sales display of German goods which would exert a special attraction upon foreigners. Whenever, nowadays, I look through the plans and the photos of the models, even these varied parts of the avenue strike me as lifeless and regimented. When on the morning after my release from imprisonment I passed one of these buildings on the way to the airport, I saw in a few seconds what I had been blind to for years. Our plant completely lacked a sense of proportion. We had set aside block units of between 500 feet and 660 feet even for private businesses. A uniform height had been imposed on all the buildings as well as on all the storefronts. Skyscrapers, however, were banished from the foreground. Thus we deprived ourselves of all the contrast essential for animating and loosening the pattern. The entire conception was stamped by a monumental rigidity that would have counteracted all our efforts to introduce urban life into this avenue. Our happiest concept, comparatively speaking, was the Central Railroad Station, the southern pole of Hitler's Grand Boulevard. The station, its steel ribbon showing through sheathings of copper and glass, would have handsomely offset the great blocks of stone dominating the rest of the avenue. It provided for 4 traffic levels linked by escalators and elevators and was to surpass New York's Grand Central Station in size. State visitors would have descended a large outside staircase. The idea was that as soon as they, as well as ordinary travelers, stepped out of the station they would be overwhelmed, or rather stunned, by the urban scene and thus the power of the Reich. The station plaza, 3,300 feet long and 1,000 feet wide, was to be lined with captured weapons after the fashion of the Avenue of Rams which leads from Karnak to Luxor. Hitler conceived this detail after the campaign in France and came back to it again in the late autumn of 1941 after his first defeats in the Soviet Union. This plaza was to be crowned by Hitler's Great Arch, or Arch of Triumph, as he only occasionally called it. Napoleon's Arc de Triomphe on the Place de l'Étoile with its 160-foot height certainly presents a monumental appearance and provides a majestic terminus to the Champs-Élysées. Our triumphal arch, 550 feet wide, 392 feet deep, and 386 feet high, would have towered over all the other buildings on this southern portion of the avenue and would literally have dwarfed them. After trying a few times in vain, I no longer had the courage to urge any changes on Hitler. This was the heart of his plan. He had conceived it long before encountering the purifying influence of Professor Troost, and the arch was the classic example of the architectural fantasies he had worked out in his lost sketchbook of the 20s. He remained impervious to all my hints that the monument might be improved by a change of proportions or a simplification of lines, and did not demur when on the plans I delicately indicated the architect by 3XS. Everyone would know who the anonymous architect was. Sighting through the 260-foot opening of the Great Arch, the arriving traveller would see at the end of a 3-mile vista the street's second great triumphal structure rearing out of the haze of the metropolis, the Great Hall with its enormous dome, described in an earlier chapter. 11 separate ministry buildings adorned the avenue between the Triumphal Arch and the Great Hall. I had already designed quarters for the ministries of the Interior, Transportation, Justice, Economics, and Food when, after 1941, I was told to include a colonial ministry in my plans. 3. In other words, even after the invasion of Russia, Hitler was dreaming of acquiring German colonies. The ministers, who hoped that our program would result in concentration of their offices, now distributed throughout Berlin, were disappointed. For by Hitler's decree the new buildings were to serve chiefly for purposes of prestige, not for the housing of the bureaucratic apparatus. After the monumental central section, the avenue once more resumed its business and entertainment character for a distance of more than half a mile, and ended with the round plaza at the intersection with Potsdamer Strasse. Proceeding northward, it once more began to be ceremonial. On the right rose Soldiers' Hall, designed by Wilhelm Kreis, a huge cube whose purpose Hitler had never stated frankly, but was probably to be a combination of armory and veterans' memorial. At any rate, after the armistice with France, he gave orders that the dining car in which the surrender of Germany had been signed in 1918, and the surrender of France in 1940 was to be brought here as the whole first exhibit. The crypt was planned for the tombs of celebrated German field marshals of the past, present, and future. 4. Stretching westward behind the hall as far as Bandelstrasse were to be the buildings for a new high command of the army. 5. After inspecting these plans, Göring felt that his air ministry had been demoted. He asked me to be his architect. Despite my official position as General Inspector of Buildings, Hitler allowed me to design major buildings as a private architect. The general procedure for the reconstruction of Berlin was to call in private architects to design the official buildings as well as the commercial buildings. And opposite the Soldiers' Hall, on the edge of the Tiergarten, we found an ideal building site for his purposes. Göring was enraptured by my plans for his new building, which after 1940 went by the name of Office of the Reich Marshal, in order to do justice to the multitude of positions he held, but Hitler was less so. "The building is too big for Göring," he commented. He puffing himself up too much. "All in all, I don't like his taking my architect for that purpose." Although he privately grumbled a good deal over Göring's plans, he never found the courage to speak out on the matter. Göring knew Hitler and reassured me, "Just let the matter be and don't worry about it. We'll build it that way, and in the end the Führer will be delighted." Hitler often showed similar forbearance in personal matters. Thus he overlooked the marital misdemeanors of his entourage unless, as in the Blomberg case, the scandal could be made to serve a political purpose. He could also smile at someone's craving for pomp and make acid remarks in private without so much as hinting to the person concerned that he disapproved of his conduct. The design for Göring's headquarters provided for extensive series of stairways, halls, and salons which took up more room than the offices themselves. The heart of the building was to be an imposing hall with a great flight of stairs rising through 4 stories, which would never have been used since everyone would of course have taken the elevator. The whole thing was pure spectacle. This was a decisive step in my personal development from the neoclassicism I had first espoused, and which was perhaps still to be seen in the new chancellery, to a blatant nouveau-rich architecture of prestige. An entry for May 5, 1941, in my office journal records that the Reich Marshal was highly pleased with the model of his building. The staircase especially delighted him. Here he would stand, he declared, when he proclaimed the watchword of the year for the officers of the Air Force. The office journal preserves more of his magniloquence. In tribute to this, the greatest staircase in the world, Göring continued, Brecker must create a monument to the Inspector General of Buildings. It will be installed here to commemorate forever the man who so magnificently shaped this building. This part of the ministry, with its 800 feet of frontage on the Grand Boulevard, was supplemented by a wing of equal size on the Tiergarten side, which contained the ballrooms Göring had stipulated as well as his private apartment. I situated the bedrooms on the top story. Alleging the need for air raid protection, I decided to cover the roof with 13 feet of garden soil, which meant that even large trees would have been able to strike root there. Thus I envisioned a 2.5-acre roof garden, with swimming pools and tennis courts, fountains, ponds, colonnades, pergolas, and refreshment rooms, and finally a summer theatre for 240 spectators above the roofs of Berlin. Göring was overwhelmed and began raving about the parties he would hold there. I'll illuminate the great dome with Bengal lights and provide grand fireworks for my guests. Without the basements, Göring's building would have had a volume of 754,000 cubic yards. The volume of Hitler's newly built chancellery was only 520,000 cubic yards. Nevertheless, Hitler did not feel that Göring had outstripped him. In that speech of August 1, 1938, in which he disclosed so many of his theories on architecture, Hitler let it be known that according to the great plan for the rebuilding of Berlin, the newly completed chancellery would be used for 10 or 12 years. The plan, he said, provided for a residence and seat of government many times larger. After an inspection of Hess's party headquarters in Berlin, Hitler had abruptly decided on the final destiny of the Vollstrasse chancellery. At Hess' headquarters, Hitler was unpleasantly impressed by a stairwell painted a fiery red and furnishings that were considerably plainer and more austere than the ocean liner style he and the other party and government leaders inclined toward. Back at the Chancellery, Hitler criticized his deputy's taste in no uncertain terms. Hess is totally unartistic. I must never let him build anything new. After a while, he'll receive the present Chancellery as his headquarters, and he won't be allowed to make the slightest changes in it because he is completely ignorant on such matters. This kind of criticism, especially of a man's aesthetic judgment, could sometimes spell an end to a career, and in the case of Rudolf Hess it was generally so taken. But Hitler never said a word of this to Hess. Hess could only observe that his standing must have fallen by the courtier's reserved attitude toward him thereafter. There was to be a huge railroad station to the north as well as to the south of the city. Emerging from it, the visitor would face a basin of water 3,300 feet long and 1,155 feet wide, across which the great dome was to be seen a mile away. We did not intend to take our water from the Spree, polluted as it was by the filth of the city. As a lover of water sports, I wanted this artificial lake to be clean enough for swimming. Dressing cabins, boathouses, and refreshment terraces were to line this vast open-air pool in the heart of the city. Presumably, it would have presented a remarkable contrast to the massive buildings that were to be reflected in the lake. The reason for my lake was very simple. The marsh subsoil made the land unfit for building purposes. 3 enormous buildings were to stand on the western side of the lake. In the middle would be the New Berlin Town Hall, some 1,500 feet in length. Hitler and I favored different designs. After many discussions, my arguments prevailed, even against Hitler's persistent opposition. The town hall was flanked by the new High Command of the Navy and the New Berlin Police Headquarters. On the eastern side of the lake, in the midst of gardened areas, a new German war academy was to be built. The plans for all these buildings were completed. This avenue between the 2 central railroad stations was meant to spell out in architecture the political, military, and economic power of Germany. In the center sat the absolute ruler of the Reich, and in his immediate proximity, as the highest expression of his power, was the great domed hall which was to be the dominant structure of the future Berlin. At least the planning would reflect Hitler's statement: Berlin must change its face in order to adapt to its great new mission. 7. For 5 years I lived in this world of plans, and in spite of all their defects and absurdities I still cannot entirely tear myself away from it all. When I look deep into myself for the reasons for my present hatred of Hitler, I sometimes think that in addition to all the terrible things he perpetrated, I should perhaps include the personal disappointment his war-making brought to me, but I also realize that these plans could only have sprung from his unscrupulous game of power. Designs of such scale naturally indicate a kind of chronic megalomania, which is reason enough to dwell on these grandiose plans. Yet that broad boulevard, those new central railroad stations with their underground communications, are not so excessive by present-day standards when skyscrapers and public buildings all over the world have reached similar proportions. Perhaps it was less their size than the way they violated the human scale that made them abnormal. The great domed hall, Hitler's future chancellery, Göring's grandiose ministry, the soldiers' hall, and the triumphal arch, I saw all these buildings with Hitler's political eyes. Once, when we were contemplating the model city, he took my arm and with moist eyes confided, "Now do you understand why we are building all this on such a scale? The capital of the Germanic Empire, if only my health were good." Hitler was in a hurry for work to start on the 5-mile-long core of his plan. After involved calculations, I promised him that all the buildings would be completed by 1950. This was the spring of 1939. I had imagined that in setting such an early date, based as it was on a non-stop work program, I would give him special pleasure, so I was somewhat dashed when he merely accepted this deadline. Perhaps he was thinking about his military plans, which of course made a mockery of my calculations. At other times, however, he was so intent upon finishing within the intended period and seemed to be looking forward to 1950 with such eagerness that if his architectural fantasies were only meant to conceal his imperialistic aims, they would have been the best of all his deceits. His frequent allusions to the political importance of this project should have alerted me to the real nature of his plans, but the way he seemed to assume that my building operations in Berlin would go forward undisturbed offset these suspicions. I was accustomed to his occasionally saying things that sounded hallucinatory. In retrospect, it is easier to find the thread between this trance-like state and the building projects. Hitler was extremely concerned that our design should not be publicized. Only parts were made known, since we could not work entirely in secret. Too many persons were engaged on preliminary jobs. Thus we occasionally permitted glimpses of aspects of the plan that seemed innocuous, and Hitler even let me publish an article outlining the basic idea of our urban renewal. 8. But when the cabaret humorist Werner Fink made fun of these projects, he was sent off to a concentration camp, although this may not have been his only sin. His arrest took place, incidentally, just the day before I meant to attend his show as proof that I was not offended. Our caution extended even to details. When we were considering tearing down the tower of the Berlin Town Hall, we launched a trial balloon by having State Secretary Karl-Heinz insert a reader's letter in a Berlin newspaper. When angry protests from the populace poured in, I postponed the matter. Our aim in general was to spare the feelings of the public in carrying out our plans. Thus we considered, for example, what to do about charming Montbettu Palace, since a museum was planned for the site. We decided to reconstruct it in the park of Charlottenburg Palace. 9. Even the radio tower was to be preserved for similar reasons. The Victory Column, while it would break the line of our projected avenue, was also not to be raised. Hitler regarded it as a monument of German history. In fact, he was going to make the column more impressive by adding a timber to increase its height. He drew a sketch of the improvement. The drawing has been preserved. In discussing the matter, he made fun of the thrift practiced by the state of Prussia even at the height of its triumph, pinching pennies by saving on the height of its column. I estimated the total cost of the Berlin rebuilding at between 4 and 6 billion Reichsmark, which at present-day building costs would have been between 16 and 24 billion Deutschmark DM. Spread over 11 years, this meant about 500 million Reichsmark to be allocated annually to the project. This was by no means a utopian proposal, for it amounted to only 1/25 of the total volume of the German construction industry. Asterisk. According to Rolf Wagenf, Die Deutsche Industrie im Krieg 1939-1945 Berlin, 1954, 12.8 billion Reichsmarks were spent on building projects in 1939. To further reassure myself, I proposed another comparison, though a highly dubious one. I calculated what percentage of the total tax revenues of the Prussian state the notably thrifty King Frederick William I of Prussia, the father of Frederick the Great, had expended on his buildings in Berlin. It was many times our projected expenditures, which amounted to only 3% of the 15.7 billion Reichsmark tax revenues. But the parallel was questionable because the revenues of the early 18th century cannot be compared with the taxation of the present day. Professor Hetledge, my budgetary advisor, commented sardonically about our approach to the matter. For the municipality of Berlin, expenditures have to be governed by income. For us it is the other way around. 10 as Hitler and I saw it. Our annual 500 million should not be represented as a single appropriation. Rather, it was to be divided among as many budgets as possible. Every ministry and every government office was to pay for its new quarters out of its individual budget, just as the government railroad system would pay for the modernization of its Berlin installations, and the city of Berlin for streets and subways. Private industry would of course cover its own costs. By 1938 we had settled these details, and Hitler took some glee in the cunning of it all. Distributed this way, he commented, the cost of the whole thing won't attract attention. All that we allow finance ourselves will be the Great Hall and the Triumphal Arch. We allow call on the people to make contributions. In addition, the finance minister is to place 60 million annually at the disposal of your office. Whatever we done to use of this can be put aside for the future. By 1941 I had already accumulated 218 million marks. 11. In 1943 the sum had meanwhile increased to 320 million. The finance minister proposed, and I agreed, that the account be quietly dissolved. We never said a word to Hitler about this. Finance Minister von Schwerin-Krosigk, aghast at this squandering of public funds, repeatedly made objections. Lest these disturb me, Hitler fetched up counter-arguments. If the finance minister could realize what a source of income to the state my buildings will be in 50 years. Remember what happened with Ludwig Roman II. Everyone said he was mad because of the cost of his palaces. But today, most tourists go to Upper Bavaria solely to see them. The entrance fees alone have long since paid for the building costs. Don't you agree? The whole world will come to Berlin to see our buildings. All we need to do is tell the Americans how much the Great Hall cost. Maybe we'll exaggerate a bit and say $1.5 billion instead of $1 billion. Then they'll all be wild to see the most expensive building in the world. Each time he sat over the plans he was apt to repeat, "My only wish, Speer, is to live to see these buildings. In 1950 we'll organize a World S Fair. Until then the buildings will remain empty, and then they'll serve as exhibition buildings. We'll invite the entire world." That was the way Hitler talked. It was difficult to guess his real thoughts. To console my wife, who saw the next 11 years devoted entirely to work with no prospect of any family life, I promised her a trip around the world in 1950. Hitler's idea of distributing the cost of the project over as many shoulders as possible actually worked out. For Berlin, wealthy, prospering and increasingly the center of national authority, attracted more and more government officials. Industries responded to this by making impressive additions to their Berlin headquarters. So far there had been only one avenue which functioned as Berlin's show window, and Tour den Linden. Big companies were loaded to the broad new boulevard partly in the expectation of avoiding the traffic jams of the old prestige streets, partly because building lots were relatively cheap in this still undeveloped area. At the outset of my work, I received many applications for building projects which would otherwise have been scattered at random throughout the city. Thus, soon after Hitler's accession to power, the large new building of the Reichsbank had been put up in an out-of-the-way quarter. Several blocks had been torn down to make room for it. Incidentally, one day after dinner Himmler pointed out that the longitudinal and transverse wings had the shape of a Christian cross. This, he maintained, was obviously a veiled attempt on the part of the Catholic architect Wolff to glorify the Christian religion. Hitler knew enough about building to be merely amused by such points. Within a few months after the plans were finally drafted and even before the shifting of the railroad tracks had been completed, the first available section of the avenue, 3/4 of a mile long, was assigned to the various builders. Applications from ministries, private companies, and government departments for some of the other building sites, which would not be available for several years, increased to such an extent that all the sites along the entire 4.5 miles were taken. What is more, we had to begin allocating sites south of the South Station. With some difficulty we restrained Dr. Robert Ley, head of the German Labour Front, from using the enormous funds he collected from workmen's contributions to buy up 1/5 of the entire length of the boulevard for his own purposes. Even so, he obtained a block 1,000 feet in length, which he planned to make into a huge amusement area. Among the motives for this burst of building fever was, of course, the desire to curry favor with Hitler by erecting important edifices. Since the expenses for such buildings were higher than they would have been on ordinary sites, I suggested to Hitler that he commend the people who commissioned the buildings for all the additional millions they were spending. The idea appealed to him immediately. Why not have a medal for those who have rendered service to art? We'll award it very rarely and chiefly to those who have financed a major building. A lot can be done with medals. Even the British ambassador thought, and he was not wrong, that he was ingratiating himself with Hitler when he proposed building a new embassy within the framework of the Berlin Renewal Plan. Mussolini, too, was extremely interested in the project. Asterisks are Neville Henderson in Failure of a Mission, New York, 1940 p. 48, wrote, "My idea, therefore, was to exchange the embassy, which the German government would have been glad to use for government offices, for some large site on a corner of one of Hitler's new thoroughfares." I spoke both to Göring and Ribbentrop of this plan and asked them to let Hitler know that I contemplated it. I suggested that they might inform him, and that I meant one day to talk to him about it, and hoped it would form part of a general understanding with Germany. According to the office journal, August 20, 1941, Ofui mentioned that the Deuce takes an extraordinary interest in German architecture and has already asked him if he knows Speer. Although Hitler did not reveal the full extent of his ambitions in the realm of architecture, there was plenty of discussion about what he did make public. As a result, there was a boom in architecture. Had Hitler been interested in breeding horses, a passion for horse breeding would undoubtedly have sprung up among the leading men in the Reich. As it was, there was a veritable flood of designs with a Hitlerian cast. True, no such thing as a style of the Third Reich developed, but buildings took a definite cast, marked by certain eclectic elements. Soon this mode became almost universal. Yet Hitler was by no means doctrinaire. He realized full well that an Autobahn restaurant or Hitler youth home in the country should not look like an urban building, nor would it ever have occurred to him to build a factory in his public display style. In fact, he could become enthusiastic over an industrial building in glass and steel. But any public building in a nation that was on the point of creating an empire must, he thought, have a particular stamp. The plans for Berlin inspired a host of designs for other urban programs. Every Gauleiter henceforth wanted to immortalize himself in his own city. Almost every one of the plans provided, as did my Berlin design, for intersecting axes. They imitated my design even to the orientation. The Berlin model had become a rigid pattern. In conferring with me over plans, Hitler perpetually drew sketches of his own. They were casually tossed off but accurate in perspective. He drew outlines, cross-sections, and renderings to scale. An architect could not have done better. Some mornings he would show me a well-executed sketch he had prepared overnight, but most of his drawings were done in a few hasty strokes during our discussions. I kept these quick sketches of Hitler's, noting their dates and subjects, and have preserved them to this day. It is interesting that of a total of 125 such drawings, a good fourth of them relate to the Linz building project, which was always closest to his heart. Equally frequent are sketches for theatres. One morning he surprised me with a neatly drawn design for a commemorative shaft for Munich, which was to be a new symbol of the city dwarfing the towers of the Frauenkirche. He regarded this project, like the Berlin Triumphal Arch, as his very own, and did not hesitate to make revisions, based on his own sketch, in the design of a Munich architect. Even today these changes strike me as real improvements, providing better for the transition between the static elements of the base and the dynamic thrust of the column. Hermann Giesler, whom Hitler commissioned to draw out the plans for Munich, could do marvelous imitations of Dr. Ley, the stammering Labour Front leader. Hitler was so delighted with this sort of comedy that he would ask Giesler again and again to tell the story of a visit by the Leys to the showrooms where the models for the Munich city plan were on exhibition. First, Giesler described how the leader of the German workers appeared at the studio in an elegant summer suit, with white stitched gloves and straw hat, accompanied by his wife, who was dressed with equal ostentation. Giesler showed him the Munich plan until Ley interrupted. "I'll build on this entire block. What will that cost? A few hundred millions. Yes, we want to build solidly. And what will be the purpose of the building? A large fashion house. We'll set all the fashions. My wife will take care of that end. We need a whole building for it. Let us, my wife and I will set the German fashions, and we'll need toys too, lots of them, a whole house full, with the most modern furnishings. We'll take everything in hand. A few hundred millions for the building. That is nothing." Hitler laughed until the tears came over the depraved notions of his Labour leader. The Giesler, who had had to act out this scene innumerable times, was sick to death of it. My own building plans were not the only ones Hitler was energetically promoting. He was constantly approving forums for provincial capitals and urging his corps of leaders to officiate as patrons of public edifices. He liked to see a good deal of ruthless competition, since he assumed that this was the only road to outstanding achievement. This attitude of his often irritated me. He could not understand that there were limits to what we could do. Thus, he passed over my objection that before long it would be impossible for me to keep any deadlines because his Gauleiters were using up the available quarry materials for their own buildings. Him there came to Hitler's aid. When he heard of the threatening shortage of brick and granite, he offered to employ his prisoners to increase production. He proposed to Hitler that an extensive brickworks be set up in Sachsenhausen, near Berlin under SS direction and as SS property. Since Himmler was extremely receptive to innovations, someone soon turned up with a new system for manufacturing brick. But the promised production did not follow, for the technique proved a failure. Another promise made by Himmler, who was constantly pursuing futuristic projects, ended similarly. He offered to supply granite blocks for the buildings in Nuremberg and Berlin using the labor of concentration camp prisoners. He immediately started a firm with a non-committal name and set the prisoners to breaking stone. Because of the incredible ignorance of the SS entrepreneurs, the blocks developed cracks, and the SS was finally forced to admit that it could supply only a small part of the promised granite. Dr. Todt S. road building organization took the rest of the material produced and used it for cobblestones. Hitler, who had placed great hopes in Himmler's promises, was more and more annoyed. Finally, he commented sarcastically that the SS had better devote itself to making felt slippers and paper bags, the traditional prison products. Out of the multitude of projects, I, myself, was to design the square in front of the Great Hall at Hitler's request. In addition, I had taken over Göring's new building and the South Station. That was more than enough, for I was also to design the Nuremberg Party Rally buildings. But since these various projects were to be carried out over a decade, I was able to manage if I turned the technical details over to others, with a studio of 8 to 10 associates. It was still possible for me to keep personal control of a group that size. My private office was on Linden Alley in the West End, near Adolf Hitler Platz, which had formerly been Reichskanzlerplatz. But my afternoons, until the late hours of the evening, were regularly reserved for my city planning office in Pariser Platz. Here I assigned major commissions to those men I considered Germany's best architects. Paul Bonas, after many designs for bridges, was given his first high-rise commission, the High Command of the Navy. Hitler was especially pleased with the grand scale of the design. German Stallmeyer was assigned the new town hall, Wilhelm Kreis the High Command of the Army, the Soldiers' Hall, and various museums. Peter Behrens, the teacher of Walter Gropius and Mies van der Rohe, who had long worked for the AG Electrical Company, was entrusted with building the firm's new administrative building on the Grand Boulevard. This naturally called forth objections from Rosenberg and his Cultural Watch and Ward Society. They were outraged that this foreigner of architectural radicalism should be allowed to win immortality on the Führer's Avenue. Hitler, who thought well of Peter Behrens' embassy in Leningrad built when the city was still St. Petersburg, backed up my decision. Several times I also pressed my teacher, Tesno, to take part in the design competitions. But he did not want to abandon his simple small-town craftsman style and stubbornly resisted the temptation to design big buildings. For sculpture I employed chiefly Joseph Thorak and Amo Brecker, the pupil of Mayle. In 1943, Brecker acted as my intermediary in commissioning a sculpture by Mayle to be set up in Grunwald. Historians have commented that in my private associations I kept away from the party. Asterisk, for example, Trevor Roper, Fess, and Bullock. It might also be said that the party bigwigs kept away from me, whom they regarded as an interloper. But I was not especially interested in what the Reisleiters and Gauleiters felt, since I had Hitler's confidence. Aside from Karl Hank, who had discovered me, I was not on familiar terms with any of them. None of them visited me at home. Instead, I found my circle of friends among the artists I gave employment to and among their friends. What time I had in Berlin for socializing I spent with Arno Brecker and Wilhelm Kreis. We also frequently saw Wilhelm Tempf, the pianist. In Munich I was on friendly terms with Joseph Thorak and Hermann Caspar, the painter. Late in the night Caspar could seldom be restrained from loudly proclaiming his preference for the Bavarian monarchy. I was also close to my first client, Dr. Robert Frank, for whom I had rebuilt a manor house back in 1933 before I became involved with the buildings for Hitler and Goebbels. It was situated near Wilsnack, some 80 miles from Berlin, and I frequently spent weekends there with my family. Until 1933, Frank had been general manager of the Prussian electricity works, but after the Nazis took power he was relieved of his post and had since lived in retirement. Occasionally bothered by the party, he was protected by my friendship. In 1945, I entrusted my family to him. There, in Schleswig, they were as far as possible from the center of the collapse. Shortly after my appointment, I managed to persuade Hitler that party members of any quality had long since been assigned leading posts, so that only members of the second rank were available for my tasks. He therefore gave me permission to choose my associates as I pleased. Gradually word went round that a sanctuary for non-party people could be found in my office, and so more and more architects thronged to join us. Once one of my associates asked me for a reference for admission to the party. My answer went the rounds of the Inspectorate General of Building. Why, 'tis enough for all of us that I am in the party. We took Hitler's building plans seriously, but were not so reverential as others about the solemnity of this Hitterian Reich. I also continued to absent myself from party meetings, had scarcely any contact with party circles even in the Berlin district, and neglected the party duties turned over to me, although I could have built them up into positions of power. If only from sheer lack of time, I turned over the Beauty of Work office to a permanent deputy. I could plead my total incapacity for making public speeches as an excuse for this sort of lack of zeal. In March 1939, I took a trip with a group of close friends through Sicily and southern Italy. Wilhelm Kreis, Joseph Thwack, Hermann Kaspar, Amo Brecker, Robert Frank, Kolbrand, and their wives formed the party. Magda Goebbels, the propaganda minister's wife, came along at our invitation. She used a false name for the journey. There were certainly a good many love affairs in Hitler's entourage, and he tolerated them. Thus Bormann, with a crudeness that might be expected from this unfeeling and immoral man, had his movie actress mistress visit him at Obersalzberg and actually stay in his house in the midst of his family. Frau Bormann put up with this situation in a way I found incomprehensible. Goebbels, too, had many love affairs. Half amused, half revolted, his state secretary, Hank, would tell how the all-powerful Minister of Culture would blackmail young movie actresses. But Goebbels' intimacy with the Czech film star Lida Barova was more than an affair. At the time, his wife broke with him and demanded that he live separately from her and the children. Hank and I were entirely on the wife's side, but Hank himself complicated this marital crisis when he fell in love with his minister's wife, who was so many years his senior. In order to extricate her from this embarrassment, I proposed that she accompany us on the trip. Hank wanted to follow her. During our travels he bombarded her with love letters, but she was firm in her refusal. Throughout this trip, Frau Goebbels proved a pleasant and sensible woman. In general, the wives of the regime's bigwigs resisted the temptation of power far more than their husbands. They did not lose themselves in the latter's fantasy world. They looked on at the often grotesque antics of their husbands with inner reservations and were not caught up in the political whirlwind in which their men were carried steeply upward. Frau Bormann remained a modest, somewhat browbeaten housewife, although blindly devoted both to her husband and the party ideology. I had the impression that Frau Göring was inclined to smile at her husband's mania for pomp, and in the final analysis Eva Braun, too, proved her inner superiority. At any rate, she never used for personal ends the power which lay within her grasp. Sicily, with its Doric temple ruins in Segesta, Syracuse, Selinus, and Agrigentum, provided a valuable supplement to the impressions of our early journey to Greece. At the sight of the temples of Selinus and Agrigentum, I observed once again, and with some satisfaction, that even classical antiquity had not been free of megalomaniacal impulses. The Greeks of the colonies were obviously departing from the principle of moderation so praised in the motherland. Compared to these temples, all the examples of Saracen Norman architecture we encountered paled, except for Frederick Roman II's wonderful hunting castle, the octagonal Castel del Monte. Paestum was another high point of our trip. Pompeii, on the other hand, seemed to me further away from the pure forms of Paestum than were our buildings from the world of the Dorians. On the return journey we stayed in Rome for a few days. The fascist government discovered the real identity of our illustrious travelling companion, and Italian propaganda minister Alfieri invited us all to the opera. But we found it hard to give a plausible explanation for the fact that the second lady of the German Reich was travelling abroad without her husband and therefore set out for home as quickly as possible. While we had been dreaming our way through Greek antiquity, Hitler occupied Czechoslovakia and annexed it to the Reich. Back in Germany, we found a general mood of depression. Apprehensions about the future filled all of us. To this day, I find it strange that a nation can have so right a sense of what is to come, so much so that all the massive propaganda by the government does not banish this feeling. Nevertheless, it seemed a better sign that Hitler stood up to Goebbels one day when, at lunch in the Chancellery, the propaganda minister attacked former Foreign Minister von Neurath, who a few weeks earlier had been appointed Reich Protector of Bohemia and Moravia. Goebbels said, "Everyone knows von Neurath is a weak sneak, but what is needed in the Protectorate is a strong hand to keep order. This man has nothing in common with us. He belongs to an entirely different world." Hitler took issue with this. Von Neurath was the only man for the job. In the Anglo-Saxon world, he is considered a man of distinction. The international effect of his appointment will be reassuring because people will see in it my decision not to deprive the Czechs of their racial and national life. Hitler asked me to report on my impressions of Italy. I had been most struck by the fact that the walls of even the villages were painted with militant propaganda slogans. "We don't need that," Hitler commented. "If it comes to a war, the German people are tough enough. This kind of propaganda may be all right for Italy. Whether it does any good is another question." In his speech to the editors-in-chief of the German press, Hitler described what he considered to be the proper method of propaganda for creating war readiness. Certain events should be presented in such a light that unconsciously the masses will automatically come to the conclusion, if there is no way to redress this matter pleasantly, then it will have to be done by force. We can't possibly let things go on this way. Hitler had already asked me several times to deliver the opening address at the Munich Architectural Exhibition in his stead. Hitherto I had always been able to avoid such duties by a variety of pretexts. In February 1938 my evasions resulted in a kind of deal. I agreed to design the picture gallery and the stadium for Linz, if I did not have. But now, on the eve of Hitler's 50th birthday, a part of the east-west axis in Berlin was to be open to traffic, with Hitler present at the dedication. That maiden speech could no longer be fended off, and to make matters worse, in the presence of the chief of state. At dinner Hitler announced, "The great event, Speer is making a speech." I can hardly. In the middle of the roadway, at the Brandenburg Gate, the dignitaries of the city had lined up, with me on the right wing and with the crowd massed behind ropes on the distant sidewalks. From the distance came cheers, swelling as Hitler's motorcade approached and becoming a steady roar. Hitler's car stopped right in front of me. He got out and greeted me by shaking hands, while responding to the welcome of the dignitaries merely by raising his arm briefly. Portable movie cameras began filming the scene from close up, while Hitler expectantly took up a position 6 feet away from me. I took a deep breath, then spoke these exact words: "Meine Vater, I would report the completion of the east-west axis. May the work speak for itself." There was a protracted pause before Hitler replied with a few sentences. Then I was invited into his car and drove with him down the 5-mile lane of Berliners who were paying tribute to him on his 50th birthday. No doubt it had taken an energetic effort by the propaganda ministry to bring this crowd here, but the applause seemed to me genuine. After we had reached the Chancellery and were waiting to be called to dinner, Hitler commented good-humouredly, "You put me in a fine fix with your 2 sentences. I was expecting a long speech and meant to use the time while you were talking to frame my answer, the way I usually do, but since you were finished so quickly, I didn't know what to say. Still, I must grant you that it was a good speech, one of the best I have ever heard." In the following years this anecdote became part of his regular repertory, and he told it often. At midnight the diners offered Hitler the proper congratulations. But when I told him that to celebrate the day I had set up a 13-foot model of his triumphal arch in one of the salons, he immediately left the party and hurried to the room. For a long time he stood contemplating with visible emotion the dream of his younger years, realized in this model. Overwhelmed, he gave me his hand without a word, and then, in a euphoric mood, lectured his birthday guests on the importance of this structure for the future history of the Reich. That night he returned to look at the model several times. On the way back and forth we would pass the former cabinet room where Bismarck had presided over the Congress of Berlin in 1878. Here Hitler's birthday presents were heaped up on long tables, pretty much a collection of kitsch sent by his Reisleiters and Gauleiters, White marble nudes, small bronze casts of such well-known works as the Roman boy extracting a thorn from his foot, and oil paintings whose level matched the stuff exhibited in the House of Art. Hitler spoke well of some of the presents, made fun of others, but there was in fact not much difference between them. Meanwhile, matters had progressed between Hank and Frau Goebbels to such a point that, to the horror of everyone in the know, they wished to marry. An ill-matched couple, Hank was young and awkward. She was considerably older and a polished society woman. Hank petitioned Hitler for his approval, but Hitler refused to allow the Goebbelses to divorce for recent diktat. At the beginning of the 1939 Bayreuth Festival, Hank arrived at my house one morning in a state of despair. Magda and Joseph Goebbels had had a reconciliation, he reported, and gone to Bayreuth together. For my part, I thought this was the happiest outcome for Hank, too. But she cannot console a desperate lover with felicitations on his escape. I therefore promised him to find out what had happened in Bayreuth and left at once. The Wagner family had added a spacious wing to Haus Wamfried, where Hitler and his adjutant stayed during the festival, while Hitler's guests were put up in private homes in Bayreuth. Incidentally, Hitler selected these guests more carefully than he did at Obersalzberg, or even at the Chancellery. Aside from the adjutants, he invited only a few other persons with their wives, those he could be sure would be welcome to the Wagner family. Actually, these guests were almost always only Dr. Dietrich, Dr. Brandt, and myself. On these festival days, Hitler seemed more relaxed than usual. He obviously felt at ease in the Wagner family and free of the compulsion to represent power, which he sometimes thought himself obliged to do even with the evening group in the Chancellery. He was gay, paternal to the children, friendly and solicitous toward Winifred Wagner. Without Hitler's financial aid, the festival could scarcely have been kept going. Every year Bormann produced hundreds of thousands of marks from his funds in order to make the festival productions the glory of the German opera season. As patron of the festival and as the friend of the Wagner family, Hitler was no doubt realizing a dream which even in his youth he perhaps never quite dared to dream. Goebbels and his wife had arrived in Bayreuth on the same day as myself and, like Hitler, had moved into the Wamfried annex. Frau Goebbels looked very drawn. She spoke quite candidly with me. It was frightful the way my husband threatened me. I was just beginning to recuperate at Gastein when he turned up at the hotel. For 3 days he argued with me incessantly, until I could no longer stand it. He used the children to blackmail me. He threatened to take them away from me. What could I do? The reconciliation is only for sure, Albert. It is terrible. I veer to swear never to meet Karl privately again. I am so unhappy, but I have no choice. What could have been more appropriate for this marital tragedy than, of all operas, Tristan und Isolde? Hitler, Herr and Frau Goebbels, Frau Winifred Wagner, and I heard it sitting in the big central box. Frau Goebbels, on my right, cried silently throughout the performance. During the intermission she sat, bowed and sobbing uncontrollably, in a corner of the salon, while Hitler and Goebbels went to the window to show themselves to the audience, both of them strenuously pretending to be unaware of the embarrassing episode. Next morning I was able to explain to Hitler, who could not understand Frau Goebbels' conduct, the background of the so-called reconciliation. As chief of state he welcomed this turn of events, but in my presence he sent for Goebbels at once and in a few dry words informed him that it would be better if he left Bayreuth immediately with his wife. Without allowing him to reply, or even shaking hands with him, he dismissed the propaganda minister and then turned to me. With women Goebbels is a cynic. He too was one, though in a different way. 11. The Globe. Whenever he came to see my models of the Berlin buildings, Hitler would particularly brood over one part of the plant, the future headquarters of the Reich, which was meant to manifest for hundreds of years to come the power that had been attained in the era of Hitler. Just as the Champs-Élysées finds its dramatic focus in the residence of the French kings, so the Grand Boulevard was to culminate in a group of buildings which Hitler regarded as central to his political activities. These were the Chancellery, where the affairs of government were conducted, the High Command of the Armed Forces, where the power of command over the 3 branches of the services was concentrated, and a secretariat for the party Bormann, for protocol Meissner, and for Hitler's personal affairs Bauer. The Reichstag building also formed part of this complex, but this in no way signified that Hitler meant the German parliament to play any important part in the exercise of power. It was mere chance that the old Reichstag building happened to be situated there. I proposed to Hitler that Paul Wallott's Reichstag, built in Wilhelmine, Germany, be razed. But here I met unexpected resistance. Hitler liked the structure. However, he intended to use it merely for social purposes. Hitler was usually taciturn about his ultimate goals. When on this and some other occasions he spoke rather candidly to me about the background of his building plans, he did so out of that intimacy that almost always crops up in the relationship between an architect and his client. In the old building we can set up reading rooms and lounges for the deputies. For all I care, the chamber can be turned into a library with its 580 seats, a desk much too small for us. We'll build a new one right beside it, provide a chamber for 1,200 deputies, one that assumed a population of 140 million, and so in saying this Hitler was revealing the scale on which he was thinking. Partly he had in mind a rapid natural increase of the Germans, partly the incorporation into the Reich of other Germanic peoples, but he was not including the population of subjugated nations, for these would not have any voting rights. I proposed that he simply increase the number of voters whom each deputy represented, and thereby make the old Reichstag chamber still usable. But Hitler did not want to alter the proportion of 60,000 voters for each deputy which had been set by the Weimar Republic. He never explained his reasons, but he was as firm on this matter as he was firm about nominal retention of the traditional electoral system with its fixed dates for elections, rules of franchise, ballot boxes, and secret ballot. On this matter he evidently wanted to preserve a tradition which had brought him to power, even though his introduction of the one-party system had made the whole thing pointless. The buildings which were intended to frame the future Adolf Hitler Platz lay in the shadow of the great domed hall. But as if Hitler wanted by architecture alone to denigrate the whole process of popular representation, the hall had a volume 50 times greater than the proposed Reichstag building. He had asked me to work out the designs for this hall as early as the summer of 1936.2. On April 20, 1937, his birthday, I gave him the renderings, ground plans, cross-sections, and a first model of the building. He was delighted and only quarreled with my having signed the plans developed on the basis of the Führer's ideas. I was the architect, he said, and my contribution to this building must be given greater credit than his sketch of the idea dating from 1925. I stuck to this formula, however, and Hitler was probably gratified at my refusal to claim authorship for this building. Partial models were prepared from the plans, and in 1939 a detailed wooden model of the exterior some 10 feet high and another model of the interior were made. The floor could be removed in order to test the future effect at eye level. In the course of his many visits to the exhibit, Hitler would unfailingly spend a long time contemplating these two models. He would point triumphantly to them as an idea that must have struck his friends 15 years ago as a fantastic work. In those days, who was prepared to believe me when I said that this would be built someday? This structure, the greatest assembly hall in the world ever conceived up to that time, consisted of one vast hall that could hold between 150 and 180,000 persons standing. In spite of Hitler's negative attitude toward Himmler's and Rosenberg's mystical notions, the hall was essentially a place of worship. The idea was that over the course of centuries, by tradition and venerability, it would acquire an importance similar to that St. Peter's in Rome has for Catholic Christendom. Without some such essentially pseudo-religious background, the expenditure for Hitler's central building would have been pointless and incomprehensible. The round interior was to have the almost inconceivable diameter of 825 feet. The huge dome was to begin its slightly parabolic curve at a height of 323 feet and rise to a height of 726 feet. In a sense, the Pantheon in Rome had served as our model. The Berlin Dome was also to contain a round opening for light, but this opening alone would be 152 feet in diameter, larger than the entire dome of the Pantheon, 142 feet, and of St. Peter's 145 feet. The interior would contain 16 times the volume of St. Peter's. The interior appointments were to be as simple as possible. Circling an area 462 feet in diameter, A three-tier gallery rose to a height of 100 feet. A circle of 100 rectangular marble pillars, still almost on a human scale, for they were only 80 feet high, was broken by a recess opposite the entrance. This recess was 165 feet high and 92 feet wide, and was to be clad at the rear in gold mosaic. In front of it, on a marble pedestal 46 feet in height, perched the whole single sculptural feature, a gilded German eagle with a swastika in its claws. This symbol of sovereignty might be said to be the very fountainhead of Hitler's Grand Boulevard. Beneath the symbol would be the podium for the leader of the nation. From this spot he would deliver his messages to the peoples of his future empire. I tried to give this spot suitable emphasis, but here the fatal flaw of architecture that has lost all sense of proportion was revealed. Under that vast dome Hitler dwindled to an optical zero. From the outside the dome would have loomed against the sky like some green mountain, for it was to be roofed with patinated plates of copper. At its peak we planned a skylight turret 132 feet high, of the lightest possible metal construction. The turret would be crowned by an eagle with a swastika. Optically, the mass of the dome was to have been set off by a series of pillars 66 feet high. I thought this effect would bring things back to scale, undoubtedly a vain hope. The mountainous dome rested upon a granite edifice 244 feet high with sides 140 feet long. A delicate frieze, 4 clustered, fluted pillars on each of the 4 corners, and a colonnade along the front facing the square were to dramatize the size of the enormous cube. 2 sculptures, each 50 feet high, would flank the colonnade. Hitler had already decided on the subjects of these sculptures when we were preparing our first sketches of the building. One would represent Ada bearing the vault of the heavens, the other Tellus supporting the globe of the world. The spheres representing sky and earth were to be enamel-coated with constellations and continents traced in gold. The volume of this structure amounted to almost 27.5 million cubic yards, for the Capitol in Washington would have been contained many times in such a mass. These were dimensions of an inflationary sort. Yet the whole was by no means an insane project which could in fact never be executed. Our plans did not belong to that super-grandiose category envisioned by Claude Nicolas Ledieu as the swan song of the Bourbon dynasty of France, or by Etienne L. Pouilly to glorify the revolution projects which were never meant to be carried out. Their scale, however, was by no means vaster than Hitler's 5, but we were seriously going ahead with our plans. As early as 1939, many old buildings in the vicinity of the Reichstag were razed to make room for our great hall and the other buildings that were to surround the future Adolf Hitler Platz. The character of the underlying soil was studied. Detailed drawings were prepared and models built. Millions of marks were spent on granite for the exterior. Nor were the purchases confined to Germany. Despite the shortage of foreign exchange, Hitler had orders placed with quarries in southern Sweden and Finland. Like all the other edifices on Hitler's long Grand Boulevard, the Great Hall was also scheduled to be completed in 11 years, by 1950. Since the hall would take longer to build than all the rest, the ceremonial cornerstone laying was set for 1940. Technically, there was no special problem in constructing a dome over 800 feet in diameter. Asterisk. A special problem connected with every dome is the acoustics. But our relief prominent acoustical experts calculated that if we observed a few precautions there would be no need to worry. The bridge builders of the 30s had no difficulty with similar spans of steel or reinforced concrete. Leading German engineers had even calculated that it would be possible to build a massive vault with such a span. In keeping with my notion of ruin value, I would rather have eschewed the use of steel, but in this case Hitler expressed doubts. You know, an aerial bomb might strike the dome and damage the vaulting. If there were danger of collapse, how would you go about making repairs? He was right, and we therefore had a steel skeleton constructed, from which the inner shell of the dome would be suspended. The walls, however, were to be of solid stone like the Nuremberg buildings. Their weight, along with that of the dome, would exert tremendous pressure and would demand an unusually strong foundation. The engineers decided on an enormous concrete footing which would have had a content of 3.9 million cubic yards. According to our calculations, this would sink only a few centimeters into the sandy soil, but to test this a sample section was built near Berlin 6. Except for drawings and photographs of models, it is the only thing that has remained of the projected structure. In the course of the planning, I had gone to see St. Peter's in Rome. It was rather dashing for me to realize that its size had little to do with the impression it creates. In work on such a scale, I saw effectiveness is no longer proportionate to the size of the building. I began to be afraid that our great hall would turn out disappointingly. Ministerial Councillor Nipfer, who was in charge of air raid protection in the Reich Air Ministry, had heard rumors about this gigantic structure. He had just issued directives providing that all future buildings be as widely dispersed as possible in order to diminish the effect of air raids. Now, here in the center of the city and of the Reich, a building was to be erected which would tower above low clouds and act as an ideal navigational guide to enemy bombers. It would be virtually a signpost for the government center. I mentioned these considerations to Hitler, but he was sanguine. Göring has assured me, he said, that no enemy plane will enter Germany. We will not let that sort of thing stand in the way of our plans. Hitler was obsessed with the idea for this domed building. We had already drawn up our designs when he heard that the Soviet Union was also planning an enormous assembly building in Moscow in honor of Lenin. He was deeply irked, feeling himself cheated of the glory of building the tallest monumental structure in the world. Along with this was an intense chagrin that he could not make Stalin stop by a simple command. But he finally consoled himself with the thought that his building would remain unique. What does one skyscraper more or less amount to, a little higher or a little lower? The great thing about our building will be the dome. After the war with the Soviet Union had begun, I now and then saw evidence that the idea of Moscow's rival building had preyed on his mind more than he had been willing to admit. Now, he once said, this will be the end of their building for good and all. The domed hall was to be surrounded on 3 sides by water which would reflect it and enhance its effect. For this purpose we intended to widen the Spree into a land of lake. The normal river traffic, however, would have to bypass this area through a set of underground canals. On its south side, the building would be flanked by the Great Plaza, the future Adolf Hitler Platz. Here the annual May 1 rallies would take place. These had previously been held on Tempelhof Field 7. The propaganda ministry had worked out a pattern for managing such mass rallies. In 1939, Karl Hant told me of the variants of such demonstrations, which manner of demonstration was wanted depended on political and propagandist factors. From the gathering of schoolchildren to cheer a foreign guest all the way to the mobilizing of millions of workers to express the will of the people, the propaganda ministry had a prepared scenario. Ironically, Hank spoke of cheering levies. Had the future gone according to plan, it would have taken the ultimate of all cheering levies to fill Adolf Hitler Platz, since it would hold a million people. One side of the square was to be bounded by the new High Command of the Armed Forces, the other by the Chancellery Office building. The fourth side was open, permitting an enormous vista down the Grand Boulevard. This would be the only opening in the gigantic square, otherwise hemmed in completely by buildings. Aside from the Great Hall, the most important and psychologically the most interesting of the buildings was to be Hitler's palace. It is no exaggeration to speak of a palace rather than the Chancellor's residence. As the preserved sketches show, Hitler had been thinking about this building as early as November 1938. The architecture made plain his craving for status, which had increased by leaps and bounds since his accession to power. From the Chancellor's residence of Bismarck Este, into which he originally moved, to this projected palace, the proportions had multiplied by a factor of 150. Even Nero's legendary palace area, the Golden House, with its expanse of more than 11 million square feet, would be outstripped by Hitler's palace. Right in the center of Berlin, it was to occupy, with the attached grounds, 22 million square feet. Reception rooms led through several series of salons into a dining hall which could have accommodated thousands. 8 vast entertainment halls were available for gala receptions. Asterisk. The 8 public rooms would have had a total area of 161,400 square feet. The theatre was to contain 400 comfortable seats. Following the normal practice of allowing about 2.5 square feet per seat in a theatre, the 3,000 442 square feet would have provided easily for 800 persons in the orchestra and another 150 in the balcony. Hitler planned to have a special box for himself in the theatre. The most modern stage equipment was to be provided for a theatre of 400 seats, an imitation of the ducal theatres of the Baroque and Rococo eras. From his own quarters Hitler could reach the Great Dome by a series of covered galleries. His offices, on the other hand, were conveniently adjacent to the private apartment, and his personal office located at the very center of this official sector. Its measurements far exceeded the reception room of the President of the United States. 9. Hitler was so well pleased with the long hike the diplomats had to take in their recently completed new chancellery that he wanted a similar device in the new building. I therefore doubled the distance visitors would have to traverse, making it somewhat more than a quarter of a mile. From the former chancellery, built in 1931, Hitler's aspirations had by now multiplied 70-fold. 10. That gives some idea of the proportions by which his megalomania had evolved. And in the midst of all this splendor, Hitler would have set up his white enameled bedstead in a bedroom of fairly modest dimensions. He once said to me, "I hate all show in a bedroom. I feel most comfortable in a simple ordinary bed." In 1939, when these plans were assuming tangible form, Goebbels' propaganda went on fostering the German people's belief in Hitler's modesty and simplicity. In order not to imperil this image, Hitler said scarcely a word about the plans for his palatial private residence in the future chancellery. But once, when we were tramping through the snow, he gave me justification for his soaring demands. You see, I myself would find a simple little house in Berlin quite sufficient. I have enough power and prestige. I don't need such luxury to sustain me. But believe me, those who come after me will find such ostentation an urgent necessity. Many of them will be able to hold on only by such means. He would hardly believe what power a small mind acquires over the people around him when he is able to show himself in such imposing circumstances. Such rooms, with a great historical past, raise even a petty successor to historical rank. You see, that is why we must complete this construction in my lifetime, so that I shall have lived there and my spirit will have conferred tradition upon the building. If I live in it only for a few years, that will be good enough. In his speeches to the construction workers of the Chancellery in 1938, Hitler had made similar remarks, though of course without revealing any of his plans, which by then were already quite far advanced. As leader and Chancellor of the German nation, he had said he did not enter former palaces. That was why he had refused to move into the palace of the Reich president, for he was not going to live in a former Lord Chamberlain's residence. But in this area, too, he would see to it that the German state was provided with a public building that matched the prestigious edifices of any foreign king or emperor. 11. Even at that time, Hitler ruled that we were not to worry about the costs of these buildings, and we therefore obediently omitted volume calculations. I have drawn them up for the first time only now, after a quarter of a century. The result is the following table. Although the immense scale would have reduced the price per cubic yard, the total costs were almost inconceivable. For these vast structures would need enormous walls and correspondingly deep foundations. Moreover, the exterior walls were to be dead in expensive granite, the interior walls in marble. The very best materials were likewise to be employed for doors, windows, ceilings, and so on. A cost of 5 billion present-day marks for the buildings of Adolf Hitler Platz alone probably represents far too low an estimate. 12. The shift in the mood of the population, the drooping morale which began to be felt throughout Germany in 1939, was evident in the necessity to organize cheering crowds where 2 years earlier Hitler had been able to count on spontaneity. What is more, he himself had meanwhile moved away from the admiring masses. He tended to be angry and impatient more often than in the past when, as still occasionally happened, a crowd on Wilhelmsplatz began clamoring for him to appear. 2 years before he had often stepped out on the historic balcony. Now he sometimes snapped at his adjutants when they came to him with the request that he show himself. "Stop bothering me with that." This seemingly small point had a certain bearing on the conception of the new Adolf Hitler Platz, for one day he said to me, You know it is not out of the question that I shall someday be forced to take unpopular measures. These might possibly lead to riots. We must provide for that eventuality. All the buildings on this square must be equipped with heavy steel bulletproof shutters over their windows. The doors, too, must be of steel, and there should be heavy iron gates for closing off the square. It must be possible to defend the center of the Reich like a fortress. This remark betrayed a nervousness he had not had before. The same feeling emerged when we discussed the location of the barracks for the bodyguard, which had meanwhile grown into a fully motorized regiment armed with the most modern equipment. He shifted its headquarters to the immediate vicinity of the Grand Southern Axis. Suppose there should be some disturbances, he said, and pointing to the 400-foot wide avenue. If they come rolling up here in their armored vehicles the full width of the street, nobody will be able to put up any resistance. I do not know whether the army heard of this arrangement and wanted to be on the spot before the SS, or whether Hitler himself gave the order, but in any case, at the request of the army command and with Hitler's approval, a barracks site was prepared even closer to the center for the Großdeutschland Regiment 13. I unwittingly gave expression to this separation of Hitler from his people, a Hitler who was ready to have soldiers fire upon the populace in my design for the foyer of his palace. There was no opening in it except for the grey steel entrance gate and the door to a balcony from which Hitler could show himself to the crowd. But this balcony was now suspended 5 stories high above the street. This frowning foyer still seems to me to communicate an accurate image of the remote leader who had in the meantime moved into realms of self-idolatry. During my imprisonment, this design, with its red mosaics, its pillars, its bronze lions and gilded silhouettes, had assumed in my memory a bright, almost pleasant character. But when I once again saw the colour photographs of the model after a lapse of more than 21 years, I was struck by the resemblance to Cecil B. DeMille's set. Along with its fantastic quality, I also became aware of the cruel element in this architecture. It had been the very expression of a tyranny. Before the war, I had laughed at an inkwell which the architect Brinkmann, who like Troost had originally designed steamship decor, had presented Hitler as a surprise gift. Brinkmann had made a solemn construction out of this simple utensil. It was a mass of ornamentation, scrolls and steps, and then, alone and forlorn amid all the magnificence of this inkwell for the chief of state, there was a tiny pool of ink. I thought I had never seen anything so abnormal. But contrary to my expectations, Hitler did not disdain the object. In fact, he praised this bronze inkwell immoderately. Brinkmann was no less successful with the desk chair he had designed for Hitler. It was veritably of gorgeous proportions, a kind of throne with 2 oversized gilded pine cones topping the back. These 2 items, with their inflated bombast, seemed to me to reek of the parvenu. But from about 1937 on, Hitler furthered this tendency toward pomposity by showing increasing approval of it. He had come round again to Vienna's Ringstrasse, where he had once begun. Slowly but steadily he moved even further away from the doctrines of Troost, and I moved with him. For my designs of this period owed less and less to what I regarded as my style. This estrangement from my beginnings was revealed in other ways besides the wildly excessive size of my buildings, for they also no longer had any of the Dorian character I had originally tried to achieve. They had become pure art of decadence. Wealth, the inexhaustible funds at my disposal, but also Hitler's party ideology, had led me along the path to a style which drew its inspiration rather from the show palaces of Oriental despots. At the beginning of the war, I had formed a theory which I explained at a dinner in Maxim S. in Paris to a group of German and French artists. Cocteau and Speer were among the latter. The French Revolution, I said, had developed a new sense of style which was destined to replace the late Rococo. Even its simplest furniture was beautifully proportioned. This style, I argued, had found its purest expression in the architectural designs of Buhl. The directoire that followed this revolutionary style had still treated their more abundant means with lightness and good taste. The turning point, I said, had come with the Empire style. From year to year new elements were introduced. Elaborate ornamentation had been lavished upon the still classical basic forms until, at the end, late Empire had achieved a resplendence and wealth that could scarcely be surpassed. Late Empire had expressed the end point of a stylistic evolution which had begun so promisingly with the Consulate. It had also expressed the transition from revolution to the Napoleonic Empire. Within it were revealed signs of decay which were a forecast of the end of the Napoleonic era. Compressed within the span of 20 years, I said, we could observe a phenomenon that ordinarily took place only over centuries, the development from the Doric buildings of early antiquity to the Fisher Baroque quadres of late Hellenism, such as was to be seen in, say, Baalbek, or the Romanesque buildings at the beginning of the medieval period and the playful late Gothic at its end. Had I been able to think the matter out consistently, I ought to have argued further that my designs for Hitler were following the pattern of the late Empire and forecasting the end of the regime, that, therefore, Hitler's downfall could be deduced from these very designs. But this was hidden from me at the time. Probably Napoleon's entourage saw in the ornate salons of the late Empire only the expression of grandeur. Probably only posterity beholds the symptoms of downfall in such creations. Hitler's entourage, at any rate, felt the towering inkwell to be a suitable prop for his genius as a statesman, and similarly accepted my hulking dome as the symbol of Hitler's power. The last buildings we designed in 1939 were in fact pure neo-empire, comparable to the style that prevailed 125 years before, shortly before Napoleon's fall. They were marked by excessive ornamentation, a mania for gilding, a passion for pomp, and total decadence. And not only the style but the excessive size of these buildings plainly revealed Hitler's intention. One day in the early summer of 1939 he pointed to the German eagle with the swastika in its claws which was to crown the dome 957 feet in the air. That has to be changed. Instead of the swastika, the eagle is to be perched above the globe. To crown this greatest building in the world, the eagle must stand above the globe. Asterisk as late as May 8, 1943, Goebbels noted in his diary, the Führer expresses his unshakable conviction that the Reich will one day rule all of Europe. We will have to survive a great many conflicts, but they will doubtless lead to the most glorious triumphs, and from then on the road to world domination is practically spread out before us, for whoever rules Europe will be able to seize the leadership of the world. There are photos of the models in which this revision is plainly to be seen. A few months later the Second World War began. 12. The descent begins. About the beginning of August 1939 we, an untroubled group, drove with Hitler up to the Eagle's Nest. The long motorcade wound along the road which Bormann had blasted into the rock. Through our high bronze portal we entered the mobile hall, damp from the moisture in the heart of the mountain, and stepped into the elevator of polished brass. As we rode up the 165 feet of shaft, Hitler said abruptly, as if he were talking to himself, "Perhaps something enormously important will happen soon, even if I should have to send Göring, but if need be I would even go myself. I am staking everything on this card." There was no more beyond this hint. Barely 3 weeks later, on August 21, 1939, we heard that the German foreign minister was in Moscow for some negotiations. During supper a note was handed to Hitler. He scanned it, stared into space for a moment, flushed deeply, then banged on the table so hard that the glasses rattled, and exclaimed in a voice breaking with excitement, "I have them, I have them." Seconds later he had already regained control of himself. No one dared ask any question, and the meal continued. After supper Hitler called his entourage together. "We are going to conclude a non-aggression pact with Russia. Here, read this, the telegram from Stalin." It briefly acknowledged the agreement that had been reached. To see the names of Hitler and Stalin linked in friendship on a piece of paper was the most staggering, the most exciting turn of events I could possibly have imagined. Immediately afterward we were shown a movie depicting Stalin watching a Red Army parade. A tremendous number of troops marched past him. Hitler expressed his gratification that this military might was now neutralized. He turned to his military adjutants, evidently wanting to hear their estimate of the mass display of weapons and troops. The ladies were still excluded, but of course they soon heard the news from us, and shortly afterward it was announced on the radio. Goebbels held an evening press conference on August 23 in which he offered commentary on the pact. Hitler telephoned him immediately afterward. He wanted to know how the foreign correspondents had reacted. With eyes glistening feverishly, he told us what Goebbels had said. The sensation was fantastic, and when the church bells simultaneously began ringing outside, a British correspondent fatalistically remarked, that is the death knell of the British Empire." These words made the strongest impression upon Hitler in his euphoria that night. He thought he now stood so high as to be out of the reach of fate. In the course of the night we stood on the terrace of the Burghof with Hitler and marvelled at a rare natural spectacle. Northern lights of unusual intensity threw red light on the legend-haunted Untersberg across the valley, while the sky above shimmered in all the colours of the rainbow. The last act of Getität im Ehren could not have been more effectively staged. The same red light bathed our faces and our hands. The display produced a curiously pensive mood among us. Abruptly turning to one of his military adjutants, it thus said, "Looks like a great deal of blood. This time we want to bring it off without violence." 2 weeks before, the centre of Hitler's interests had already shifted to the military area. In long talks with his four military adjutants, Colonel Rudolf Schmont for the High Command of the Armed Services OKW, Captain Gerhard Engel for the Army, Captain Nikolaus von Bülow for the Air Force, and Captain Karl Jesko von Pottkammer for the Navy, Hitler tried to arrive at definitive plans. He seemed to especially like these young and unbiased officers, all the more since he was always seeking approval, which they were more likely to give him than the perhaps better informed but skeptical generals. During these days immediately after announcement of the German-Russian pact, however, he saw less of the adjutants than of the political and military heads of the German Reich, among them Göring, Goebbels, Keitel, and Ribbentrop. Goebbels above all spoke openly and anxiously about the danger of war. Surprisingly, the usually radical propaganda minister considered the risk excessively large. He tried to recommend a peaceful line to Hitler's entourage and was particularly acrid toward Ribbentrop, whom he regarded as the chief representative of the war party. We who were members of Hitler's personal circle considered him as well as Göring, who also cancelled peace, weaklings who had degenerated in the luxury of power and did not want to risk the privileges they had acquired. Even though my future as an architect was also at stake, I thought that the solution of national questions must take precedence over personal interests. Any doubts I might have had were quelled by the self-assurance Hitler showed. In those days he seemed to me like a hero of ancient myth who unhesitantly, in full consciousness of his strength, could enter upon and masterfully meet the test of the wildest undertakings. And, in fact, 9 months previously I had bas-reliefs portraying the Hercules legend installed on the new chancellery. Whoever did belong to the actual war party, aside from Hitler and Ribbentrop, had worked out arguments more or less as follows. Let us assume that because of our rapid rearmament we hold a 4-to-1 advantage in strength at the present time. Since the occupation of Czechoslovakia, the other side has been rearming vigorously. They need at least 1.5 to 2 years before their production will reach its maximum yield. Only after 1940 can they begin to catch up with our relatively large head start. If they produce only as much as we do, however, our proportional superiority will constantly diminish, for in order to maintain it we would have to go on producing 4 times as much. We are in no position to do so. Even if they reach only half of our production, the proportion will constantly deteriorate. Right now, on the other hand, we have new weapons in all fields, the other side obsolete types. 3. Considerations of this sort probably did not govern Hitler's decisions, but they undoubtedly influenced his choice of the time to strike. For the present, however, he remarked, "I shall stay at Obersalzberg as long as possible in order to keep myself fresh for the difficult days to come. I'll go to Berlin only when decisions become essential." Only a few days later Hitler's motorcade was moving along the Autobahn to Munich. There were 10 cars at long distances from one another for security. My wife and I were in one of the cars. It was a beautiful, cloudless sunny day at the end of summer. The populace remained unusually silent as Hitler drove by. Hardly anyone waved. In Berlin, too, it was strikingly quiet in the vicinity of the chancellery. Usually, when Hitler's private standard was raised to indicate his presence, the building was besieged by people who cheered him as he drove out and in. In the nature of things I was excluded from the further course of events, all the more so because the normal routine of Hitler's day was turned topsy-turvy during this tumultuous spell. After the court moved to Berlin, an incessant series of conferences fully occupied Hitler's time. Our common meals were for the most part cancelled. Memory can be peculiarly arbitrary, and among my most vivid recollections is the somewhat comic picture of Bernardo Attolico, the Italian ambassador, rushing breathlessly into the chancellery a few days before the attack upon Poland. He was bringing word that for the present Italy could not keep its obligations under the alliance. The Deuce cloaked this bad news in impossible demands for immediate delivery of a vast quantity of military and economic goods. Granting such demands could have resulted in a disastrous weakening of the German armed forces. Hitler had a high regard for the fighting strength of the Italian fleet in particular, with its modern units and large number of submarines. He was equally convinced of the effectiveness of the big Italian air force. For a moment he thought his plans had been ruined, for he assumed that Italy's bellicosity would help frighten the Western powers. In some dismay, he postponed the assault on Poland, which had already been ordered. But this temporary retreat soon yielded to new hopes. His instincts told him that even with Italy defaulting, the West might still shrink from declaring war. He therefore rejected Mussolini's offer to mediate. He would hold back no longer, he said, for if the army were held in suspense too long it would grow nervous. Besides, the period of good autumn weather would soon pass, and during the later rainy season there was danger of the troops bogging down in the Polish mud. Notes on the Polish question were exchanged with England. Out of the rush of events I particularly remember one evening in the conservatory of the Chancellor's residence. I had the impression that Hitler looked exhausted from overwork. He spoke with deep conviction to his intimate circle. This time the mistake of 1914 will be avoided. Everything depends on making the other side accept responsibility. In 1914 that was handled clumsily, and now again the ideas of the Foreign Office are simply useless. The best thing is for me to compose the notes myself. As he spoke he held a page of manuscript in his hand, probably the draft of a note from the Foreign Office. He hastily took his leave, not joining us for dinner, and vanished into the upper rooms. Later, in prison, I read that exchange of notes. It did not seem to me that Hitler had carried out his intent very well. Hitler's view that the West would once more give in to his demands, as it had done at Munich, was supported by intelligence information. An officer on the British General Staff was said to have evaluated the strength of the Polish army and come to the conclusion that Polish resistance would soon collapse. Hitler thus had reason to hope that the British General Staff would do everything in its power to advise its government against so hopeless a war. When, on September 3, the Western powers followed up their ultimatum with declarations of war, Hitler was initially stunned, but quickly reassured himself and us by saying that England and France had obviously declared war merely as a sham, in order not to lose face before the whole world. In spite of the declarations there would be no fighting, he was convinced of that, he said. He therefore ordered the Wehrmacht to remain strictly on the defensive. He felt that this decision of his showed remarkable political acumen. During those last days of August Hitler was in an unwanted state of nerves and at times completely lost the reassuring air of infallible leader. The hectic activities were followed by an uneasy period of quiet. For a short time Hitler resumed his customary daily routine. Even his interest in architectural plans revived. To his round table he explained, "Of course we are in a state of war with England and France, but if we on our side avoid all acts of war, the whole business will evaporate. As soon as we sink a ship and they have sizable casualties, the war party over there will gain strength." Even when German U-boats lay in a favourable position near the French battleship Dunkirk, he refused to authorize an attack. But the British air raid on Wilhelmshaven and the sinking of the Athenia soon called for a reconsideration of this policy. He stuck unswervingly to his opinion that the West was too feeble, too worn out, and too decadent to begin the war seriously. Probably it was also embarrassing for him to admit to his entourage and above all to himself that he had made so crucial a mistake. I still remember his consternation when the news came that Churchill was going to enter the British War Cabinet as First Lord of the Admiralty. With this ill-omened press report in his hand, Göring stepped out of the door of Hitler's salon. He dropped into the nearest chair and said wearily, "Churchill in the cabinet. That means that the war is really on. Now we shall have war with England." From these and other observations I deduced that this initiation of real war was not what Hitler had projected. His illusions and wish dreams were a direct outgrowth of his unrealistic mode of working and thinking. Hitler actually knew nothing about his enemies and even refused to use the information that was available to him. Instead, he trusted his inspirations, no matter how inherently contradictory they might be, and these inspirations were governed by extreme contempt for and underestimation of the others. In keeping with his classic phrase that there were always two possibilities, he wanted to have the war at this supposedly most favorable moment, while at the same time he failed to adequately prepare for it. He regarded England, as he once stressed, as our enemy number one, for a while at the same time hoping to come to an arrangement with that enemy. I do not think that in those early days of September, Hitler was fully aware that he had irrevocably unleashed a world war. He had merely meant to move one step further. To be sure, he was ready to accept the risk associated with that step, just as he had been a year before during the Czech crisis, but he had prepared himself only for the risk, not really for the Great War. His naval rearmament was obviously planned for a later date. The battleships as well as the first large aircraft carriers were still under construction. He knew that they would not attain full military value until they could face the enemy on more or less even terms. Moreover, he had spoken so often of the neglect of the submarine arm in the First World War that he probably would not have knowingly begun the Second without preparing a strong fleet of U-boats. But all his anxieties seemed to be scattered to the winds in early September, when the campaign in Poland yielded such successes for the German troops. Hitler seemed to recover his assurance swiftly, and later, at the climax of the war, I frequently heard him say that the Polish campaign had been a necessary thing. Do you think it would have been good fortune for our troops if we had taken Poland without a fight, after obtaining Austria and Czechoslovakia without fighting? Believe me, not even the best army can stand that sort of thing. Victories without loss of blood are demoralizing. Therefore, it was not only fortunate there was no compromise. At the time we would have had to regard it as harmful, and I therefore would have struck in any case. 5. It may be, nevertheless, that by such remarks he was trying to gloss over his diplomatic miscalculations of August 1939. On the other hand, toward the end of the war, Colonel General Heinrich told me about an early speech of Hitler's to the generals, which points in the same direction. I noted down Heinrich's remarkable story as follows. Hitler said that he was the first man since Charlemagne to hold unlimited power in his own hand. He did not hold this power in vain, he said, but would know how to use it in a struggle for Germany. If the war were not won, that would mean that Germany had not stood the test of strength. In that case she would deserve to be, and would be doomed. 6. From the start the populace took a far more serious view of the situation than did Hitler and his entourage. Because of the general nervousness, a false air raid alarm was sounded in Berlin early in September. Along with many other Berliners, I sat in a public shelter. The atmosphere was noticeably depressed. The people were full of fear about the future. 7. Hitler looking at Speer's architectural plans at Obersalzberg, spring 1934. Heinrich Hoffmann. None of the regiments marched off to war decorated with flowers as they had done at the beginning of the First World War. The streets remained empty. There was no crowd on Wilhelmsplatz shouting for Hitler. It was in keeping with the desolate mood that Hitler had his bags packed into the cars one night to drive east to the front. 3 days after the beginning of the attack on Poland, he had his adjutant summon me to the provisionally blacked-out residence in the Chancellery to bid me goodbye. I found a man who lost his temper over trivialities. The cars drove up, and he tersely took his leave of the courtiers who were remaining behind. Not a soul on the street took notice of this historic event, Hitler driving off to the war he had staged. Obviously Goebbels could have provided a cheering crowd of any size, but he was apparently not in the mood to do it. Even during the mobilization, Hitler did not forget his artists. In the late summer of 1939, orders were given that their draft records be sent to Hitler's adjutant by the various army districts. He then tore up the papers and threw them away. By this original device, the men ceased to exist for the draft boards. On the list drawn up by Hitler and Goebbels, however, architects and sculptors occupied little space. The overwhelming majority of those thus exempted were singers and actors. The fact that young scientists were also important for the future was not discovered until 1942, and then with my help. While still at Obersalzberg, I had telephoned Will Nagel, my former superior and now head of my staff, and asked him to begin forming a technical assistance group under my leadership. We wanted to put our well-coordinated team of construction supervisors to use in rebuilding bridges, extending or widening roads, and similar areas of the war effort. However, our notions about what we could do immediately were extremely vague. For the time being, it consisted of no more than getting sleeping bags and tents ready, and painting my car field grey. On the day of general mobilization, I went to the high command of the army on Bendelstrasse. As might be expected in a Prusso-German organization, General Fromm, who was responsible for the army mobilization, sat idle in his office while the machinery ran according to plan. He readily accepted my offer of assistance. My car was given an army number, and I myself army identification papers. For the present, that was the extent of my wartime activity. It was Hitler who tersely forbade me to undertake any missions for the army. My duty, he told me, was to continue working at his plans. Thereupon I at least placed the workmen and the technical staffs employed on my buildings in Berlin at the disposal of the army and industry. We took charge of the Peenem site for the development of rockets and of some urgent buildings for the aircraft industry. I informed Hitler of these commitments, which seemed to me the least I could do. I was confident of his approval. But to my surprise there came an unusually rude letter from Bormann. What was I doing choosing new assignments, he demanded. I had received no such orders. Hitler had asked him to let me know that all building projects were to proceed unchecked. This order provides another example of how unrealistically and dividedly Hitler thought. On the one hand, he repeatedly asserted that Germany was now being challenged by fate and had to wage a life and death struggle. On the other hand, he did not want to give up his grandiose toys. In making such choices, moreover, he was disregarding the mood of the masses, who were inevitably baffled by the construction of such luxury buildings, now that Hitler's expansionism was beginning to demand sacrifices. This order of his was the first one I shirked. It was true that I saw Hitler far more rarely during this first year of the war. But whenever he came to Berlin for a few days, or to Obersalzberg for a few weeks, he still asked to be shown the building plans and urged me to go on developing them. But I think he soon tacitly accepted the cessation of actual work on the buildings. Around the beginning of October, the German ambassador in Moscow, Count von Schulenburg, informed Hitler that Stalin was personally interested in our building plans. A series of photographs of our models was exhibited in the Kremlin, but on Hitler's instructions our largest buildings were kept secret in order, as he said, not to give Stalin any ideas. Schulenburg had proposed that I fly to Moscow to explain the plans. He might keep me there, Hitler commented half-jokingly, and refused to let me take the trip. A short while afterward, Schnur, a member of the embassy staff, informed me that Stalin had liked my sketches. On September 29, Ribbentrop returned from his second Moscow conference with the German-Soviet Frontier and Friendship Treaty, which was to seal the fourth partition of Poland. At Hitler's table he recounted that he had never felt so much at ease as among Stalin's associates, as if I were among old party comrades of ours, mein Führer. Hitler listened without a flicker of expression to this burst of enthusiasm on the part of the normally impassive foreign minister. Stalin, so Ribbentrop declared, seemed satisfied with the border arrangements, and when it was all settled drew in his own hand on the map along the border of the zone assigned to Russia an area which he presented to Ribbentrop as a vast hunting preserve. At this Göring's hackles rose. He insisted that Stalin could hardly have meant this gift to apply to the foreign minister personally. On the contrary, it was a grant to the German Reich and consequently to himself as Reich master of the hunt. A hot dispute broke out between the two passionate hunters, which ended with the foreign minister sulking, for Göring proved more forceful in argument and better able to get his way. In spite of the war, the renovation of the former palace of the Reich president, which was to be the foreign minister's new official residence, had to proceed. Hitler inspected the nearly completed building and showed dissatisfaction. Hastily and recklessly, Ribbentrop thereupon ordered the new annex torn down and rebuilt. Probably in order to please Hitler, he insisted on clumsy marble doorways, huge doors, and mouldings which were quite unsuitable for rooms of middling size. Before the second inspection, I begged Hitler to refrain from making negative comments, or else the foreign minister would order a third rebuilding. Hitler actually held his tongue, and only later in his intimate circle did he make fun of the building, which to his mind was not a failure. In October, Hank told me something which had been learned when German troops met Soviet troops on the demarcation line in Poland, that Soviet equipment appeared extremely deficient, in fact wretched. Hank had reported this to Hitler. Army officers confirmed this point. Hitler must have listened to this piece of intelligence with the keenest interest, for thereafter he repeatedly cited this report as evidence that the Russians were weak and poorly organized. Soon afterward, the failure of the Soviet offensive against Finland confirmed him in this view. In spite of all the secrecy, I obtained some light on Hitler's further plans when he gave me the assignment, still in 1939, to fit out a headquarters for him in Western Germany. Siegenberg, a manorial estate of Goethes time, situated near Nolheim in the foothills of the Taunus Range, was modernized by us for this purpose, and provided with shelters. When the arrangements were completed, millions of marks squandered on building, telephone cables laid over hundreds of miles, and the most modern communications equipment installed, Hitler abruptly decided that the place was too luxurious for him. In wartime he must lead a simple life, he said, and therefore quarters conceived in this spirit were to be built for him in the Eifel Hills. This may have made an impression upon those who did not know how many millions of marks had already been expended, and how many more millions would now have to be spent. We pointed this out to Hitler, but he would not be swayed, for he saw his reputation for modesty imperiled. After the swift victory in France, I was firmly convinced that Hitler had already become one of the great figures in German history. Yet I wondered at the apathy I thought I observed in the public despite all the grand triumphs. Hitler's self-confidence was obviously growing by leaps and bounds. He had found a new theme for his monologues at table. His great concept, he declared, had not run afoul of the inadequacies which had caused Germany to lose the First World War. In those days there had been dissension between the political and the military leadership, he said. The political parties had been given leeway to undermine the unity of the nation and even to engage in treasonous activities. For reasons of protocol, incompetent princes of the ruling houses had to be commanders of their armies. They were supposed to earn military laurels in order to increase the glory of their dynasties. The only reason that enormous disasters had been averted was that these incompetent scions of decadent royal families had been assigned excellent general staff officers to aid them. Moreover, at the top as supreme warlord had been the incompetent Wilhelm Roman II. Today, on the other hand, Germany was united. The states had been reduced to unimportance, the army commanders were selected from among the best officers without regard to their descent, the privileges of the nobility had been abolished, political life and the army as well as the nation as a whole had been forged into a unit. Moreover, Hitler, stood at the head. His strength, his determination, his energy would overcome all future difficulties. Hitler claimed total credit for the success of the campaign in the West. The plan for it came from him, he said. I have again and again, he told us, read Colonel de Gaulle's book on methods of modern warfare employing fully motorized units, and I have learned a great deal from it. Shortly after the end of the campaign in France, I received a telephone call from the office of the Führer's adjutant. I was to come to headquarters for a few days for a special purpose. Hitler had set up temporary headquarters in the small village of Brûlé-le-Pech near Sedan. The village had been cleared of all inhabitants. The generals and adjutants were established in the small houses that lined the single village street. Hitler's own quarters in no way differed from those of the others. At my arrival he greeted me in the best of humors. In a few days we are flying to Paris. I'd like you to be with us. Brecker and Giesler are coming along also. With that I was dismissed for the present, astonished that the victor had sent for 3 artists to accompany him on his entry into the French capital. That same evening I was invited to dine with Hitler's military circle. Details of the trip to Paris were discussed. This was not to be an official visit, I learned, but a kind of art tour by Hitler. This was the city, as he had so often said, which had fascinated him from his earliest years, so that he thought he would be able to find his way about the streets and important monuments as if he had lived there, solely from his endless studies of its plans. The armistice was to go into effect at 1:35 a.m. on June 25, 1940. That night we sat with Hitler around a deal table in the simple room of a peasant house. Shortly before the agreed time, Hitler gave orders to turn out the light and open the windows. Silently, we sat in the darkness, swept by the sense of experiencing a historic moment so close to the author of it. Outside, a bugler blew the traditional signal for the end of fighting. A thunderstorm must have been brewing in the distance, for as in a bad novel, occasional flashes of heat lightning shimmered through the dark room. Someone, overcome by emotion, blew his nose. Then Hitler's voice sounded, soft and unemphatic. This responsibility had, and a few minutes later, now switched the light on. The trivial conversation continued, but for me it remained a rare event. I thought I had for once seen Hitler as a human being. Next day I set out from headquarters for Reims to see the cathedral. A ghostly-looking city awaited me, almost deserted, ringed by military police protecting the champagne cellars. Casement windows banged in the wind. Newspapers of several days ago blew through the streets. Open front doors revealed interiors. It was as if ordinary life had stood still for a foolish moment. Glasses, dishes, and half-eaten meals could be seen on the tables. En route we had encountered innumerable refugees along the roads. They used the sides of the roads, for the middle was taken up by columns of German army units. These self-assured troops between the worn-looking people transporting their worldly goods in baby carriages, wheelbarrows, and other primitive vehicles made a striking contrast. 3.5 years later I saw similar scenes in Germany. 3 days after the beginning of the armistice we landed at Leberget airfield. It was early in the morning, about 5:30. 3 large Mercedes sedans stood waiting. Hitler, as usual, sat in the front seat beside the chauffeur, Brecker and I on the jump seats behind him, while Giesler and the adjutants occupied the rear seats. Field grey uniforms had been provided for us artists so that we might fit into the military framework. We drove through the extensive suburbs directly to the Opera, Charles Garnier's great neo-Baroque building. It was Hitler's favorite and the first thing he wanted to see. Colonel Spadel, assigned by the German occupation authority, was waiting at the entrance for us. The great stairway, famous for its spaciousness, notorious for its excessive ornamentation, the resplendent foyer, the elegant gilded parterre, were carefully inspected. All the lights glowed as they would on a gala night. Hitler had undertaken to lead the party. A white-haired attendant accompanied our small group through the deserted building. Hitler had actually studied the plans of the Paris Opera House with great care. Near the proscenium box he found a salon missing, remarked on it, and turned out to be right. The attendant said that this room had been eliminated in the course of renovations many years ago. "There, you see how well I know my way about," Hitler commented complacently. He seemed fascinated by the opera, went into ecstasies about its beauty, his eyes glittering with an excitement that struck me as uncanny. The attendant, of course, had immediately recognized the person he was guiding through the building. In a businesslike but distinctly aloof manner, he showed us through the rooms. When we were at last getting ready to leave the building, Hitler whispered something to his adjutant, Bruckner, who took a 50-mark note from his wallet and went over to the attendant standing some distance away. Pleasantly but firmly, the man refused to take the money. Hitler tried a second time, sending Brecker over to him, but the man persisted in his refusal. He had only been doing his duty, he told Brecker. Afterward, we drove past the Madeleine, down the Champs-Élysées, onto the Trocadero Row, and then to the Eiffel Tower, where Hitler ordered another stop. From the Arc de Triomphe with its Tomb of the Unknown Soldier we drove on to the Invalides, where Hitler stood for a long time at the tomb of Napoleon. Finally Hitler inspected the Pantheon, whose proportions greatly impressed him. On the other hand, he showed no special interest in some of the most beautiful architectural works in Paris, the Place des Vosges, the Louvre, the Palace of Justice, and Sainte-Chapelle. He became animated again only when he saw the unitary row of houses on the Rue de Rivoli. The end of our tour was the romantic, insipid imitation of early medieval domed churches. The Church of Sacré-Cœur on Montmartre, a surprising choice, even given Hitler's taste. Here he stood for a long time surrounded by several powerful men of his escort squad, while many churchgoers recognized him but ignored him. After a last look at Paris, we drove swiftly back to the airport. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the sightseeing tour was over. It was the dream of my life to be permitted to see Paris. I cannot say how happy I am to have that dream fulfilled today. For a moment I felt something like pity for him. 3 hours in Paris, the one and only time he was to see it, made him happy when he stood at the height of his triumphs. In the course of the tour, Hitler raised the question of a victory parade in Paris. But after discussing the matter with his adjutants and Colonel Speer, he decided against it after all. His official reason for calling off the parade was the danger of its being harassed by English air raids. But later he said, "I am not in the mood for a victory parade, we aren't at the end yet." That same evening he received me once more in the small room in the peasant house. He was sitting alone at table. Without more ado he declared, "Draw up a decree in my name ordering full-scale resumption of work on the Berlin buildings. Wasn't Paris beautiful? But Berlin must be made far more beautiful. In the past I often considered whether we would not have to destroy Paris," he continued with great calm, as if he were talking about the most natural thing in the world. "But when we are finished in Berlin, Paris will only be a shadow, so why should we destroy?" With that I was dismissed. Although I was accustomed to hearing Hitler make impulsive remarks, I was nevertheless shocked by this cold display of vandalism. He had reacted in a similar fashion to the devastation of Warsaw. At the time, he had announced that he was not going to allow the city to be rebuilt in order to deprive the Polish people of their political and cultural center. Warsaw, however, had been devastated by acts of war. Now Hitler was showing that he could entertain the thought of wantonly and without cause annihilating the city which he himself had called the most beautiful in Europe, with all its priceless artistic treasures. Within a few days some of the contradictions in Hitler's nature had been revealed to me, although at the time I certainly did not perceive them in anything like their full intensity. He contained a multitude of selves, from a person deeply aware of his responsibilities all the way to a ruthless and mankind-hating nihilist. The effect of this experience, however, was quickly obscured for me. I was once again seduced by Hitler's brilliant victories and by the prospect of soon resuming work on my building projects. Now it was up to me to surpass Paris. Nothing more was said of raising her monuments. Instead, Hitler gave orders that our own be erected with maximum urgency. As he himself reworded the decree, Berlin is to be given the style commensurate with the grandeur of our victory, and he further declared, "I regard the accomplishment of these supremely vital constructive tasks for the Reich as the greatest step in the preservation of our victory." He antedated this decree to June 25, 1940, the day of the armistice and of his greatest triumph. Hitler was pacing back and forth on the gravel path in front of his house, accompanied by Generals Jodl and Kittel, when an adjutant came to tell him that I wished to take my leave. I was summoned, and as I approached the group I heard a snatch of the conversation. "Now we have shown what we are capable of," Hitler was saying. "Believe me, Kittel, a campaign against Russia would be like a child's game in a sandbox by comparison." In radiant good humor, he bade me goodbye, sent his warmest regards to my wife, and promised that he would soon be discussing new plans and models with me. 13. Excess. Even while Hitler was deep in the plans for the Russian campaign, his mind was already dwelling on theatrical effects for the victory parades of 1950, once the Grand Boulevard and the Great Triumphal Arch had been completed. 1. But while he dreamed of new wars, new victories and celebrations, he suffered one of the greatest defeats of his career. 3 days after a talk with me in which he had outlined more of his conceptions of the future, I was called to Ober-Salzburg with my sketches. Waiting in the interim at the Berghof, pale and agitated, were Leichen and Pench, 2 of Hess's adjutants. They asked if I would let them see Hitler first. They had a personal letter from Hess to transmit to him. At this moment Hitler descended from his room upstairs. One of the adjutants was called into the salon. While I began leafing through my sketches once more, I suddenly heard an inarticulate, almost animal outcry. Then Hitler roared, "Bormann, at once, where is Bormann?" Bormann was told to get in touch with Göring, Ribbentrop, Goebbels, and Himmler by the fastest possible means. All private guests were confined to the upper floor. Many hours passed before we learned what had happened. Hitler's deputy had flown to hostile England. Superficially, Hitler soon appeared to have regained his usual composure. What bothered him was that Churchill might use the incident to pretend to Germany's allies that Hitler was extending a peace feeler. Who will believe me when I say that Hess did not fly there in my name, that the whole thing is not some sort of intrigue behind the backs of my allies? Japan might even alter her policy because of this, he fretted. He put through a phone call to Ernst Judith, the famous First World War fighter pilot and now technical chief of the Air Force, and wanted to know whether the two-motor plane Hess was using could reach its goal in Scotland and what weather conditions it would encounter. After a brief interval, Judith called back to say that Hess was bound to fail for navigational reasons alone. Because of the prevailing side winds, he would probably fly past England and into empty space. For a moment Hitler regained hope. If only he would drown in the North Sea. Then he would vanish without a trace, and we could work out some harmless explanation at our leisure. But after a few hours his anxieties returned, and in order to anticipate the British in any case, he decided to announce over the radio that Hess had gone mad. The two adjutants, however, were arrested as the harbingers of bad news used to be at the courts of ancient despots. A rush of activity began at the Berghof. Aside from Göring, Goebbels, and Ribbentrop, various Gauleiters and other party leaders arrived. Ley, as organizational chief of the party, made a bid to take over Hess's duties. In organizational terms, this was no doubt what should have happened. But Bormann now showed for the first time how much influence he had over Hitler. He made short work of fending off Ley's proposal, and took the post for himself. Churchill commented at the time that this flight showed the presence of a worm in the German apple. He could not possibly have guessed how literally this phrase applied to Hess's successor. Henceforth, Hess was scarcely ever mentioned in Hitler's entourage. Bormann alone looked into the affairs of his former superior and showed great zeal in visiting the sins of her husband on Frau Hess. Eva Braun tried to intercede with Hitler on her behalf, but unsuccessfully. Later she gave her a small allowance behind Hitler's back. A few weeks later I heard from my doctor, Professor K.L., that Hess's father was dying. I sent him flowers, though without disclosing myself as the sender. At the time, it appeared to me that Bormann's ambition had driven Hess to this desperate act. Hess, also highly ambitious, could plainly see himself being excluded from access to an influence over Hitler. Thus, for example, Hitler said to me sometime in 1940, after a conversation with Hess lasting many hours, "When I talk with Göring, it's like a bath in steel for me. I feel fresh afterward." The Reich Marshal has a stimulating way of presenting things. With Hess every conversation becomes an unbearably tormenting strain. He always comes to me with unpleasant matters and one to leave off. By his flight to England, Hess was probably trying, after so many years of being kept in the background, to win prestige and some success. For he did not have the qualities necessary for survival in the midst of a swamp of intrigues and struggles for power. He was too sensitive, too receptive, too unstable, and often told all factions they were in the right in the order of their appearance. As a type, he undoubtedly corresponded to the majority of the high party leaders. Like him, most of them had great difficulty keeping the ground of reality under their feet. Hitler put the blame for Hess's flight on the corrupting influence of Professor Hochhofer. Hess had first introduced Hitler to Professor Karl Hochhofer, our former general and founder of the theories of geopolitics. His ideas strongly influenced Hitler's early thinking, but Hochhofer evidently did not go all the way with Nazism. His son, Albrecht Hochhofer, was arrested for participation in the July 20, 1944 conspiracy and was shot in the closing days of the war. Professor Hochhofer committed suicide after his son's death. 25 years later, in Spandau prison, Hess assured me in all seriousness that the idea had been inspired in him in a dream by supernatural forces. He said he had not at all intended to oppose or embarrass Hitler. "We will guarantee England her empire. In return, she will give us a free hand in Europe." That was the message he took to England without managing to deliver it. It had also been one of Hitler's recurrent formulas before and occasionally even during the war. If I judge correctly, Hitler never got over this disloyalty on the part of his deputy. Some while after the assassination attempt of July 20, 1944, he mentioned, in the course of one of his fantastic misreadings of the real situation, that among his conditions for peace was the extradition of the traitor. Hess would have to be hanged, he said. When I told Hess about this later, he commented, "He would have made it up with me, I am certain of it." And don't you believe that in 1945, when everything was going to smash, he sometimes thought Hess was right after all. Hitler went even further than insisting that the Berlin buildings be pushed forward at full speed in the midst of war. Under the influence of his Gauleiters, he also wildly lengthened the list of cities slated for reconstruction. Originally, they had been only Berlin, Nuremberg, Munich, and Linz. Now, by personal decrees, he declared another 27 cities, including Hanover, Augsburg, Bremen, and Weimar, to be reconstruction cities. To neither I nor anyone else was ever asked about the feasibility of such decisions. Instead, after each such conference, I merely received a copy of the decree Hitler had informally issued. According to my estimate at the time, the cost for party buildings alone in those reconstruction cities would be, as I wrote to Bormann on November 26, 1940, between 22 and 25 billion marks. I thought that my own deadlines were being imperiled by these requirements. At first, I tried to secure a decree from Hitler placing all building plans throughout the Reich under my authority. But when this effort was blocked by Bormann, I told Hitler on January 17, 1941, after a long illness that had given me time to reflect on many problems, that it would be better if I were to concentrate only upon the buildings in Nuremberg and Berlin which had been assigned to me. Hitler instantly agreed. "You rewrite. It would be a pity if you threw away your energies on general matters. If necessary, you can declare in my name that I, the Führer, do not wish you to become involved in these other matters, lest you be led away from your proper artistic tasks." 3. I availed myself generously of this exemption, and during the next few days resigned all my party offices. If I can sort out my motives at the time, this step was probably also directed against Bormann, who had been hostile to me from the start. I knew I was in no danger, however, since Hitler had frequently referred to me as irreplaceable. Occasionally I was caught amiss, at which times Bormann could deliver a sharp reproof to me from headquarters, undoubtedly with satisfaction. Thus, for example, I had consulted with the Protestant and Catholic authorities on the location of churches in our new section of Berlin. Asterisk, as yet we had only agreed to compensate the churches for those of their buildings situated in parts of the inner city which was slated for demolition. Bormann curtly informed me that churches were not to receive building sites. Hitler's decree of June 25, 1940, for the preservation of our victory was tantamount to an order for work to go forward on the buildings in Berlin and Nuremberg. A few days later, however, I made it clear to Rhine Minister Lammers that of course we did not intend to proceed at once with the practical reconstruction of Berlin as long as the war was going on. But Hitler remonstrated and commanded continuance of the building operations, even though to do so ran against public feeling. Again, on his insistence, I set up a Führer's immediate program, in the light of which Goering, this was in the middle of April 1941, assigned the necessary quantity of iron to me. It amounted to 84,000 tons annually. To camouflage the operation from the public, the program was given the code name War Program for Waterways and Railways Berlin section. On April 18, Hitler and I again discussed deadlines for the completion of the Great Hall, the High Command of the Armed Forces, the Chancellery, the Führer's building, in short, for his power centers around Adolf Hitler Platz. He was still determined to have the complex erected as quickly as possible. Simultaneously, an association of 7 of the best German construction firms was organized for the purpose of speeding the work. With his characteristic obstinacy, and in spite of the impending campaign against the Soviet Union, Hitler personally continued to take a hand in the selection of paintings for the Linz gallery. He sent his art dealers into the occupied areas to comb the picture market there, with the result that there was soon a bitter contest between his dealers and Goering's. The picture war had begun to take a nasty turn when Hitler finally reproved his Reich Marshal and thereby once and for all restored the order of rank even in regard to art dealers. In 1941, large catalogues bound in brown leather arrived at Obersalzberg. They contained photographs of hundreds of paintings which Hitler personally distributed among his favorite galleries, Linz, Königsberg, Breslau, and other eastern cities. At the Nuremberg trials, I saw these volumes again as evidence for the prosecution. The majority of the paintings had been seized from Jewish owners by Rosenberg's Paris office. Hitler made no inroads on the famous state art collections of France. However, this restraint was not so unselfish as it seemed, for he occasionally remarked that in a peace treaty the best pieces from the Louvre would have to be delivered to Germany as part of war reparations. But Hitler did not utilize his authority for his private ends. He did not keep in his own possession a single one of the paintings acquired or confiscated in the occupied territories. Göring, on the other hand, went about increasing his art collection during the war by any means whatsoever. The halls and rooms of Curran Hall were sheeted with valuable paintings hung one above the other in 3 and 4 tiers. He even had a life-size nude representing Europa mounted above the canopy of his magnificent bed. He himself also dabbled in art dealing. The walls of one large hall of his country estate were covered with paintings. They had been the personal property of a well-known Dutch art dealer who, after the occupation, had been compelled to turn over his collection to Göring for a ridiculous price. In the middle of the war, Göring sold these pictures to Gollaters, as he told me with a childlike smile, for many times what he had paid, adding, moreover, an extra something to the price for the glory of the paintings having come from the famous Göring collection. One day, it must have been sometime in 1943, I heard from a French intermediary that Göring was pressing the Vichy government to exchange a famous painting belonging to the Louvre for several of the worthless pictures in his own collection. Knowing Hitler's views about the inviolability of the Louvre's collection, I was able to advise the French informant not to yield to this pressure. If Göring should persist in the matter, he was to let me know. Göring, however, let it drop. On the other hand, one day at Curran Hall, he showed me the Stössing altar, which had been presented to him by Mussolini after the agreement on South Tyrol in the winter of 1940. Hitler was often outraged by the way the second man in the state appropriated valuable works of art, but he never dared call Göring to account. Toward the end of the war, Göring invited my friend Brecker and me to afternoon dinner at Curran Hall. This was a rare and exceptional occasion. The meal was not too lavish, but I was rather taken aback when at its end an ordinary brandy was poured for us, while Göring's servant poured his, with a certain solemnity, from a dusty old bottle. "This is reserved for me alone," he commented without embarrassment to his guests, and went on about the particular French palace in which this rare find had been confiscated. Afterward, in an expansive mood, he showed us the treasures stowed away in the Curran Hall cellar. Among them were some priceless classical pieces from the Naples Museum. These had been removed before the evacuation of Naples at the end of 1943. With the same pride of ownership, he had his cupboards opened to allow us a glimpse of his hoard of French soaps and perfumes, a stock that would have sufficed for years. At the conclusion of this display, he sent for his collection of diamonds and other precious stones, obviously worth hundreds of thousands of marks. Hitler's purchases of paintings stopped after he had appointed the head of the Dresden Gallery, Dr. Hans Posse, as his agent for building the Linz collection. Until then, Hitler had chosen his purchases himself from the auction catalogues. In the course of this, he had occasionally been victimized by his habit of appointing 2 or 3 rivals to carry out a particular assignment. There were times when he would have separately instructed both his photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann, and one of his art dealers to bid without limit. The result was that Hitler's 2 emissaries kept fearlessly outbidding one another long after all other bidders had dropped out. This went on until one day Hans Lange, the Berlin auctioneer, called my attention to this state of affairs. Shortly after the appointment of Posse, Hitler showed him his previous acquisitions, including the Gärtner collection. The showing took place in Hitler's raid shelter, where he had stored these treasures for safety. Shares were brought in for Posse, Hitler, and myself, and SS orderlies carried in picture after picture. Hitler went on about his favorite paintings in his usual way, but Posse refused to be overpowered either by Hitler's position or by his engaging amiability. Objective and incorruptible, he turned down many of these expensive acquisitions, scarcely useful, or not in keeping with the stature of the gallery, as I conceive it. As was so often the case when Hitler was dealing with a specialist, he accepted the criticisms without demur. Posse rejected most of the pictures by painters of Hitler's beloved Munich school. In the middle of November 1940, Molotov arrived in Berlin. Hitler and his dinner guests greatly relished the tale carried by his physician, Dr. Karl Brandt, that the Soviet foreign minister's staff had all plates and silverware boiled before use for fear of German germs. In the salon at the Berghof stood a large globe on which, a few months later, I found traces of this unsuccessful conference. One of the army adjutants pointed out, with a significant look, an ordinary pencil line, a line running from north to south along the Urals. Hitler had drawn it to indicate the future boundary between his sphere of interest and that of the Japanese. On June 21, 1941, the eve of the attack on the Soviet Union, Hitler called me into his Berlin salon after dinner, had a record put on and a few bars from Liszt des Les Préludes played. You'll hear that often in the near future, because it is going to be our victory fanfare for the Russian campaign. Funk chose it. How do you like it? Asterisk, we'll be getting our granite and marble from there, in any quantities we want. Asterisk, for each of the previous campaigns Hitler had personally chosen a musical fanfare that preceded radio announcements of striking victories. Hitler was now openly manifesting his megalomania. What his building plans had been implying for years was now to be sealed in blood, as he put it, by a new war. Aristotle once wrote in the Politics, "It remains true that the greatest injustices proceed from those who pursue excess, not from those who are driven by necessity." For Ribbentrop's 50th birthday in 1943, several of his close associates presented him with a handsome casket, ornamented with some precious stones, which they intended to fill with photocopies of all the treaties and agreements concluded by the foreign minister. We were thrown into great embarrassment. Ambassador Huell, Ribbentrop's liaison man, remarked to Hitler at supper, when we were about to fill the casket, "There were only a few treaties that we hadn't broken in the meantime." Hitler's eyes filled with tears of laughter. As had happened at the beginning of the war, I was again oppressed by the idea of pushing forward with such fast-building operations, drawing upon all available means, when the Great War was obviously reaching a crucial stage. On July 30, 1941, while the German advance in Russia was still proceeding boldly, I proposed to Dr. Todt, who was in charge of the entire German construction industry, that work be suspended on all buildings not essential for the war effort. For Todt, however, thought that in view of the present favorable state of military operations, we could wait a few weeks more before facing this question. The question was to be deferred altogether, for my arguments once again made no impression on Hitler. He would not hear of any restrictions and refused to divert the material and labor for his private buildings to war industries any more than he would consider calling a halt to his favorite projects, the Autobahns, the party buildings, and the Berlin projects. In the middle of September 1941, when the advance in Russia was already lagging considerably behind the overconfident forecasts, Hitler ordered sizable increases in our contracts for granite purchases from Sweden, Norway, and Finland for my big Berlin and Nuremberg buildings. Contracts to the value of 30 million Reichsmarks had been awarded to the leading companies in the Norwegian, Finnish, Italian, Belgian, Swedish, and Dutch stone industry. 5. In order to bring these vast quantities of granite to Berlin and Nuremberg, we founded on June 4, 1941 a transport fleet of our own and set up our own shipyards in Wismar and Berlin, with plans to build 1,000 boats with a cargo capacity of 500 tons each. My proposals that we cease peacetime building continued to be disregarded even when the outlines of the disaster of the winter of 1941 in Russia began to be apparent. On November 29, 1941, Hitler told me bluntly, "The building must begin even while this war is still going on. I am not going to let the war keep me from accomplishing my plans." 6. After the initial successes in Russia, moreover, Hitler decided that we wanted even more martial accents for our boulevard. These were to be supplied by captured enemy armament set up on granite pedestals. On August 20, 1941, on Hitler's orders, I informed an astonished Admiral Lowy, commander of the Berlin Armory, that we intended to place 30 pieces of captured heavy artillery between the South Station and the Triumphal Arch Structure T, as we privately called it. There were other points, I informed the Admiral, on the Grand Boulevard and along the southern axis where Hitler wanted to place such guns, so that we would need about 200 pieces of the heaviest type in total. Any extra large tanks were to be reserved for setting up in front of important public buildings. Hitler's ideas about the political constitution of his Teutonic Empire of the German nation still seemed quite vague, but he had already made up his mind about one point, in the immediate vicinity of the Norwegian city of Trondheim, which offered a particularly favorable strategic position. The largest German naval base was to rise. Along with shipyards and docks, a city for 250,000 Germans would be built and incorporated into the German Reich. Hitler had commissioned me to do the planning. On May 1, 1941, I obtained from Vice Admiral Fuchs of the High Command of the Navy the necessary data on the space required for a large state-owned shipyard. On June 21, Grand Admiral Reeder and I went to the Chancellery to report to Hitler on the project. Hitler then determined the approximate site of the city. As much as a year later, on May 13, 1942, he discussed the space in the course of a conference on armaments. 7. Special maps were prepared from which he studied the optimum position of the docks, and he decided that a large underground submarine base was to be blasted into the granite cliff. For the rest, Hitler assumed that Saint-Nazaire and Lorient in France, as well as the British Channel Islands, would be incorporated into a future naval base system. Thus he disposed at will of territories, interests, and rights belonging to others. By now he was totally convinced of his world dominion. In this connection I must mention his plan for founding German cities in the occupied areas of the Soviet Union. On November 24, 1941, in the very midst of the winter catastrophe, Goleta Meir, deputy of Alfred Rosenberg, the Rhine minister for the occupied Eastern Territories, asked me to take over the section on a new cities and plan and build the settlements for the German garrisons and civil administrations. I finally refused this offer at the end of January 1942 on the grounds that a central authority for city planning would inevitably lead to a uniformity of pattern. I instead suggested that the great German cities each stand as sponsor for the construction of the new ones. 8. Ever since I had begun, at the beginning of the war, to assume responsibility for erecting buildings for the Army and Air Force, I had considerably expanded the organization entrusted with this work. To be sure, by the standards of a few months hence, the 26,000 construction workers employed on these military programs by the end of 1941 would be insignificant. But at this time I was proud of being able to make a small contribution to the war effort. It eased my conscience not to be engaged entirely on Hitler's peacetime plans. The most pressing task was the Ju-88 program for the Air Force, which was to turn out the new two-motored, medium-range Junkers 88 dive bombers. 3 big factories in BR, Graz, and Vienna, each of them larger than the Volkswagen plant, were completed within 8 months. For the first time, we used prefabricated concrete elements. From the autumn of 1941 on, however, our work was hampered by the shortage of fuel. Even though our programs had top priority, in September 1941 the amounts of fuel assigned to them had to be reduced by 1/3, and by January 1, 1942 to 1/6 of our needs. 9. That is just one example of how greatly Hitler had overextended his resources by embarking on the Russian campaign. Along with this, repair of the bomb damage in Berlin and the building of air raid shelters had been turned over to me. Without suspecting it, I was thus preparing for my duties as Minister of Armament. For one thing, this gave me some insight into the havoc wreaked on the mechanisms of production by the constant arbitrations in programs and priorities. For another thing, it taught me a good deal about the power relationships and the dissensions within the leadership. For example, I took part in a session with Göring in the course of which General Thomas expressed his anxieties about the vast demands the leadership was making upon the economy. Göring answered the respected general by roaring at him, "What business is that of yours? I am handling that, I am, do you hear?" Or are you by any chance in charge of the 4-year plan? You have nothing to say in this matter. The Führer has entrusted all these questions to me alone. In such disputes General Thomas could expect no support from his chief, General Keitel, who was only too glad to escape being bullied by Göring. The well-conceived economic plan of the Armaments Office of the High Command of the Armed Forces was never carried out. But as I had already realized by then, Göring did nothing about these problems. Whenever he did do anything, he usually created total confusion, since he never took the trouble to work through the problems but made his decisions on the basis of impulsive inspirations. A few months later, around November 1941, in my capacity as Chief of Armaments Construction, I took part in a conversation between Field Marshal Milch and Dr. Todt. In the autumn of 1941, Hitler was convinced that the Russians were already defeated. He therefore wanted priority to be given to building up the air force in preparation for his next operation, the subjugation of England. Asterisk. This order of Hitler's was still in effect in December 1941, although the situation had changed radically. Hitler hesitated to withdraw such orders, partly because he had a general tendency to hesitate and partly because he was concerned about saving face. A new order consistent with the exigencies of the war, giving army equipment priority over air force equipment, as required by the circumstances, was not issued until January 10, 1942. Milch now insisted on this priority, as was his duty, while Dr. Todt, who knew something about the military situation, was close to despair. For he too was responsible for increasing the equipment of the army as fast as possible, but lacked an order from Hitler which would have given his assignment the necessary priority. At the end of the conference, Todt summed up his helplessness. "It would be best, sir, if you'd take me into your ministry and let me be your assistant." It was again in the fall of 1941 that I visited the Junkers plant in Dessau to see General Manager Koppenberg and discuss how to coordinate our building programs with his production plans. After we had worked the matter out, he led me into a locked room and showed me a graph comparing American bomber production for the next several years with ours. I asked him what our leaders had to say about these depressing comparative figures. "That is just it, they won't believe it," he said. Whereupon he broke into uncontrollable tears. But Göring, the commander-in-chief of the then heavily engaged Luftwaffe, had plenty of leisure. On June 23, 1941, the day after the beginning of the attack on the Soviet Union, he found time to dress in his gala uniform and come with me to see the models of his Reich Marshal S office, which were being exhibited in Treptow. My last art tour for a quarter of a century took me to Lisbon, where on November 8 an exhibit of new German architecture was being opened. I was supposed to fly in Hitler's plane, but when it appeared that some of the alcoholic members of his entourage, such as Adjutant Schaub and the photographer Hoffmann, wanted to go along on the flight, I shook off their company by proposing to Hitler that I drive to Lisbon in my car. I saw ancient cities such as Burgos, Segovia, Toledo, and Salamanca. I visited the Escorial, a complex I could compare only to Hitler's Führer Palace in its proportions, although the underlying impulse was quite different and far more spiritual. Philip. I had surrounded the palace nucleus with a monastery. What a contrast with Hitler's architectural ideas. In the one case, remarkable conciseness and clarity, magnificent interior rooms, their forms perfectly controlled. In the other case, pomp and disproportionate ostentation. Moreover, this rather melancholic creation by the architect Wanda Herrera 1530-97 more closely matched our ominous situation than Hitler's burstful program music. In hours of solitary contemplation, it began to dawn on me for the first time that my recent architectural ideals were on the wrong track. Because of this trip, I missed the visit to Berlin of several Persian acquaintances, among them Flaming, Darin, and Speer, 10 who at my invitation had come to see the models of our plans for Berlin. They must have looked in dead silence at our project and at the buildings that were going up. The office journal does not record a word about the impression that our exhibit made on them. I had met them during my stays in Paris, and through my office had several times helped them out with commissions. Curiously enough, they had more freedom than their German colleagues. For when I visited the Salon d'Automne in Paris during the war, the walls were hung with pictures which would have been branded degenerate art in Germany. Hitler, too, had heard of the show. His reaction was as surprising as it was logical. Are we to be concerned with the intellectual soundness of the French people? Let them degenerate if they want to, all the better for us. While I was on my trip to Lisbon, a transportation disaster had developed behind the fronts in the eastern theatre of war. The German military organization had been unable to cope with the Russian winter. Moreover, the Soviet troops in the course of their retreat had systematically wiped out all locomotive sheds, watering stations, and other technical apparatus of their railroad system. In the intoxication of success during the summer and autumn, when it seemed that the Russian bear is already finished, no one had given sufficient thought to the repair of this equipment. Hitler had refused to understand that such technical measures must be taken well ahead of time in view of the Russian winter. I heard about these difficulties from high officials of the Reich and the government railroad system and from Army and Air Force generals. I thereupon proposed to Hitler that 30,000 of the 65,000 German construction workers I was employing be assigned under the direction of my engineers to repair work on the railroads. Incredibly, it was 2 weeks before Hitler could bring himself to authorize this. On December 27, 1941, he at last issued the order. Instead of hurling construction crews into the breach at the beginning of November, he had gone on with his triumphal buildings, determined not to capitulate in any way to reality. On that same December 27, I had the meeting with Dr. Tott in his modest house on Hintersee New Berchtesgaden. He assigned the entire Ukraine to me as my field of activity, while staffs and workmen, who had all along been frivolously engaged in working on the autobahns, were made responsible for the central and northern areas of Russia. Tott had just returned from a long tour of inspection in the eastern theatre of war. He had seen stalled hospital trains in which the wounded had frozen to death, and had witnessed the misery of the troops in villages and hamlets cut off by snow and cold. He had been struck by the discouragement and despair among the German soldiers. Deeply depressed himself, he concluded that we were both physically incapable of enduring such hardships and psychologically doomed to destruction in Russia. It is a struggle in which the primitive people will prove superior, he continued. They can endure everything, including the harshness of the climate. We are too sensitive and are bound to be defeated. In the end, the victory will go to the Russians and the Japanese. Hitler, too, obviously influenced by Spengler, had expressed similar ideas in peacetime when he spoke of the biological superiority of the Siberians and Russians. But when the campaign in the East began, he thrust aside his own thesis, for it ran counter to his plans. Hitler's passion for building, his blind attachment to his personal hobbies, stimulated the same sort of thing in his imitative paladins, so that most of them had assumed the lifestyle of victors. Even at that time I felt that here was one dangerous flaw in Hitler's system. For unlike the democratic regimes, there could be no public criticism, no demand could arise that these abuses be corrected. On March 19, 1945, in my last letter to Hitler, I reminded him of this tendency. I was sore at heart in the victorious days of 1940 when I saw how we were losing, among a broad spectrum of our leadership, our inner discipline. That was the very time when we ought to have proved our worthiness to Providence by decency and inner modesty. Though these lines were written 5 years later, they confirm the fact that at the time I saw the mistakes, winced at the abuses, took a critical stand, and was tormented by doubts and skepticism. But I must admit that these feelings were born from my fear that Hitler and his leadership might gamble away the victory. In the middle of 1941, Göring inspected our model city on Parisiplatz. In a moment of affability, he made an unusual remark to me. I have told the Führer, he said, that I consider you, after him, the greatest man Germany possesses. But as second man in the hierarchy, he felt he had better qualify this statement. In my eyes, you are absolutely the greatest architect. I would like to say that I esteem you as highly for your architectural creativity as I do the Führer for his political and military abilities to leaven. After 9 years as Hitler's architect, I had worked my way up to an admired and uncontested position. The next 3 years were to confront me with entirely different tasks, which for a time actually made me the most important man after Hitler. Part 2. 14. Start in my new office. Sepp Dietrich, one of Hitler's earliest followers and now the commander of an SS tank corps hard pressed by the Russians near Rostov in the southern Ukraine, was flying to Dnepropetrovsk on January 30, 1941 in a plane of the Führer SS Squadron. I asked him to take me along. My staff was already in the city, organizing the task of repairing the railroads in southern Russia. Asterisk. According to the office journal, beginning on January 28, 1942, a train left Berlin every day carrying construction workers and building materials to the Ukraine. Several hundred workers had already been sent ahead to Dnepropetrovsk to make preparations. The obvious idea of having a plane placed at my disposal had not occurred to me, a sign of how small a role in the war effort I so far attributed to myself. Huddled close together, we sat in a Heinkel bomber refitted as a passenger plane. Beneath us the dreary, snow-covered plains of southern Russia flowed by. On large farms we saw the burned sheds and barns. To keep our direction, we flew along the railroad line. Scarcely a train could be seen, the stations were burned out, the roundhouses destroyed. Roads were rare, and they too were empty of vehicles. The great stretches of land we passed over were frightening in their deathly silence, which could be felt even inside the plane. Only gusts of snow broke the monotony of the landscape or, rather, emphasized it. This flight brought home to me the danger to the armies almost cut off from supplies. At dusk we landed in the Russian industrial city of Dnepropetrovsk. My group of technicians was called the Speer construction staff, in keeping with the bent of the period to link assignments with the names of individuals. They had taken up emergency quarters in a sleeping car. From time to time a locomotive sent a whiff of steam through the heating coils to keep them from freezing. Working conditions were just as grim. For our office we had only a dining car. The assignment was proving more formidable than we had thought. The Russians had destroyed all the intermediate stations. Nowhere were repair sheds still standing, nowhere were water tanks protected from freezing, nowhere were there stations or intact switching yards. The simplest matters, which at home could have been settled by a telephone call, became a problem here. Even lumber and nails were hard to come by. It snowed and snowed. Railroad and highway traffic had come to a total standstill. The airport runway was drifted over. We were cut off. My return had to be postponed. Socializing with our construction workmen filled the time. Get-togethers were held, songs sung. Sepp Dietrich made speeches and was cheered. I stood by. With my awkwardness at speech-making, I did not dare say even a few words to my men. Among the songs distributed by the Army Corps were some very melancholy ones, expressing the longing for home and the dreariness of the Russian steppes. These songs were undisguised statements of inner stress, and significantly enough, they were the soldiers' favorite songs. Meanwhile, the situation was growing critical. A small Russian tank group had broken through and was approaching Dnepropetrovsk. We held conferences on what we could use to oppose them. Virtually nothing was available. A few rifles and an abandoned artillery piece without ammunition. The Russians advanced to within about 12 miles, then circled around aimlessly in the steppe. One of the mistakes so typical of war happened. They did not take advantage of their situation. A brief sortie to the long bridge over the Dnieper and destroying it by fire. It had been rebuilt in wood, and months of toilsome work would have cut off the German army southeast of Rostov from winter supplies for several months more. I am not at all disposed to be a hero, and since the 7 days of my stay have been of no use whatsoever and I was only eating into my engineer's scarce provisions, I decided to go along on a train that was going to attempt to break through the snowdrifts to the west. My staff gave me a friendly and it seemed to me thankful farewell. All night we went along at 6 or 7 miles an hour, stopped, shoveled snow, rode again. I thought we were a good deal farther to the west at dawn when the train pulled into a deserted station. But everything looked oddly familiar to me. Burned sheds, clouds of steam above a few dining cars and sleeping cars, patrolling soldiers. We were back in Dnepropetrovsk. The huge drifts had forced the train to turn back. Depressed, I tramped into my construction staff's dining car, where my associates received me with astonished and, I felt, rather irritated expressions. After all, they had pillaged their stocks of alcohol until the early morning hours, drinking to their chief's departure. On that same day, February 7, 1942, the plane that had flown Sepp Dietrich was to start on the return flight. Air Captain Neen, who was soon to be pilot of my own plane, was willing to take me with him. Just getting out to the airfield involved considerable difficulty. Under a clear sky and at a temperature barely above zero, a violent wind was whipping masses of snow in all directions. Russians in padded jackets tried in vain to clear the many feet of snow from the road. After we had tramped along for about an hour, several of them surrounded me and addressed me excitedly. I did not understand a word. Finally, one of them picked up some snow and began rubbing my face with it. Frozen, I thought I knew that much from my mountain tours. My astonishment grew when one of the Russians took from his filthy clothes a snow-white and neatly folded handkerchief to dry my face. After some difficulty, around 11 o'clock we managed to take off from a runway poorly cleared of drifts. The plane's destination was Rastenburg in East Prussia, the headquarters of the squadron. My destination was Berlin, but it was not my plane, and so I was glad that at least I would be taken a considerable part of the way. By this chance, I for the first time came to Hitler's East Prussian headquarters. In Rastenburg, I telephoned one of the adjutants in the hope that he would report my presence to Hitler, and perhaps Hitler would want to talk with me. I had not seen him since the beginning of December, and it would have been a special distinction if he were at least to give me a brief greeting. One of the Führer's cars drove me to headquarters. There I at last had a good meal in the dining barracks where Hitler ate daily with his generals, political associates, and adjutants. Hitler himself was not present. Dr. Todt, the Minister of Armaments and Munitions, was reporting to him, and the two were dining alone in Hitler's private apartment. Meanwhile, I discussed our difficulties in the Ukraine with Army Transport Chief General Jerk and the commander of the railroad engineering troops. After supper with a large group, Hitler and Todt continued their conference. It was late at night before Todt emerged, strained and fatigued, from a long and it appeared trying discussion. He wore a depressed air. I sat with him for a few minutes while he silently drank a glass of wine without speaking of the reason for his mood. By chance he mentioned, in the course of our rather lame conversation, that he was to fly back to Berlin next morning and that there was an unoccupied seat in his plane. Todt was flying to Munich and expected to make a stopover in Berlin. He said he would be glad to take me along, and I was relieved not to have to make that long trip by rail. We agreed to fly at an early hour, and Dr. Todt bade me good night since he was going to try to get a little sleep. An adjutant came in and requested me to join Hitler. It was then after 1 o'clock in the morning. In Berlin, too, we had often sat over our plans at this hour. Hitler seemed as exhausted and out of sorts as Todt. The furniture of his room stressed spareness. He had even renounced the comfort of an upholstered chair here at headquarters. We talked about the Berlin and Nuremberg building projects, and Hitler visibly brightened. Even his sallow complexion seemed to take on color. Finally, he asked me to tell him what impressions I had gathered on my visit to southern Russia and helped me along by interjecting questions. The difficulties in restoring the railroad equipment, the blizzards, the incomprehensible behavior of the Russian tank force, the social evenings with their melancholy songs, bit by bit everything I had observed came out. When I mentioned the songs, his attention sharpened, and he asked about the words. I produced the text I had in my pocket. He read it and said nothing. My opinion was that the songs were the natural response to a grim situation. Hitler, however, decided at once that some traitor was trying to undermine morale. He thought my story would enable him to track down this oppositionist. Not until after the war did I learn that he had ordered a court-martial of the officer responsible for printing the songs. This episode was characteristic of his perpetual suspiciousness. He closed his mind against the truth, but thought he could draw important conclusions from such random observations. Consequently, he was always querying subordinates, even though they could not possibly have a view of the whole. Such distrust, usually without basis, had become a strong component in Hitler's character. It caused him to become obsessed with trivialities. Undoubtedly, it was also to blame for his isolation from the events and the mood at the front, for his entourage tried as far as possible to fend off any informants who might stir up his suspicions that all was not well with the army in the East. When I finally left Hitler at 3 o'clock in the morning, I sent word that I would not be flying with Dr. Todt. The plane was to start 5 hours later, I was worn out and wanted only to have a decent sleep. In my small bedroom I considered who in Hitler's entourage did not do so after a 2-hour conversation with him. What impression I had probably left with him. I was content, my confidence restored that we would be able to carry out our building projects, a matter I had begun to doubt in view of the military situation. That night our dreams were transformed into realities. We had once again worked ourselves up to our hallucinatory optimism. Next morning, the shrill clang of the telephone startled me out of a deep sleep. Dr. Brandt reported excitedly, "Dr. Tott's plane has just crashed, and he has been killed." From that moment on, my whole world was changed. My relationship to Dr. Tott had become perceptibly closer in recent years. With his death I felt that I had lost an older, prudent colleague. We had much in common. Both of us came from prosperous, upper-middle-class circumstances. Both of us were Batoners and had technological backgrounds. We loved nature, life in alpine shelters, ski tours, and shared a strong dislike for Bormann. Tott had repeatedly had serious run-ins with Bormann, protesting against his despoiling the landscape around Obersalzberg. My wife and I had frequently been Tott's house guests. The Totts lived in a small unpretentious place off the beaten track on Hintersee near Berchtesgaden. No one would have guessed that the famous road builder and creator of the Autobahns lived there. Dr. Tott was one of the very few modest, unassertive personalities in the government, a man you could rely on, and who steered clear of all the intrigues. With his combination of sensitivity and matter-of-factness, such as is frequently found in technicians, he fitted rather poorly into the governing class of the National Socialist state. He lived a quiet, withdrawn life, having no personal contacts with party circles, and even very rarely appeared at Hitler's dinners and suppers, although he would have been welcome. This retiring attitude enhanced his prestige. Whenever he did appear, he became the center of interest. Hitler, too, paid him and his accomplishments a respect bordering on reverence. Nevertheless, Tott had maintained his personal independence in his relations with Hitler, although he was a loyal party member of the early years. In January 1941, when I was having difficulties with Bormann and Giesler, Tott wrote me an unusually candid letter which revealed his own resigned approach to the working methods of the National Socialist leadership. Perhaps my own experiences and bitter disappointments with all the men with whom I should actually be cooperating might be of help to you, enabling you to regard your experience as conditioned by the times, and perhaps the point of view which I have gradually arrived at after much struggle might somewhat help you psychologically. For I have concluded that in the course of such events, every activity meets with opposition, everyone who acts as his rivals and unfortunately his opponents also. But not because people want to be opponents, rather because the tasks and relationships force different people to take different points of view. Perhaps, being young, you have quickly discovered how to cut through all such bother, while I only brood over it. At the breakfast table in the Führer's headquarters there was lively discussion of who could possibly be considered for Dr. Tott's successor. Everyone agreed that he was irreplaceable, for he had held the positions of 3 ministers. Thus he had been the supreme head of all road-building operations, in charge of all navigable waterways and improvements on them, as well as of all power plants. In addition, as Hitler's direct envoy, he was Minister of Armaments and Munitions. Within the framework of Göring's 4-year plan, he headed the construction industry and had also created the Tott organization, which was building the West Wall and the U-boat shelters along the Atlantic, as well as the roads in the occupied territories all the way from northern Norway to southern France. Now he was also responsible for road building in Russia. Thus, in the course of the past several years, Tott had gathered the major technical tasks of the Reich into his own hands. For the time being, his operations were still nominally divided into various offices, but in essence he had set up the future technical ministry, all the more so since he was entrusted, within the party organization, with the head office for technology, whose scope included all technical societies and associations. During these first few hours I had already realized that an important portion of Tott's widely ranging tasks would surely fall to me. For as early as the spring of 1939, on one of his inspection tours of the West Wall, Hitler had remarked that if anything should happen to Tott, I would be the man to carry out his construction assignments. Later, In the summer of 1940, Hitler received me officially in the Chancellery office to inform me that Todt was overburdened. He had therefore decided, he said, to put me in charge of all construction, including the fortifications along the Atlantic. At the time I had been able to convince Hitler that it would be better if construction and armaments remained in one hand, since they were closely linked. Hitler had not referred to the matter again, and I had not spoken to anyone about it. The arrangement would not only have offended Todt, but would surely have diminished his prestige too. I was therefore prepared for some such assignment when I was summoned to Hitler as the first caller of the day at the usual late hour, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Even the face of Chief Adjutant Schaub expressed the importance of the occasion. In contrast to the night before, Hitler received me officially as Führer of the Reich. Standing, earnest and formal, he received my condolences, replied very briefly, then said without more ado, "Herr Speer, I appoint you the successor to Minister Todt in all his capacities." I was thunderstruck. He was already shaking hands with me and on the point of dismissing me. But I thought he had expressed himself imprecisely, and therefore replied that I would try my best to be an adequate replacement for Dr. Todt in his construction assignments. No, in all his capacities, including that of Minister of Armaments, Hitler corrected me. But I don't know anything about. I protested. "I have confidence in you. I know you will manage it." Hitler cut me off. "Besides, I have no one else. Get in touch with the ministry at once and take over." "Then, mein Führer, you must put that as a command, for I cannot vouch for my ability to master this assignment." Tersely Hitler issued the command. I received it in silence. Without a personal word, such as had been the usual thing between us, Hitler turned to other business. I took my leave, having experienced a first sample of our new relationship. Hitherto, Hitler had displayed a kind of fellowship toward me as an architect. Now our new phase was perceptibly beginning. From the first moment on, he was establishing the aloofness of an official relationship to a minister who was his subordinate. As I turned to the door, Schaub entered. "The Reich Marshal is here and urgently wishes to speak to you, mein Führer. He has no appointment." Hitler looked sulky and displeased. "Send him in." He turned to me. "Stay here a moment longer." Göring bustled in, and after a few words of condolence stated his mind best if I take over Dr. Todt's assignments within the framework of the 4-year plan. This would avoid the frictions and difficulties we had in the past as a result of overlapping responsibilities. Göring had presumably come in his special train from his hunting lodge in Rominton, about 60 miles from Hitler's headquarters. Since the accident had taken place at 9:30, he must have wasted no time at all. Hitler ignored Göring's proposal. "I have already appointed Todt's successor. Reich Minister Speer here has assumed all of Dr. Todt's offices as of this moment." The statement was so unequivocal that it excluded all possible argument. Göring seemed stunned and alarmed, but within a few seconds he recovered his composure. Coldly and ill-humouredly, he made no comment on Hitler's announcement. Instead he said, "I hope you will understand, mein Führer, if I do not attend Dr. Todt's funeral. You know what battles I had with him. It would hardly do for me to be present." I no longer remember precisely what Hitler replied, since all this washing of dirty linen was naturally somewhat of a shock to me at this early moment in my new ministerial career. But I recalled that Göring finally consented to come to the funeral, so that his disagreements with Todt would not become public knowledge. Given the importance assigned to such ceremonies by the system, it would have caused quite a stir if the second man in the state was absent from a formal act of state in honor of a dead cabinet minister. There could be no doubt that Göring had tried to win his point by a surprise assault. I even surmised that Hitler had expected such a maneuver, and that this was the reason for the speed of my appointment. As Minister of Armaments, Dr. Todt could carry out his assignment from Hitler only by issuing direct orders to industry. Göring, on the other hand, as Commissioner of the 4-year plan, felt responsible for running the entire war economy. He and his apparatus were therefore pitted against Todt's activities. In the middle of January 1942, about 2 weeks before his death, Todt had taken part in a conference on production matters. In the course of it, Göring had so berated him that Todt informed Funk on the same afternoon that he would have to quit. On such occasions, it worked to Todd's disadvantage that he wore the uniform of a brigadier general of the Air Force. This meant that in spite of his ministerial office, he ranked as Göring's subordinate in the military hierarchy. After this little episode, one thing was clear to me: Göring would not be my ally, but Hitler seemed prepared to back me if I should encounter difficulties with the Reich Marshal. At first, Hitler seemed to treat Todd's death with the stoic calm of a man who must reckon with such incidents as part of the general picture. Without citing any evidence, he expressed the suspicion, during the first few days, that foul play might have been involved and that he was going to have the Secret Service look into the matter. This view, however, soon gave way to an irritable and often distinctly nervous reaction whenever the subject was mentioned in his presence. In such cases, Hitler might declare sharply, "I want to hear no more about that. I forbid further discussion of the subject." Sometimes he would add, "You know that this loss still affects me too deeply for me to want to talk about it." On Hitler's orders, the Reich Air Ministry tried to determine whether sabotage might have been responsible for the plane crash. The investigation established the fact that the plane had exploded, with a sharp flame darting straight upward, some 65 feet above the ground. The report of the commission, which because of its importance was headed by an Air Force Lieutenant General, nevertheless concluded with a curious statement: "The possibility of sabotage is ruled out. Further measures are therefore neither requisite nor intended." The plane executed a normal takeoff, but while still within sight of the airport, the pilot made a rapid turn which suggested that he was trying for an emergency landing. As he was coming down, he steered for the landing strip without taking time to head into the wind. The accident occurred near the airport and at a low altitude. The plane was a Heinkel Roman 3, converted for passenger flight. It had been lent to Dr. Todt by his friend Field Marshal Speer, since Todt's own plane was undergoing repairs. Hitler reasoned that this Heinkel, like all the courier planes that were used at the front, had a self-destruct mechanism on board. It could be activated by pulling a handle located between the pilot's and the co-pilot's seats, whereupon the plane would explode within a few minutes. The final report of the military tribunal, dated March 8, 1943 K1T L Roman 2/42 and signed by the commanding general and the commander of Air District I, Nixburg, stated, approximately 2,300 feet from the airport and the end of the runway, the pilot apparently throttled down, then opened the throttle again 2 or 3 seconds later. At that moment, a long flame shot up vertically from the front of the plane, apparently caused by an explosion. The aircraft fell at once from an altitude of approximately 65 feet, pivoting around its right wing and hitting the ground almost perpendicularly, facing directly away from its flight direction. It caught fire at once, and a series of explosions totally demolished it. Incidentally, not long before his death, Dr. Todt had deposited a sizable sum of money in a safe, earmarked for his personal secretary of many years' service. He had remarked that he was doing this in case something should happen to him. One can only wonder at the recklessness and the frivolity with which Hitler appointed me to one of those 3 or 4 ministries on which the existence of his state depended. I was a complete outsider to the army, to the party, and to industry. Never in my life had I had anything to do with military weapons, for I had never been a soldier, and up to the time of my appointment had never even used a rifle as a hunter. To be sure, it was in keeping with Hitler's dilettantism that he preferred to choose non-specialists as his associates. After all, he had already appointed a wine salesman as his foreign minister, his party philosopher as his minister for Eastern affairs, and an erstwhile fighter pilot as overseer of the entire economy. Now he was picking an architect of all people to be his minister of armaments. Undoubtedly, Hitler preferred to fill positions of leadership with laymen. All his life he respected but distrusted professionals such as, for example, Schatz. As after the death of Professor Troost, my career was again being furthered by the death of another man. Hitler regarded it as a specially striking instance of providence that I had arrived at headquarters the night before by sheer chance, and that I had cancelled my projected flight with Todt. Later, when I was having my first successes, he liked to say that the plane crash had been engineered by fate in order to bring about an increase in armaments production. In contrast to the troublesome Dr. Todt, Hitler must have found me a rather willing tool at first. To that extent, this shift in personnel obeyed the principle of negative selection which governed the composition of Hitler's entourage. Since he regularly responded to opposition by choosing someone more amenable, over the years he assembled around himself a group of associates who more and more surrendered to his arguments and translated them into action more and more unscrupulously. Nowadays, historians are apt to inquire into my activities as armaments minister and inclined to treat my building plans for Berlin and Nuremberg as of secondary importance. For me, however, my work as architect still remained my life task. I regarded my surprising appointment as an interim thing for the duration, a form of wartime service. I saw the possibility of winning a reputation and even fame as Hitler's architect, whereas whatever even a prominent minister could accomplish would necessarily be absorbed in Hitler's glory. I therefore very soon extracted the promise from Hitler that he appoint me his architect again after the war. 3. The fact that I thought this necessary shows how dependent we all felt on Hitler's will, even in his most personal decisions. Hitler met my request without hesitation. He too thought that I would perform my most valuable services for him and his Reich as his foremost architect. When on occasion he spoke of his plans for the future, he frequently declared longingly, "Then both of us will withdraw from affairs for several months to go through all the building plans once more." But soon such remarks became rarer and rarer. The first result of my appointment as a minister was the arrival by plane at the Führer's headquarters of Oberregierungsrat Konrad Hausemann, Tott's personal assistant. There were more influential and more important associates of Tott. I was therefore vexed and interpreted the dispatch of Hausemann as an attempt to test my authority. Hausemann claimed that he had come to brief me on the qualities of my future associates. I told him sharply that I intended to form my own view. That same evening I took the night train to Berlin. For the time being I have lost any fondness I may have had for plane travel. Next morning, as I rode through the suburbs of the capital with their factories and railroad yards, I was overcome by anxiety. How would I be able to contend with this vast and alien field, I wondered. I had considerable doubts about my qualifications for this new task for coping with either the practical difficulties or the personal demands that were made upon a minister. As the train pulled into the Schlesischer station, I found my heart pounding and felt weak. Here I was about to occupy a key position in the wartime organization. Although I was rather shy in dealing with strangers, lacked the gift of speaking up easily at public meetings, and even in conferences found it hard to express my thoughts precisely and understandably. What would the generals of the army say when I, already marked as a non-soldier and artist, was presented to them as their colleague? Actually, such questions of personal impression and of the extent of my authority worried me as much as the practical tasks. A rather considerable problem awaited me in dealing with the administrative aspect of my new job. I was aware that Tott's old associates would regard me as an intruder. They knew me, of course, as the friend of their chief, but they also knew me as someone always petitioning them for supplies of building materials. And these men had been in close collaboration with Dr. Tott for many years. Immediately after my arrival I paid a visit to all the important department heads in their offices, thus sparing them the necessity of coming to me to report. I also gave the order that nothing was to be changed in Dr. Tott's private office, although its furnishings did not suit my taste. Not until the summer of 1943, when I moved, was I able to get rid of these ugly furnishings unobtrusively and replace them with furniture I had designed for my old study. In the process I also succeeded in parting company with a picture that had previously hung over my desk. It showed Hitler, who was hopeless on horseback, staring sternly from the saddle and decked out as a medieval knight with a lance. Sensitive technicians do not always show the best taste in their interior decoration. On the morning of February 11, 1942, I had to be present at Anhalter station to receive the coffin with Tott's remains. This ceremony was hard on my nerves, as was the funeral on the next day in my Mosaic hall in the Chancellery in the presence of a Hitler moved to tears. During the simple ceremony at the graves Evert Dorsch, one of Tott's key men, solemnly assured me of his loyalty. 2 years later, when I fell seriously ill, he entered into an intrigue against me led by Göring. My work began immediately. Field Marshal Erhard Milch, State Secretary of the Air Ministry, invited me to a conference in the Great Hall of the Ministry to be held on Friday, February 13, at which armament questions were to be discussed with the three branches of the services and with representatives of industry. When I asked whether this conference could not be postponed, since I first had to get the feel of my job, Milch replied with a counter-question typical of his free and easy manner and the good relations between us. The top industrialists from all over the Reich were already on their way to the conference, and was I going to beg off? I agreed to come. On the day before, I was summoned to Goring. This was my first visit to him in my new capacity of minister. Cordially, he spoke of the harmony between us while I was his architect. He hoped this would not change, he said. When Goring wanted to, he could display a good deal of charm, hard to resist if somewhat condescending. But then he came down to business. He had had a written agreement with my predecessor, he said. A similar document had been prepared for me. He would send it to me for my signature. The agreement stipulated that in my procurement for the army I could not infringe on areas covered by the 4-year plan. He concluded our discussion by saying rather obscurely that I would learn more in the course of the conference with Milch and the others. I did not reply and ended the discussion on the same note of cordiality. Since the 4-year plan embraced the entire economy, I would have had my hands completely tied if I abided by Goring's arrangement. I sensed that something unusual was awaiting me at Milch's conference. Since I still felt by no means secure and since Hitler was still in Berlin, I informed him of my anxieties. I knew, from the little episode with Goring at the time of my appointment, that I could count on his backing. Very well, he said. If any steps are taken against you, or if you have difficulties, interrupt the conference and invite the participants to the cabinet room, then I'll tell those gentlemen whatever is necessary. The cabinet room was regarded as a sacred place. To be received there would inevitably make a deep impression, and the fact that Hitler would be willing to address this group, with whom I would be dealing in the future, offered me the best possible prospects for my start. The large conference hall of the Air Ministry was filled. There were 30 persons present, the most important men in industry, among them General Manager Albert Wiegler, Wilhelm Zangen, head of the German Industry Association, General Ernst Fromm, Chief of the Reserve Army, with his subordinate, Lieutenant General Lieb, Chief of the Army Ordnance Office, Admiral Witzel, Armaments Chief of the Navy, General Thomas, Chief of the War Economy and Armaments Office of the OKW, Walther Funk, Reich Minister of Economics, various officials of the 4-year plan, and a few more of Goring's important associates. Milch took the chair as representative of the conference host. He asked Funk to sit at his right and me at his left. In a terse introductory address, he explained the difficulties that had arisen in armaments production due to the conflicting demands of the three services. Wiegler of the United Steel Works followed with some highly intelligent explanations of how orders and counter-orders, disputes over priority levels, and constant shifting of priorities interfered with industrial production. There were still unused reserves available, he said, but because of the frigging and hauling these did not come to light. Thus it was high time to establish clear relationships. There must be one man able to make all decisions. Industry did not care who it was. Thereafter, General Fromm spoke for the army and Admiral Witzel for the navy. In spite of some reservations, they expressed general agreement with Wiegler's remarks. The other participants likewise were convinced of the necessity for having one person to assume authority in economic matters. During my own work for the Air Force, I too had recognized the urgency of this matter. Finally, Economics Minister Funk stood up and turned directly to Milch. We were all in essential agreement, he said. The course of the meeting had revealed that. The only remaining question, therefore, was who the man should be. Who would be better suited for the purpose than you, my dear Milch, since you have the confidence of Goring, our revered Reich Marshal? I therefore believe I am speaking in the name of all when I ask you to take over this office, he exclaimed, striking a rather over-emotional note for the occasion. This had clearly been prearranged. Even while Funk was speaking, I whispered into Milch's ear, the conference is to be continued in the cabinet room. The Führer wants to speak about my tasks. Milch, quick-wittedly grasping the meaning of this, replied to Funk's proposal that he was greatly honored by such an expression of confidence, but that he could not accept, for I spoke up for the first time, transmitting to the assembled group the Führer's invitation and announcing that the discussion would be continued on Thursday, February 18, in my ministry, since it would probably deal with my assignment. Milch then adjourned the session. Later Funk admitted to me that on the eve of the conference Billy K. Arner, Goering's State Secretary and associate in the work of the 4-year plan, had urged him to propose Milch as the authority for final decisions. Funk took it for granted that K. Arner could not have made this request without Goering's knowledge. Hitler's invitation alone must have made it clear to those familiar with the balance of power that I was starting from a stronger position than my predecessor had ever possessed. Now Hitler had to make good on his promise. In his office he let me brief him on what had taken place and jotted down some notes. He then went into the cabinet room with me and immediately took the floor. Hitler spoke for about an hour. Rather tediously, he expatiated on the tasks of war industry, emphasized the need for accelerated production, spoke of the valuable forces that must be mobilized in industry, and was astonishingly candid on the subject of Göring. This man cannot look after armaments within the framework of the 4-year plan. It was essential, Hitler continued, to separate this task from the 4-year plan and turn it over to me. A function was given to a man and then taken from him again. Such things happened. The capacity for increased production was available, but things had been mismanaged. In prison, Funk told me that Göring had asked for this statement of Hitler's, which amounted to stripping him of some of his powers in writing so that he could use it as evidence against his use of forced labor. Hitler avoided touching on the problem of a single head for all armaments production. Similarly, he spoke only of supplies for the Army and Navy, deliberately excluding the Air Force. I too had glossed over this contested point in my words with him, since the matter involved a political decision and would have brought in all sorts of ambiguities. Hitler concluded his address with an appeal to the participants. He first described my great feats in construction, which could scarcely have made much of an impression on these people. He went on to say that this new job represented a great sacrifice on my part, a statement which did not have much meaning in view of the critical situation. He expected not only cooperation on their part, but also fair treatment. Behave toward him like gentlemen, he said, employing the English word, which he rarely used. What exactly my assignment was, he did not clearly state, and I preferred it that way. Heretofore Hitler had never introduced a minister in this way. Even in a less authoritarian system, such a debut would have been of assistance. In our state the consequences were astonishing, even to me. For a considerable time I found myself moving in a kind of vacuum that offered no resistance whatsoever. Within the widest limits I could practically do as I pleased. Funk, who then walked Hitler back to his apartment in the Chancellery along with me, promised emotionally on the way that he would place everything at my disposal and do all in his power to help me. Moreover, he kept the promise, with minor exceptions. Bormann and I stood chatting with Hitler in the salon for a few minutes longer. Before Hitler withdrew to his upstairs rooms, he once again recommended that I avail myself of industry as far as possible, since I would find the most valuable assistance there. This idea was not new to me, for Hitler had in the past often emphasized that one did best to let industry handle major tasks directly, for government bureaucracy only hampered initiative. This aversion to bureaucrats remained a standing point with him. I took this favourable moment with Bormann present to assure him that I would indeed be drawing chiefly on technicians from industry. But there would have to be no questions raised as to their party membership, since many of them kept aloof from the party, as was well known. Hitler agreed. He instructed Bormann to go along with this, and so my ministry was at least until the attempted assassination of July 20, 1944 spared the unpleasant probings of Bormann's party secretariat. That same evening I had a full discussion with Milch, who placed an end to that rivalry the Air Force had hitherto practiced toward the Army and Navy in matters of procurement. Especially during the early months his advice became indispensable. Out of our official relationship there grew a cordial friendship which has lasted to the present. 15. Organized improvisation. I have 5 days before the conference in my ministry. By then I would have to have some plan of action. Surprising though it may seem, the principles were clear to me from the start. From the first day on I headed, with a sleepwalker sureness toward the one system that could possibly achieve success in armaments production. Of course, I had a certain advantage, for during my 2 years of construction work for the armaments industry on a low plane I had caught glimpses of many fundamental errors which would have remained hidden from me if I had been at the top one. I prepared a plan of organization whose vertical lines represented individual items, such as tanks, planes, or submarines. In other words, the armaments for the 3 branches of the service were included. These vertical columns were enclosed in numerous rings, each of which was to stand for a group of components needed for all guns, tanks, planes, and other armaments. Within these rings I considered, for example, the production of forgings or ball bearings or electrical equipment as a whole. Accustomed as an architect to 3-dimensional thinking, I drew this new organizational scheme in perspective. On February 18, the top figures in war industry and in the government bureaus having to do with armaments met once again in the former conference room of the Academy of Arts. After I had spoken for an hour, they accepted my organizational scheme without cavil and gave their endorsement to a statement reviewing the demands for unitary leadership made at the February 13 conference and announcing that I was herewith being given a mandate for full authority. I prepared to pass this paper around the table for signature, a most unusual procedure in relations among government boards. Hitler's injunctions had had their effect. Milch was the first to declare himself in full agreement with the proposal and sign the paper without more ado. Some of the other participants raised formal objections, but Milch used his authority to override them. Only Admiral Witzel, the representative of the Navy, continued his opposition to the last and finally gave his consent only under protest. Next day, February 19, I went to the Führer's headquarters accompanied by Field Marshal Milch, General Thomas, and General Albrecht as General from S representative to present my organizational plans to Hitler and report to him on the results of the conference. Hitler approved of all I had done. Immediately after my return, Göring summoned me to his hunting lodge, Karenhol, more than 45 miles north of Berlin. After Göring had seen Hitler as Neuberghof in 1935, he had had his modest old hunting lodge rebuilt into a manor that exceeded Hitler's in size. The salon was just as large as Hitler's, but with an even bigger picture window. At the time, Hitler was annoyed by this pomp. But it must be admitted that Göring's architect had created a suitable frame for Göring's craving for magnificence. It now served as his headquarters. Such conferences usually meant the loss of a valuable working day. This time, too, when I arrived punctually towards 11 o'clock after a long automobile ride, I spent an hour in Göring's reception hall looking at pictures and tapestries. For in contrast to Hitler, Göring took a large view of the appointed time. Finally, he emerged from his private apartment on the upper floor, dressed in a flowing green velvet dressing gown, a picturesque note, and descended the stairs. We greeted each other rather coolly. With tripping steps he preceded me into his office and took his seat at a gigantic desk. I modestly sat down facing him. Göring was extremely angry. He complained bitterly that I had not invited him to the conference in the cabinet room and pushed toward me across the vast expanses of the desk an opinion by Erich Neumann, his ministerial director for the 4-year plan, on the legal implications of my own paper. With an agility I would not have thought so fat a man capable of, he leaped to his feet and began pacing the big room, frantic with agitation. His deputies were all spineless wretches, he declared. By giving their signatures they had made themselves my underlings for all time to come, and this without even asking him. Of course, this bluster was directed against me as well, but the fact that he did not dare storm at me signified a weakened position. He could not accept such nibbling away at his power, he declared in conclusion. He would go to Hitler at once and resign his office as boss of the 4-year plan too. At the time such a resignation would certainly have been no loss. For although at the start Göring had pushed the 4-year plan with great energy, by 1942 he was generally regarded as sluggish and distinctly averse to work. Increasingly, he gave an impression of instability. He took up too many ideas, changed course all the time, and was consistently unrealistic. Hitler would probably not have permitted Göring to resign because of the political backlash. Instead, he would have sought a compromise. I saw that this was something I had to head off, for Hitler's compromises were merely evasions and of a sort everyone in the government feared. They did not eliminate difficulties, but instead made all administrative interrelationships more opaque and complicated. I knew that I had to do something to build up Göring's prestige. For the time being, I assured him that the new arrangement desired by Hitler and approved by the representatives of industry and the services would in no way infringe on his position as head of the 4-year plan. At this, Göring seemed mollified. I went on to say that I was ready to become his subordinate and carry out my work within the framework of the 4-year plan. 3 days later I called on Göring again and assured him a draft agreement appointing me chief representative for armaments within the 4-year plan. Göring seemed satisfied, although he pointed out that I had undertaken much too much and would be wiser to limit my goals. 2 days later, on March 1, 1942, he signed the decree. It authorized me to give armaments within the whole of the economy the priority which is appropriate for them in wartime. This was more power than had been given me by the document of February 18, which Göring had been so furious about. On March 16, shortly after Hitler had approved the matter, he was glad to be relieved of all personal difficulties with Göring. I informed the German press of my appointment. To make my point more vividly, I had dug up an old photograph showing Göring, delighted with my design for his Reich Marshal's office building, clapping his hands on my shoulders. This is supposed to show that the crisis, which had begun to be talked about in Berlin, was now over. However, there was a protest from Göring's press agency. I was told that the photo and the decree should by rights have been released by Göring alone. There were more problems of this sort. His sensitivities aroused, Göring complained of having heard from the Italian ambassador that the foreign press was intimating that he had been downgraded. Such reports were bound to undermine his prestige in industry, he protested. Now it was an open secret that Göring's high style of living was financed by industry, and I had the feeling that he feared a reduction in his prestige would result in a reduction in these subsidies. I therefore suggested that he invite the chief industrialists to a conference in Berlin, in the course of which I would declare formally my subordination to him. This proposal gratified him enormously. His good humour returned instantly. Göring thereupon ordered some 50 industrialists to come to Berlin. The conference began with a very brief address by me, saying what I had promised, while Göring delivered a long discourse on the importance of armaments. He exhorted all those present to make the maximum effort, and other such commonplaces. On the other hand, he did not mention my assignment in either a favourable or an unfavourable sense. Thereafter, thanks to Göring's lethargy, I was able to work freely and unhampered. No doubt he was often jealous of my successes with Hitler, but during the next 2 years he scarcely ever tried to interfere with anything I was doing. Göring's own power seemed to me, given his now reduced authority, not quite sufficient for my own work. Soon afterward, therefore, on March 21, I had Hitler sign another decree. The requirements of the German economy as a whole must be subordinated to the necessities of armaments production. Given the usages of the authoritarian system, this decree of Hitler's amounted to dictatorial powers over the economy. The constitutional forms of our organization were just as improvised and vague as all these arrangements. There was no precise statement of my assignments or jurisdiction. My feeling was that I was better off without such definitions. I did my best to keep the situation fluid. Consequently, we were able to determine our jurisdiction from case to case, depending on need and the impetuosity of my associate. A legalistic formulation of our rights, which given Hitler's favourable attitude toward me could have been used to acquire a position of almost unlimited power, would only have led to jurisdictional disputes with other ministries. It would not have achieved our purpose, which was to have everyone pulled together satisfactorily. These vaguenesses were a cancer in Hitler's mode of governing. But I was in accord with the system as long as it permitted me to function effectively and as long as Hitler signed all the decrees that I presented to him for signature. But when he no longer blindly granted my requests, and in certain areas he soon stopped doing so, I was condemned to either impotence or cunning. On the evening of March 2, 1942, about a month after my appointment, I invited the architects employed on the rebuilding of Berlin to a farewell dinner at Torture S. The very thing you have forcibly resisted, I said to them in a brief address, sooner or later overpowers you. I found it strange that my new work was not so alien, although at first sight it seemed so remote from what I had previously done. I have known since my university days, I continued, that if we wish to understand everything, we must do one thing thoroughly. I have therefore decided to take a keen interest in tanks for the moment, trusting that I shall be better able to grasp the essence of many other tasks. As a cautious person, I said, I had for the time being drawn up my program for the next 2 years. I hoped, however, to be able to return to architecture sooner. My wartime assignment should prove of use later on, for we technicians would be called on to solve the problems of the future. Moreover, I concluded somewhat grandiosely, in the future architects will take over the leadership in technology, for, equipped with Hitler's grant of full authority, with a peaceable Göring in the background, I could go forward with my comprehensive plan of industrial self-responsibility, as I had sketched it in my outline. Today it is generally agreed that the astonishingly rapid rise in armaments production was due to this plan. Its principles, however, were not new. Both Field Marshal Milch and my predecessor Todt had already adopted the procedure of entrusting eminent technicians from leading industrial firms with the management of separate areas of armaments production. But Dr. Todt himself had borrowed this idea. The real creator of the concept of industrial self-responsibility was Walter Rathenau, the great Jewish organizer of the German economy during the First World War. He realized that considerable increases in production could be achieved by exchange of technical experiences, by division of labor from plant to plant, and by standardization. As early as 1917, he declared that such methods could guarantee a doubling of production with no increase in equipment and no increase in labor costs. 5 on the top floor of Todt's ministry sat one of Rathenau's old assistants who had been active in his raw materials organization during the First World War and had later written a memorandum on its structure. Dr. Todt benefited by his advice. We formed directive committees for the various types of weapons and directive pools for the allocation of supplies. 13 such committees were finally established, 1 for each category of my armaments program. Linking these were an equal number of pools, 6. Alongside these committees and pools, I set up development commissions in which army officers met with the best designers in industry. These commissions were to supervise new products, suggest improvements in manufacturing techniques even during the design stage, and call a halt to any unnecessary projects. The heads of the committees and the pools were to make sure this was vital to our whole approach, that a given plant concentrated on producing only one item but did so in maximum quantity. Because of Hitler's and Göring's continual restiveness, expressed in sudden shifts of program, the factories had hitherto tried to assure themselves of 4 or 5 different contracts simultaneously, and if possible, from different branches of the services, so that they could shift to alternative contracts in case of sudden cancellations. Moreover, the Wehrmacht frequently assigned contracts only for a limited time. Thus, for example, before 1942 the manufacture of ammunition was checked or increased depending on consumption, which came in sudden bursts because of the Blitz campaigns. This state of affairs kept the factories from throwing all their productive energy into making ammunition. We provided contractual guarantees of continued procurement and assigned the types we needed among the various factories. By dint of these changes, the armaments production of the early years of the war, which had been on a more or less piecework basis, was converted to industrial mass production. Amazing results were soon to show up, but significantly enough, not in those industries which had already been working along modern lines of efficiency, such as the automobile industry. These scarcely lent themselves to any increase in production. I regarded my task principally as one of tracking down and defining problems so far screened by long years of routine, but I left their solution to the specialists. Obsessed with my task, I did not try to keep down the extent of my responsibilities, but rather to take in more and more areas of the economy. Reverence for Hitler, a sense of duty, ambition, pride, all these elements were operative. After all, at 36 I was the youngest minister in the Reich. My industry organization soon comprised more than 10,000 assistants and aides, but in our ministry itself there were only 218 officials at work, 7 This proportion was in keeping with my view of the ministry as merely a steering organization, with the chief thrust of our operation lying in industrial self-responsibility. The traditional arrangement provided that most matters would be submitted to the minister by his state secretary. The latter functioned as a kind of sieve, deciding the importance of things at his own discretion. I eliminated this procedure and made directly subordinate to myself more than 30 leaders of the industry organization and no less than 10 department chiefs *. All department heads under my direction were empowered to sign orders as deputized by the minister rather than in behalf of the minister. This was a technical breach in the rules of the state bureaucracy, for it implied that they were authorized to act independently, a power usually reserved to state secretaries. I ignored the protests submitted by the Minister of the Interior, who was responsible for preserving the regular procedures of government administration. I brought the head of the planning department, Willy Liebel, from Nuremberg, where he had been mayor. The director of the technical department, Karl Sauer, had risen from the intermediate ranks of party functionaries after previously occupying a subordinate position in industry. The head of the supply department, Dr. Walter Speer, was a chemist by profession. He was typical of the older party member in the SS and party who had had previous experience as specialists. Xaver Dorsch, my deputy in the TOT organization, was our oldest party member. The head of the department responsible for consumer goods production, Speer, had also joined the party long before 1933. In the ministry, in principle, they were all supposed to settle their interrelationships among themselves, but I took the liberty of intervening in important questions or whenever differences of opinion arose. Our method of work was just as unusual as this form of organization. The old line officials of the government bureaucracy spoke disdainfully of a dynamic ministry or a ministry without an organization planned and a ministry without officials. It was said that I applied rough and ready or American methods. My comment, if jurisdictions are sharply separated, we are actually encouraging a limited point of view. It was prompted by rebellion against the caste mentality of the system, but also bore some resemblance to Hitler's notions of improvised government by an impulsive genius. Another principle of mine also gave offense. This had to do with personnel policy. As soon as I assumed my post, I gave instructions, as the Führer's minutes of February 19, 1942 record, that the leading men in important departments who were over 55 years old must be assigned a deputy who is no older than 40. Whenever I explained my organizational plans to Hitler, he showed a striking lack of interest. I had the impression that he did not like to deal with these questions. Indeed, in certain realms he was altogether incapable of distinguishing the important from the unimportant. He also did not like establishing clear lines of jurisdiction. Sometimes he deliberately assigned bureaus or individuals the same or similar tasks. That way, he used to say, the stronger one does the job. Within half a year after my taking office, we had significantly increased production in all the areas within our scope. Production in August 1942, according to the index figures for German armaments end products, as compared with the February production, had increased by 27% for guns, by 25% for tanks, while ammunition production almost doubled, rising 97%. The total productivity in armaments increased by 59.6%. Obviously, we have mobilized reserves that had hitherto lain fallow. After 2.5 years, in spite of the beginning of heavy bombing, we had raised our entire armaments production from an average index figure of 98 for the year 1941 to a summit of 322 in July 1944. During the same period, the labor force expanded by only about 30%. We had succeeded in doubling the output of labor and had achieved the very results Rathenau had predicted in 1917 as the effect of efficiency, doubling production without increasing equipment or labor costs. It was not that any genius was at work here, though that has often been asserted. Many of the technicians in my office would undoubtedly have been more fit for the job, as far as knowledge of the fields involved is concerned. But none of them could have thrown the nimbus of Hitler into the balance as I could, and that made all the difference. The backing of the Führer counted for everything. Aside from all organizational innovations, things went so well because I applied the methods of democratic economic leadership. The democracies were on principle committed to placing trust in the responsible businessmen as long as that trust was justified. Thus they rewarded initiative, aroused an awareness of mission, and spurred decision-making. Among us, on the other hand, all such elements had long ago been buried. Pressure and coercion kept production going, to be sure, but destroyed all spontaneity. I felt it necessary to issue a declaration to the effect that industry was not knowingly lying to us, stealing from us, or otherwise trying to damage our war economy. 10. The party felt acutely challenged by that attitude, as I was to find out after July 20, 1944. Exposed to sharp attacks, I had to defend my system of delegated responsibility in a letter to Hitler.